Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. He saw a dark human face appear behind Gerald. Wu Saiying's body was almost stuck to Gerald's back. At some point, her arm had already moved in front of him, and the dark purple dagger was placed on his neck. Kai. The dagger made a slight tearing sound as it cut through his throat and red blood burst out from the wound. Gerald's pupils immediately lost their light and were covered with a layer of dead color. Enemy attack. The two holy caste knights shouted and immediately rushed toward Wu Saiying. Fang Hang was shocked. One hit kill. And it was done with such ease? Wu Saiying seemed to have very advanced assassination skills. She directly broke the enemy's holy light shield and killed him in one strike. Seeing that, Fang Hang took 2 steps back. His teammate was very strong, so he had to make sure that he would not slow her down. After the initial assassination, Wu Saiying relied on her flexible movements to quickly move through the holy caste knights, and sometimes even suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. When she reappeared, Wu Saiying would always appear behind a holy caste knight and cut the enemy's neck with one strike. Fang Hang observed Wu Saiying's attack pattern and came to an understanding. The dark purple dagger in her hand had a shield-breaking effect. Coupled with the highly explosive assassination techniques, they were very effective against the holy caste knight's turtle shells. In just a short moment, the holy caste knights fell one by one, leaving only one person who was barely holding on. He stood on the spot and kept looking around, trying to find the enemy who was lurking around. His eyes were full of fear. A thin shadow gradually appeared behind him. Wait. Fang Hang's eyelids twitched and he quickly shouted to stop her, he's still useful. Don't kill him. Wu Saiying did not answer. She frowned slightly, turned her wrist, and hit the back of the Holy Cast Knight's head with the handle of the dagger. Bang! The Holy Cast Knight fell to the ground and fainted. Ho! Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief and walked up to check the state of the Holy Cast Knight. He fainted, Wu Xiang said with a cold expression. And he will wake up soon. So what's your next plan? Don't tell me that you're preparing to kill your way to the land of origin. How did you know? Fang Heng opened his mouth to express his wariness. Don't worry, I will protect your safety. Wu Xiang thought Fang Heng was worried about his own safety, so she nodded seriously and said, it might be a little troublesome if you encounter a small team from the Holy Court during the process, but you should avoid large groups in advance. When you reach the central area, you can disguise yourself as a believer of the Holy Court and approach them. Use this to disrupt the purification of the priests and find an opportunity to seize the remains of the Vampire King. I will protect you in 914. The Vampire King's will. Is he okay? Fang Heng asked with a worried expression. He is passed out. He is in a bad condition and needs to be treated with divine spells immediately. The team leader Markin made a quick decision. Quick, we will return immediately and find the priest for treatment. Well done. Fang Heng revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. In the dark, a vague outline emerged from the shadows. Boring. Although she said it was boring, Wu Xiang had to admit that Fang Heng's move saved a lot of time and energy. Fang Heng followed Markin's team all the way and met 8 different types of Holy Court teams. The risk was great if he was reckless. So now, with the protection of the team, Fang Heng went straight to the center of the land of origin. Very soon, Fang Heng arrived at the central area of the land of origin. The scene in front of him made Fang Heng's heart sink. The Holy Court team had already occupied the entire land of origin and constructed a large-scale magic array around the coffin in the center. Within the range of the magic array, the Holy Cast Knights were constantly entangled with the afterimages of the Vampire King. About 30 Holy Court priests were chanting and casting spells around the outer magic array. They were using high-tier purification skills to try and expel the Vampire King's afterimages around the coffin. Fang Heng's heart stirred as he carefully examined the coffin of the Vampire King. An ancient stone was placed on the lid of the coffin. It was the remains of the Vampire King. From the shape, it should be the right arm. As the remains had only gone through the first stage of the seal removal, it was still in a petrified state. Fang Heng was puzzled. According to what Wu Xiang had just said, Jian Muzi was being pursued by the Holy Court and had to abandon the coffin of the Vampire King. But why didn't he take the remains of the Vampire King with him when he fled? While Fang Heng was muttering to himself, Markin, the captain of the team, quickly walked up with the injured and unconscious Holy Cast Knight. High Priestess Susanna, our team found an injured soldier during a reconnaissance mission. The High Priestess Susan, who was in charge of cleansing the coffin of the Vampire King, frowned. She checked the wound on the arm of the Holy Cast Knight and asked, strange, this is a shadow curse. It doesn't look like a wound left behind by a vampire. Susanna became alert and looked around the land of origin. Were the believers of the Dark Shadow nearby? Were they interested in the Vampire King? Markin nodded and pointed at Fang Heng. High Priestess, this is Fang Heng, our believer. He said he has something important to report to you. High Priestess, our family has been studying the vampires for generations. The coffins of the vampires may be dangerous. The vampires have left self-destructive devices on the coffins. I can help you detonate these devices and seal the Vampire King. Thank you for your help, young believer. Susanna nodded at Fang Heng with a kind expression. However, she didn't take Fang Heng's words to heart. She didn't think that a believer from an inferior world would understand the vampires better than the Holy Court. Besides, they didn't come here to seal it, but to completely destroy it. Don't worry, everything is under control. Evil will be dispelled. You did well. Go and rest. We will bring you with us after this. Fang Heng felt unwilling. Initially, he had wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to the coffin of the Vampire King, but he could only say, please be careful. Markin immediately took Fang Heng and retreated far away. He felt helpless. It seemed that this was all he could do, and he couldn't get too close. Thinking of this, Fang Heng followed Markin and slowly retreated. Wu Xiang's voice appeared in his head again. Is there no way to go any closer to the remains? Forget it, it's pretty good to have come this far. Just detonate the power of the Jade Pendant. I will think of a way to escort you closer to it and protect you. Hearing what Wu Xiang said, Fang Heng was about to pour his mental strength into the Jade Pendant when he suddenly raised his eyebrows. A muffled voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Blood. My descendants, I need fresh blood. Give me your blood, and I will grant you strength. Kill them. These dogs of the Holy Light. I will share my power with you. Fang Heng was moved. That voice couldn't be more familiar. He had heard of it when he first entered the land of origin. It was the Vampire King's soul. A line of game hints appeared on Feng Heng's retina along with the echo in his mind. Ding. It has been detected that you currently have a realm mission, the remains of the Vampire King. Ding. Player has triggered an optional side mission, the Vampire King's Will. Mission name, the Vampire King's Will. Mission description, the Holy Court is trying to destroy the remaining will of the Vampire King in the coffin. Please stop the Holy Court's actions and help the Vampire King tide over the crisis. Ding. The coffin contains the remains of the Vampire King that have not yet been unsealed. You can provide sufficient blood to the coffin to assist the King's Will in removing the seal and enhance some of the abilities of the King's Will. Mission description, assist the Vampire King's Will to unseal his remains. The player will be considered to have submitted the Vampire King's remains. Mission reward, the trust of the Vampire King's Will. Failure penalty, the Vampire King's Will completely disappear, and some parts of the side mission cannot be completed. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked at the king's coffin behind him. It turned out that the coffin had already partially fused with the remains of the first stage seal, so Ji and Muzzy had no way of taking it away. If Mojai Oi didn't remind him earlier, Feng Heng might have been fooled and chosen to follow the mission, wholeheartedly assisting the Vampire King in his attack, to gain his trust and try to get the king's inheritance. Now, Feng Heng naturally wouldn't be tricked. He even wanted to let the Holy Court destroy the Vampire King's Will as soon as possible so that he could find a way to escape with the coffin and remains. However, could he make use of the remaining will of the Vampire King? While Feng Heng was pondering, he suddenly felt a stream of information being forcibly poured into his brain, and his face turned pale. Ding. You have gained the ability to temporarily control the Vampire King's afterimages. Ding. The Vampire King's clone ability is related to the current ability of his will. What's wrong? Markin was taking Feng Heng away from the coffin when he suddenly noticed that Feng Heng stopped. He saw that Feng Heng's face suddenly turned pale and there was a layer of sweat on his forehead. Feng Heng clutched his head, still feeling a little dizzy, as he quickly digested the huge amount of information that was forcefully injected into him. He could feel a weak spiritual link between himself and the coffin. Through the spiritual link, he could control the afterimages of the Vampire King that was fighting with the Holy Caste Knights around the coffin. In an instant, several thoughts arose in Feng Heng's mind. He reached out to support Markin and shouted to the High Priestess, "High Priestess, please be careful. The blood shadows are about to mutate." 915 Chaos what? Markin frowned and supported Feng Heng, looking at the High Priestess who was at the back. The High Priestess Susanna also heard Feng Heng's words and cast a sidelong glance at him. She still didn't agree with Feng Heng's words, shaking her head and waving to Markin to leave with his crazy believer. Markin pulled Feng Heng back. "Well, believer, please believe in our abilities. This is not your place." Swoosh. Swoosh swoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, a layer of red light appeared on the coffin of the Vampire King in the middle of the magic array. A dark purple blood light burst out from the 30-odd Vampire King afterimages that were originally fighting the Holy Knights around the coffin. Their speed suddenly increased. Skill burning blood. The blood shadows exploded with the greatest power under Feng Heng's control. Even though the effect duration of the burning blood skill would not exceed 1 minute, doing so would greatly reduce the effect duration of the blood shadows. The Holy Caste Knights who had gathered around the coffin didn't have time to react at all. By the time they wanted to turn back and stop the king's afterimages, most of the afterimages had already passed through the obstacles under Feng Heng's control. They quickly broke free from the entanglement of the Holy Knights and gathered outside the magic array, rushing towards the priests. The Holy Caste Knights wore thick armor and had extremely strong defensive abilities. However, their movement abilities were partially hindered as a result. For a moment, they could not catch up with the Vampire King's afterimages under the state of burning blood. Holy Word Domain. The priests of the Holy Court surrounding the magic array had solemn expressions. They all cast the Holy Word spell and opened up a circle of light to resist. The king's afterimages that were charging at the forefront slammed into the defensive circle of light without fear of death. Boom. Boom boom boom. At the moment of contact, the king's afterimages exploded one after another. The condensed shield was blasted away. The afterimages of the king quickly broke through and rushed into the group of priests. The opportunity had come. Seeing that the scene was in chaos and that the attention of the Holy Court was attracted by the king's afterimages, Feng Heng knew it was time for him to take action. "Quick, take me to the coffin." Feng Heng looked at Markin and shouted, "Hurry up. I can suppress them." Markin was stunned. This believer was right. The current situation was very chaotic. He didn't expect Feng Heng's perception to be so accurate in predicting that something would happen to the coffin of the Vampire King. Markin was hesitating whether he should believe Feng Heng's words and take him there. He was just a little surprised, but Feng Heng's speed suddenly exploded, passing by him in an instant and directly rushing toward the coffin in front of him. "Hey! Don't go there. Markin reached out his hand to stop Feng Heng, but suddenly, two shadows of the Vampire King attacked him from the right. He saw the king's after images holding a blood-red sword and stabbing straight at him. He didn't care about Feng Heng anymore. A holy light shield condensed around his body and he pulled out the silver long sword at his waist to block it. Feng Heng broke free from Markin's restraint and rushed all the way to the coffin of the Vampire King. The king's after images that were blocking his way had already been pushed away by him. The Holy Caste Knights had no intention of stopping him. There was no longer any obstruction between him and the coffin. As he got closer, Feng Heng discovered that the king's coffin was extremely huge. Less than 1/5 of it was exposed to the ground, while the rest was buried in the ground. Swoosh! Feng Heng quickly rushed to the front of the vampire's coffin and poured his mental strength into the ancient jade he had just obtained from Wu Sai-ing. Swoosh! In an instant, a strong undead aura spread out from the jade pendant. The spreading black aura instantly blocked Feng Heng's sight. The aura of the Death Realm. Feng Heng was very familiar with this aura. He had even been dealing with it some time ago. In an instant, under the influence of the thick aura of the Death Realm, the surroundings fell into darkness. Feng Heng's eyes were also covered by the dense aura of the Death Realm, and he couldn't see anything clearly. What's going on? I can't see. Be careful. This mist can weaken perception. It's the aura of the Death Realm. The undead will appear. The Holy Court's side was even more confused as they were fighting the King's Blood Shadow clones. They had just been fighting with the Vampire King, so why out of a sudden, there was this massive and strange aura of the Death Realm? In the darkness, little firefly-like lights appeared. The priests who had cast the Holy Light spell shouted, "Use the Holy Light spell. Dispel the darkness." Behind you. The priest's mouth was agape and his pupils were ashen. Wu Sai-ing, who was hiding in the shadows, appeared behind the priest who had released the Holy Light spell. Kai. The dagger easily cut open the priest's neck, and blood spurted out. The weak holy light that had just lit up dimmed again. In the central area that was enveloped by the aura of the Death Realm, Feng Heng ignored the chaos around him and stretched out his hand to press on the huge coffin of the Vampire King. He would make his move. He was going to snatch the coffin. If only I could directly put the Vampire King's coffin into my backpack and take it away. Feng Heng deliberated. In the next moment, several game hints appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! You have come into contact with the coffin of the Vampire King. Ding! A powerful soul is integrated into this item. The soul has a strong will. You cannot control it. You cannot make the choice to put it into your backpack. You cannot obtain the options it has. Ding! The player has attempted to occupy the coffin of the Vampire King. The player's current mission, the remains of the Vampire King, has triggered a branch option. There are 3 branch options. Realm mission, the remains of the Vampire King. Mission branch 1, obtain more vampire remains and try to absorb their power. Description: other than direct absorption, you seem to have found other ways to use the power of the vampire remains, but these methods are not necessarily reliable. Mission branch 2, obtain the vampire remains and offer them as a sacrifice to the Vampire King's will. Mission branch 3, currently triggered, exterminate the soul of the Vampire King within the coffin, obliterate its will, and attempt to obtain authority over the coffin. This was troublesome. Seeing the game notifications, Feng Heng's mind was filled with numerous thoughts. The Vampire King's will was attached to the inside of the coffin. If he wanted to take the coffin, he had to first deal with the King's will. What should he do now? How was he supposed to destroy the King's will and get the coffin under the watch of the Holy Court? While he was thinking quickly, Feng Heng sensed that something was approaching him quickly. Wu Sai-ing's voice was heard. "It's me. Go get the remains. We will retreat immediately." "No, I can't do it." Feng Heng couldn't see Wu Sai-ing clearly through the thick aura of the Death Realm. He could only look up in the direction of the voice and continued, "The coffin has partially fused with the remains, so I can't take it directly." Feng Heng wasn't bragging about this. The half-unsealed petrified right arm had been controlled by the King's will. If he tried to control it, it would likely cause a counterattack from the King's will. 916 Will in the dark, Wu Sai-ing frowned. She glanced at the coffin and quickly made a decision. "Forget it. Let's abandon the plan and go." "Don't. I have another idea. Let's try again." "Eh?" Wu Sai-ing raised her eyebrows in surprise and immediately said, "The terrain here is wide and open. The aura of the Death Realm's concentration will soon dissipate, and it will last for a minute at most. That's enough. I need your help." Wu Sai-ing was puzzled. She knew very well that she wasn't good at making plans, so she immediately made a decision and nodded. "Okay, what do you want me to do?" "Think of a way to get rid of the priests of the Holy Court first, the more the better. I will find a way to create an opportunity for you later. Once there's an opportunity, kill the High Priestess immediately, quick." "Yes, sure." Wu Sai-ing did not say anything more. She quickly merged into the aura of the death realm again. Feng Heng aimed in the direction where the bloody smell came from and raised his hand. In the dark, the priest who had been assassinated by Wu Xiang fell to the ground. The blood flowing from her body was drawn by Feng Heng's strength and gradually gathered in his palm. The blood was poured into the coffin under Feng Heng's control. After absorbing the blood, the coffin released an even more intense red light. Young descendant. Very good, I need more. More pure blood. Ding, you have injected fresh blood into the coffin of the Vampire King. The will of the Vampire King has been strengthened. Hey, King. Feng Heng faced the coffin of the Vampire King and muttered softly. He didn't know if the Vampire King's will could sense what he had said, but he was trying his best to save the situation. The Holy Court wants to kill you. If you want to live, you have to kill the High Priestess who is controlling the magic ray. Do you understand? Thump thump thump. The coffin began to shake weakly. The red aura kept overflowing from the coffin. With the remains on the coffin as the center, the blood gradually condensed into a faint shadow. Feng Heng heard the voice of the Vampire King. I need more pure fresh blood. Feng Heng squinted his eyes. Got it, got it. Blood, right? Kill Susanna and all the blood of the Holy Court will be yours. In an environment where the aura of the Death Realm was concentrated, after Wu Xiang killed 3 Holy Court priests in a row, the black fog began to fade. The members of the Holy Court gradually recovered their sight and they could see their surroundings clearly. What's that? The Holy Caste Knights immediately discovered that the coffin of the Vampire King, which was originally in the center of the magic array, was now covered by a crimson shadow. The Vampire King's afterimage. The difference was that this afterimage was even larger, and the right hand of the afterimage was carrying the king's right arm which had been petrified and sealed. And there was Feng Heng. Markin saw that Feng Heng was standing beside the coffin of the Vampire King, looking very strange. That believer? Immediately, a Holy Caste Knight shouted, Believer. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and leave. After a series of accidents, High Priestess Susanna sensed that the aura of the Vampire King was rapidly rising, and she loudly warned, the Vampire King's will has materialized. He is coming. The magical spell formation that was set up around the coffin of the Vampire King suddenly emitted a golden light. It had been activated to the extreme. Determination flashed in Susanna's eyes. If the Vampire King's will dared to come, then she would completely crush it. Maintain the magic array. Break it. Boom. A wave of lifeblood exploded around the coffin. At the same time, the phantom of the Vampire King outside the coffin left and went straight to the High Priestess Susanna. Feng Heng, who was the closest to the coffin, was still thinking about what to do. When he felt the aura of the sudden explosion, he was overjoyed. He immediately pretended to be lifted by the air wave and flew backward while howling. Bang! From an outsider's point of view, Feng Heng was merely sent flying by the aura of the Vampire King and fell on the outer ring of the magic array by chance. Feng Heng lay on the ground, pretending that he couldn't get up. He used his sharp thumbnail to quickly scratch his skin, and the blood that flowed out was gently wiped on the magic array on the ground. Kai Kai. The magic array under his body emitted a green mist as if it was burning. The golden light that enveloped the entire outer magic circle suddenly dimmed a little. What's going on? The aura of the Vampire King could affect the magic array? Susanna's brows furrowed. Humphrey. Putting up a stubborn resistance. If it was during normal times, it was very likely that someone would notice Feng Heng's small movements. But at the moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the Vampire King's will and they had no time to care about Feng Heng. Holy Word Domain. Susanna immediately gathered the Holy Court priests and injected her spiritual power into the magic array under her feet. A holy light shield opened up and blocked in front of the Vampire King's apparition. You're bluffing. Susanna stared at the incoming Vampire King's apparition and said sternly, he only has the strength for one attack. Block him. The Vampire King's will was infused with the power of blood. The petrified right arm of the Vampire King instantly condensed into a purple substance. It was wrapped in a dense power of lifeblood as it struck the light screen in front of it. Boom. His right arm, which was filled with lifeblood power, smashed into the light screen that was formed by nearly 30 Holy Court priests. Thump. The light screen shook violently. Susanna let out a muffled groan, and a dark red color seeped out of the corner of her mouth. The rest of the priests were in an even worse state. They felt as if they had been hit by a huge force, and blood was flowing out of their eyes, ears, and nose. A few of the priests who had just completed their advancement spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew back, unconscious on the ground. After the punch, the Vampire King's will was greatly affected, and his aura quickly weakened. Bang! The light screen shattered. Now! Susanna took a deep breath and pressed her hand on the Holy Cross on her chest. The Holy Cross bloomed with a dazzling golden light. Buzz! She poured her spiritual power into it crazily. After the light screen broke, The stars in the air condensed into a long judgment sword. Susanna raised her right hand and waved it in the air. Following the direction of her swing, the golden sword rose and condensed at the same time as it slashed at the already floating Vampire King's will. Boom! The slanted golden longsword sliced through the Vampire King's will like a knife through tofu, splitting it in two. Boom! The Judgment Sword and the blood-red phantom formed by the Vampire King will explode in front of everyone. The petrified Vampire King's right arm was once again blown away by the explosion, plowing a deep trench in the ground. At the same time, the aura surrounding the coffin in the center of the magic array in the distance quickly dimmed. Success. Seeing that the Vampire King's will had been broken, the people from the Holy Court were relieved. After releasing a full-powered attack, Susanna was a little weak. It was the moment when everyone was the most relaxed. Feng Heng, who was lying on the ground, stared at Susanna and thought to himself, this is a good opportunity. Kill her. 917 soul-bearing Wu Sai-Ing had been lurking on the side the whole time, looking for an opportunity. She didn't let Feng hang down and seize this fleeting opportunity with precision. A cold face appeared behind Susanna and a fair arm wrapped around Susanna's body and rested on her neck. The dark-colored dagger slashed across. Kai. Scarlet blood gushed out of Susanna's neck. A touch of dead ash appeared on the cut on Susanna's neck, and the light in her eyes quickly disappeared. High Priestess. Seeing this, the surrounding Holy Caste Knights were furious and attacked Wu Sai-Ing. After the successful attack, Wu Sai-Ing jumped back and quickly dodged into the distance. Holy Heal. The remaining priests hurriedly gathered around and tried to save High Priestess Susanna. Feng Heng laid on the ground and pointed in Susanna's direction. The priests of the Holy Court were casting their skills in a panic, but Susanna had been killed in one hit, and all healing skills were useless. They could even see the blood flowing out of Susanna's neck uncontrollably. The blood was drawn by a special force and quickly gathered toward the coffin. After absorbing the power of the blood, the Vampire King's after images that had dimmed around them once again bloomed with red light and pounced toward the Holy Court priests. Be careful. They're here again. The Holy Caste Knights immediately became alert and stepped in front of the priests, blocking the blood shadows. Markin also found an opportunity to come up with a few Holy Caste Knights, trying to pull Feng Heng up from the ground and take him away from the danger zone. He didn't expect Feng Heng to suddenly raise his head and shout in the direction of the landing point of the Vampire King's remains in the distance, quick! Find the remains of the Vampire King. Don't let the vampires get their hands on the remains. Markin hesitated. With the lesson learned, Markin had already regarded Feng Heng as an expert. Feng Heng gritted his teeth and said, don't mind me. Hurry. Yes. Markin nodded and led several Holy Caste Knights to the right where the remains of the Vampire King fell. While the Holy Caste Knights were busy collecting the remains of the Vampire King, Feng Heng stood up and ran to the coffin of the Vampire King not far away. He reached out and touched the coffin. Kai. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the coffin again. A red light overflowed and covered Feng Heng's palm. Ding, you have discovered the coffin of the Vampire King. Ding, the spirit of the Vampire King is currently in the coffin. You are unable to retrieve the coffin and gain temporary control over the coffin. Feng Heng frowned and made a judgment immediately. According to the game's notification, the king's will had been severely damaged, but he was not dead. He was still curled up in the king's coffin, so he could not retrieve the coffin yet. This was troublesome. Feng Heng was thinking about how to deal with it when Wu Sai-Ing's voice suddenly rang in his ears. There's no time. Do you want me to help you destroy it? Feng Heng was moved and asked, destroy it? What do you mean by that? The coffin is the carrier that carries the will of the Vampire King. In a hurry, even the Holy Court can only destroy the king's will by destroying the coffin. Just give up. You've caused a huge commotion, and the Holy Court's people outside are already gathering here. I can help you destroy the coffin, and getting its fragments is better than nothing. Is there no other way to get the soul out of the coffin completely? Feng Heng asked. Wu Sai-Ing's tone was cold and she said, it's very difficult. As far as I know, only a few extremely rare tools can do it. The 12 corporations have been searching for these special tools for years. From the current situation, they shouldn't have succeeded yet. The 12 corporations? They had also been looking for an item to seal the soul? Feng Heng's heart suddenly moved and he realized something. Suddenly, several thoughts flashed through Feng Heng's mind. From the moment he entered the Fallen Corridor, some of the past scenes quickly flipped through in his mind. The Shrine of Bones. Could it be that everything that happened in the Fallen Corridor was controlled by the 12 corporations? They had set their sights on the Fallen Corridor in order to obtain the Shrine of Bones. They wanted to use the soul-sealing skill of the Shrine of Bones to seal the soul of the Vampire King and use it to obtain the coffin. No wonder the Federation was so abnormal. Therefore, after they escaped from the Fallen Corridor, The Central Federation investigator who had a conflict with Teacher Pushi was most likely from the 12 corporations. In order to not let the Shrine of Bones fall into the hands of the 12 corporations, Teacher Pushi had chosen to hand the Shrine of Bones to him for safety reasons. That's right. Fang Heng's thoughts became clearer. The target of the 12 corporations was most likely the Shrine of Bones. The Shrine of Bones would definitely be able to deal with the Vampire King's will hidden in the coffin. At the thought of this, Fang Heng turned his wrist and took the Shrine of Bones in his hand. His expression was calm as he looked at the shadow beside him. Do you think this thing will be useful? A dark light emerged from the Shrine of Bones. Wu Xiang's pupils dilated hundreds of times when she saw the Shrine of Bones that Fang Heng took out casually. The shock in her heart could not be any greater. It was actually the Shrine of Bones. Wu Xiang looked at Fang Heng with surprise. How did the holy weapon of the Necromancer Association end up in his hands? Where did you get it? So it's useful? Fang Heng got a positive answer and was relieved. He immediately took out the Shrine of Bones. Item: Shrine of Bones. Damaged. Type: Holy Artifact. Status: Damaged. Usage requirement: Proficient in Necromancy. Description: A support type holy artifact that can absorb and transform the aura of the Death Realm. It possesses many unknown powers. After repair, it can activate even more unknown abilities. Additional skill 1, Purification. Able to absorb the aura of the Death Realm, vengeful spirits, unclean auras, and other auras, and purify them into a high concentration of the aura of death. Additional skill 2, Soul Bearing. Able to absorb and seal spirits. After a period of time, the sealed spirit's consciousness can be erased and it can be controlled. Additional skill 3, Mausoleum Guardian. Summons a King Guard to fight for you. You can channel the aura of death into the King Guard through the Shrine of Bones, increasing its strength. The King Guard's strength is related to the player's current level of necromancy and basic attributes. Fang Heng's eyes were focused on the second skill, Soul Bearing. Soul Bearing could seal the target's soul body, and it could even erase the soul body's consciousness to control it. Fang Heng didn't pay attention to the Shrine of Bones when he first got it. Now that he re-examined the skill, wasn't this soul bearing tailor-made for the Vampire King? As for whether he could erase the Vampire King's soul and consciousness and control it, Fang Heng didn't want to be greedy for the time being. In short, he would seal the soul first. Thinking of this, Fang Heng immediately injected his spiritual power into the Shrine of Bones. 918 An ancient wonder. The damaged Shrine of Bones gave off a weak light and a strong attraction emanated from the opening of the shrine. Suddenly, the Vampire King's coffin began to exude red lifeblood and the red lifeblood was being sucked in by the Shrine of Bones. What are you doing? Young descendant. Fang Heng heard the angry roar of the Vampire King's will. Quickly stop. How dare you? You pray that you don't fall into my hands. You will. Fang Heng remained unmoved and poured all his mental strength into the Shrine of Bones. The red aura that rolled out from the coffin was quickly absorbed by the Shrine of Bones. In just a short while, a red vortex that was visible to the naked eye was formed in front of Fang Heng. In the center of the land of origin, the Holy Court was fighting against the Vampire King's afterimages when they suddenly realized that the red aura on these afterimages seemed to be absorbed by something. They turned into fragments and were quickly sucked toward the rear. It was Fang Heng? That human? What was he doing? The priests and the holy caste knights looked in the direction of the afterimages and immediately noticed Fang Heng, who was holding the Shrine of Bones next to the coffin, and the red vortex he released. Everyone's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Roar. Fang Heng's ears were filled with an ear-piercing roar. Whoosh. The sound instantly disappeared. Almost at the same time, all the Vampire King's afterimages on the battlefield disappeared completely. The marginal domain of the land of origin started to shrink toward the center at an accelerated rate. Lines of game prompts quickly emerged on Fang Heng's retina. Ding. You have used the Shrine of Bones to seal an unknown soul. Ding. This soul has an extremely strong will. Ding. The Shrine of Bones skill 2, Soul Bearing, is currently unavailable. Ding. You have discovered the coffin of the Vampire King. Ding. Bloodline verification successful. This item is an ancient wonder and cannot be placed in the backpack. Ding. You have obtained temporary control over the Vampire King's coffin. You need to perform a ritual and sacrifice the 13 holy artifacts to obtain complete control over the Vampire King's coffin. Ding. You have mastered the sacrificial ritual of the Vampire King's coffin. Item: Vampire King's coffin tier, ancient wonder. When placed in a world, it can greatly improve the adaptability of the world of vampires, and improve the world rating. Description: a coffin created after the birth of the Vampire King by fusing with the initial source of life. It possesses great power. Additional skill 1, King's Afterimages. Skill description: the King's coffin can be used to summon the afterimages of the Vampire King to attack. The strength of the king's afterimages is related to the number of holy weapons used as sacrifice, the user's personal attributes, the blood affinity of the user, and the strength of the blood absorbed by the coffin. Additional skill 2, Deep Sleep, activated after obtaining complete control over the king's coffin. Skill description, bound to the soul of a vampire. The soul of the vampire will be resurrected in the coffin after death. This power can cross the ordinary world boundary. Additional skill 3, Bloodline, activated after obtaining complete control over the king's coffin. Skill description, by absorbing blood through the vampire coffin to refine the bloodline can be upgraded to the highest vampire king level. The vampire king's bloodline is unique. If there are other king bloodlines existing, the advancement of the king bloodline cannot be completed in future. Additional skill 4, the king's will, activated after obtaining complete control over the king's coffin. Skill description, passive effect after binding. All basic attributes of the player plus 20, blood affinity plus 60. Players can use all skills attached to the 13 holy artifacts and increase their final effects by 30%. For every additional holy weapon of the vampire sacrificed, basic attribute plus 0.5 and blood affinity plus 5. Additional skill 5 can be activated through a mission or after mastering certain academic skills. Skill description, there are mysterious lines at the bottom of the coffin. You may be able to decipher the writing by studying these lines or asking the Elders' Council for help. Additional skill 6 can be activated through a mission or after mastering certain academic skills. Skill description, you can feel that the coffin seems to have a mysterious power. After binding with the coffin completely, you can't try to explore or activate this power. Feng Heng's heart thumped wildly in excitement when he saw the rows of attribute skill descriptions on a king's coffin. That's amazing. An ancient wonder. It was indeed a treasure. This thing was definitely much more powerful than the remains of a single vampire king. No wonder its market price was 20 times that of the remains. Not to mention the other additional options and unknown options, just the advancement of the vampire king was worth the price. It was the only way for a vampire king to advance. Furthermore, the bloodline of the vampire king was unique. There could only be one bloodline. Before Feng Heng could carefully ponder over the hints given by the coffin, another line of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's realm mission branch has changed, triggering the current available special mission branch, the Vampire King's Secret. Current mission title, The Vampire King's Secret. Mission description, you have attempted to seal the Vampire King's will and discover the secret of the coffin. You have realized that the Vampire King's coffin is a special tool to advance the Vampire King. The current mission requirement is to hold a ritual and obtain control over the Vampire King's coffin. The power of the Vampire King. Looking at the game hint, Feng Heng took a deep breath and secretly restrained the excitement in his heart as he muttered to himself. For a moment, he thought of many things. It was no wonder that people in the outside world were willing to spend a large sum of money to purchase the king's coffin. It was not only a special item but also a way to advance to the king bloodline. It even hid a special mission. Wu Xiang, who was in stealth mode, frowned. She saw that Feng Heng had fallen into a long silence after using the Shrine of Bones. Feng Heng, how is it? Hee. There's a bit of trouble. Feng Heng nodded and responded softly after he had thought it through. In order to gain complete control of the coffin, he would have to perform a ritual and offer the 13 holy artifacts he had. The current situation was not good, and it was not realistic to complete the large-scale sacrificial ritual here. He had to find another method. He had to first think of a way to get the land of origin back. After that, he would let the Elders' Council carry out the ritual. After thinking clearly about his goal, Feng Heng turned to Wu Xiang and asked, "Are you interested in doing me a favor? Let's play something big?" "What?" "Think of a way to delay them. The longer the better." Feng Heng stretched out his hand and pressed on the coffin. A total of 18 holy weapons rose from his body and were all placed into the coffin by Feng Heng as the sacrifice. Boom. With the support of the holy weapons, the vampire's coffin once again erupted with a dense lifeblood power. Whoosh, whoosh. The afterimages of the Vampire King that had disappeared earlier began to materialize around the coffin. 919 control compared to before. After receiving the power from the holy weapon of the vampires, the Vampire King's afterimages were more solid and they even emitted a strong lifeblood aura. At the same time, Feng Heng felt a sense of weakness. Without the support of the holy weapons of the vampires, his own attributes had also dropped by a large amount. He could not even use the special skills attached to the holy weapons. At this moment, the people from the holy court were still in a state of confusion. They watched as Feng Heng used an indistinguishable prop to clear the Vampire King's afterimages and then stood next to the coffin in a daze. At first, they thought that he was an ally. However, seeing more and more afterimages around the king's coffin reforming, the people from the holy court became a little uncertain. It seemed that after the previous wave of afterimages was absorbed, the new wave of afterimages that appeared was even stronger. The people of the Holy Court were completely confused. Was this strange believer friend or foe? However, they finally realized Feng Heng's true identity when the resurrected vampire king's afterimages all raised their blood-red swords and charged toward them. So it's him. He's the one controlling the king's coffin. The Holy Court determined that Feng Heng was a troublemaker who had snuck into the Holy Court. You guys find a way to control the king's remains. I will stop him. A team leader of the Holy Caste Knights was shocked and furious. He shouted and rushed toward Feng Heng with his team. Outside the land of origin, more and more vampires came after receiving the message left by Jian Muzi. Mika and a few other vampires who were squatting at the periphery helped to gather the vampires into one group. After more than 10 minutes, the vampires had formed a combat force at the entrance of the land of origin. They even encountered a few Federation teams that came to investigate. Mika was anxious, and he could not help but take another look at the inside of the land of origin. The entire land of origin still looked calm. It had been so long, but there was no news of Feng Heng. Suddenly, Mika felt a strong presence coming from the distance and he looked up. Loeb, the prince of vampires, who was slightly injured, arrived with a group of vampires. Prince Loeb. Mika's eyes brightened. With the prince's return, their team's strength would improve greatly. Loeb had come in pursuit of the land of origin. He was puzzled when he saw a large number of vampires gathered at the periphery of the land of origin. What happened? Loeb asked with a frown. Why are you all here? Mika quickly explained what happened. Loeb's heart sank. From Mika's description, could it be that Jian Muzi had escaped after being defeated by the enemy? What's the condition of the sacrifice? Loeb continued to ask. This. Nate used a special method to fuse with the sacrifice. Mika didn't know how to explain it. He turned to the side and showed the two tyrant forms behind him. They are in stable condition. As long as they don't get agitated, they will be fine. Loeb raised his eyebrows as he was a bit surprised. He couldn't help but look at the few fusion tyrant forms that followed Mika. So it was them. Previously, Loeb had noticed the fusion tyrant forms when he was at war with the Federation. At that time, he was still curious and wondered what could cause the lifeblood power. It turned out that they had inherited the power of the Vampire King's remains. However, using such a strange creature as a sacrifice, was there really no problem? And he had always been curious about that strange vampire Nate. Who was he? Loeb had many questions in his head. Master, are you alright? Mika asked. The people from the Federation have been chasing us. They will probably be here soon. Loeb raised his head and looked at the depths of the land of origin behind him. He then asked, how long has Nate been in there? Mika was about to reply when suddenly, the fusion tyrant forms that were quietly following behind them reacted. A dark light flashed in their eyes, and they strode forward in unison, speeding towards the distant land of origin. The vampires were confused. What was going on? Did they just run away? The sacrifice actually ran away? Mika suddenly reacted and shouted, it's Nate. He must be in trouble. He is controlling the sacrifice to ask for help. Loeb frowned and made up his mind immediately. Let's follow them. Protect the sacrifice. Deep within the land of origin, Feng Heng pressed on the coffin of the vampire king with one hand. The blood of the dead priests laying on the ground flowed out from the wound on their necks, which was then guided into the coffin of the vampire king. Feng Heng's body was also shrouded in a layer of lifeblood. After absorbing the holy weapons of the vampires and the high priestess blood, the vampire king's afterimages attained a strong burst in power. They rushed forward to fight the Holy Caste Knights in close combat. Wu Sai-ing, who appeared from time to time on the battlefield, brought great trouble to the Holy Court's side and attracted a large part of the enemy's attention. No, it was still not enough. It was still lacking. Feng Heng's heart sank. The neighboring Holy Court teams that were originally responsible for scouting and guarding missions rushed to the center to provide support. Feng Heng could feel that the power of the holy weapons of the vampires that he had just sacrificed was being consumed rapidly, and the power of the Vampire King's afterimages was weakening rapidly. The power he could draw from the blood was also extremely limited, and he would probably not be able to hold on much longer. Vampire. You will pay the price. The High Priestess' death had completely infuriated the Holy Caste Knights. They shouted and rushed towards Feng Heng. Oh, you finally realized? Idiot. Facing the team of Holy Caste Knights who were the first to rush over, Feng Heng revealed a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth and immediately scuttled back. Die. Don't even think about running. A soul that has been bewitched by sin. The two Holy Caste Knights led their teams and chased after Feng Heng. Seeing that, Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Just as he had expected, after the death of the High Priestess, the Holy Court fell into great chaos. For a while, they had to deal with the afterimages of the Vampire King, treat the wounded, recover the remains of the Vampire King, and deal with Wu Xiang, who was constantly taking away lives in the dark. Until the damaged outer magic array was repaired, the Holy Court would not rashly destroy the coffin of the Vampire King. Feng Heng was completely relieved and immediately gave chase in the direction where the Vampire King's remains were located. Be careful. Stop him. The afterimages formed by the Vampire King's will had suffered a heavy blow from the High Priestess. Even the left arm of the king's remains had flown far away and was firmly embedded in the ground. Markin and a dozen holy cast knights were trying to pull it out of the ground. However, they realized that the stone was frighteningly heavy and they couldn't move it at all. Just when they were at their wits' end, they suddenly saw Feng Heng rushing towards them from behind. Kill him. Hurry up. Markin's eyes were filled with anger. 920 Filthy Believer. The team no longer cared about the remains of the king. They used a conventional tactical formation and firmly blocked all directions of attack from Feng Heng. Feng Heng had originally wanted to seize the king's left arm as a weapon of convenience, but he was dismayed when he saw the turtle shell formation. It was too hard. He had no way to attack. After a few attempts, the coffin lost the blood support provided by Feng Heng and the Vampire King's will. The priests had already cooperated with the Holy Cast Knights to quickly purify the weak Vampire King's afterimages. In just a short while, the Holy Court had already gathered a wave of people for battle and was trying to suppress Feng Heng. Wu Xiang appeared behind a priest and cut her neck expressionlessly to buy time for Feng Heng. At the same time, she sent a message to Feng Heng. The Shadow's power is about to be exhausted, and my combat power will be greatly reduced. Your plan has failed. Find a way to get the remains, and I will take you away. Feng Heng gritted his teeth. If he gave up now, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. If he had not seen the specific attributes of the Vampire King's coffin, Feng Heng might have really given up. Now, knowing that the coffin was the only way to break through the Vampire King bloodline, how could he give up now? Furthermore, there was still the secret hidden in the coffin. He could try and drag on for a little longer and wait for the fusion tyrant forms for reinforcements, then he would have the ability to completely reverse the situation. He would use that move, a trump card that he had been hiding all this while. Feng Heng closed his eyes and suddenly opened them again. 2 bloody crimson moons were reflected in his pupils. Ding, player has used the skill Everlasting Moon. Ding, it has been detected that the player is currently in chaotic mode. Advanced non-sequential world. Ding, error corrected. Player is currently in the land of origin. Player's skill form has changed. Ding, player has temporary access to the Vampire King's coffin. Player's skill form has changed. Fusing in progress. Ding, detected player's current state Sacred Study. Skill fusion in progress. Ding, fusion is in progress. Ding, player and his teammates have entered the reincarnation state. What? Markin, who was rushing towards Feng Heng, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He saw an orange-red moon shadow emerging in the dim land of origin. The ground beneath his feet began to shake and a strange energy fluctuation gathered and surged under his feet. Be careful. Bang. Cracks broke out in the decayed earth and a huge coffin emerged from under Feng Heng's feet. A huge coffin wrapped in a blood-red aura rose from the ground and levitated in the air. The coffin of the Vampire King? A huge coffin appeared under Feng Heng's feet and lifted him up into the sky. The afterimages of the Vampire King on the ground turned into lifeblood one after another and quickly condensed toward the coffin. A blood-red phantom condensed behind Feng Heng. That's... Markin couldn't help but stop short in his steps. He felt a great sense of crisis. The ground continued to roll about and then a number of blood-stained zombies crawled out from the ground. What made the people of the Holy Court feel extremely strange was that these zombies were shrouded in a layer of bloody mist, as if they were being controlled by the phantom of this bloody mist. In addition, the zombie's body was surrounded by a faint holy light shield. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies emerged from the ground and surrounded the people from the Holy Court. Ding, the sequence has passed. You have temporarily fused with the power of the Vampire's coffin and the Vampire King's phantom through a high sequence skill. Ding, you have summoned a mutated creature, the resurrected Filthy Believer. Check the details. All of Feng Heng's mental strength and will were now focused on controlling the Vampire's coffin. He could no longer focus on the information that was quickly refreshing on his retina. The Filthy Believers that emerged from the ground held broken filthy long swords and slowly gathered toward the Holy Cast Knights. Stop them. The Holy Cast Knights reacted and immediately retaliated with their weapons. Blow. Markin's long sword met with one of their broken and filthy long swords. Bang. Markin easily blocked the attack from the long sword. The resurrected Filthy Believer was knocked back a few steps by him. Markin quickly judged that the enemy's strength, speed, and other attributes were very weak. Everything was still within their control, but the number of enemies was simply too great. They had just repelled one, but another dozen or so emerged from the ground. In just a short while, hundreds of creatures had been resurrected from the ground. Furthermore, they were still in the process of being resurrected. What really made Markin feel threatened was the coffin of the Vampire King under Fang Heng's feet. After the fusion of the power of the coffin, Fang Heng's body was shrouded in a layer of the Vampire King's phantom, which made Markin fearful from the bottom of his heart. Wu Sai-Ing, who was in stealth mode, also had a surprised look in her eyes. Was this his trump card? Only world lords had a chance of obtaining power after completing a world hidden mission, and they had powerful rule strength. Wu Sai-Ing also noticed the reincarnation status on the game hint. Resurrection and undying. It made people gasp in admiration and envy. Wu Sai-Ing's eyes quickly regained their calmness. She emerged from the shadows and slit the throat of the holy court priest. Kai. Eh? The moment the priest's throat was slit, Wu Sai-Ing suddenly felt something strange. Swish swish. Blood gushed out of the wound and spurted out crazily. Even Wu Sai-Ing was surprised by the amount of blood loss. The blood that gushed out of the wound immediately gathered towards the phantom on top of the coffin. In less than a few seconds, the dead priest on the ground was sucked dry and turned into a dry corpse. The expressions of the priests who noticed this changed drastically. Wu Sai-Ing's assassination was already terrifying enough, but now, the way the priest died made them even more frightened. Wu Sai-Ing frowned slightly and immediately thought of something. She quickly charged at the nearest priest. The priest who was being targeted was terrified. He activated his holy light shield and pointed at Wu Sai-Ing at the same time. He said in a hurry, "Holy word entangle." A holy light chain appeared under Wu Sai-Ing's feet. Wu Sai-Ing was affected by the chain and she paused in her movement. Then she suddenly threw her right hand forward. Kai. The dagger made a sound as it pierced through the holy light barrier. The priest quickly dodged to the side. The dagger brushed past him and cut his shoulder, leaving a bloody mark. The priest's heart was beating wildly. He was fortunate that he managed to dodge pretty fast, but then he felt strange. Eh? The priest's pupils shrank. He suddenly felt weak and his face turned pale. Kai. He lowered his head and looked at his right arm, which had been cut open. Blood was actually spurting out from the wound. It was just a cut, but the amount of blood loss was ridiculously high. 921 blood. The blood gathered toward the Vampire King's phantom, who was in the air. The priest was so scared that he quickly cast a healing spell to heal the wound. When he looked up again, Wu Sai-Ing had disappeared from the land of origin again. The loss of blood caused the priest to feel dizzy. He immediately understood the horror of this group of resurrected undead creatures and shouted to his companions. Be careful. Don't let them attack you, don't let them cut any wounds on you. You must receive treatment immediately. Fortunately, most of the Holy Court's defensive abilities were extremely strong. The Holy Caste Knights and priests all had holy light shields to protect them. The group of undead creatures that had been resurrected from the ground could not break through their outer defenses in a short time. Otherwise, once a wound was cut, it would be very troublesome. Markin also noticed it. A few unlucky fellows, who were already seriously injured and had wounds that had yet to heal, were sucked dry in the blink of an eye. After absorbing a large amount of blood, the aura surrounding Fang Heng and the vampire's coffin grew stronger and stronger. What should he do? Markin didn't know how to deal with the current situation, which was at his disadvantage. In the face of endless resurrections, all they could do now was to resist, but how long could they resist? There was also the assassin who had taken advantage of the chaos to continuously slit the throats of priests in the dark. Under such a dangerous situation, the Holy Court had no time to care about her. Not far away, Prince Loeb led the vampire team to chase after the fusion tyrant forms as they ran into the depths of the land of origin. Suddenly, Mika noticed something and pointed at the sky. Look! What the hell is that? Everyone looked in the direction Mika was pointing at. That was. An orange-red moon had appeared in the land of origin. The Vampire King's coffin was suspended high in the air. The huge phantom of the Vampire King rose from behind the coffin, and the person standing on top of the coffin was actually Nate? Mika was extremely shocked when he saw Fang Heng, who was wearing a mask. What had happened? Nate had control over the power of the Vampire King? What about Mr. Jian? What was Nate doing now? Hurry up. Let's go and see. Loeb sensed the pressure from the Vampire King's power and immediately called the Marquis of the Vampires to speed up. He bypassed the running fusion tyrant forms and rushed in Fang Heng's direction. The vampire's speed was extremely fast, and they arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Then, they saw Fang Heng, who was controlling the vampire's power to fight with the Holy Court team in midair. Help him! Loeb shouted and took the lead to attack the Holy Court. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, seeing the battle between the Holy Court and the vampires were stunned for a moment before they came up with their own version of the story. Needless to say, Fang Heng must have had a conflict with the Holy Court. Feng Heng was risking his life for the glory and future of the vampires. How could they just stand by and watch? Of course, they had to help Feng Heng attack the Holy Court. As for the whereabouts of Jian Muzi, why was Feng Heng able to control the coffin of the Vampire King, and what was going on with those undead creatures, all of this was not important. They would be able to figure it out after defeating the Holy Court. The Holy Court's side was shocked to see the vampires that had joined the battle. This was terrible. Although there were many undead creatures resurrected from the ground, they were not strong enough and could not cause any substantial damage to the turtle shells of the Holy Court, which was known for its defense. However, it was a completely different story now that they had encountered the reinforcements of the vampires. What was even worse was that the first batch of reinforcements was an elite team led by a prince of vampires. Under the leadership of Prince Loeb, a few marquises of the vampires charged out from the side. Mika, who joined in the attack, quickly noticed something strange. The blood blade cut through the armor of a holy caste knight and left a wound on his body. The wound was small and would not have been a big deal under normal circumstances. But now, this move was like breaking a hole in a high-pressure water pipe. Blood spurted out crazily and the excessive amount of blood shocked Mika. Upon closer inspection, the blood that was flowing out quickly gathered toward the Vampire King's phantom in the air. What's this? Mika couldn't help but open his mouth when he thought of how Feng Heng controlled blood in the cave not long ago. When did Brother Nate become so strong? Could he have inherited the power of the Vampire King? The thought flashed through his mind and he quickly added a few more wounds on the Holy Caste Knights. Kai. Blood gushed out of the Holy Caste Knight's wound and in less than a second, the blood in his body was quickly drained and he fell to the ground. Before Mika could share this surprising discovery, the other vampires also noticed it. They immediately switched tactics. As long as they could break through the defense of the Holy Court and leave wounds on them, they would be able to watch a good show afterward. Even if it was only a wound that was less than a centimeter long, the Holy Caste Knights would fall unconscious from blood loss in just over 10 seconds if the wound was left unattended. To the Holy Court, this was an unprecedented nightmare. The Holy Caste Knights around them quickly fell, and the Holy Court was suppressed. They had no choice but to quickly gather in the center and rely on the strength of their team to resist. The vampires were also approaching the center quickly. In the air, above the coffin, Feng Heng's forehead was covered in sweat, and the veins on his neck were bulging. He was almost at his limit. The Vampire King's phantom was already in a semi-congealed state. Feng Heng could feel that it would take a long time before the Vampire King's physical body was fully condensed, but he did not have enough mental strength to continue. If he forcefully held on for another 10 or so seconds, the backlash would be extremely terrifying. By the time the everlasting moon's duration ended, he would completely lose his ability to fight. He might even directly faint. No. The Vampire King's coffin was not in his hands yet. He still had to maintain his basic combat strength, and he could not go down like that. However, the area in front of him was already covered in red, so it was difficult for him to see the target clearly. Feng Heng gritted his teeth and no longer cared about that. He directly controlled the king's phantom to launch an indiscriminate area attack. Suddenly, everyone present noticed the Vampire King's phantom's strange behavior. A terrifying fluctuation rippled out from the Vampire King's phantom. What? Loeb's pupils shrank as he felt a strong sense of danger. He immediately shouted, "Be careful. Quickly retreat." Behind Feng Heng, the phantom of the Vampire King raised his hands high and clenched his fists above his head, forming a posture that looked like he was kowtowing. The marquises of vampires who were involved in the battle also sensed the terrifying fluctuations that were about to erupt and quickly retreated. Wu Xiang, who was hiding in the dark, had already avoided the dangerous area. The members of the Holy Court also displayed fearful expressions. However, they had been forced to gather together by the vampires from the beginning, and it was too late to run now. Everyone could feel the trembling ground beneath their feet. Stop him. Activate the protective barrier. 922 The Chosen One Markin shouted and condensed the holy light protection barrier with all the holy caste knights and priests. Feng Heng was already like an arrow at the end of its flight after using all his strength to summon the everlasting moon. His consciousness was already a little blurry. He had originally used all his strength and wanted to directly control the Vampire King to launch an indiscriminate attack to kill the Holy Court first. He did not expect to see a large golden holy light barrier rising in front of him. I was just worried about not having a target to attack, and you gave me a long-range positioning? Feng Heng immediately controlled the Vampire King's after images to smash the golden holy light barrier in front of him. Boom. The fists of the Vampire King's phantom fell from the sky and slammed into the holy light barrier. The holy light barrier was instantly broken without any resistance. After breaking the holy light barrier, his fists landed on the barrier again. Boom. The aura exploded for the second time. Under the Vampire King's hammering, dark purple lifeblood burst out. The lifeblood condensed into a blood-colored hemisphere, releasing a terrifying suction force. Everything, including the holy court, was annihilated in the purple sphere. A trace of fear flashed through the eyes of Prince Loeb, who was quickly fleeing backward. He saw with his own eyes that Mika, who was running away at full speed, was swallowed by the explosion of the lifeblood behind him, completely losing his sense of presence. If I didn't run so fast just now and was accidentally sucked into the energy ball, Loeb thought to himself. He didn't think that he could survive himself. The power from the purple sphere condensed for more than a second before it completely disappeared. There was a deep pit left in the area where the lifeblood exploded. Loeb was secretly speechless. The terrifying power didn't dissipate. With a single strike, the Holy Court and vampires who couldn't dodge in time were all killed. Huh? All of a sudden, Loeb felt a familiar aura. He was startled. What was going on? Why did his perception appear again? The vampires who had clearly lost their lives in the battle had actually been resurrected. Loeb was extremely surprised when he looked at the hole created by the lifeblood. Mika, who thought he was going to die, reappeared in the hole. He clenched his fist, feeling as lost as Loeb. He was dead? But he became alive again? Was this reincarnation? After experiencing death, Mika felt that his body was in a better condition than before. He quickly looked around. Nearby, the other vampires who had not been able to escape in time were also resurrected one by one with stunned expressions. Following that, the vampires revealed happy expressions. They were thankful to be alive. The orange-red moon in the sky gradually dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Boom. Feng Heng stepped on the coffin of the Vampire King and fell to the ground with him. The coffin of the Vampire King made a dent in the ground, and the remaining filthy believers in the surrounding area fell down one after another and fused back into the earth. Po! Feng Heng was half kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with one hand and gasping for breath. Sweat kept sliding down from both sides of his cheeks. He felt his temples swelling, and his head was buzzing. Let's get rid of the people from the Holy Court first. Loeb finally recovered his composure. After a quick glance around the battlefield, he immediately started to control the situation. There was still a small team of the Holy Court that had rushed over to help. He immediately called for the rest of the vampires to get rid of them. Mika quickly ran to the shaky Feng Heng and supported him. Nate, are you okay? Loeb also flew down from the sky and carefully observed Feng Heng's condition. Feng Heng was suffering from the after effects of mental strength exhaustion. He clenched his fists tightly and his head was buzzing. He could not hear what Mika was saying. Mika took a look at the scene and the coffin of the Vampire King behind Feng Heng. He didn't know what to say and stammered, this. Mika couldn't help but make his own guess after seeing what happened just now, how Feng Heng controlled the coffin and the miracle of Feng Heng's resurrection. Nate, don't tell me that you already received the inheritance of the Vampire King? Feng Heng was still a little dizzy, but he sobered up a little after hearing the word inheritance. Right. The inheritance. The coffin of the Vampire King. The people from the Holy Court had only been temporarily repelled, and the danger was far from over. They had to find a way to get the coffin of the Vampire King back as soon as possible. Feng Heng gritted his teeth and endured the sharp pain in his head, saying, "Hurry up. Get the Elders' Council to see me, quickly." Mika and Loeb exchanged a look. There was no mistake. It was Nate. They didn't know what had actually happened, and why the successor to the Vampire King had changed from Jian Muzi to Nate. However, the scene of Feng Heng controlling the coffin of the Vampire King was enough to explain everything. Nate could control the power of the Vampire King and release such a powerful force. He also had control over the lives of the vampires. Who else could it be but him? Most importantly, he could easily touch the coffin of the Vampire King. Besides Jian Muzi, he was the only one. He was also the one chosen by the Vampire King. To them, there was only one explanation. Nate had obtained the inheritance of the Vampire King by chance. In their excitement, the vampires completely ignored the weak holy light aura on Feng Heng's body. "Alright, you stay here and rest. I will go get them." Mika nodded solemnly and ran away. He was more and more certain that Feng Heng was the successor to the Vampire King. The future of the vampires. For the future of the vampires, he had to go all out. Feng Heng closed his eyes and tried to do deep breathing. A long illness makes the patient into a good doctor. He was almost used to this state of mental exhaustion. He even had the experience to try to recover from mental exhaustion faster. Not far away, seeing that Feng Heng had taken control of the situation with the vampires, Wu Xiang, who had been secretly planning to save Feng Heng, put down the dagger in her hand. It looked like he wouldn't be fighting with the vampires. Wu Xiang was very curious about how Feng Heng became so familiar with the vampires, so she tried to communicate with Feng Heng through the spiritual link. However, Feng Heng was currently in a state of mental confusion and couldn't complete the spiritual link smoothly. Helplessly, Wu Xian could only hide in the dark for the time being and wait and see. Very quickly, the fusion tyrant forms and the vampires that came after completely occupied the central area of the land of origin. A few vampire elders also rushed over for support. They gathered around Feng Heng one after another and looked at him carefully. They had already heard everything that happened from Mika. The person in front of him had already inherited the power of the Vampire King. Feng Heng adjusted his mental state, opened his eyes again, and took a deep breath. His spirit was still in a state of backlash, but his combat power had recovered by 30%. It was best not to use any mental strength skills for the time being. 923 Transformica saw that Feng Heng had woken up and asked anxiously, "Nate, are you feeling better?" "Yes, it's a little difficult to control the power of the coffin. I've suffered quite a bit of backlash." Feng Heng didn't expect that in a special state like the Land of Origin, the Everlasting Moon skill could actually fuse with the Land of Origin and the Vampire King's coffin. After hearing what Feng Heng said, the vampire's eyes shone with excitement. There was no mistake. Only the successor of the Vampire King could control the coffin. Feng Heng's words once again convinced the vampires that he had successfully inherited the will of the Vampire King. "Nate." Mika couldn't hide his excitement. He grabbed Feng Heng's shoulder and asked anxiously, "Is there a way to break the curse in the king's inheritance?" "Curse?" Feng Heng was stunned. He noticed that the surrounding vampires were all staring at him with burning eyes. Feng Heng suddenly understood. This group of vampires. Did they misunderstand something? Seeing their eager eyes, several thoughts flashed through Feng Heng's mind. Mika quickly asked, "Nate, do you have any?" "Yes." Feng Heng muttered to himself for a moment and looked at the vampires who had gathered around him. Indeed, as expected, there are clues related to the curse in the coffin. However, these clues can only be solved through a ritual. There's no way to hold the ritual in this place right now. We need to find a way to bring the coffin back first and then analyze it. The vampires were pleasantly surprised when they heard Feng Heng's words. Even Prince Loeb couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy in his eyes. All right. They really found it. Jian Muzzy did not lie to them. The curse that originated from the bloodline had always been the biggest obstacle to the advancement of vampires. It was like the sword of Damocles that had always hung over the heads of the vampires. This time, Loeb had used up a great amount of his life force just to enter the real world for battle. If Jian Muzzy had not repeatedly guaranteed that he would definitely break the curse, he would not have come here. Not all that Feng Heng said was the truth, nor was it entirely a lie. There were secrets related to the vampires hidden in the coffin, but he didn't know whether these secrets were related to the curse of the vampires. Looking at everyone's expressions, Feng Heng knew that he had succeeded in fooling them. He said seriously, "Everyone, Mr. Jian is being pursued by the Holy Court and his whereabouts are unknown. The Holy Court and other forces are eyeing this place covetously and may attack at any time. We need to quickly transfer him back to the world of vampires and then think of a way to hold a ritual to break the secret of the vampire's curse." As Feng Heng's loyal follower, Mika immediately nodded and agreed, "Yes, the Federation is about to catch up. We can't stay here any longer. Let's take the king's coffin and leave. I need to immediately perform the ritual and do a reversal summoning of the entire Land of Origin. I will need the assistance of the elders." The vampire elders naturally did not refuse. They nodded in unison. "Yes, Your Majesty. We will immediately start preparing for the ritual." Now that the situation was critical, Feng Heng didn't care so much. He directly assumed the name of a fake vampire king and got these vampires to help him with things first. This was the fastest and most efficient way. As for when the lie will be exposed, he would leave that for later. By then, the Vampire King's coffin would already be in his hands. It didn't matter. Loeb nodded and said, "All right. There are still many teams from the Holy Court nearby. I will bring some people over to clear them up. We will think of a way to stop the Federation from chasing us and delay their speed of entering the Land of Origin. The rest of you must protect the king and the ritual." "Yes." After giving his instructions, Loeb hurriedly led a group of vampires to intercept the Federation outside the Land of Origin. Feng Heng also drew a simple sketch of the magic array and immediately signaled the vampire elders to start setting up the reversal summoning ritual according to the sketch. Previously, Jian Muzzy had used a ritual to summon the Land of Origin into the real world. What Feng Heng had to do now was to set up a new summoning ritual and reverse the Land of Origin to summon it back. The place that was reversed was naturally not the original Land of Origin, but Zombie Apocalypse District 8. Zombie Apocalypse District 8 was the safest place as it had the newbie protection attribute. Even if an accident happened and Jian Muzzy wasn't chased to death by the people of the Holy Court, the 12 corporations wouldn't be able to do anything even if they went crazy and wanted to fight him to the death. Within a short period of time, Feng Heng had quickly sorted out his thoughts. Before that, He still needed to go to Zombie Apocalypse District 8 to set the coordinates of the reverse teleportation and let the vampires in District 6 of the World of Vampires be ready to receive him. While he was pondering, Wu Xiang's voice rang in his ear. Feng Heng, it seems that you have recovered. I have lost my combat ability. It is time to complete the agreement between us and hand over the remains of the Vampire King to me. Feng Heng's heart moved upon hearing that. To be able to came to this point, Wu Xiang's help was indispensable. Alright, show yourself. It's very safe with me here. With that, Feng Heng slowly walked to the right arm of the Vampire King at the edge of the pit. He reached out and lifted the remains of the Vampire King that was deeply embedded in the ground. He was a little reluctant. Feng Heng held the petrified right arm in his hand and weighed it. After all, the right arm of the petrified Vampire King was a very handy weapon. However, compared to the coffin of the Vampire King, the value of the Vampire King's remains was not worth much. Feng Heng handed it over. He had a good relationship with Wu Xiang. The impression Black Castle gave him was that they kept their word, and Feng Heng would not fall out with Wu Xiang over an agreement that had been reached long ago. Besides, there was no need to have another powerful enemy at the moment. Wu Xiang's figure gradually appeared in front of Feng Heng. When the vampires saw the human who had suddenly appeared, they all looked at her warily. Feng Heng raised his hand to stop the vampires from taking action. Don't be nervous. She's a friend and is here to help us. Wu Xiang nodded to Feng Heng and quickly made a hand gesture with her hands. Feng Heng felt a slight breeze blowing past. Then, a black aura seeped out of the pendant on Wu Xiang's chest and spread toward the petrified right arm of the Vampire King in his hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In just a few seconds, the black aura had completely enveloped the remains of the Vampire King. Wu Xiang flipped her wrist and opened it. There was a yellow gem in the center of her palm. She threw it in front of her and a gemstone condensed into a wooden box that was more than a meter long in the air. It fell to the ground. The king's remains, which were wrapped in a black aura, swayed from Feng Heng's hand into the wooden box under Wu Xiang's control. Boom. The box was closed. Thank you. Even though this cooperation with you wasn't very pleasant, I will tell you another piece of bad news. The Holy Court team was completely annihilated by Jian Muzi's ambush. He's currently rushing over here. Wu Xiang sent the message and nodded at Feng Heng. She picked up the wooden box on the ground and slowly disappeared again. I hope we can work together again next time. I hope the shadows will follow you. 924 Obliterating Will. Feng Heng frowned, his brows knitted into a line. It was Jian Muzi. Not only did he not die, but he also killed the Holy Court's pursuers. Feng Heng suddenly had a feeling that perhaps all of this was part of Jian Muzi's scheme. It was bad news no matter what. He had to deal with the Federation as well as the 12 corporations. This game was so difficult. He had to bring the coffin home before Jian Muzi arrived. Hey, Nate. Mika had been watching Wu Xiang who had disappeared into the shadows. He walked to Feng Heng and asked in a low voice, who is she? She looks extremely dangerous. I can't sense her presence at all. A friend. She needs the king's remains to do something. Don't bother about her. Feng Heng made up an excuse and patted Mika's shoulder, saying, Mika, you take care of this place. I need to get into the coffin and move it. Mika immediately felt the heavy responsibility of reviving the vampires. He nodded solemnly and said, good. No problem, don't worry and leave this to me. Alright, I will leave it to you. I trust you. Feng Heng nodded and walked straight to the coffin of the Vampire King and stopped in front of it. At this moment, the Vampire King's coffin was completely revealed to everyone. The entire coffin was divided into an upper and lower layer. The upper layer was about the size of a normal human coffin, while the lower layer was originally buried underground. It was about 3 meters tall, 9 meters long, and 4 meters wide. It was several times larger than a normal coffin. Under the gaze of all the vampires, Feng Heng reached out and opened the coffin of the Vampire King, then flipped over and jumped in. Bang! Feng Heng jumped to the bottom of the coffin and observed the space inside. As a matter of fact, the upper and lower layers of the coffin were connected together. Feng Heng jumped to the bottom of the second layer with one leap. Upon closer inspection, there were some special characters and symbols engraved on the inner walls of the coffin. Feng Heng couldn't help reaching out to touch the symbols. A line of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! You have discovered some strange and special characters. Ding! You don't have any special skills, you can't distinguish the meaning of the words. It seems that these symbols are related to the secret of the Vampire King's coffin, Feng Heng muttered to himself. Forget it, I will take my time to study it after I bring the entire coffin back. Bang! Feng Heng closed the lid of the coffin, and everything in front of him fell into darkness. He closed his eyes. A light red magic array appeared under Feng Heng. Western Region Federation. High up in the sky, A dense black mass of vampires covered the sky as they flew forward quickly. The leader was the prince of the vampires. Below them, a military truck was driving quickly along the road. Muzzy sat in the front passenger seat. His face was a little pale. With the cooperation of the 12 corporations, he had racked his brains to lure the 2 judges of the Holy Realm into the ambush that he had prepared in advance. Then, with the help of the magic array that he had prepared in advance, he killed them completely. For this, Muzzy had also paid a great price, and his strength had been greatly weakened. Controlling the power of the Vampire King's remains was more difficult than he had expected, and the backlash was more intense. Once his body was weakened, the Vampire King would take advantage of the weakness and continuously eat away at his brain. Suddenly, Muzzy's face turned extremely pale. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He couldn't help but reach out and press on the door of the truck beside him. Ka. There was a huge handprint on the wall. Damn it. The side effects of forcefully injecting the power of the Vampire King were so terrifying. Ah! Muzzy cried out in pain. The right side of his face gradually twisted and squirmed, and another squirming face actually appeared. In the driver's seat, Ni Tongming observed Muzzy out of the corner of his eye, his left hand quietly placed on the small laser weapon on the driver's seat. Hum. After this strange state lasted for a few seconds, the face on the right side of Muzzy's face gradually disappeared. In just a few seconds, Muzzy seemed to have used up all his strength. He leaned against the back of the chair, breathing heavily. His back was already soaked with sweat. Upon seeing this, Ni Tongming retracted his left hand and placed it on the steering wheel. Mr. Jian, please be patient. We will return to the land of origin now, and someone will come over to pick us up soon. Muzzy's expression became slightly better. He asked, how's the situation at the land of origin? Because of the destroyed communication equipment, the people we sent over are still investigating the periphery. We can confirm that the other side has been temporarily occupied by the Holy Court. However, it will take a long time for the Holy Court to purify and eliminate the Vampire King's will, and the vampires should have received the emergency assembly signal you left behind and gone to support them. If everything goes according to plan, we will definitely make it if we go there now, Ni Tongming answered. Muzzy clenched his teeth, and the lifeblood flowing out of his body slowly healed his wounds. It's all because of your incompetence. If we could get 2 more, no, 1 more king's remains, we wouldn't have to waste so much time like now. Please don't be angry. Ni Tongming smiled. A lot of things have happened, and the 12 corporations are under a lot of pressure. At least for now, we still have the initiative. Before he could finish his words, Ni Tongming stopped. He noticed that Muzzy's expression had become extremely terrible in an instant. What's wrong? Ding, part of your will that you left in the coffin of the Vampire King has been obliterated. You have lost temporary control over the coffin of the Vampire King. Muzzy clenched his fists so tightly that they made creaking sounds. His expression was extremely gloomy. He said, the Vampire King's will has disappeared. Ni Tongming frowned. Are you sure? I am very sure. What's going on? I don't know. Muzzy took a deep breath and composed himself. He then added, it's strange that the king's coffin was not damaged. Hearing this, Ni Tongming was even more confused, and his brows unconsciously furrowed together. When he first heard the news, he thought that the people of the Holy Court had used some method to destroy the coffin of the Vampire King in advance. However, it didn't seem to be the Holy Court's doings. Who is it? Ni Tongming asked. I don't know. The plan that Muzzy had designed in advance was very dangerous. In fact, when it was executed, there were many issues with it. However, in general, everything was going according to plan. They had foreseen the Federation's reaction in advance, the time of the Federation's action, the time when the door of heaven would open, and the maximum combat power of the Holy Court that could pass through the door of heaven. Muzzy couldn't change the fusion location of the land of origin, so he chose a safe method. He divided the Holy Court into different groups and lured a part of them to the Western Federation. He planned to ambush and kill them all. As for the land of origin, the remaining will of the Vampire King, together with the remains of the king he left behind, and the continuous stream of dukes of the vampires and princes coming to support him should theoretically be able to hold on for a long time. However, they had already achieved great success, so why did they suddenly encounter such a huge change? Muzzy felt extremely uneasy. 925 A big move. Could it be that someone was dreaming of snatching the king's coffin? And he actually succeeded? However, how did that mysterious person manage to destroy the will of the Vampire King under the dual pressure of the Holy Court and the vampires? It was impossible for anyone to do it. There was only one answer. It was the Holy Court. The Holy Court had used a holy weapon to purify the Vampire King's soul and will. They even wanted to take the coffin of the Vampire King. The only good news was that his realm mission line was still there, and the Vampire King's coffin had not been destroyed. There was still hope for them. How could it be so easy to take away the king's coffin? It would be difficult even if he were to completely destroy the will of the Vampire King. Hurry up. Let's make the best use of our time and immediately rush back to the land of origin. Yes. Ni Tongming made a phone call as he spoke. The space passage is ready. I've already sent someone to check the situation inside the land of origin. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Heng appeared in the game again. Feng Heng revealed himself in a small hut in the Vampire Apocalypse District 1. I need to go back to Zombie Apocalypse District 8. Feng Heng looked around to make sure that he was safe and then immediately opened the game system settings. Ding. During the time you went offline, your zombie clone, Fusion Tyrant form, died. Click here to check the detailed battle log. Ding. The player is currently in an invasion state. The current world's world lord can check part of your information. Ding. It has been detected that the player's remaining time in the world is 22 hours. The player is currently in a safe area and in a safe state. The player can spend 20 King of Gods points to bind the safe teleportation area here and 220 King of Gods points to return to the world in advance. 240 points? Such an exorbitant price. Feng Heng cursed in his heart. He had no choice, and he couldn't just waste another 22 hours to bind the teleportation point and return immediately. Taking advantage of the fact that Jian Muzzy had yet to return to the game world, Feng Heng directly spent 240 King of Gods points to return to the zombie apocalypse base camp. Then, he hurriedly returned to District 6 of the world of the vampires through the teleportation passage. At this time, the vampires in District 6 of the world of vampires were still on standby in the square. Seeing Feng Heng come back through the teleportation passage again, they all knelt down on one knee. Your Majesty. Feng Heng's gaze quickly swept across the vampires and he nodded. This is an urgent mission. I need you all to return to the Anjita's cave immediately and set up a reverse teleportation magic array. Adia, Hayas, I will leave the teleportation ritual to you. You must complete it as soon as possible. After saying that, Feng Heng handed the drawing of the magic array that he had drawn in a hurry to Hayas. By the way, leave a few people with me. I am going to the dark prison of blood. All the vampires nodded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing that Feng Heng quickly appeared and gave a few instructions before quickly entering the dark prison of blood, the vampires immediately took action. Hayas lowered his head and studied the hand-drawn magic array ritual drawing left by Feng Heng. He couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Adia asked, Elder, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the blueprint? No, it's a blueprint of an ancient magic array ritual. Hayas studied the drawing carefully, his brows furrowed. It's a large-scale magic array, and it's extremely complicated. It needs a lot of materials to set up. We need to speed up. I will give you a list, and the materials on it must be collected and transported to the Anjita's cave as soon as possible. All right. Adia nodded, her heart throbbing as well. An ancient magic array? What kind of big move was the king preparing for? Outside the land of origin, the elite team of the North Federation rushed to the land of origin after assembling. The headquarters had received information that the land of origin that the vampires summoned was located in their Northern Federation. The vampires who had escaped earlier had already brought the remains of the Vampire King to the land of origin together. This time, a total of 3 elite teams of the Federation's Inspection Bureau had joined forces. Together with some of the main forces of the Federation Operations Department and the high-tier equipment that had been transported over, the overall strength of the Federation had increased greatly. They had the advantage of time and place. If they met Loeb again, he would definitely suffer a great loss. They would directly attack the vampire's lair and obtain the Vampire King's remains. Liang Yu's team had suffered quite a bit earlier, so they were all raging with anger. What? Halfway through, Liang Yu heard a message from the communication device and frowned. Is your source reliable? Yes, sure. Liang Yu nodded and hung up. She looked at the other members of the team. The Holy Court team has already entered our world through the door of heaven. Jian Muzzy has already been expelled from the land of origin by the Holy Court team. The higher-ups just contacted me, telling us not to rashly start a war with the Holy Court. Fuck. The Holy Court. Li Ran couldn't help but curse. They had come all the way here, and now the Holy Court was one step ahead of them, and they had to watch as the Holy Court took the remains of the Vampire King. Captain, what do you say? Are we really just going to be onlookers now? Liang Yu was also unhappy, but she still nodded and said, it's a mission from the higher-ups. Anyway, the situation isn't as bad as we thought. Let's go and take a look first. In the crowd, Old Black's expression was uncertain. The fact that the Holy Court had entered the real world through the door of heaven so quickly was beyond his expectations. He had been trying to communicate with Feng Heng all the way, but he found that he couldn't get in touch with him at all. It was most likely that a huge problem had occurred at the land of origin. He couldn't help much at the moment and could only hope that everything would go well on Fang Heng's side. Very quickly, a team from the Federation approached the land of origin. In front of them, the boundary between the real world and the world of the land of origin was rapidly shrinking. Old Black looked at the shrinking world border and said to everyone, "It seems like the information is correct. The Holy Court has already taken control of the situation. Otherwise, the boundary of the land of origin would have expanded outward instead of contracting inward." The commander of the Federation Operations Department ordered, "Line up and prepare to enter the land of origin to investigate. Do not get into a conflict with the Holy Court before I give the order." "Wait, guys, look." The Federation team was about to adjust their formation and enter the land of origin to investigate when they suddenly saw a few Holy Court members running out from the inner region of the land of origin. Liang Yu and the others were shocked. "That's strange. Didn't they say that the mastermind behind all this, Ji and Muzzy, had already escaped and that the Holy Court had already occupied the land of origin? Why did this Holy Court team look so pathetic? It was like they were being chased." Li Ran quickly rushed forward and blocked the way of the Holy Court's group. "Friends from the Holy Court, we are the Special Elite Combat Team of the Northern Regions Federation's Inspection Bureau. We have received orders from our superiors to investigate the land of origin. Do you need any assistance?" The captain of the Holy Cast Knights had just experienced a terrifying scene and witnessed his companion dissipate under the hammering of the Vampire King. It was not easy for him to run out and ask for help. At this moment, he was filled with grief and indignation. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is bad. The will of the Vampire King has erupted, and the priests had suffered a destructive blow. We need to immediately inform the higher-ups of the Holy Court and ask for help. It's very likely that the Vampire King has already been resurrected." 926 Calling for reinforcements. The Vampire King's will? Resurrection? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and felt that it was too strange. What the hell was the King's will? And what was this resurrection they were talking about? Didn't they say that the Holy Court had won? In the end, it was the vampires who won? Quick, they're coming. Li Ran suddenly sensed something and looked up into the sky. In the depths of the land of origin in front of them, a dark mass of red bats gradually emerged from the fog and quickly approached them. It's the vampires. They're here. Within the land of origin, Loeb, the Prince of Vampires, had previously led the vampires to clear out the remaining Holy Cast Knights. Naturally, they had crushed them all the way with their abilities. Seeing a large number of enemies gathered outside the land of origin, Loeb raised his hand and shot out several concentrated blood-colored bombs. Boom. Boom boom boom. The dense cluster of blood-colored bombs exploded in the sparse withered forest. "Be careful!" Li Ran shouted, and quickly retreated with the Holy Cast Knights within the explosion range. Loeb led 2 dukes of the vampires and a large number of high-tier vampires out of the land of origin. Only then did they discover that there were a large number of people from the Federation gathered outside the land of origin. Ha ha ha. I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be the bastards from the Federation. Loeb had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge when he was being chased by the Federation. This is just the right time. Don't think of escaping. Let's see whose fist is tougher. Hey, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Li Ran's team was also feeling frustrated. With the support of the other 2 elite teams from the Inspection Bureau, their strength had increased greatly and they were ready to take down Loeb as well. Kill him. More than a dozen high-tier players rushed forward to fight. The Federation's Operations Department's follow-up equipment was finally in place. They began to form a line at the back, preparing to push them forward slowly. This is a good opportunity. Let's go in and take a look. Outside of the land of origin, there were many players from various factions of the game who were ready to pick up the scraps. Some of them had been attracted by the fluctuations left behind by Ji and Muzzy, some had followed the Federation, and the last group had secretly found out that the coffin of the Vampire King was in this place. They had sneakily come over and were prepared to fight for the benefits. The 400,000-point Vampire King's coffin was extremely popular on the dark web, and the whole world knew about it. Seeing that the Federation and the vampires were fighting, the players felt that it was the best time to make a move. For a time, all kinds of methods were used, and they sneaked into the center of the land of origin. After all, it was 400,000 King of Gods points. As long as they could earn it once, they would immediately reach the peak of their life. What was there to be afraid of? Everyone who came here felt that they were the lucky ones. The Northern Federation had a headache dealing with these players. They couldn't drive them away, and if they force the players, they will fight back. Dealing with the vampires was already strenuous, so they obviously didn't have the time to waste. They could only let these small player teams enter the land of origin, hoping that they could cause some trouble for the vampires. On the side of a small path 1 kilometer away from the land of origin, a faint yellow-white light suddenly flashed across the sky. Mojai Aoi's figure emerged from the magic ray. Fuck. When Mojai Aoi opened his eyes, he saw that he was actually floating in midair. He shouted in shock and then his body fell straight down from midair. Mojang, who was the next to emerge from the magic ray, grabbed Mojai Aoi by the collar and lifted him in the air. What are you screaming for? It's not even 2 meters. You're just a tier 2 demon hunter and you're still afraid of this. You're a disgrace to our family. 7th uncle. Mojai Aoi's face was bitter. He thought to himself, this is the first time I am doing this, I am not confident. Good for nothing. Where's my disciple? Mojang held a large wooden box that was half the height of a man in his left hand and let go of Mojai Aoi with his right hand. He quickly looked around and his gaze gradually shifted to the Prince of Vampires and the Federation's Inspection Bureau who were fighting fiercely in the air not far away. Patter. Mojai Aoi performed a somersault in the air and landed steadily. The Tier 3 Demon Hunter bloodline had greatly strengthened his body. Coupled with the huge financial support from his family, Mojai Aoi had gone to the Zombie Apocalypse District 1 through the teleportation channel in the main base of the prison. He had spent money to buy all kinds of skill books related to basic endurance, basic physical strength, and other basic skills. After learning them, his basic attributes had been maxed out. At this moment, Mojai Aoi thought that he had already changed from pure support to combat support. Mojai Aoi's demon hunter bloodline was more sensitive to the vampires. He noticed the 2 parties fighting in the sky and said, 7th uncle, the place where Boss Fang's communication signal disappeared earlier is nearby. The message from my family said that this is the area where the vampires appeared. I think Boss Fang should be here. Not long ago, after the communication with Fang Hang was cut off, Mojai Aoi had a bad feeling and quickly asked his family for help. The Mo family had played the role of an Oriole in the vampires' invasion this time. When the vampires invaded the eastern region, they immediately launched a counterattack and successfully obtained the remains of the Vampire King. They also spent some time sealing a Prince of Vampires and helped Mojai Aoi to advance to Tier 3 Demon Hunter. Originally, they had no intention of going to other areas to snatch the other remains. The main reason was that they were too far away and could not send reinforcements. Furthermore, they did not know the exact location of the vampire remains in the other major areas. However, when Mojang heard that the student he had spent so much effort to find might be in danger, he brought Mojai Aoi to use an advanced spatial seal and spent a lot of money to break open a space channel to come and see the situation. TSK, the battle is so lively. Let's go, let's go. Let's go into the land of origin and take a look at the situation. Ah. Are we just going over like this? Mojang took out a talisman and stuck it on Mojai Aoi's forehead. Let's go. As he spoke, Mojang lifted the wooden box in his hand and carried it on his back. He then strode toward the starting point. Mojai Aoi had a piece of yellow paper stuck on his forehead, making him look like a zombie. He was stunned and quickly caught up. No, 7th uncle, we're done here? You know nothing. I've sealed your aura. As long as you don't seek death, no one will be able to sense you. Amazing. 7th uncle. Humphrey, of course. Sealing techniques are invincible. Mojai Aoi had just taken a few steps forward when he suddenly frowned. He felt a strong sense of oppression from his demon hunter bloodline, and he couldn't help but look back at the sky behind him. Mojang also raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man who was flying with the Prince of Vampires. That's. Mojang's eyes revealed a touch of playfulness as he mumbled to himself, TSK, TSK, TSK. It's already at that stage. That thing is not easy to seal. What? 7th uncle, what seal are you talking about? Nothing, G and Muzzy has found us. Let's hurry up and leave. 927 The selfish soul. High up in the sky, G and Muzzy returned to the vicinity of the land of origin through the teleportation gate he had prepared in advance. Along the way, he gathered a group of high-tier vampires and rushed to the land of origin to investigate the situation. Seeing Liab, the Prince of Vampires, who was at war with the Federation, G and Muzzy's heart skipped a beat. Strange, why was it the Federation? From the looks of it, the Federation was trying to invade the land of origin. The vampires had already seized the land of origin? This was different from the information that the Holy Court had already occupied the land of origin. Could he have misjudged the situation? The vampires had already taken control of the Vampire King's coffin? Hope rose in G and Muzzy's heart again. Go, help them. Yes. The Prince of Vampires and 2 dukes who had followed G and Muzzy immediately joined the battlefield. Be careful. Liang Yu immediately sensed that a powerful force was approaching from behind, so she kept her guard up. The other team's captain, Dong Chen, said, You guys stay calm. I will lead the team over. Alright, leave it to us. He can't make it. At this time, Loeb was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He had to do his best to not be defeated. He had thought that he would have to pay with his life for the future of the vampires. When he saw the arrival of Ji and Muzzy's reinforcements, he was greatly relieved. Even the heavens were helping the vampires. Dong Chin's two teams immediately went forward and blocked the vampires. Vampires! Get out of here! Boom boom boom. The Prince of Vampires didn't say anything else and released two condensed blood spheres. Ji and Muzzy was anxious. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Federation. When he saw the two elite teams of the Federation coming from afar, he immediately asked the Prince of Vampires and the Duke to stop the people from the Federation. Taking advantage of the battle in front of him, Ji and Muzzy found an opportunity to teleport forward alone and appeared behind Loeb. Mr. Jian, you're back. Loeb, what's going on at the land of origin? Loeb suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, Mr. Jian, your analysis is correct. Nate has successfully inherited the Vampire King's inheritance. The coffin of the Vampire King has the method to break the vampire curse. When Ji and Muzzy heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. He stood in place for a full 2 seconds. What? Nate? Who was Nate? What was going on with him inheriting the Vampire King's inheritance? Ji and Muzzy glared at Loeb and forced out the following words from between his teeth. Who's Nate? Loeb was also stunned. Who was Nate? Wait, didn't you send Nate here? Seeing Loeb's enigmatic expression, Ji and Muzzy felt an even stronger sense of unease. Ji and Muzzy suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, what do you mean by him obtaining the inheritance of the Vampire King? For a moment, Loeb didn't know how to explain himself to Ji and Muzzy. Where is Nate now? What is he doing? Nate has inherited the power of the Vampire King and defeated the Holy Court, Loeb replied. He has found a clue to completely remove the vampire curse in our bodies. He is now trying to perform a ritual inside the land of origin to reverse the Vampire King's coffin and summon it back. After Ji and Muzzy heard this, he felt his head buzzing. No one knew better than him what the Vampire King's will was. That vile, shameless, greedy, and selfish soul of the Vampire King. It was impossible for the Vampire King's soul to pass down his power to others. Ever since he had investigated and found out the truth about the will of the Vampire King, Ji and Muzzy had been trying to find a way to obtain the coffin of the Vampire King. He had been thinking of a way to obtain the inheritance of the vampires. It was a pity that the coffin had already begun to fuse with the Vampire King's soul. The cost of forcibly destroying the king's will was extremely high, and there was even a high probability of damaging the coffin, so Ji and Muzzy put this idea aside. For a long time, Ji and Muzzy had thought of all sorts of methods. For example, the Shrine of Bones that was stored in the Necromancer Association was one of them. And now, the Vampire King's coffin had been stolen? There was such an operation? Ji and Muzzy had 100 plans, and he believed that in theory, it was impossible for anyone to get rid of the Vampire King's will in a short period of time, so he had chosen to design this plan with peace of mind. He didn't expect that. Nate. He said something about moving the coffin of the Vampire King to a safe place. This was clearly theft. And he was stealing in broad daylight right under his nose. Loeb sensed that something was wrong and asked, Mr. Jian, what's going on? Nate was not the person I sent, Ji and Muzzy said in a deep voice. He's not? A wisp of surprise flashed across Loeb's face. He then frowned and said with a gloomy look. Mr. Jian, even if he isn't, he has already inherited the power of the Vampire King. He is now the leader of the vampires. Idiot. Stupid vampires. Were they all idiots? To hell with the leader. Ji and Muzzy didn't say a word. He could only hold back his anger and swallow it in his stomach. In the past, he had been using the inheritance of the Vampire King and the elimination of the curse to trick this group of vampires to help him. It took him a long time to gain control of the entire vampire race. Now, he was eating the bitter fruit of his own making. He didn't expect that someone would use the same method to trick this group of vampires. Ji and Muzzy realized that this group of vampires was not under his control. I will go see Nate. You guys stay here and guard the federal team. Loeb's face was alert as he looked at Ji and Muzzy. Suspicion had already risen in his heart. Ji and Muzzy narrowed his eyes. Boom. After inheriting the 3 Vampire King's remains, Ji and Muzzy's strength achieved a great victory. A rich lifeblood power erupted from his body. The burning lifeblood in his body enveloped Ji and Muzzy like steam. Loeb stared at Ji and Muzzy with a warning in his eyes and his heart pounded. Those were the eyes of the Vampire King. Loeb, go and stop the people from the Federation. After saying that, Ji and Muzzy quickly scuttled toward the inner part of the land of origin without looking back. Within the land of origin, Fang Heng stood in the middle of the magic array to assist the ritual. The effect of the holy weapon of the vampires could increase the success rate and speed up the ritual time. I can't waste it. Fang Heng was very anxious now. The fluctuations produced by the battle between the Federation and the Princes of Vampires could be clearly felt even here. Prince Loeb could not hold them back for long. Fang Heng focused his attention on the ritual again. The reversal summoning ritual wasn't difficult. Under the guidance of a few vampire elders, the ritual was completed. The scarlet light enveloped the entire coffin. The coffin gradually sank down at a slow speed, as if it was being absorbed by the earth, and gradually sank into the ground. However, this process was very slow. Suddenly, Fang Heng frowned and looked around. Taking advantage of the chaos in the outside world, the exploration team formed by the players had already explored the inside of the land of origin. Thump. Thump. With a thought, Fang Heng immediately controlled his fusion tyrant forms to step forward and meet the attack. 928 Black Gas Go. Protect the ritual. Mika saw this and immediately led the remaining vampires to face the enemy. From a distance, Mojai Ai and Mojang groped their way over along a small path and hid behind a few withered trees. Seventh Uncle. It's God, Keys. Mojai Ai recognized Fang Heng at first glance. The latter was wearing a mask and standing beside the coffin of the Vampire King. He was pleasantly surprised and was about to wave his hand to call out to him when Mojang, who was beside him, quickly covered his mouth. Idiot. Don't make a sound. Mojai Ai gestured with his hands and feet to indicate that he understood. Mojang let go of Mojai Ai's hand and looked at Fang Heng, who was commanding the vampires to control the coffin not far away. He was also very surprised. He had heard from Mojai Ai that Fang Heng had already integrated with the vampires and was in control of the entire District 6. However, he had never expected that Fang Heng would be doing so well among the vampires. This group of vampires who took orders from Jian Muzi were actually helping him? It was really strange. Mojang muttered in his heart as he squinted his eyes and sized up the ritualistic magic array under Fang Heng's feet. Looking at the appearance of the vampires and the structure of the magic array. Could it be that the vampires were helping Fang Heng to conduct the reversal summoning of the entire coffin of the Vampire King? Hiss. Mojang gasped. Fang Heng was intending to steal the coffin of the Vampire King. Alright. Mojang couldn't help but slap his thigh. As expected of his own student. Awesome. He had guts. Just like him. However, Jian Muzi was already on his way. Judging from the current operation of the magic array, Fang Heng would not be able to complete the reverse summoning of the Vampire King's coffin before Jian Muzi arrived. Instead, he might have to fight with Jian Muzi. He had to think of a way to help his student. Mojang quickly assessed the situation. Mojai Ai was already used to Fang Heng's antics of tricking vampires. Seventh Uncle, are we not going over? He asked in a low voice. We're not even clear about the situation right now. If you go there so rashly, what if you mess up his plan? Besides, can you even help if you go? Oh, what do we do now? Mojai Ai felt that it made sense and could not help but shrink his neck. Are we just going to watch? Don't be anxious. Let's see how far he has fooled them. When Jian Muzi comes over, let's see if he can fool Jian Muzi. If he can't, we can hide here and launch a sneak attack. That's right. A sneak attack. Mojai Ai's eyes lit up. Seventh Uncle. You're really something. TSK, that's for sure. I've told you before, sealing techniques are invincible. As long as I step in, there's nothing I can't do. Although Mojang appeared to be relaxed, he did not dare to relax at all. The sealing technique was very powerful, but unless one had really learned it to the point of crushing others, a player who only learned it would actually be a powerful support. They were not strong in actual combat. After all, when both sides were fighting, it was difficult for a player who knew the sealing art but had no melee skills to run over and stick a sealing talisman on the enemy's head. Other than his natural talent in sealing techniques, Mojang had a hard time learning anything else. The powerful aura of the Vampire King that he had sensed from Jian Muzi's body earlier had made Mojang feel that it was a thorny problem. It's difficult. I can only hope to rely on sneak attacks to delay Jian Muzi and help my precious student steal the coffin. Mojang was calculating in his heart. Not far away, Fang Heng, who was assisting in controlling the ritual, suddenly felt something. He stopped controlling the ritual and looked up. In the distance, an extremely powerful aura of vampires was rapidly approaching. That power was very familiar. It originated from the remains of the Vampire King, and there were several of them. It seemed to be Jian Muzi. He couldn't hide from him anymore. Fang Heng was still holding on to a glimmer of hope that he would take advantage of the situation when Jian Muzi and the people from the Federation started fighting. Now, it seemed that his wish had not been fulfilled. Fang Heng looked into the distance. High up in the sky, Jian Muzi left behind two princes of vampires to deal with the Federation outside the land of origin. He flew alone in the direction of the Vampire King's coffin. From afar, Muzzy discovered that the vampires were casting the reversal magic array. He was instantly furious. There was really someone so bold as to steal from him in his absence. That despicable player had used some unknown method to destroy the will of the Vampire King that was fused into the coffin. He even wanted to take the Vampire King's coffin away. From afar, Muzzy noticed the figure beside the coffin of the Vampire King. He frowned. He felt that this person's figure was particularly familiar. However, he was too far away and the other party was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see clearly. The anger in Muzzy's heart rose to the extreme. He once again sped up and approached Fang Heng. Dark red lifeblood condensed in his right hand. Muzzy locked his target on Fang Heng. Below them, behind the withered tree, Mojai Oi, who had the demon hunter bloodline, felt an extremely strong sense of danger. He could not help but urged, "He is here, seventh uncle. Don't rush, take it slowly." Mojang squinted his eyes. He slowly placed the wooden box on his back in front of him, opened it, took out the sniper rifle from the box, and began to assemble it. The appearance of the sniper rifle was very strange. The body of the rifle was covered with layers of sealing talismans. Around the coffin, several high-tier vampires also noticed Muzzy approaching from the distance. Elder Dick frowned. He looked at Muzzy, who was quickly approaching from the sky, and asked, "Your Majesty, is that Mr. Jian?" Fang Heng, who was standing on the coffin, raised his head and gave Muzzy the middle finger. "You're out of luck. This means that what we had originally prepared to deal with the Federation has all been used on you. Dick. Open the coffin. Activate the magical teleportation formation at full power. Attack immediately." Dick was stunned, but he immediately nodded. "Yes." Outside the magic array, several vampire elders heard Fang Heng's order and also reached out their hands to press on the magic array at the same time. Buzz. A red glow appeared on the magical array. Then, the gradually sinking coffin of the Vampire King was lifted up with a loud bang. Whoosh! A black aura seeped out from the broken coffin. Mojang was staring at Muzzy when he suddenly sensed the aura of the Death Realm coming from the coffin of the Vampire King. He could not help but let out a soft gasp. Kai. The moment the lid of the Vampire King's coffin was lifted, an ink-like black aura gushed out from the cracks. The dense black aura enveloped the magical array and the coffin of the Vampire King almost instantly, dragging Fang Heng and the surrounding area into darkness. What the fuck? Mojai Oi was also shocked when he saw this. Why was there a black aura coming out of the coffin of the Vampire King? Mojai Oi turned to look at Seventh Uncle and asked, "Seventh Uncle, what's this?" "It's the aura of the Death Realm." 929 A battle with him. Mojang frowned. He also found it strange. However, Mojang quickly reacted and chuckled. "I get it. I guess Fang Heng got it from the Necromancer Association. As expected of my student, he's so smart. We're in for it now that he is able to get this." Mojai Oi was confused and asked, "Is it stable?" "Really?" "Of course. This thing can block perception." As he spoke, Mojang took out a rune and stuck it on Mojai Oi's forehead. Pa. Mojai Oi was surprised to find that the black mist in front of him seemed to be dispersing. His vision was initially less than half a meter, but it quickly extended to less than 10 meters. Although the black mist still obscured most of his vision, it was much better than before. "This is amazing, Seventh Uncle. That's for sure. Sealing techniques are invincible." As he spoke, Mojang had already started to observe the entire battlefield. Muzzy's perception and vision had greatly improved and his chances of a sneak attack had increased. His student was still smart. He knew that he couldn't win, so he played dirty. That's... After seeing where Fang Heng was standing, Mojang let out a soft gasp of surprise again. Thump. Thump thump. The Vampire King's coffin was opened, and the black aura of the Death Realm seeped out. Two fusion tyrant forms that had the Vampire King's remains attached to them stepped into the coffin one after another. Fusion tyrant forms? Mojang raised his eyebrows. He could sense a strong vampire's lifeblood power from the body of the fusion tyrant forms. This thing was a product of the zombie apocalypse world, and its aura was very similar to the remains of the Vampire King. So Fang Heng had used these zombies to undergo fusion transformation and inherit the power of the Vampire King's remains? It could be done like this? Mojang's heart was beating like a drum. He felt that he couldn't understand his student anymore. Mojai Oi nudged Mojang's shoulder and asked, "Seventh Uncle, over there, what's that thing over there?" Not far away, the overflowing undead aura actually condensed into a small vortex. At the center of the vortex was a black skeletal life form. The surrounding aura of the Death Realm was being absorbed into the skeleton's body at a rapid speed, forming a small vortex. As the aura of the Death Realm was continuously absorbed by it, a strange energy fluctuation came from the undead creature's body. Mo Jiang looked at the jade-like black skeleton and muttered, "This thing is not simple. Is it very powerful?" "Yes." Mo Jiang nodded. He suddenly realized that after his disciple went to study necromancy, not only did his strength increase greatly, but he also learned a lot of techniques. Feng Heng had endless tricks up his sleeve and it seemed that he didn't need his help at all. That wouldn't do. Mo Jiang's face turned serious. Fortunately, he had come over this time. This time, he had to show off in front of his disciple and display his invincible sealing technique. Otherwise, what if Feng Heng was tricked into learning necromancy? What if he accidentally went astray after learning it? As he thought about it, Mo Jiang raised the sniper rifle in his hand and aimed it at Jian Muzi, who was in the air. Under the cover of the black aura of the Death Realm, Feng Heng was also unable to see everything around him clearly. His perception was also suppressed to the extreme. But it didn't matter. Feng Heng had already mentally prepared himself in advance. The influence of the aura of the Death Realm on him was within his expectations. He had learned this skill from Wu Xiang's Jade Pendant, which was to use the aura of the Death Realm to create a dark shield domain. Once the aura of the Death Realm reached a certain concentration, it would be able to block one's vision and perception. When he first got the Jade Pendant from Wu Xiang, the Death Realm hidden within it was only a quarter of its original size. Feng Heng then used up all of it in one go, and the total darkness lasted for less than 2 minutes. Wu Xiang left in a hurry, so she didn't take back the Jade Pendant. Perhaps she didn't have the means or skills to re-inject the aura of the Death Realm into the Jade Pendant, so she didn't take it back. After all, the aura of the Death Realm in the Jade Pendant had been completely exhausted. Furthermore, in this world, if one wanted to collect the aura of the Death Realm to charge the Jade, one would have to go to the Necromancer Association. The members of the Necromancer Association were mostly academics and engrossed in research. They had always been cold to outsiders. It would take time and effort to sneak in. Coincidentally, when they were in the Fallen Corridor, Bellamy cooperated with the vampire elders to guide the aura of the Death Realm that had erupted in the Fallen Corridor into the dark prison of blood. A ready-made source of charging. What he had to do next was much simpler. While the vampire elders were setting up the magic array, Feng Heng hid in the closed coffin and kept going back and forth in the game a few times. He used the warp backpack slot on him to transmit the aura of the Death Realm to and from the Jade Pendant. Every time, he would absorb the aura of the Death Realm to the max and release it into the coffin. After a few times, the Vampire King's coffin was filled with the aura of the Death Realm. At that moment, the concentrated aura of the Vampire King was released all at once. Feng Heng estimated that it could maintain the surrounding area in a state of darkness, invisibility, and perception blocking for at least 10 minutes. In addition to this, the fusion tyrant form, which had possessed the remains of the Vampire King, could also hide in the coffin quickly and return to the game world with the Vampire King's coffin. It was a perfect plan. Even though Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the Shrine of Bones that was floating in front of him. Even though the Shrine of Bones was full of cracks, he still had the King Guard. The newly summoned King Guard stood in front of Feng Heng, constantly absorbing the aura of the Death Realm around it and condensing it into a small vortex. Feng Heng could feel it. The strength of the King Guard was rising. Feng Heng took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and released his perception with all his might. How did this? Suddenly, Feng Heng was shocked. Although his vision still couldn't see through the thick black mist, his powerful perception ability had already fed everything around him back into his consciousness. That's strange. How could his perception be so clear? Feng Heng immediately tried to search for the source of the perception. So that was how it was. After establishing a spiritual connection with the King Guard, he could actually share part of its senses. The King Guard seemed to be fighting on its home ground. Its perception was not blocked by the aura of the Death Realm at all. In fact, it could even sense further and more clearly. In the darkness, Feng Heng's perception of his surroundings was greatly enhanced, and it was even stronger than the original. Jian Muzi, you can only consider yourself unlucky to have met me. With the addition of the high perception, Feng Heng immediately discovered Jian Muzi, who was rushing toward him from a distance. Feng Heng was even more confident and waited for Jian Muzi to come over. Just in time. Time to fight. 930 sneak attack. The players around the coffin of the Vampire King were fighting Mecha and the other vampires with their lives on the line. Seeing that Mecha and the others were at a disadvantage, a large black mist suddenly blocked their vision, and their attacks stopped. They couldn't see anything in the black mist, and their senses were greatly weakened. The players realized that there was something wrong with the black mist. They did not dare to move rashly in the darkness and stayed where they were to be on guard. The vampires couldn't see anything either. But Feng Heng had already informed them in advance and they were mentally prepared. Most of the vampires were fully focused on the ritual. Mecha only needed to use his blood to determine if the enemy was a vampire. Jian Muzi, who was running toward the center of the land of origin from a distance, saw the black mist suddenly appear in front of him. His heart sank. What was going on? In just a short moment, everything in front of him was shrouded in black mist, including the man wearing the mask. Damn it! It was the aura of the Death Realm. Muzzy immediately recognized the rotten smell. Not only could the aura of the Death Realm completely block his vision, but it could also completely block his perception. Under the influence of the aura of the Death Realm, he immediately lost his perception of Fang Heng. For a moment, Muzzy was caught in a dilemma. In such a situation, a concentrated wave of blood magic would be enough to deal with it. However, he could not do it now. If the area of effect attack hit the coffin of the Vampire King, it was likely to cause irreversible damage to the coffin. This was a price he could not afford. In front of him, the dense black aura of the Death Realm was still rapidly spreading outwards. Go. Rush in. Muzzy quickly made a judgment. The other party had released the Miz to stall for time. Charging over to protect the Vampire King's coffin from being taken away was his primary goal. As for the despicable thief who wanted to steal the coffin, after the aura of the Death Realm dispersed, he would have 10,000 ways to kill him. He quickly entered the black mist area. He could only see 1 meter in front of him. Relying on his memory, Muzzy rushed toward the coffin. Muzzy was very anxious now. It didn't matter if he couldn't see or sense it. He had to protect the coffin of the Vampire King first. Swish. As he was rapidly advancing, Muzzy suddenly sensed a powerful life form blocking his way. Ho! The black bone blade flashed in front of his eyes, and it was wrapped in the aura of the Death Realm. A blood-colored claw shadow flashed in front of Muzzy. Blood light suddenly rose. Boom! A near-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. Muzzy was stopped. It was an undead creature. Muzzy's expression was a little grave. He had just experienced a great battle with the Holy Court in the Western Federation and was not in good condition. He had no choice. He was in a hurry. He didn't have time to deal with this undead creature. Once again, he would use the power of the Vampire King's remains to quickly finish it off. Muzzy's expression darkened. He forcefully activated the remains of the Vampire King that had fused with his body. His aura condensed and a bloody shadow enveloped his back. Muzzy took a deep breath and attacked again. His speed was almost twice as fast as before. Huh? Suddenly, as he was rushing forward, Muzzy's expression changed instantly. He immediately wanted to move his body to escape, but he was still a step too slow. The bullet hit his shoulder. Bang. The next moment, it was not until the bullet hit his body that an extremely dull gunshot was heard in the distance. Muzzy turned his head and looked at the place where the bullets and gunshots came from. His expression was extremely ugly. The moment the bullet hit his body, the blood-red aura that he had gathered behind him instantly disintegrated. Even the power of the Vampire King's remains was instantly suppressed by several points. Someone was ambushing him. Moreover, the attacker was very strange. The direct damage of the bullet was not strong, but the following series of weakening abilities made him feel very troubled. He. In a dark corner, Mo Jiang chuckled and put away his sniper rifle, ready to switch bullets. Seventh uncle. Awesome. Seeing Mo Jiang's successful sneak attack, Mo Jiang was so excited that he clapped his hands in joy. What did I tell you? The sealing technique is invincible. Mo Jiang was proud of himself after showing off his skills. Did he want to mess with Fang Heng? Did he not even know who his teacher was? Mo Jiang sneered. He took out a bullet with dense runes carved on it from his pocket and reloaded it. Different from an ordinary sniper rifle, the one in Mo Jiang's hand was covered with a dense number of talismans, almost wrapping the sniper inside and outside. There was nothing Mo Jiang could do. He had no talent in combat, so he could only use guns and sealing techniques to attack. However, the players who had reached the higher stages had strong perceptions, and they could almost dodge bullets at will. Thus, Mo Jiang could only add layer after layer of concealment seals, precision seals, aura concealment seals, and other seals that affected the transmission of sound to the sniper rifle. As Mo Jiang used the sniper rifle for a longer time, more and more seals were stuck on it. If Mo Jiang had not stuck to runes to seal the weight, he would have found it difficult to lift it. On the other side, Muzzy's expression became uglier and uglier after being hit by the bullet. After being hit, all kinds of negative effects came. Muzzy felt as if his body was filled with lead. A strong sense of weakness and fatigue kept surging up his body. It was as if dozens of different weakening buffs had been stacked on top of each other in an instant. His body, which had been strengthened by the Vampire King's remains, was still very weak. Who was it that was secretly attacking him? Was it a warning? Muzzy became extremely vigilant. While he was still in doubt, the King Guard raised its black bone sword and attacked him again. Fang Heng, who was controlling the king guard, was also a little surprised. He realized that someone was helping him. Was there such a good thing? The current situation was critical, and Fang Heng didn't have time to think about who was helping him in the dark. He quickly controlled the king guard to speed up its attacks and entangle the Prince of Vampires. While Jianmuzi was dealing with the king guard, he also had to guard against the bullets that came from the dark, so he was under great mental pressure. Soon, after about 7 minutes of delay, Mo Jiang saw that the 7 bullets he had brought were all used up. He put his weapon on his back, pulled Mo Jiang, and ran. Let's go. Hurry up and stay away. Leaving? Then what about Fang Heng? Don't worry, even if you die 10,000 times, he will be fine. Mo Jiang walked out without looking back. We've done everything we can. Let's get out of here. With the help of the sealing technique, Mo Jiang's visual range was much further than Mo Jiang's. He could clearly see that the delay caused by his bullets had caused the coffin of the Vampire King behind Fang Heng to sink into the ground. They had already shown off their strength and their things had been stolen by Fang Heng. What were they waiting for? Of course, they had to run away. As a support, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage if he was targeted? Mo Jiang knew that Fang Heng had the ability to enter the game, so he wasn't worried that Fang Heng would encounter any trouble. He decisively took Mo Jiang and ran away, so as not to be targeted by the flustered and exasperated Jianmuzi. 931 We succeeded in the center of the land of origin. The entire reversal summoning magic array bloomed with a faint light. The boundary of the entire land of origin was shrinking towards the center at an extremely fast speed. It was a success. Fang Heng felt relieved. He discovered that he had completely lost his perception of the fusion tyrant form. The tyrant form had been sent to the game world. The game is over. I won't play with you anymore. Fang Heng took one last look at Jianmuzi, who was still entangled with the king guard, and slowly closed his eyes. Amidst the thick aura of the death realm, a dark magic array was spinning rapidly under his feet. Buzz. The black aura of the death realm surrounded Fang Heng and then he disappeared together with the magic array under his feet. Jianmuzi was still entangled with the king guard and had no idea that Fang Heng and Mo Jiang, who had launched the sneak attack, had left secretly. His perception ability was greatly suppressed by the aura of the death realm, and he still had to spare some energy to guard against the unknown sneak attacker. The sneak attacker's bullets had sealed his control over the Vampire King's remains temporarily. This went on for another 3 minutes until the aura of the death realm around him gradually receded and Jianmuzi recovered the power of the Vampire King's remains. Then, he suddenly burst out with lifeblood power and broke away from the king guard. He rushed to the front of the Vampire King's coffin. It's gone. Jianmuzi realized that he had completely lost track of the king's coffin. When the thick black aura gradually dissipated, Jianmuzi frantically searched for Fang Heng's figure in the surroundings. However, he could not see him at all. In the center of the land of origin, where the coffin of the Vampire King had been, only a group of vampire elders remained. Other than that, there were also the players who had taken advantage of the chaos to grope their way into the center of the land of origin in an attempt to pick up scraps. After more than 10 minutes in the dark and finally when they regained their vision, the players saw Jianmuzi standing at the spot where the coffin had disappeared. In order to avoid attention from others, Jianmuzi was also wearing a human skin mask at this time. The players naturally came to a conclusion. It was Jianmuzi who had taken away the coffin of the Vampire King. It's him. Kill him. The coffin is in his hands. The players' eyes were red as they slowly approached Jianmuzi. Jianmuzi was currently in a fit of anger and he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. When he saw the players coming over, he immediately waved his hand at them. Boom. Boom boom boom. The lifeblood bomb landed in the crowd of players and caused a violent explosion. A few players who could not dodge in time instantly disappeared in the explosion. Jianmuzi restrained his anger and did not pursue it any further. Instead, he flashed to the side of the nearest vampire and asked, "Where is the teleportation point for the reversal summoning?" The vampire who was lifted by Jianmuzi was puzzled. What was going on? Why was Mr. Jian so angry? Hadn't they already succeeded? "Mr. Jian, we've succeeded." A vampire elder saw Jianmuzi and his eyes were filled with excitement. The king's coffin has been safely reversed and summoned back. We can now retreat and meet up with the king. What bullshit success? Having his things stolen was considered a success? Jianmuzi's eyes turned red when he heard this. He turned around and stared at the vampire elder. "I am asking you, where did the land of origin get teleported to?" When the vampire elder saw Jianmuzi's expression, he also knew that something was not right. However, he didn't know what the problem was, so he could only nod and answer. The reverse summoning was set up by the king himself. I don't know about it. The word king sounded particularly harsh to Jianmuzi's ears. He now had the urge to beat up the vampire elder to death. Does anyone know? The vampire elder thought for a moment. The other end of the reversal summoning was provided by Nate, and they did not participate in the whole process. The Federation outside was about to attack, and the situation was too urgent. No one noticed that the location of the reversal summoning was only under Nate's command. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that no one else knew where the coffin of the Vampire King was. But it didn't matter. It was enough for Nate to know. The Vampire Elder had not realized Gian Muzzy's taboo and said, "The king should know." Gian Muzzy's face suddenly darkened to the extreme. He stared at the Vampire Elder and really wanted to swallow him alive. Of course the thief knew. Gian Muzzy's heart was filled with hatred. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made creaking sounds. He suppressed his anger and said, "I will ask you again. Other than Nate, who else knows the coordinates of the reversal summoning?" "No, no one else. Mr. Gian." A Duke of the Vampires flew from a high place and returned to his human form. He came to Gian Muzzy's side and whispered, "The two princes can't hold on any longer. The people from the Federation will come in at any time. We have to be prepared." Gian Muzzy took a deep breath. Damn it. There was still the Northern Federation. If not for the Federation who came in his way, his coffin would not have been stolen so easily. Now that the coffin of the Vampire King had been summoned to who knows where, what was the point of staying here and fighting with the Federation? The most hateful thing was that he still didn't know who Nate was. Who was the one who had set him up? Of course, the most suspicious people were the 12 corporations. They understood his plan the best, and not forgetting Old Black. Old Black had done a lot of dirty work in this operation. However, Old Black wasn't strong enough to steal the entire coffin. After taking a few deep breaths, Gian Muzzy temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. "Let's retreat and take these vampires with us. I want to know who's behind this." "Yes." Gian Muzzy's eyes flickered with strong killing intent. Indeed, losing the coffin of the Vampire King meant that his plan had failed. However, the game was not over yet. When he returned and sorted out the entire matter in detail, he believed that he would definitely be able to find the person behind all this. If anyone dared to trick him, he could guarantee that he would definitely bite off a piece of meat from the other party. Let's go. Return to the evacuation point. Zombie Apocalypse, District 8. In the Amjita's cave, deep under the prison, the vampires of the Elders' Council held a reversal summoning ritual around a large magic ray. The magic ray glowed with a dazzling blood-red light. Looking at the coffin of the Vampire King gradually rising from the magic ray, the arbitrator of the Elders' Council, Hayes, had a look of disbelief and shock on his face. Then, he was overjoyed. That was the coffin of the Vampire King. Feng Heng had actually brought back the coffin of the Vampire King. That was something that only existed in the land of origin. There was even a legend that the coffin of the Vampire King contained an important secret to breaking the vampire's curse. How could the vampires not be excited? Adia's body trembled in excitement. She had thought that Feng Heng must have brought back a big weapon to set up such a big magic array this time, but she didn't expect it to be such a big weapon. It was really a big surprise. 932 A magnificent feat in the past. The Prince of Vampires of District 1 had used the coffin of the Vampire King and a promise to break the vampire curse to gain the trust of the vampires and make them invade other game worlds. Upon seeing the coffin of the Vampire King, the vampires who were holding the ritual became excited. Within half a minute of the reversal summoning of the Vampire King's coffin, they had already sensed that their strength had increased slightly. Even the curse that had been accumulating on their bodies had been reduced by a bit. The vampires couldn't help but want to get closer to take a look, but they were stopped by the cold gaze of Duke Bellamy who stood at the side. Hence they didn't dare to move. Without Feng Heng's instructions, Hayes didn't dare to touch the coffin. He carefully circled the coffin of the Vampire King a few times and nodded to Bellamy and Edia after confirming that the coffin wasn't damaged. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. That was the coffin of the Vampire King. Without Feng Heng's instructions, no one dared to go near the coffin. They waited for more than 5 minutes. Kakaka. At the back, the gate of the underground cave opened and Feng Heng walked in. "Your Majesty." All the vampires in the hall knelt down in unison. Duke Bellamy also knelt respectfully on one knee. If her loyalty to Feng Heng was the best choice she had made before, then she was now completely convinced. She could clearly sense that after the coffin of the Vampire King appeared, a portion of the vampire's curse power in her body had been dissolved. Although it was only a small part, it was the first time the power of the curse on her body had been weakened since she was born. How long had it been? All along, Bellamy had disdained the rumors about the Vampire King, but now, seeing was believing. Feng Heng had made such great achievements in less than half a month after he got control of the vampires. Could it be that the luck of the vampires really rested on this young man? Compared to the mysterious person who controlled the first world of the vampires and kept saying that he can break the curse of the vampires so as to lure the vampires to District 6 to do things for him. But eventually, they didn't see any real benefits. Unlike now, where the weakening of the curse on her body was visible and tangible. At this moment, Bellamy was convinced that Feng Heng was the successor of the king and would guide the vampires to glory again. He would definitely be able to find a way to break the curse. Feng Heng was also stunned when he saw the vampires kneeling on the ground with excitement on their faces. After entering the game, he immediately appeared in Vampire Apocalypse District 6. After that, it took him some time to return to Zombie Apocalypse District 8 through the teleportation passage before he rushed here. All of you, rise. Feng Heng raised his hand to signal everyone to stand up and looked at the coffin of the Vampire King in the center of the summoning array. How's the coffin? Hayes, who was beside the coffin, stood up and bowed to Feng Heng from a distance. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, hid his trembling hands in his sleeves, and respectfully reported, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The reversal summoning of the coffin has been successfully completed." Then, lines of game hints appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding. The player's current world has obtained the coffin of the Vampire King. The player's current world rating has been upgraded. The player's current world's vampire adaptability has been upgraded to the maximum. Ding. The player has placed the coffin of the Vampire King in the shelter. The player's leadership among the vampires has improved greatly. The loyalty of all vampires in the player's shelter has improved greatly. Some vampires have gained the effect of die-hard loyalty. Click here for more details. Ding. The effect of all vampire curses on all vampires in the current shelter has been reduced by 10%, yes. Feng Heng took a quick glance at the game hints and hummed in agreement. He looked at Hayes and said, "Great Elder, the coffin has completed the reversal summoning. I've made a preliminary inspection. In order to fully activate the power of the coffin, some rituals are still needed, right?" "Indeed, a ritual is needed to fully activate the power of the coffin. This requires the participation of your will." Hayes looked up at Feng Heng with a respectful expression. "There are some records about the coffin of the Vampire King in the ancient books collected by the Elders' Council. If the records are correct, the magic array required for the ritual should be carved inside the coffin. Please allow us to open the coffin and observe it to find the way to arrange the ritual." "Yes, set it up as soon as you find it. The sooner, the better." "Yes. Your Majesty, once we find the ritual, we will immediately set it up." "Good. In addition, seal off the news. The news of the Vampire King's coffin must not be leaked to the outside world. Leave this to me." As he spoke, he looked around at all the vampires in the cave with a sharp gaze. None of the vampires dared to look at him. Feng Heng nodded and waved his hand in the direction of the coffin of the Vampire King. Ka. The coffin of the Vampire King slowly opened. The power of lifeblood overflowed from the coffin. All of the vampires were shocked as they looked into the coffin. The two fusion tyrant forms hiding in the coffins received Feng Heng's orders and walked out of the coffin with heavy steps. They weren't ordinary fusion tyrant forms. Their bodies were filled with the Vampire King's lifeblood power. Seeing the fusion tyrant forms, everyone's jaws almost dropped. They felt that what they had seen and experienced today was far beyond their understanding of the vampires over the years. What was this thing? It was clearly a zombie creature, but it had such a huge vampire lifeblood power. Only the successor to the Vampire King could accomplish such a feat. The vampire's confidence in Feng Heng increased by another level. Bellamy also stared at the zombies. She could sense that they contained a huge amount of lifeblood power, so she immediately turned around and looked at Feng Heng. Could it be that Feng Heng had already studied how to integrate Hylas tissue sample into the vampire lifeform? "Your Majesty, this. I've found part of the Vampire King's remains and have temporarily fused it with the tyrant form." Feng Heng was relieved and explained briefly. He thought to himself, "That's good. Everything is going smoothly. The tyrant forms and the Vampire King's remains have also been safely sent back. You can study the coffin. These two creatures have temporarily inherited the power of the Vampire King and are very unstable. They will stay here for the time being and not be touched easily. Prepare for the coffin activation ritual. When I return, prepare for the ritual immediately." "Yes. Your Majesty." Hayes nodded respectfully. Feng Heng saw that Bellamy was walking toward him and waved his hand at her. "I will return to the real world and take a look first. We will talk when I come back." "All right." Feng Heng knew that the vampires still had a lot of doubts, but he didn't have the time to explain it now. There were still some Vampire King's remains in the real world. While Elder Hayes was preparing to set up the activation ritual, he returned to see what was going on. What if he was extremely lucky and the flustered and exasperated Jian Muzi started fighting with the Federation? If that's the case, he might even be able to get some benefits from it. With that thought in mind, Feng Heng closed his eyes again and disappeared from where he was. 933 Stop chasing on the periphery of the land of origin. The two vampire princes and the Federation's investigation team all noticed the aura of the death realm that was rapidly rising in the land of origin. Liang Yu immediately realized that something was wrong. She wanted to bring people in to investigate, but she was blocked by two vampire princes. After being stalled for more than 10 minutes, when the black fog in the center of the land of origin gradually dispersed, the vampires suddenly seemed to have received some kind of signal. They disregarded their injuries as the vampire princes led the remaining vampires in a direction far away from the land of origin to break out of the siege. Liang Yu immediately exchanged a look with the other two commanders of the elite inspection team who had came to assist. Liang Yu, your team will stay here. Dong Qin's team and mine will go after them. Alright. Liang Yu agreed and stopped chasing after the vampires. Instead, she led her team to the depths of the land of origin. Not long after entering the land of origin, Li Ran frowned and pointed ahead. Look over there. The boundary between the land of origin and the real world was shrinking inward at an extreme speed. Liang Yu also realized that there was a problem and said anxiously, hasten up. However, the boundary of the land of origin was rapidly moving towards the center point, and the speed was accelerating, becoming so fast that Liang Yu's team could not catch up at all. Whoosh! Liang Yu could clearly see that the boundary of the land of origin area was quickly gathering towards a pothole in the center in front of them until it gathered into a final point. Then, it suddenly disappeared. What? There's nothing more? Liang Yu's team, which had pursued the movement to the center of the land of origin, stopped and looked around for anything suspicious. Fuck. Where's the thing? Li Ran still couldn't believe that he had missed, and couldn't help but curse softly. Corpses were scattered on the ground. Most of them were vampires and players who had entered the land of origin to pick up scraps. There was a large pit in the central region, and beside the pit were the remains of a vampire magic array ritual. Other than these, there was nothing else. After chasing for so long, spending so much time and energy, losing so many people, and causing so much damage to the city, they couldn't even find the shadow of the vampire king's remains. Liang Yu's team immediately felt that they had fallen into a trap. It seems like the fog was released by the vampires. They must have used some special method to teleport the coffin and the king's remains. Old Black, who had rushed over with the team, saw the scene too. He stood aside in silence. Old Black knew Ji and Muzzy's plan. He felt that something was very wrong. As far as he knew, Ji and Muzzy's plan didn't seem to include the use of the aura of the death realm. Moreover, in Ji and Muzzy's plan, the coffin of the vampire king would not be reversal summoned so quickly. As such, when he saw that the vampire king's coffin was gone, Old Black had a vague idea in his mind. The coffin. Fang Heng couldn't have really gotten it, could he? Old Black sorted out his memories and felt that Fang Heng was probably the only person he knew who could do this. After offending Ji and Muzzy this time, it would be difficult to gain his trust again. So, thinking about it, Old Black suggested, everyone, the king's remains are still on the mastermind who escaped with the vampire princes. If we find a way to kill them, we might still have a chance. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Li Ran anxiously confirmed with Old Black, Old Black, are you sure? Old Black's answer was very straightforward, I am sure. They escaped in a hurry and probably don't have time to return to the game world. Li Ran then looked at the captain, Liang Yu, boss, do we do it? Liang Yu's eyes narrowed. Since they had already come this far, they were naturally unwilling to give up now. After coming to this point, who would be responsible for all the sunk costs? When they thought about how they had been played like monkeys by the vampires for so long, the group of elites from the Federation's investigation team was also angry. Let's go, we will chase. With that, Liang Yu immediately led her team in the direction that the two vampire princes had fled in. Old Black narrowed his eyes. He didn't follow them but chose to retreat and regroup with the Federation's operations department outside the land of origin. The Federation's main operations department's teams at the periphery of the land of origin had some heavy weapons that had been sent over as reinforcements, including some energy beam weapons. With their speed, they simply couldn't catch up to Ji and Muzzy, so the commander ordered a portion of the teams to chase after Liang Yu's team and provide support at all times. As for the other group, they received a new mission. Most of the teleportation points in the North District had been found, and they needed reinforcements. Soon, only a group of people was left behind to clean up the battlefield and disperse the miscellaneous personnel. The remaining members of the federal team in the land of origin area retreated without a trace. Quite a few player teams were still unwilling to give up and lingered in the land of origin area for some time. After making sure that there was no chance to pick up any scraps, they all left one by one. After about half an hour, a blood-red magic array appeared on the ground that had been ravaged by a fierce battle. Fang Heng appeared in the magic array. Old Fang. With the help of the yellow paper on his forehead, Mojai Oi, who had been hiding at the side, immediately jumped out and waved at Feng Hang when he saw the latter ray. "Old Mr. Mo? What are you doing here?" Feng Hang didn't expect Mojai to come here to pick him up himself. He immediately thought of the person who had helped him in the dark just now. "I was wondering who it was. Was it you who performed the sneak attack?" I don't have that kind of ability. It was my seventh uncle." Mojai quickly explained how they found this place and how Mojang ambushed Jian Muzi. Feng Hang suddenly recalled the uncle who had taught him the sealing technique. Mojang didn't look very reliable. He didn't expect that the other party would appear at such a timely moment and help him out. He had to thank him properly. Feng Hang looked around and asked, "By the way, where is seventh uncle?" "He left. After seeing that you're safe, he secretly followed the people from the Federation to chase Jian Muzi. He said that he was going to find a way to make a fortune." Mojai was sharpening his knife, seemingly very eager to stir up trouble. "God, the people from the Federation are chasing after Jian Muzi. What's our next big plan? Do you want to follow and make a fortune?" "Make a fortune?" Feng Hang lowered his head and thought for a while. Originally, he wanted to see if the Federation would fight with Jian Muzi and if he could secretly get some of the Vampire King's remains to improve the combat ability of the fusion tyrant forms. Looking at it now, Jian Muzi was being chased by so many people, and every one of them was strong. Now, considering his current circumstances, his trump card, Everlasting Moon, could no longer be used during its cool down. He had already thrown all of the vampire's holy weapons he had into the Vampire King's coffin as a sacrifice, and they were now either ineffective or useless. Before the coffin's binding ceremony was completed, his strength would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, he couldn't use his vampire form in the real world, so he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. Feng Hang shook his head after considering his abilities. "Forget it, I am not chasing. By the way, how did you get here?" 934 Secret Seventh Uncle has a special teleportation seal. It's said to be related to the spatial seals. It's quite complicated, and I don't know much about it. Anyway, it's just very precious. As Mojai spoke, he looked at his mobile phone that he carried with him. "I have just contacted my family to send a helicopter to pick us up. Should we go and find the location of the next Vampire King's remains? Let's go and try our luck." "Sure." Feng Hang thought for a while and said, "That's fine too. Let's go and see what's going on." An hour later, the helicopter carried Feng Hang and Mojai to one of the drop points of the Vampire King's remains. Mojai peeked out from the helicopter cabin and looked outside. The area below had been completely cleared and sealed off by the Federation's operations department. "Forget it. Let's just return to the Necromancer Association." Feng Hang shook his head and continued to read the information on the online forum. Looking at the familiar forum interface and the comedic or sarcastic comments of the netizens, Feng Hang felt a kind of carefree pleasure as if he finally had access to the internet. "Ah, alright." Mojai shook his head in disappointment and signaled the pilot to return. Originally, Feng Hang had only come to investigate with the mentality of giving it a try. After connecting to the internet, Feng Hang soon found that his thoughts had been too naive. It had been a long time since the invasion of the vampire. Other than Jian Muzi and the Federation, the other major forces were also looking for the king's remains. What could they find now? According to what he had learned from the internet, the various federal regions in the real world reacted immediately and gradually cut off the connection points between the vampire world and the real world. The Eastern Federation had been the fastest to act. They had already announced a few hours ago that they had completely solved the problem, though the alarm had not been completely lifted. The other districts were also gradually recovering. Even the Western Federation, which was secretly controlled by the 12 corporations, had announced 2 minutes ago that they had destroyed the 5 passages in their area between the vampire world and the real world. In terms of shamelessness, they were indeed the best. Feng Hang ridiculed the Federation in his heart. Suddenly, he recalled that Mojai seemed to have mentioned a secret about the Vampire King's coffin. He couldn't help but raise his head and ask, "By the way, old Mr. Mo, you told me that there was a secret about the Vampire King's coffin? What is it?" "Oh, that. Feng Hang, you will never guess it. The Vampire King was originally from the Holy Realm." "What?" Mojai revealed a mysterious look and told Feng Hang the whole story in high spirits. "Yes, he was a guy named Kelturi. He was originally from the Holy Realm. In our words, an internal employee of the Federation. The official statement from the Holy Realm is that the guy committed serious blasphemy. After the Holy Realm cast a curse on him, they were prepared to imprison him in the Sin Realm. Then, guess what happened? On the way to imprisonment in the Sin Realm, that guy used a special tool to open a time passage and forced his way into a spatial rift to escape. Originally, one would definitely die after entering the spatial rift, not to mention that he was cursed by the Holy Realm in advance. However, for some reason, Kurturi's luck was extremely good. He actually found a special space that had never been explored before, and he managed to survive for a few days. Mojai stared at Fang Heng with a burning gaze as he continued. It's said that when Kurturi escaped into that space by chance, he was already on the verge of death. Nobody expected that he would obtain a powerful force from that space. He even fused his own power with the power of the curse to form a new life and strength system. That's right. Kurturi is the Vampire King. He obtained his power from that mysterious space. No one has ever been able to escape the curse of the Holy Realm, so when the Holy Realm learned of this, they immediately sent people to search for him. After that, it's just like what you saw in the Land of Origin. The king was on the run. After some time, he came to our world in the end and was temporarily sealed by the Holy Realm. They opened up a space to preserve part of his soul and will. However, the Vampire King is not to be trifled with. The high priests who chased after him all exhausted their vitality, so the Holy Realm completely lost the specific location of the Vampire King's seal. Fang Heng rubbed his chin as he listened to Mojai's story, deep in thought. So that's how it was. Ultimately, the curse that the vampires were born with actually originated from the Holy Realm. Therefore, something that even the Holy Realm desperately wanted to obtain. The secret hidden in the Vampire King's coffin was almost revealed. Fang Heng raised his head and asked, does the Holy Realm want to obtain the power of that space? Yes. I see our thoughts are on the same line. This should be why the Holy Realm has always been eyeing the Vampire King. Mojai looked excited as he continued, according to my fourth uncle's analysis, that is likely to be an undiscovered high-tier world. The Vampire King obtained the power to resist the Holy Realm by chance, so the Holy Realm is quite afraid of it and wants to control this world. God, did you know? The remains of the Vampire King contain the coordinate passage to that unknown and mysterious world. The mysterious world and the coordinates passage. So that was how it was. Fang Heng nodded and pondered. At first, he thought that the invasion of the world was only a crazy thing to fight for the remains of the powerful Vampire King. It seemed that he was too naive. He had never thought that this matter would involve a powerful, high-tier world like the Holy Realm. In the Federation world, the players rarely came into contact with the high-tier worlds during their exploration of the game worlds. It was no wonder the 12 corporations were so desperate. 8 are getting hold of the remains, 4th uncle has already started to study it. If there's any news about the passage to the advanced game world, I will let you know immediately. Alright, let's exchange information. Fang Heng nodded, but he couldn't help feeling nervous. After coming into contact with the 12 corporations and the major high-tier forces, Fang Heng realized that he was still not strong enough. Whether it was Jianmuzi or the Black Castle, or even the elite team of the Federation, all of them could suppress him with their strength. He was really quite weak in a head-on battle. It was foreseeable that once they found the passage to the mysterious world, he would have to face the Holy Realm from a high-tier world as well as various advanced game forces. Therefore, in the following time, he had to think of a way to increase his basic combat strength. In terms of increasing strength, there were 2 fastest ways. The first was to increase his player's character level. At the moment, his player's character level in the low-tier game worlds could no longer be increased. If he wanted to increase his character level, he would have to go to a game world of a higher tier. So it's time to go to a game world of a higher tier, huh? Fang Heng muttered to himself. It seemed that this step had to be done as soon as possible. The other way to improve was to level up his vampire bloodline. The vampire bloodline came with a large number of basic attributes. After the Vampire King's coffin was completely bound to him, the passage to advance to the Vampire King bloodline would also open. Fang Heng had a premonition in his heart that it wouldn't be that easy to advance to the Vampire King bloodline. He reckoned that there would be some kind of trap waiting for him. Fuck, I am even getting a little eager. 935 Bind District 8 of the Zombie Apocalypse. In the cave of Anjita's at the bottom of the prison, a huge magic array surrounded the Vampire King's coffin in the center. The runes of the magic array even spread over the coffin. The vampires fused their powers into the magic array. Anjita's bloomed with red stars, constantly sending power into the magic array. The Vampire King's coffin was emitting a red glow as well. Fang Heng stood beside the Vampire King's coffin. His eyes were closed as his hand was stretched out and pressing on the coffin. A dark rune appeared on his palm. Blood seeped out from the rune and was absorbed by the coffin. Fang Heng could feel that the power was constantly merging with his body from the coffin, and his body's perception was also gradually fusing with the coffin. He didn't notice that the mark on the back of his hand had already appeared clearly, emitting a faint light. At the same time, the bottom of the coffin was gradually carved with the same rune mark. Suddenly, Fang Heng's eyes flew open. Lines of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! After Amjita's energy stimulation, you have sacrificed 13 different vampire holy weapons and successfully completed the ritual. You have thus obtained complete control over the Vampire King's coffin. Ding. Currently, the player has sacrificed a total of 19 of the vampire's 13 holy artifacts. Ding. The Vampire King's coffin is an ancient wonder and cannot be placed in the backpack. Some skills will take effect immediately after binding. Ding. The player's current world, District 8 of the Zombie Apocalypse, has received a small increase in rating. Item: Vampire King's Coffin, Tier, an ancient wonder. When placed in any world, it can greatly improve the adaptability of the vampires in that world, and improve the world rating. Description: a coffin created after the birth of the Vampire King by fusing the initial source of life. It possesses great power. Additional Skill 1, King's Afterimages. Description: summon blood afterimages near the Vampire King's coffin to fight for you. Click here for more details. Additional Skill 2, Slumber, bound to player. Passive effect. Description: the skill has currently been bound to the player. After the player dies, the player's soul will be resurrected in the coffin. This power can cross normal world boundaries. The effect can be blocked by special powers. The player can cancel the passive effect of the skill on his own accord. Additional Skill 3, Bloodline. Description: by absorbing blood through the blood coffin, the bloodline can be refined. The bloodline can at most be upgraded to the highest Vampire King level. The Vampire King bloodline is exclusive. If there are others with the Vampire King bloodline existing, the advancement of the Vampire King bloodline cannot be completed. Additional Skill 4, King's Will, passive effect activated. Description: passive effect after binding. All basic attributes of the player plus 20, blood affinity plus 60. The player can use all skills attached to the vampire's 13 holy artifacts and improve their final effects by 30%. For every additional vampire's holy weapon sacrificed, base attribute plus 0.5 and blood affinity plus 5 will be obtained. Currently, 6 additional holy weapons of the vampires have been bound. Additional Skill 5 can be activated through a mission or after mastering certain academic skills. Description: there are mysterious patterns at the bottom of the coffin. You may be able to decipher the words by studying these patterns or asking the Elder Council for help. Additional Skill 6 can be activated through a mission or after mastering certain academic skills. Description: you can feel that the coffin seems to have a mysterious power. After binding the coffin completely, you can't try to explore or activate this power. Feng Hang let out a long breath and clenched his fist lightly. The familiar sense of strength returned, and it was even slightly stronger than before. Most of the skills attached to the vampire's holy weapons were extremely useful. After obtaining the binding authority, these skills could now be used again. In addition, the coffin's slumber skill was quite good. It was equivalent to resurrection. Moreover, it could be used across worlds, which was equivalent to an additional passive life-saving skill. Of course, this skill was still quite unstable. Feng Hang estimated that the effect of slumber was an enhanced version of Angetas's resurrection. Although it was strong, there was still a chance that he would be affected by other powers in the middle of his resurrection. For example, necromancy. All the vampires at the side looked at Feng Hang nervously. Hayes carefully took 2 steps forward and asked, "Your Majesty, are you feeling well?" "Not bad." The ritual was very successful. Feng Hang retracted his hand from the coffin and turned back to look at Hayes. "Have you studied the runes at the bottom of the coffin?" "We're trying to decipher the text," Hayes replied, very focused. "We've analyzed it with the ancient books left by the Elder Council. We've already made some progress, but we're short-handed, and there aren't many descendants who have learned the ancient text. It will probably take some time, but I believe we will completely decipher them soon." "Hayes, there are others besides us who are also searching for a way to break the vampire's curse. We have to speed up." "Yes, my lord," Hayes nodded with a grave expression. Feng Hang nodded and continued, "Also, the Vampire King's coffin has the ability to refine bloodlines. Did you know about this?" "Yes, according to the ancient records, entities can only raise the bloodline to the prince tier. After that, the only way to raise the bloodline to the king tier is through the coffin, but..." Hayes hesitated for a moment. "Your Majesty, the bloodline curse on Duke tier is already very terrifying. Before the curse is completely lifted, the Elder Council does not recommend that you upgrade your bloodline power to the prince tier." "It's fine. Tell me how I can improve my bloodline as soon as possible." "Yes." By now, Hayes was completely convinced of Feng Hang's abilities. He would not object to Feng Hang's decisions, so he immediately said, "It's the same way that Angetas gathers blood pools to promote the bloodline. The condensation of the bloodline requires a large amount of blood as raw material. The blood can be condensed by pouring fresh blood into the coffin. When the blood has been condensed to a certain degree, the blood pool can be formed inside the coffin." After some thought, Hayes added, "Human blood is the most suitable for creating a blood pool. Other than humans, the blood of other living creatures has some effect, though slightly weakened. In addition, the stronger the living creature, the more power the blood contains. Feng Heng lowered his head and pondered after hearing what Hayes said. It seemed that he had to find a way to get more blood. Mojai Oi, who was watching from the side, could not help but grin when he heard Hayes's words. Alright, let's do a mass blood donation. We will draw a few tubes of blood from those in the few large districts. Other than this, the beast blood from the wasteland can also be used. However, the price of the beast blood has inflated after our last wave of purchases. I am afraid that the amount will be much less if we buy again. Your Majesty, Hayes shook his head, the amount of blood required to improve your bloodline is extremely large. The Elder Council has made a preliminary estimate. Even if we exterminate all the humans in our world, I am afraid it will be difficult for your bloodline to reach the prince tier. 936 Follow-up Mojai Oi looked at Feng Heng with a bitter face. Great, that won't work either. Okay, I got it. Feng Heng nodded. He admitted that he couldn't do something like a mass extinction of the human race. It seemed that the key to breaking the situation was still in the high-tier worlds. The blood of ordinary people in low-tier worlds contained too little power. It would be better to go to a higher-tier world and slaughter a holy court priest than to drain the blood of 10 million people. The matter of entering a higher-tier world had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Hayes, study the coffin first. I will think of a way to get the blood. Yes, Your Majesty. Feng Heng looked at Mojai Oi and said, it's almost time. Let's go back and take a look. Okay. Mojai Oi also nodded and left a sleeping bag on the spot. On a private plane, Feng Heng got out of the game cabin and stretched. Since they couldn't use the teleportation array, Feng Heng and Mojai Oi spent 2 days flying from the north of the Federation to the vicinity of the Necromancer Association in the east. How much longer until we arrive? There's less than half an hour left before we land. The area around the Necromancer Association has been completely sealed off by the Federation. Flights can't pass through either. We will have to drive there. It will probably take some time. How's the situation at the association? Feng Heng asked. It's not good. A large amount of the aura of the Death Realm is leaking. I heard that the people from the Necromancer Association and the Federation are trying their best to repair the magic arrays to maintain the stability of the real world. Alright, let's hurry over. When he was locked up in the Fallen Quarter, he heard Li Qinggren mention that because of him, Instructor Dicky often ridiculed the people of the Federation. The bad-tempered teacher Pushi also spoke up for him too, which was a surprise. He wondered how the teachers were doing. It was strange that Feng Heng found himself having a little sense of belonging to the Necromancer Association. After the matter was settled, Feng Heng's first thought was to return to the Necromancer Association to take a look. After all, the association was still troubled by the aura of the Death Realm. If they went over now, they might be of some help. Of course, if it was possible, he could also bring back some of the aura of death. After having the jade pendant gifted to him by Black Castle, Feng Heng felt that it was really useful. In an ideal situation, it would be best to save more of the aura of the Death Realm in the game world, just in case. In addition, Feng Heng raised his hand. Buzz. The Shrine of Bones appeared in midair. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the bottom of the shrine was filled with cracks, and there were even a few small holes on the top. After absorbing the Vampire King's will, the Shrine of Bones' second skill, Soul Bearing, had been in an unusable state. According to the description of the skill, after the shrine removed the will of the soul that it sealed, he could use the shrine to control the power of the soul. However, the shrine did not seem to be doing anything at all. He wondered if it was broken or if there was a problem with his operation. He had to go and ask his teachers. While he was at it, he also wanted to see if he could restore it. After all, it was a holy weapon that could even forcibly absorb the Vampire King's will. Mojai Oi seemed to have thought of something and quickly tapped a few buttons on his phone. He looked up and said, Feng Heng, 7th uncle sent a message earlier. Jian Muzzy has escaped. He is missing with serious injuries. It's suspected that he was rescued by the people from the 12 corporations. The Federation has issued an arrest warrant for Jian Muzzy. District 1 of the Vampire Apocalypse has entered a state of Tier 1 martial law. The Federation's Central Investigation Team has also officially begun investigating Jian Muzzy. Is that so? That's a pity. Feng Heng shrugged. This time, Jian Muzzy had been duped. Next, after the other party went back and sorted out his thoughts, he should probably realize who was behind all this and would most likely come to find him. At that time, he would probably have to fight with Jian Muzzy again. He had to find a way to quickly increase his strength. Feng Heng's desire for strength grew more urgent. Chen Yu contacted us before too. The Federation has come back to its senses after the incident in District 6 of the Vampire Apocalypse. After various comparisons and analyses, they confirmed that we were behind it. They said they wanted to make an appointment with us for a chat. Well, Chen Yu revealed that the Federation is still hoping to cooperate. Alright, let's make an appointment then. After getting off the plane, Feng Heng and Mojai Oi immediately transferred to a large black vehicle and headed straight for the headquarters of the Necromancer Association. Since he had nothing else to do, Feng Heng was about to go to the game cabin at the back of the car to check out the situation of the higher tier games when his mobile phone rang again. It was an unknown caller. Hello? Feng Heng, I haven't had time to congratulate you. I heard that you've already obtained the coffin of the Vampire King? Hearing Old Black's voice, Feng Heng laughed. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to the information you provided. Otherwise, I might not have been able to get it. After getting confirmation from Feng Heng, Old Black couldn't help but sigh at the other party's abilities and luck. Then, he let out a long sigh and said, G and Muzzy is really miserable this time. Not only did you take away his coffin, but District 1, which he has worked on for more than 10 years, was also completely cleaned up by the Federation. However, in this way, we have offended G and Muzzy to the point of no return now. What's wrong? Are you scared now? There's no point in being afraid. Old Black turned serious. I want to use your prison's teleportation passage for something. No problem. Feng Heng agreed immediately. He'd gotten a lot of information and help from Old Black during the cooperation, but it seemed like the latter didn't get anything. This bit of compensation for Old Black was nothing. The prison's teleportation passage's authority will be open to your men. By the way, how much do you know about that mysterious world and its coordinates? You're talking about the world coordinates hidden in the Vampire King's remains, right? On the other end of the phone, Old Black's fingers were tapping rhythmically on the table as he said, to be honest, I just heard about this for the first time not long ago. I am still trying to find out more about it. He paused, then said, Feng Heng, don't be impatient. I think someone is behind this. Eh? Why do you say that? I am so familiar with G and Muzzy, but I've never heard of any news about the hidden world from him. Either G and Muzzy doesn't know about this, or he's keeping this matter a secret so much so that he doesn't even trust me with it. Or... Feng Heng narrowed his eyes unconsciously. Are you trying to say that the so-called passage is fake? It's hard to say. Old Black shook his head and continued, the big organizations and forces are not idiots. It's hard to fool them all, but there's something strange. After the vampire invasion broke out, it was as if the whole world knows about this matter. From my experience, there's something fishy about it. I suggest we investigate it before we act so as not to become someone else's chess piece. 937 Moving House. Feng Heng nodded and said, yes, that makes sense. The king's coffin is already in our hands. I can investigate from here. First, we need to figure out whether the so-called world passage exists. Very good. I will also investigate it through my channels. If there's any news, we will contact each other at any time. Old Black's tone softened, and he said with a smile, one more thing, I have a free deal here. Are you interested? Oh? A free deal? This time, the vampire's invasion has caused a huge commotion. The 12 corporations can't suppress the matter, so they sold out G and Muzzy. Now, the Federation has organized various elite teams to launch a surprise attack on the vampire in District 1. The Elders' Council's headquarters in District 1 can't resist the attack and the Elders have already started to flee in all directions. Old Black chuckled and kept them in suspense. The current situation is that the Elders' Council in District 1 has been cleaned up by the Federation. The elite team of the Federation is now busy dealing with the fleeing vampires and has no time to deal with the resources in the Elders' Council. Take a guess, can we get anything out of it? Hey, Old Black, don't tell me you're thinking of. Almost immediately, Feng Heng thought of the things he and Old Black had seen at the back of the mountain where the Elders' Council was in District 1. Those fusion spatial crystals were piled up like small hills. After the vampire's plan failed, G and Muzzy was pursued by the Federation. Those spatial crystals were no longer useful, so they were naturally left there. Feng Heng's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Those were treasures that could connect the real world and the game world. They had extremely high strategic value. Feng Heng had yearned for them at first sight back then. He had to get them. Looks like you've guessed it. The fusion spatial crystals and spatial dust are all piled up over there. Old Black laughed. The Federation hasn't had time to check the materials yet. Those things might not be of much use to others, but they should be of use to you, right? Of course. They're very useful. I can help you get some. As for the price, give me a number. Feng Heng said generously, I will owe it to you though. I don't have any money now anyway. Hey, you little brat, Old Black shook his head helplessly, it's not easy to earn some money from doing business with you. Alright, I might need to use the passage in the future, so I will charge you less. 3,000 King of Gods points. You can pay me back when you have the money. 3,000 points in exchange for so many fusion spatial crystals, it was a huge profit. Fang Heng agreed without hesitation. No problem. It's settled then. When can I get the goods? Since Jian Muzi is not around and the Federation is not paying attention to the matter now, I have already successfully obtained temporary control of the Elders' Council in the 1st District. From now on, you have 5 hours. No problem, give me 5 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Fang Heng said to Mojai Ai who was beside him, let's go. We have to move again. Let's go back to the game and make a trip to the vampires. Move? Mojai Ai's eyes lit up, alright. 2 hours later, in the Elders' Council of the Vampire Apocalypse's District 1, Bellamy led a group of high-tier vampires to protect the zombie clones and watch them carry large boxes filled with materials into the teleportation passage. While the Federation's elite team was still dealing with the vampire, Old Black cooperated with Fang Heng and secretly opened the teleportation passage, transporting the fusion spatial crystals back to District 8. It was not until then that Old Black realized how professional Fang Heng was in stealing. With the help of the controllable zombies, it only took them an hour to empty the warehouse of fusion spatial crystals. Seeing that there was still time, Fang Heng also conveniently took all the other materials in the warehouse of the Vampire Elders Council. Then, it was the second warehouse, the third warehouse. Mojai Ai hurriedly walked in from the door. Fang Heng, the 7th warehouse is almost empty too. Oh, it's empty again, huh? Seeing that the few remaining warehouses in the Elders' Council had been emptied, Fang Heng licked his lips and looked at Old Black, feeling a little unsatisfied. Old Black, do you think there are any other hidden special warehouses that have not been discovered? No, there's really no more. Seeing that Fang Heng was about to empty the entire Elders' Council, Old Black couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead as he said, Fang Heng, that's enough. It will be hard to explain to the Federation if we empty the whole place. Don't worry. Either way, these bad things were done by the evil vampires. It has nothing to do with us. When the time comes, we will wash our hands clean of it and won't cause you any trouble. Old Black closed his mouth and sighed in his heart. It was a huge loss to sell these materials to Fang Heng for just 3,000 King of God points. Fang Heng watched as the zombie clones carried the last box of ore into the portal. Old Black, there are still a lot of fusion spatial crystals piled up in the back mountain, right? Indeed, but these crystals are very difficult to transport over. Moreover, 2 federal teams are guarding the back mountain. They're not that strong though. Seeing the burning excitement in Fang Heng's and Mojai Ai's eyes, Old Black couldn't help but bite back the words he was about to say. I think we should just give up. After all, the risk is still very high. The people from the Federation may come back at any time. There's no need to get into a direct confrontation with them. Old Black thought that he was a man who would do anything for the benefit at hand, but why did it feel like he was a good citizen compared to the 2 bandits? Fang Heng and Mojai Ai looked at each other and nodded solemnly. They had reached a consensus. They would do it. Their moving company also had professional ethics. Since they were already here, why wouldn't they empty the place? Since the passage is already open, I might as well. Ahem, it's not to that point, right? Old Black coughed. Do you have a huge grudge against the Federation? Mojai Ai sighed and said to Old Black, you don't know this, Old Black, but using the passage consumes a lot of energy. Life in prison is getting harder and harder every day. We finally got some benefits after so many difficulties this time, so you have to let us earn some. Without waiting for Old Black's reply, Fang Heng had already stepped back into the teleportation passage as he said, I will go and bring the vampires over. When the time comes, we will put the blame on Jian Muzi. I will be quick. 10 minutes later, Old Black saw a group of vampires coming out of the teleportation passage with shining eyes. There is some defense personnel from the Federation in the back mountain. Try not to kill anyone and just drive them away. After that, collect the fusion evolution crystals and bring them here. We don't have much time. Hurry. Yes. Your Majesty. Duke Bellamy nodded and immediately led her subordinates to transform into bats and fly out of a window. Then, Old Black heard a commotion outside the building. 938 A big loss. The Federation radio was in a mess. Old Black's private survival radio soon had an additional row of notifications too. Then, the bat-form vampires flew in from the outside carrying pieces of fusion spatial crystals and throwing them on the floor of the teleportation hall. The zombie clones began to pack them, putting the fusion spatial crystals that were thrown on the ground into wooden boxes and moving them into the space passage. Old Black looked at this and smiled bitterly inside. Was Fang Heng that skilled? It was obviously not the first time he had done this. Since he was already a part of all this, Old Black had no choice but to reply to the Federation radio and private messages to delay the return of the main force of the Federation. A moment later, Old Black raised his head. We still have an hour. The Federation received news that there might be some confidential information in the Elder Council and the vampires might retaliate. So they are preparing to return to the Elder Council to provide support. I told them that I've protected the important information resources in advance. I can only help you stall for an hour at most. After an hour, 2 main elite teams of the Federation will rush back. No problem, Fang Hang made an okay hand gesture to Old Black. Mojai I chimed in, the time is enough. We're very familiar with this job. 1 hour should be enough. After more than 2 hours of hard work in total, Fang Hang and Mojai I finally got out of the game cabin at the back of the car when everything was settled. Mojai I's eyes were bright. God, we've made a huge profit this time. It's alright, Fang Hang almost couldn't restrain the corners of his lips from smiling. Something as dangerous as the passage between the game world and the real world should be in his own hands to be safe. The many fusion spatial crystals and spatial dust that they had moved from District 1 filled up 3 medium-sized warehouses in the prison. It was enough for them to maintain the spatial passage between the game and the real world for at least a week. Ahem, Mr. Jai I am sorry to interrupt your conversation, the driver said at this time. We've already entered the periphery of the Federation's prohibited area. From now on, there will be major interference with mobile phone signals. There's a high probability that we won't be able to use our mobile phones after entering the restricted area. In addition, the Federation strictly restricts civilians from entering. If we go in any further, we will encounter the Federation's patrol team. We can only go this far by car. Yes, you've worked hard. You can go back first. Fang Hang and Mojai I got off the car. To protect the safety of the citizens, the Federation had already constructed a protective net around the periphery of the isolation point to prevent the aura of the Death Realm from spreading any further. The area within the protective net was the Federation's restricted area, and all unrelated personnel was prohibited from entering. Barging in by force would be considered a serious crime by the Federation. Mojai I had called Chen Yu to ask about the situation on the way here. According to Chen Yu, the missions related to the Necromancer Association had been handed over to a high-ranking military officer of the Eastern Federation. Chen Yu would try to help them get an entry pass, but he didn't think there would be much hope for success. After all, Chen Yu's job was related to the game. He didn't have much say in the military's affairs outside of the game, and his actions might even have the opposite effect. Feeling helpless, Fang Hang could only think of another way. He didn't expect that he would be able to successfully contact Danzō and Li Shoqian from the Necromancer Association. Fang Hang had thought that the two of them would be assigned to work in the Necromancer Association's area. After all, that area was their home ground, and all communications in that area were blocked by the aura of the Death Realm. He didn't expect to be able to contact them. Li Shoqian almost cried when he heard Fang Hang's voice over the phone. He was so excited that his eyes filled with tears. He had finally found who he wanted to find. The return on his investment in the Fallen Quarter would finally come. When Li Shoqian heard that Fang Hang was near the Necromancer Association, he immediately gave the latter a coordinate and told him that he would be there soon to pick him up and bring him into the sealed area. Fang Hang and Mojai I waited at the spot for more than 10 minutes. Soon, a military vehicle drove over from the distance. Li Shoqian stuck his head out of the car window excitedly and waved at Fang Hang from afar. Mr. Fang, it's been a long time. How are you? Not bad. And you? This time, he had obtained the Vampire King's coffin and 2 parts of the Vampire King's remains. The harvest was still quite impressive. I am very good, get in the car. The military vehicle stopped in front of Fang Hang and Mojai I. Li Shoqian pushed the car door open and let the two into the car. Then, the car turned around and headed where it came from. Fang Hang asked curiously, so you two are working in the temporary camp now? We're members of the Federation, after all. We're also members of the Necromancer Association, so we're very familiar with this area. It's only a given for us to be assigned to work here. Speaking of this, Li Shoqian scratched his head in embarrassment. Mr. Fang, thanks to your help last time, the Federation thought that we were the ones who discovered the gathering point of the vampires. As such, we successfully destroyed the stronghold and caught a commander-level spy, thus accidentally making a first-class contribution. It's a pity that we're not from the Operations Department or the Investigation Bureau. Even if we were promoted, they wouldn't give us any real power, so we got 2 made-up positions. It just so happens that we're both people who understand the Necromancer Association well. During critical times, special things have to be done, so the higher-ups sent us here to help. We're mainly in charge of some coordination work with the Necromancer Association. It's quite an idle job. Come to think of it, it's quite a coincidence. When you contacted us, we were at the Federation's Gathering Point branch. The Federation has special signal towers at each gathering point that can receive external signals on and off. Once we leave the area, the signals won't work and communication is basically zero. Li Shoqian said, by the way, Mr. Fang, there's a batch of supplies that we need to send to the Necromancer Association. Let's hurry up and catch up so that we can also escort the supplies to the association on the way. It won't be a problem, right? It doesn't matter. Feng Hang looked at Li Shouqiang suspiciously. But brother, you didn't plan to do this all along, did you? Haha, I almost lost all my money some time ago. I have to recover some of my losses as soon as possible. Li Shouqiang laughed when Feng Hang saw through him. The Federation has issued a mission to the common public. The player teams who accept the mission will be responsible for the mobilization and distribution of resources. We're just escorting them on the way, and we can get some merit points after that. It's on the way anyway, and it's easier to settle things with more people. Otherwise, we will have to clean up the undead creatures on the way ourselves while going to the association. It's quite troublesome. Feng Hang agreed in his heart and said, alright, let's hurry up then. Tan Shao stepped on the accelerator, and the military vehicle sped forward. By the way, Mr. Feng, do you remember Qian Yaoyun? Feng Hang thought carefully, that guy who was trapped in the fallen corridor with us? 939 sealed off area, that's right. It turns out that the kid was a spy sent by the 12 corporations, and the investigator sent by the Central Federation, Ziyangzi, is also related to the anti-Federation forces. You don't say? The investigation bureau was pretty awesome this time. They got rid of all of them in one go that night. Li Shouqiang was in a good mood. He was beaming with joy as he said, I've never liked that kid. As expected, he's not a good person. After the military vehicle drove into the depths of the sealed-off area, the black aura of the death realm around them began to thicken, and the surroundings were shrouded in a layer of black fog. Skeletal creatures could be seen on the road from time to time. Without exception, they were all crushed into a pile of bones by the heavily armored military vehicle at the front. Feng Hang tried to roll down the window and hold the jade pendant that could store the aura of the death realm in his hand before stretching it out the window and pouring his mental strength into it. Whoosh! The jade pendant emitted a faint light as it slowly absorbed the aura of the death around it. It could absorb. Feng Hang was delighted. The aura of the death realm that leaked into the outside world and the aura of the death realm that seeped out from the fallen corridor had the same origin, so they could both be absorbed. It was just that the concentration of the aura here was not high, so the efficiency of absorption was not high. Feng Hang put away the jade pendant and prepared to absorb the aura of the death realm again after entering the depths of the sealed-off area. Now that he thought about it, the aura of the death realm was really a treasure. Since he was already here, he had to store more in the world of the vampires in case of an emergency. It was Mojai Ai's first time seeing the aura of the death realm. He looked at the skeletal creatures outside curiously and asked, brothers, how much longer until we reach? Are we still in the periphery? Yes, this is the periphery of the sealed-off area designated by the Federation. The deeper we go, the stronger the aura of the death realm is. There will also be vengeful spirits in the deeper areas, which are very difficult to deal with. However, they are much weaker than the ones we encountered in the fallen corridor. Feng Hang nodded with anticipation. He hoped that after entering the sealed area, the aura of the death realm's concentration would not be too low. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao saw Feng Hang's expression through the rear window and couldn't help but look at each other. That's strange. Why did Feng Hang look eager? Soon, the military vehicle drove into the depths of the sealed-off area, and the visibility in front plummeted. Even under the strong light of the car lights, the visibility was less than 10 meters. Eh? Who's that in front? Through the car window, Mojai Ai could see a light up ahead. The military vehicle began to slow down and caught up with the convoy that was moving slowly ahead. Oh, it's a small team of players who accepted a mission from the Federation to help transport supplies. Huh? Mission? A player team? Mojai Ai was confused. Yes, the leak of the aura of the death realm this time is not easy to deal with. The Federation's military thus sent out invitations for cooperation. Those invited are gaming companies or veteran teams that have cooperated deeply with the Federation. After receiving the invitation, these teams can accept the commission to enter the sealed-off area to help. The Federation will give out rewards based on the specific contribution points. Mojai Ai's eyes lit up when he heard about the reward. What are the rewards? Most of them are points from the game. King of Gods points can also be exchanged. It seems pretty good? Tan Shao nodded. Yes, the mission rewards given by the Federation are quite generous. However, considering the time and cost that players have to spend to come here, and the fact that many teams are busy with games so they may not have time to come. Besides, the main mission is to help the Necromancer Association prevent the aura of the dead from spreading and clear the resurrected skeletal creatures. It's fine in the outer area, but there are higher-tier vengeful spirit creatures in the inner area, so the mission is not easy either. The money earned is just barely enough to cover the cost. It's mainly because the Federation lacks players with the holy element to purify the aura of the death realm. I heard that the person in charge of the military here is having a headache and can't sleep well all night. Li Shouqian glanced at Fang Heng as he spoke. After all, you know, the curse carried by undead creatures is very troublesome. It's a pity that all your equipment was destroyed by the king guards. Otherwise, we would have made a fortune. Fang Heng's thoughts couldn't help but move after hearing this. That's not for sure. Maybe we can earn some now. Huh. After meeting up with Fang Heng and the others, the convoy of supplies began to accelerate slowly again. After entering the depths of the sealed-off area, the vehicles started to stop from time to time to deal with the dead souls and spirits they encountered along the way. The visible distance had also been reduced to less than 5 meters. After about half an hour, the car slowed down and stopped. This time, the stop was a little long. Mojai Oi was getting impatient and could not help but look out of the window. Are we here? No, not yet. Li Jiangqian determined the current position of the convoy and frowned. That's strange. We should still be a long way from our destination. Something may have gone wrong. Let's go down and take a look. Yes. Fang Heng was a little bored after sitting in the vehicle all the way, so he got off the car with the others to watch the fun. In front, the convoy was blocked by a temporary roadblock. The convoy leader, Hu Wenming, was negotiating with the people who blocked the road. Hu Wenming looked like a benign and honest middle-aged man. This time, he had been entrusted by the Federation to transport a batch of special materials from the outside into the sealed-off area. Hu Wenming had worked with Tan Shao a few times before. Because he was worried that he would encounter danger halfway, he found Li Shouqian and Tan Shao to help him. Fang Heng listened in on the conversation from the side and then found that the transport vehicle was stopped by someone. The person who stopped them was actually from a gaming company. Friend, I am sorry. Please take a detour. Thank you for your hard work. Is he crazy? To think they even dared to stop a Federation car? Mojai Oi was a little surprised as he looked at the person who stopped the car with interest. The man had a full beard and a big smile on his face. He kept apologizing as he said, I am really sorry, everyone. A group of powerful undead creatures suddenly appeared in the area ahead. We have accepted the mission from the Federation and are currently carrying out the order to clear the threat of the undead in the area. I suggest that you take a detour. We are all out here to work and support our families. Please don't make it hard for us. Li Shouqian, who was standing at the side, could roughly understand the argument between the few people. He saw the red circular mark on the bearded man's clothes and frowned unconsciously. Oro Company. Yes, I am Daikangi Un, the team leader from Oro Company. Our company has accepted a mission from the Federation to clear up undead creatures. There are high-risk undead creatures in this area. Daikangi Un sized up Li Shouqian, who was wearing the Federation's standard combat uniform. Then, he said with a smile on his face, please don't make it hard for us and take a detour. It won't take long. It will take at least a few hours to make a detour. Li Shouqian was displeased. This is an emergency delivery. Move aside. Are you going to take responsibility if something happens and we are delayed? 940 flat tire. I am sorry, I am really sorry. Hurry up and move. Daikangi Un was reproached, but he still had a smile on his face. He repeatedly apologized as he waved his hand toward the rear fence, saying, hurry up, move the roadblocks away. A few Oro Company players came up and slowly moved the fence blocking the road. Alright, hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Li Shouqian waved his hand and asked everyone to return to the truck. After delaying for more than 10 minutes, the convoy finally resumed their journey. Not far away, Daikangi Un watched as the car slowly disappeared into the black mist. The fake smile on his face faded and was replaced by a disdainful expression. He took out the special short-distance walkie-talkie in his hand and said into it, hey, someone is going over. There are 2 Federation people on the team. Well, they didn't listen to advice and insisted on breaking in. They might be people from the Black Fox Company. No, I don't know those 2 either. They're not from the military. They're just 2 low-level officers. Since they don't listen to advice, teach them a lesson and give them a little reminder so that they will remember. On the other side, Li Shouqian drove the vehicle slowly after the large transport truck in front. Hu Wenming also boarded Li Shouqian's car. Mojai Oi said, so it's Oro. It's a big company that has a close relationship with the Central Federation. I heard that it's quite arrogant outside. Even small companies don't dare to provoke it. Li Shouqian didn't have a good impression of Oro Company. He had already seen through their tricks and was now scolding them in disdain. These game companies just want to claim land and monopolize part of the mission area for their convenience. Now they even dare to block our emergency supplies. They really have no lower limits. Fang Heng also had some information related to the Oro Company in his memory. Oro Company had a close relationship with the Central Federation and was quite large in intermediate games. It was also one of the largest gaming companies in the entire Eastern Federation. Forget it, forget it. Peace breeds wealth. Let's not stoop to their level. When Hu Wenming saw that Li Shouqian didn't like Oro either, he finally became bold and said, "Our company knows that this area is occupied by Oro, but the area on the right is occupied by Hengdao Company. Those big companies are the all same. They won't let us pass." Sign. Hu Wenming sighed as he spoke, his face full of worry. "The last time I received the task of transporting supplies, it took an extra 8 hours to deliver the supplies because we had to detour. In the end, the mission was evaluated as a late mission. Not only did I not earn a single cent, but I even paid a lot of compensation. Small companies like us with no background can't complete tasks like transporting emergency supplies at all." Hu Wenming's face was bitter. "To be honest, we only dared to accept the commission because you guys came to escort. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to take the mission again even if you beat me to death. It can't be helped. It's not easy to survive as a small company. Fuck." Li Shouqian wrapped the steering wheel and started cursing again. "These bastards want to monopolize the mission. Don't worry, I will have a good talk with the commander when we reach the camp." When Hu Wenming heard this, he was extremely grateful to Li Shouqian. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Li Shouqian was thinking about what to say when he got back when the line of vehicles in front suddenly stopped again. What's wrong? In front of them, 2 players jumped down from the transport vehicle and ran over in a hurry. "Boss Hu, the tires in front are flat." "Huh?" Hu Wenming was stunned. "Please excuse me, I will go down and check." After apologizing to everyone, Hu Wenming hurriedly followed the people who came to check. Soon, the people in the car heard Hu Wenming's voice from outside. "Bully. What a bully. How could they do this? How long will it take to fix it?" Fang Heng looked at Li Shouqian, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "It looks like we've been retaliated against. It's most likely the work of those people from Oro Company." "No way? How can they be so unreasonable?" Mojai I wondered why was Oro so bold. To think they dared to make a move on their convoy. Were they really not afraid of the Federation's punishment? "Come, let's get off the car and take a look." Fang Heng and the others got out of the car as well. Hu Wenming's face was ashen. He was discussing something with a few players in front of the truck. "What's wrong?" "The tire burst." "Ah. Military armored vehicles used explosion-proof tires. How could they burst just like that?" Hu Wenming gritted his teeth and said, "We've checked. It's ground nails. It's obvious that someone put them on the ground. From the marks, it seems that they were just inserted not long ago." Li Shouqian immediately reacted, "Fuck, those dogs from Oro Company must have done it." "Calm down, we don't have any evidence," Danzō said. "Do you still need evidence?" "My eyes are sharp, I can tell with one look that those people from Oro are obviously not good people." SHH. Fang Heng suddenly motioned for everyone to be quiet. The cries of the undead were heard all around. Low-level undead creatures emerged from the thick black fog around them and gathered toward the convoy. "It's very dangerous to stay here. Let's think of a way to leave first." "How long will it take to fix it?" "It's already under repair. It's very troublesome to switch anti-explosive tires, so it will take about 10 minutes. "Alright, repair it as soon as possible. We will help protect the convoy against the vengeful spirits," Fang Heng said as he looked around and saw the undead creatures walking out of the black fog. He said in a low voice, "Be careful. The density of undead creatures nearby is abnormal." Yes, Li Shouqian could also sense that there were a lot of undead creatures gathering from the darkness. "Prepare for the attack." The small team of players brought by Hu Wenming also became vigilant and equipped their weapons, ready to fight. The weapons and equipment the player teams carried were relatively ordinary. They were enough to deal with ordinary skeletal creatures, but it would be more troublesome to deal with vengeful spirits. The Federation's supply of special bullets that could be used to deal with spirits was very scarce. Hu Wenming Company had only obtained a few for emergency use after application. The skeletal creatures dragged their broken bodies and staggered toward the truck. "Go." The players immediately opened fire. "Leave the vengeful spirits to us," Li Jingqiang shouted when he saw the vengeful spirits among the skeletal creatures. He and Danzō took out the Book of the Dead together. Black chains shot out from the Book of the Dead and pierced forward, binding the vengeful spirits tightly and slowly dragging them into the Book of the Dead. Most of the undead around were low-level vengeful spirits. Their movements were slow and had weak resistance, so it was not a big problem to deal with them. However, as their numbers increased, Danzō and Li Shouqian were obviously not able to handle it with their speed. "Mr. Fang, do me a favor." 941 loading complete. "All right," Fang Heng answered. After completing the Inheritance of the Vampire's King Coffin, Fang Heng switched to his normal form when he left the game, which was the multi-skill fusion form. His vampire bloodline was currently of the highest level among the bloodlines, so he would suffer a backlash when he used a holy light purification sphere, making it very uncomfortable for him. As such, Feng Heng looked back at Hu Wenming, who was hurrying to repair the truck, and asked, "Hey, I say, are there any melee weapons in the supplies? It'd be best if it's heavy." Hu Wenming was stunned for a moment. A close combat weapon? Did he want to use a close combat weapon against the vengeful spirits? And it should be heavy? No. Yes. Give me the heaviest one. This was the first time Hu Wenming met Feng Heng. He thought that the latter was a helper invited by Li Shaoqiang and the other big shot from the Federation. He didn't think too much about it and immediately asked his men to open the door at the back of the truck to get the weapon. "Bring me the heaviest spear." Hearing that, the players hurriedly got into the truck and worked together to carry out a heavy metal spear. "Just throw it." Feng Heng couldn't help urging. The players looked at each other and counted down from 3. Then, they threw the long metal spear at Feng Heng with all their might. Feng Heng took the spear with both hands, then shifted it onto one hand, weighing it. It was still a little light, but he had to make do with it. Seeing Feng Heng waving the long spear with one hand, Hu Wenming was startled. The long spear was custom-made by a Federation officer and weighed more than 60 kilograms. How could Feng Heng pick it up with one hand? Feng Heng grabbed the long spear with his right hand and took out the Book of Creation with his left hand to add a weapon blessing to his weapon. Then, he immediately dashed toward the 2 vengeful spirits closest to him. To deal with undead bodies, the weight of a spear did not make much of a difference. After all, vengeful spirits could ignore physical penetration attacks and would only be injured by the additional abilities from weapon blessing. However, if the weapon was too light, Feng Heng felt that it wouldn't feel as nice to use it. With the blood blade effects of the vampire's holy weapon, the tip of the spear glowed red. Kai. Blood shadow. Piercing the spear into the vengeful spirit's body triggered another effect of the vampire's holy weapon, blood shadow, and dealt additional damage. The shoulder of the vengeful spirit was pierced by the long spear. It let out a muffled cry and its body paused. Feng Heng frowned. Insufficient damage. It was different from when he was in the Fallen Quarter. At that time, he had a set of high-strength Holy Court equipment on him. After casting the weapon blessing, low-level vengeful spirits like this could be killed with one strike then. Without the support of equipment now, the effect of the weapon blessing was obviously much weaker. He could not kill the vengeful spirits in just a few hits. Feng Heng had no choice but to take a small half-step back before stabbing forward continuously. With a high agility bonus, he stabbed more than 10 times in a few seconds. The vengeful spirit was constantly struck into a stunned state, and more than a dozen holes were pierced through its body before it exploded on the spot with a bang. This was a little troublesome. Feng Heng put away the spear and was about to look for his next target when he suddenly noticed a very weak aura among the aura of the exploded vengeful spirit floating toward him quickly. Eh? What the hell is that? Feng Heng waved his long spear and pointed it forward, trying to poke it. Whoosh! Eh? The aura was struck by the spear tip and exploded again, forming 7 or 8 smaller auras that continued to approach him at a faster speed than before. Was this even possible? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat and he immediately realized that something was wrong. The aura was too strange. It was as if it had locked onto him. Feng Heng immediately used his teleportation skill to dodge to the right to buy time. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the Book of Creation. Purify. Buzz. A ray of light flashed. The light of the purification spell flickered and landed on the gray aura. Kai. The gray mist was affected by the purification spell and made a faint sound as if it was evaporating. It was effective. However, in the next moment, Feng Heng's expression changed slightly. Most of the gray aura was dissipated by the purification spell, but there was still a very small and weak wisp of gray aura that was still rushing toward him. Before Feng Heng could do anything, the gray aura emerged into his body. Shit. Feng Heng's mind raced. Strange, why didn't he feel anything? He immediately used his perception to scan his state. He still did not feel anything. What was that gray aura? While Feng Heng was puzzled, a line of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's current bounded skill, the Holy Weapon Shrine of Bones' second skill, Soul Bearing, has completed the process of bearing a soul. Ding! The Shrine of Bones is currently in a damaged state. It is impossible to consume the soul aura to completely control the soul body. It is also impossible to release the loaded soul body. Ding! In the Shrine of Bones' current state, the player can summon the loaded soul to attack the target once. The attack will consume the soul aura. Ding! The Shrine of Bones has absorbed the pure soul aura. The current amount of soul aura stored is 0.2 out of 40,000. Each attack will consume 20,000 soul aura. The cooldown time of this skill is 0.5 seconds. Repairing the Shrine of Bones will gradually increase the current maximum amount of soul aura that can be stored. After reading the game hints clearly, Feng Heng's expression suddenly became a little awkward. Feng Heng, what's wrong? Mojai Oi, who was standing at the side, couldn't be of any help. He saw Feng Heng jumping back and forth as if he was dealing with something difficult. Then, the latter stood there in a daze as if he was thinking about something. Therefore, Mojai Oi couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, Feng Heng coughed lightly, I discovered something strange. So after all that, it turned out that the aura was the work of the Shrine of Bones. It almost scared him to death. No wonder he didn't feel any sense of danger just now. It turned out that the Vampire King's soul had been completely wiped out by the Shrine of Bones and was even being controlled. As the Shrine of Bones was still in a damaged state, it could only launch single attacks with the help of soul bodies. He wondered how strong the attack was. In theory, the Vampire King's soul had been sealed by the Holy Realm for thousands of years, but it was still alive and kicking. The strength of the soul should not be too bad. Feng Heng curled his lips and looked at the soul bodies that were swarming in from all directions, a touch of eagerness flashing in his eyes. They were unlucky. He had to make haste to kill a few more and gather 20,000 points of energy to test the strength of the Vampire King's soul. Feng Heng picked up his spear and rushed toward the vengeful spirits. After dealing with a few more vengeful spirits, Feng Heng frowned. A normal low-tier vengeful spirit's death could only provide 3 to 10 points of soul energy to the Shrine of Bones. It was a little troublesome to gather the energy. He wondered if he could obtain energy from the vengeful spirits killed by others. If not, what about those killed by his zombie clones? Feng Heng's gaze unconsciously shifted to Li Shoqiang and Suziaksu. The two of them dragged the vengeful spirits directly into the Book of the Dead, and the soul energy of the vengeful spirit was thus completely absorbed by the Book of the Dead. Just as he was pondering, Huanming shouted to everyone, "Brothers! It's done, let's go." 942 Temporary Camp. Feng Heng lifted his long spear. Forget it. He couldn't rush it either. He had better escort the convoy back first, then see if he could find any suitable weapons when he returned to the Necromancer Association. He should be able to farm monsters faster then. You guys get in the car and leave first, I will cover. Feng Heng shouted, signaling the Federation escort team to leave first. The team moved quickly, boarding the truck one by one and starting the truck to evacuate. Feng Heng stabbed a few skeletal creatures that were chasing after him to death and threw his spear back into the large truck that was transporting supplies. Then, he quickly entered the car that Li Shoqiang was driving. Those bastards from Aro, let's see how I am going to get back at them when we get back. Although they didn't suffer any substantial losses, what the other party did still manage to provoke Li Shoqiang's anger. After saying brutal words, Li Shoqiang turned to Feng Heng. Don't you think so, Mr. Feng? Ah, yes. It's better to be careful. Feng Heng felt that things might not be as simple as Li Shoqiang thought. After all, Oro Company had done a very clean job and didn't leave behind any evidence. Not to mention, the other party was so bold and clearly fearless. It was likely that they had already bribed the higher-ups. Huanming smiled bitterly and didn't dare to reply. He only hoped that the journey would be smoother. The rest of the journey was relatively safe, and the players worked together to deal with the undead creatures they encountered along the way. After some delay, the vehicles passed another intersection that was occupied by the players of Oro Company. Then, they slowly drove into the temporary camp of the Federation on the periphery of the Necromancer Association. Huanming, who had been on tenterhooks, finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they did not encounter any more trouble. The temporary campsite was surrounded by a dispelling magic array, which could effectively dispel the aura of the Death Realm. However, the aura of the Death Realm was not so easy to deal with. The dense aura of the Death Realm had a corrosive effect. As such, the magic array would be corroded after operating for a certain period. Hence, players had to repair it every 3 hours. Huanming jumped out of the car, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and let out a heavy breath. It had been a shocking but not quite dangerous trip. Thank you, everyone. The mission has been successfully completed. I will bring my people to unload the goods first. After the inventory is done, we will go to the Federation Commission office to settle the commission. Sure, go ahead. We will meet at the exchange point later. Tanshao got out of the car and stood beside a military truck to inspect it. Suddenly, he stopped everyone. Wait a minute, everyone come and take a look at this. Everyone gathered around the truck to take a look. There were a few runes stuck in the gaps in the corner of the truck. It was only the lowest level of runes and had limited effects, but it was enough to disgust people. Seeing this, Huanming's expression changed several times. The soul summoning talisman. How disgusting. Li Shoqiang gritted his teeth. No wonder we encountered so many undead creatures along the way. It was this that attracted them. The people from Oro Company must have pasted it sneakily when we stopped the truck. Huanming was extremely glad that he had brought Li Shoqiang along for this mission. Otherwise, their entire small company might have been destroyed on the way, never mind completing the mission. However, what else could he do? Small companies really didn't have the confidence to fight against those behemoths. If he had the time, he better spend it trying to find a way to support his family. Huenming sighed dejectedly, forget it. I won't take on such a mission next time. Bullshit. We can't just let this matter rest. Just you wait, you go unload the goods first, I will go to the commander to ask for an explanation. Li Shouqian was furious. He looked at Feng Heng and said, Mr. Feng, the Necromancer Association is still under lockdown. If you want to enter, you will have to apply to the Federation. It will be troublesome if you apply for it alone. I will process the application for you and complain about those bastards from Moro Game Guild while I am at it. Don't be rash. Danzō knew Li Shouqian's personality, so he nodded and said, I will go with you. Then, Danzō looked at Feng Heng, Mr. Feng, you can take a walk around the camp. We will be out soon. Alright, I will wait for you guys. Feng Heng nodded. By the way, you just said that the Federation issued a mission to the outside world. Where do you collect the mission settlement? I know. It's right beside the unloading area. Hu Wenming was very grateful to Feng Heng, so he said, I have to go over to unload the goods, so I will take you there. Alright. Feng Heng couldn't enter important places like the Federation's command center, for the time being, so the two groups split up. Feng Heng and Mojai Ai followed Hu Wenming to unload the goods. The Federation's mission handover office in the camp was next to the unloading point. The mission handover office was a temporarily modified hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Feng Heng noticed the huge screen facing the entrance. He looked at the mission notifications from the Federation that were constantly refreshing on the big screen and couldn't help squinting his eyes. There were not many types of missions issued by the Federation, so the difficulty could be seen at a glance. The missions ran along the lines of clearing areas, purifying the aura of the Death Realm, maintaining magic arrays, setting up strongholds, protecting areas, and so on. Seeing Feng Heng looking at the screen without saying anything, Mojai Ai moved closer to him and asked, Old Feng, what do you say? It looks like you want to make a fortune again? Feng Heng touched his chin. Old Mo, to be honest, I think your proposal is very good. Cough, cough, cough. Mojai Ai choked on Feng Heng's answer and coughed several times. He looked at Feng Heng and said, if you want to make a fortune, then do so. I didn't stop you. Don't throw the blame on me. Let's go and ask about the situation. There were more than a dozen administrative windows at the rear of the office. Feng Heng asked together with Mojai Ai. The counter-teller from the Federation briefly explained the process of accepting missions to Feng Heng. It was very simple. He only needed to make a record and register before he could receive the mission. He was required to have a camera on during the entire mission. The Federation would also assign accompanying personnel to supervise in cases of large-scale missions. After the completion of the mission, companies could obtain contribution points which could be exchanged for reputation points, various real-world resources, and funds, as well as in-game materials and points. It was worth mentioning that there was a limit to the number of King of Gods points that could be exchanged. The maximum quota of King of Gods points for a single person per month was no more than 3,000, and the limit on companies was no more than 50,000. After taking a closer look, Feng Heng found that most of the related missions in the area where the truck had passed by just now had been accepted by Oro Company and were in a state of being entrusted. It seemed that Oro Company had booked the entire place. This was also within his expectations. Such a thing wasn't strange in the game, but he didn't expect it to be the same outside the game. Feng Heng thought for a while and prepared to choose a mission that would reduce the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the area. Such a mission was ranked as the highest SS level by the Federation. 943 Encounter. I am sorry, sir. The Federation temporarily doesn't offer commissions to individuals. To receive a commission, you need a company with the Federation's credibility level as a guarantee or a letter of invitation from the Federation. If the mission can't be completed within a time limit, part of the company's credibility level will be deducted. Please register your company, the female attendant said as she handed over a form. I will fill it in. Our company has cooperation with the Federation, so our credibility level is not bad. Mojai Ai picked up a pen as he spoke and started to fill in the form. The counter attendant explained, due to the influence of the aura of the Death Realm, our communication with the outside world is extremely limited. If it's a company that's registered for the first time, it may take 5-10 hours to verify. Please wait patiently. Feng Heng frowned. 5 hours of verification time was too long. Forget it, he would first let them verify the company, then try to take a shortcut through Li Shouqian later. The two of them handed in the report and waited for a while. Soon, they saw Li Shouqian and Danzō walking toward them from afar. Fuck, the reputation of the Federation has been ruined by those dogs. Why is our reputation among the people getting lower and lower? Why is everyone more and more dissatisfied with us? It's because of these people's existence. They've destroyed our moral integrity. Li Ziqian was venting his dissatisfaction all the way out of the camp. Danzō did not say a word. He had known Li Shoqian for a long time and he understood the latter. It was because he cared too much that he was particularly angry. Seeing Li Shoqian walking over from afar while cursing, I could not help but smile. He found the other party quite interesting. He was already a mid-ranked officer in the Federation, but he still easily got angry. What's wrong? Li Shoqian had bragged before, but now that he had been beaten up by reality, he kept quiet and didn't answer. The camp commander, Kaiuhai, wasn't around. It was the deputy commander, Chen Lin, who saw us. I think he might be related to the people from Aro. What Chen Lin said was that this is a special period, and stability was key. Recently, he's heard that there have been related conflicts between various guilds and companies, such as complaints and reports, but the Federation doesn't have the extra power to manage these things for the time being. Of course, if we can provide concrete evidence, he will take action. Danzō shook his head helplessly, but we don't have any evidence to prove that this was done by Aro Company. Li Shoqian gritted his teeth and said, "This isn't over. We will settle the score after this." I don't believe that he really didn't reveal a single flaw. Fang Hang glanced at Li Shoqian. "You don't have to wait until it's so late. I have a collaboration project here that can more or less take revenge on the Aro Company. Are you interested?" Li Shoqian's eyes lit up when he heard Fang Hang's proposal. His anger dissipated a lot and he approached him with a smile. "Yes, please. Mr. Fang, make haste. Revenge is secondary. I am not a narrow-minded person. If there's a chance to make a fortune, bring me along." Li Shoqian had seen Fang Hang's collaboration project in the Fallen Corridor before. In most cases, the projects were stable. Of course, other than the time when they were completely sealed in the Fallen Corridor for more than a month. That was a sudden natural disaster, and their money-making project by reselling soul bodies had completely collapsed. "There's no rush," Fang Hang waved his hand. "Before this, has the Federation approved our application to enter the Necromancer Association? Of course, with my help, everything will be settled. But the problem is with the Necromancer Association. We don't know how the lockdown is going. It's fine to enter the periphery, but the building is being sealed by the association's people. You might not be able to get in," Li Shoqian said as he showed the temporary pass he had just obtained. "Let's go and try. I want to see Teacher Dicky first." The Necromancer Association was located not far from the temporary campsite set up by the Federation. If one observed carefully, one would notice that the aura of the Death Realm was continuously seeping out from above the Necromancer Association and gradually spreading to the outside world. Along the way, one could see small teams formed by Federation soldiers and players from the Necromancer Association patrolling and clearing the roads. After clearing a few skeletal creatures along the way, Fang Hang and his team arrived at the entrance of the Necromancer Association. They were allowed to enter after their identities were verified. The situation inside the association was better than outside. Under the protection of the magic array, the aura of the Death Realm in the inner region was less concentrated. A few players from the Necromancer Association were killing the resurrected undead in the plaza. Fang Hang walked to the familiar central building and was stopped by two necromancy attendants. "I am sorry, esteemed guest. The Necromancer Association is currently on high alert. You are temporarily unable to enter. I am looking for Teacher Dicky. Can you pass on the message?" "I am very sorry. Vice President Dicky is currently repairing the magic array, so we can't disturb him," the attendant bowed and said. "You can leave a record on the visiting list, or try again tomorrow." Li Shoqian shrugged helplessly. The Federation could not meddle in the matters of the Necromancer Association. Fang Hang had no choice but to leave his name on the visiting list. Well, he would wait a little longer and try again tomorrow then. Since there was still time, he would think of a way to move the aura of the Death Realm into the dark blood of prison and swindle some money from the Federation. Fang Hang pondered for a while and was about to leave when he suddenly heard someone calling him. "Fang Hang?" Li Qinggren had just finished a clearing mission with a team of players from the Necromancer Association. When she saw Fang Hang outside the door, she was delighted. "Senior Sister Qinggren." Fang Hang turned around and saw Li Qinggren. He smiled and waved at her. "Mr. Fang." "Ha ha ha. It's been a long time, Mr. Fang. Where have you been to enjoy yourself?" "Fang Hang, you still dare to come back? I knew you were a spy from the Holy Light System. The first thing you did when you see the association in trouble is run, right? Mr. Fang, you came all the way here to see us but didn't bring us anything good to eat? Are you even human?" Li Qinggren was followed by a group of players, most of whom had experienced life and death with Fang Hang in the Fallen Corridor. When they saw him, all of them smiled and greeted him noisily. After chatting with the others noisily for a while, Li Qinggren signaled the deputy leader to lead the team to carry out the mission first. Then, she walked over to Fang Hang and chatted with him. I couldn't find you after we separated from the Fallen Corridor last time. I thought something had happened to you. Later, I found out that you left with the people from the Federation. Are you alright? I am fine. How are you? The Federation didn't make things difficult for you after that, right? We're all fine. Xiangzi has been confirmed to be related to the Aura of the Death Realm's leak. He is currently being held in custody by the Eastern Federation's Investigation Bureau. However, due to his special identity, he might be handed over to the Central Federation for punishment. 944 The construction is that so? Mojai Oi, who was listening at the side, could not help but ask, fuck, it wasn't easy to catch the mole, but you're just going to hand him over to the Central Federation for disposal. Isn't this letting him off too easily? Li Shouqian knew a little about this matter, so he patted Mojai Oi's shoulder and said, don't worry. Before he's sent to the Central Federation, the inspection team will treat him well. We will pry out everything he has to say and squeeze him dry. Li Qingren's face was cold. The Necromancer Association will also give him a profound lesson. Feng Heng asked, where's Teacher Puji? Is he alright? Teacher managed to break through to the Lich form when he was on the verge of death, but he still needs some time to stabilize his condition. The hidden dangers in his body need to be eliminated as soon as possible, and he is still in emergency seclusion. After a while, his strength should increase by a huge leap. Feng Heng sighed. It's a pity that after breaking through to the Lich form, the teacher's mental strength will completely solidify. There's no way to go further. Li Qingren smiled gently, thank you for your concern. Teacher Pushi doesn't think much of it though. More than 10 years ago, he felt that he had already used up all his potential. He felt that even if he struggled for another few decades, he wouldn't be able to improve. With this, he can completely give up on this thought and focus on his research. Who knows, it might be a blessing in disguise. Feng Heng pointed at the association's gates behind him, which were blocked by 2 necromancy attendants. Senior Sister Qingren, I want to go in and see Teacher Dicky. Can you take us in? I am afraid you will have to be disappointed. I can't go in either. Li Qingren looked at the necromancer servants blocking the door and said apologetically, previously, there was a serious sabotage incident that caused damage to the magic array that seals the Death Realm crevice, so the entire association is now on a state of emergency. The teachers are trying their best to repair the entrance to the Death Realm. Even if you go in now, you won't be able to see Teacher Dicky. Is that so? But Teacher Dicky goes out to patrol around 4 o'clock every afternoon. You should be able to find him in that period. Feng Heng took a look at the time. It was only 10:30 in the morning. The good news was that he didn't have to wait until tomorrow. He could find Teacher Dicky this afternoon. Li Qingren extended an invitation to Feng Heng. I will be leading a team out to patrol and repair the magic array later. The Necromancer Association will give us a certain amount of points. Do you want to come along? Everyone missed you. What? Feng Heng's eyes lit up immediately. Cooperation? With Li Qingren's team? What a coincidence. He got what he lacked. Feng Heng looked around carefully, then looked at Li Qingren with a burning gaze. He lowered his voice and asked, Senior Qingren, I have a cooperative project here that I need your team to help with. After it's done, we can earn at least twice the points. How about it? Cooperation project, earning more points? Li Qingren looked at Feng Heng strangely and couldn't help but be suspicious. I am fine with it and everyone here is willing to believe you, but why are you so sneaky? You're not doing anything bad, are you? Ha ha ha, Feng Heng smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand. No, I guarantee that this project is fine. Do you not trust me? More than an hour later, Li Shouqian, as the recommender, opened a temporary authorization channel for North River Heavy Industry. Feng Heng then took the Federation's mission to purify the aura of the Death Realm in the name of North River Heavy Industry. A team of about 50 necromancers followed Feng Heng to the right side area of the Federation's temporary camp. This mission area was occupied by Oro Company. As it was a large-scale mission, 5 federal team members followed behind as the mission supervisors. The moment the players from Oro Company who were on guard duty in the periphery of the designated area saw Feng Heng's aggressive group at the entrance, they immediately felt that something was wrong. These few people looked a little familiar. Damn, did they bring a group of high-tier necromancy players here to seek revenge? The Oro Company players naturally didn't dare to stop them and immediately informed the company's person in charge through the short-distance walkie-talkie. Due to the delay in communication, the person in charge of Oro Company, Zhang Wanwen, received the news only more than 20 minutes later. High-tier players from the Necromancer Association? More than 30 of them. Zhang Wanwen immediately realized that they were in big trouble. She seemed to have provoked someone not to be trifled with this time. As one of the top 10 companies, Oro Company had thousands of advanced gamers. But to clash with so many high-tier players from the Necromancer Association? There was no need. There was really no need to make such a big fuss. Zhang Wanduan's thoughts were clear. A person who is so close to the Federation and the Necromancer Association was definitely not to be trifled with. She quickly prepared to admit defeat and beg for mercy. If they surrendered, they would cut their losses by half. They were all businessmen, so it was not embarrassing to lower one's head. At most, she would just fire the 2 idiotic supervisors who had offended the big boss. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened anyway. In the aspect of bullying the weak, fearing the strong, and taking advantage of the situation, Oro Company was very familiar with it and had full talent. Zhang Wanduan immediately lowered her head and apologized. At most, she could just give some compensation. Feng Heng didn't know that Oro Company had turned into cowards. The team of players didn't go too deep into the area that Oro Company was in charge of either. Then, the Necromancer Association's players quickly cleared out the undead creatures wandering around. Feng Heng walked to the front of the crowd and laid down a blueprint that he had prepared in advance on the ground. Sorry to trouble you, everyone. Let's start setting up the magic array according to this blueprint. The players of the Necromancer Association came over to take a look out of curiosity. The eyes of several players who were proficient in magic arrays lit up. One of the players immediately reacted and turned around, chuckling as he said, "Mr. Feng, this pattern looks familiar." Haha, familiar, right? More and more players came to their senses and said, "Mr. Feng, isn't his the magic array we used in the Fallen Quarter? The kind of magic array that can absorb the aura of the Death Realm?" "Yes, it's almost the same, but it seems to have been modified a little this time, right? Mr. Feng is awesome." The members of the Necromancer Association realized what Feng Heng wanted to do, and they all looked pleasantly surprised. "Mr. Feng, are you going to use that again?" "That's right. I should be able to get quite a lot of rewards for purifying a large amount of the aura of the Death Realm, right?" Feng Heng chuckled. "Brothers, the magic array this time is an expanded version. It's a little better than the one in the Fallen Quarter. It shouldn't be a problem for us to work together to complete it, right?" "Of course, no problem. Just leave it to us. This is simple." "Awesome, awesome. Mr. Feng is just awesome." 945 Purification. The players of the Necromancer Association were excited and patted their chests, guaranteeing to complete the construction. That goes without saying. Previously, when they were trapped in the Fallen Quarter, they had personally witnessed the power of the magic array. The array had created a vortex to absorb a large amount of the aura of death back then. If it weren't for the magic array provided by Feng Heng, they would have probably died in the Fallen Quarter. Now that they could set up an even bigger one here, wouldn't they be able to absorb even more of the aura of the Death Realm? By then, they would be able to easily complete the missions they received from the Necromancer Association. When Li Shouqian saw this, he was simply delighted. That's right. There was this move. Wonderful. Mr. Feng was awesome. Indeed, Mr. Feng was destined to be rich. Just now, he and Feng Heng had received a mission to purify the aura of the Death Realm from the Federation. The efficiency of using a magic array to do so was much better than that of ordinary players using holy light spells. The difference was like if one chose to travel the distance between the Northern Federation's Xianwu Mountain and the Eastern Federation's Necromancer Association by helicopter, while the other chose to ride a three-wheeled bike. Good lord, how many merit points could they get this time? Li Shouqian was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth from laughing when he thought of this. A huge profit. This was a huge profit. Looking at the players setting up the magic array, Feng Heng was also looking forward to it. Originally, upon entering the sealed-off area, Feng Heng found that it was too slow to just use the jade pendant to collect the aura of the Death Realm again and again. It would also be affected by the cool-down time of the warp backpack. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out and open up a passage between the real world and the game world, extracting all the aura of the Death Realm in one go. He had just sneaked into the game and discussed this matter with Bellamy. Hayes had also led the vampires to set up a magic array in an uninhibited land, ready to guide the aura of the Death Realm into the dark prison of blood. In short, he had to find a way to fill the dark prison of blood with the aura of the Death Realm first. Then, he had to find a way to block the aura of the Death Realm with the blood barrier. After that, he had to slowly set up a magic array on the outer layer to seal the aura inside. There would probably be a lot of the aura of death leaking out during the process, but those losses were minimal, so it did not matter. Feng Heng planned everything in his heart. The players didn't know what he was thinking and tried their best to set up the magic array. Setting up a magic array on the ground was slightly easier than drawing one on stone slabs. The players of the Necromancer Association were very efficient. They finished drawing the modified magic array in less than 20 minutes. The crowd made way for Feng Heng and looked at him expectantly. "Mr. Feng, showtime." Yes. It was a special vampire magic array that he had comprehended from the Vampire King's will. In the current world, Only Fang Heng and Jian Muzi could activate it. Fang Heng assumed the responsibility and walked forward, half kneeling in front of the magic array. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the magic array, slowly injecting his mental strength into it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The vampire bloodline activated the magic array, and the magic array flickered with a weak red light. The alchemy magic runes started spinning rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. Spatial power surged. With a slight noise, fine cracks appeared in the space above the magic array. Crack. With a crisp sound, tiny breaches appeared in a space that was full of cracks. Bang. The numerous tiny breaches exploded at the same time, forming a fist-sized hole. Whoosh. The surrounding aura of the Death Realm immediately seemed to have found an outlet as it frantically surged into the black hole. In just a few seconds, a vortex appeared in front of them again. Success. The players were all excited. They were all necromancy players, so they were extremely sensitive to the aura of the Death Realm. They could clearly sense that the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the surroundings was decreasing rapidly. Compared to when they had been in the Fallen Corridor, the spatial breach the magic array created this time was tens of times larger. At the same time, the speed at which the aura of the death was being absorbed had also increased by several times. Fang Heng also looked proud. What they didn't know was that back in the Fallen Corridor, Fang Heng had no choice but to make a miniature spatial breach due to the limited number of fusion spatial crystals. Now, he had just gone to the vampire world's first district to steal and was simply rich. If not for his worry that he would arouse suspicion by creating a space passage that was too big, Fang Heng could have made it even bigger. The 5 players from the Federation who had come with the Necromancer Association were dumbfounded. What was this? They had never seen it before. They just followed Fang Heng's team to judge the completion rate of the mission and record the whole process as the basis for the evaluation of the mission's completion later. They didn't expect to see such a strange scene. Was that vortex absorbing the aura of the Death Realm? Be careful. The enemy is here. Suddenly, a high-tier player from the Necromancer Association warned. The undead creatures wandering nearby sensed the threat, and most of them floated over with the aura of the Death Realm, approaching the players. Li Qingren immediately said, "The tiers of these undead creatures aren't high. Everyone, attack together. Be careful. Don't let them destroy the magic array." Understood. The players of the Necromancer Association were all relatively powerful. They focused and summoned their books of the dead to deal with the undead creatures that were coming from all directions. After pouring part of his mental strength into the magic array, Fang Heng picked up a long saber. He sprinkled the holy light blessing potion that he had just bought at a high price on the saber and shifted his gaze to the vengeful spirit that was floating toward him not far away. They were just in time. He could farm some more monsters while he was at it and gather some soul points for the Shrine of Bones. Not far from the magic array set up by Fang Heng and the others, Zhang Wanwen was leading a team of players toward the area where Fang Heng was. At first, she had already mentally prepared herself to apologize back at the company's camp and even prepared a large compensation. However, the other party had not shown up. Could she have guessed wrong? Zhang Wanwen didn't know what the problem was, but she felt uneasy. Just as Zhang Wanwen was confused, the radio station began to send messages that were from 20 minutes ago due to the unstable signal. Vortex. Been absorbed. Calling headquarters. When Zhang Wanwen saw the coordinates of the signal source being the place where Fang Heng and the others had disappeared, she immediately had a bad feeling. She made a prompt decision and immediately led her team to head to the coordinates and search. Director Zhang, don't you think that our journey has been a little... A little what? Stop hemming and hawing. Zhu Dongzhu, the leader of the company's command post, who was sitting in the truck with Zhang Wanwen, looked sideways at her and asked with a frown, "Isn't it a little too calm?" Calm? Zhang Wanwen raised her eyebrows. Yes. After Zhu Dongzhu's reminder, Zhang Wanwen also felt that the surroundings were too calm. This area was very close to the center of the Necromancer Association. In the past, the road would be littered with undead life forms and they would bump into them at least a few times along the way, but today was particularly strange. They had been driving for more than 10 minutes, but they had not seen a single undead creature except for 2 low-tier skeletons. 946 Coward the chauffeur also turned his head and said, "Now that you've mentioned it, I've also noticed that my vision is much better today." Zhang Wanwen and Zhu Dongzhu's expressions turned serious. The two couldn't help but look at each other. It can't be? Zhu Dongzhu immediately turned to a subordinate behind him and said, "Li Shao, measure the density of the aura of the Death Realm in the surroundings." "All right." In the back car seat, the company's operations department player, Li Shao, held out the aura of the Death Realm concentration detector that the company had just purchased 2 days ago and stuck it out of the window. What the fuck? Li Shao was shocked when he saw the reading. It's only 724. Originally, The aura of the Death Realm in this region was at around a reading of 970. Recently, the number had even been slowly rising, so why did it suddenly decrease so much? Li Shao frowned and knocked heavily on the tester with his hand. He muttered, "It can't be broken, right?" "Drive faster," Zhang Wanduan urged the driver. "All right," the driver agreed and sped up. "It doesn't make sense for it to be broken. It's all new and was still fine in the morning." Li Shao was fiddling with the aura of the Death Realm concentration detector in his hands when he suddenly noticed something. He opened his mouth before shutting it again and stuck his head out of the window. Li Shao was shocked when he saw the vortex floating in front. "Fuck. Leader, what's that?" No one knew. It was also Zhu Dongzu's first time seeing the vortex floating in the air. He didn't answer, but his eyes were also filled with shock. A large amount of the aura of the Death Realm was sucked into the world of the vampires through the fist-sized spatial breach. On the surface, it simply looked like a huge vortex suspended in midair. "Leader, is he absorbing the aura of the Death Realm? Quick, get closer and take a closer look," Zhang Wanduan said anxiously. "Okay." The driver quickly headed toward the vortex. Due to the vortex's influence, the aura of the Death Realm's density in the vicinity of the magic array had decreased significantly. The visibility had also improved. Zhang Wanduan and the others noticed the group of players from the Necromancer Association from a distance. They were dealing with undead creatures that were coming from all directions very relaxedly. Daikang Yun, who was sitting in the back seat as well, saw a few familiar faces among these people. It's them. They were the ones who insisted on entering the mission area. Du Dongzi glared at Daikang Yun and interrupted him. "Idiot, don't you know how to judge people? Did you have to find trouble for the company?" Daikang Yun felt bitter in his heart. He thought to himself, "I've already reported this before I took action, and you guys agreed to it. Who knew that the other party had such a powerful backer? To think they were from the Necromancer Association and they even managed to create such a huge vortex that could absorb the aura of the Death Realm? Did Zhu Dongzu mean that he had to take the blame now? Director Zhang, what should we do?" "Maybe they're not coming for us," Zhang Wanduan said after some thought. "Let's go down and take a look." Du Dongzu nodded, then glared at Daikang Yun. "You stay." After saying that, the two of them got off the cart together with several players from the company's operations department and slowly approached where Feng Hang and the others were. When they got closer and observed the players of the Necromancer Association, Du Dongzu was shocked. These people were not simple. It could be seen from their efficiency in capturing undead bodies that most of them were high-tier necromancy players with extremely strong abilities. "Greetings, we're from Moro Company. We're on a mission and are passing by," Zhang Wanduan greeted them with a smile. Feng Hang glanced at her. Zhang Wanduan looked gentle and lovely, and her voice was so soft and melodious that people couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Then, Feng Hang looked away. "Oh, Oro Company." He was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. It was better to continue killing undead creatures and absorbing soul energy. When Li Shouqian saw the Oro Company logo on the newcomer's clothes, he sneered in his heart and ignored them with a cold face. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Zhang Wanduan felt a little awkward. Naturally, she would not get angry over such a small matter. She continued, "I am sorry, there might have been some misunderstandings between us. Please believe that this was not the original intention of Oro Company. If you, unfortunately, suffered any losses, our company is willing to pay double the compensation. Please give us a chance." Li Shouqian snorted when he heard the other party's humble attitude. It was mainly because he was busy making money that he had no time to waste on these people from Moro Company. All right. You don't need to compensate us. Just don't disturb us while we're doing our mission. You can go now." "I wonder what kind of mission is it?" Zhang Wanduan asked with a smile. "As an apology, we can help you. Please give us a chance." "I told you to leave." Li Shouqian was obviously getting impatient. "How can you guys help with a high-tier mission to purify the aura of the Death Realm in the area?" Even though they had already guessed it, the expressions of the people from Moro Company changed slightly when they heard the answer. "I thought as much. Who could be so powerful as to create such a huge vortex?" "So it's the Necromancer Association," Du Dongzi laughed and continued to ask. "A magic array like this must be very energy-consuming, right?" "It's all right. I wonder how long the magic array can last?" "Not too long, probably half a month." Li Shouqian waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. "That's enough. Aren't you guys annoying? Asking this and that. This is bad." Zhang Wanduan's face turned pale. It was fine if they wanted to do their mission, but doing a mission to absorb the aura of the Death Realm in this area was clearly not letting them live. The vortex not only attracted the surrounding undead life forms but even the aura of the Death Realm's concentration was greatly reduced. Never mind half a month, at this rate, the aura of the Death Realm would drop below 500 points in half a day, and the strength of the surrounding undead life forms would be greatly reduced. The area's threat would also be greatly reduced. At that time, they would not be able to complete the mission they were currently receiving from the Federation. Not only would they not be able to obtain any rewards, but their credibility would also be deducted. Thinking deeper, after the aura of the Death Realm in this area had been greatly reduced, the Federation would not continue to issue missions to the outside world. Even the temporary camp that the company had painstakingly invested in this area would be abandoned. In the face of such a situation, the Oro Company indeed had no way to deal with it. In front of absolute strength, they had no room to resist at all. Friends, the earlier incident was a misunderstanding. We have brought some resources as compensation. We hope that it can recover your losses. Please accept them, Zhang Wanduan said and nodded to the crowd. I won't disturb you anymore. Then, she waved her hand. Let's go. She was very decisive and left frankly when she saw that the situation wasn't good. Fang Heng squinted his eyes when he saw Zhang Wanwen and the others leaving decisively. Oro Company. 947 Flo. Zhang Wanwen's face turned serious as soon as she got in the car, and she immediately said, we can't stay in this area any longer. Complete the tasks on hand immediately if they can be completed, and find a way to transfer those that can't. It doesn't matter if we lose a little. In addition, immediately sell the camp and try to recover our losses as much as possible. Immediately. Understood. Oh, right. Think of a way and use all means to find out the details of that magic array. I want all the information. Yes. Zhang Wanduan heaved a sigh of relief after she hurriedly assigned her men to work. She was very glad that she was decisive in doing things and went over to apologize at the first moment. That was how she found out about the power of Fang Heng and his group and the news of the magic array that could absorb the aura of the Death Realm. This information was undoubtedly the most valuable and could help them recover from their huge losses. Fang Heng and the others couldn't care less about the departure of Zhang Wanwen and the others. They stayed where they were and continued to rely on the vortex to absorb energy while they dealt with the undead life forms that kept attacking from all directions. Li Shouqian could feel that the density of the aura of the Death Realm around them was rapidly decreasing. For players within the Federation like them, the reward they received after completing the Federation's entrusted mission was merit points. Merit points could be used to exchange for more things. For example, the Federation's support in the game, mission funding, and so on. Li Shao could not help but ask the two Federation soldiers who came with them, hey, brothers, what's the aura of the Death Realm concentration value now? The two Federation soldiers who came with them were also shocked by the vortex created by Fang Heng and the others. They had been testing the value again and watched as it dropped all the way down from 980. Wait a moment, let's try again. The Federation's aura of the Death Realm measurement device was far more sophisticated than the Oro Company's device. One of the Federation soldiers took the test instrument and measured again. When he saw the number on the screen, he was in disbelief and exclaimed, it's actually less than 610. Li Shouqian was overjoyed. Originally, they only needed to lower the area's concentration by 50 points to complete the initial task. Now, it had actually been reduced by more than 300 points. One had to know that the aura of the Death Realm was constantly flowing, and it would drift toward the places where it was thinner. Purifying a mere 50 points of concentration alone was extremely difficult. From 50 to 300 was not a simple tenfold rise in difficulty. Ha ha, brothers, did you hear that? The concentration level had dropped to 610. This is a huge profit. According to the mission, if we can lower the area's concentration level to below 300 and maintain it for 3 hours, we will get an additional 20 times the reward. The players could feel that the aura of the Death Realm around them was decreasing, but they were not sure about the exact value. When they heard Li Shouqian's shout, they were pleasantly surprised. The players of the Necromancer Association could also be rewarded for their work, but they were rewarded with points from the Necromancer Association. One had to know that the points of the Necromancer Association could also be exchanged for King of Gods points. There weren't many opportunities for high-tier players to obtain King of Gods points either, and most of them were hard-earned money. They didn't expect that this mission would be completed so easily and relaxedly with the help of Fang Heng. Why not reap the benefits while they had the chance? With that in mind, the players picked up the speed at which they were clearing the undead life forms. Li Shouqian was in a good mood. He cheered the people on loudly, brothers, let's put in more effort. If we can suppress the aura of the Death Realm concentration to below 500, the number of rewards we can obtain will be doubled. On the side, Danzō sighed in his heart. He realized that Li Shouqian seemed to have unlocked some talent points in some strange aspect. Under the stimulation of Li Shouqian's few words, the entire team seemed to have been injected with adrenaline and were in high spirits. At the side, the two Federation soldiers were still in disbelief. They thought that the testing device might have been broken, So they spent some time changing to a new one to test the aura of the Death Realm concentration again. How is it? The Federation soldier in charge of the test gulped and whispered, "What the hell? The concentration level has dropped by 5 points again. Quickly inform the higher-ups." After maintaining the magic array for 3 hours, a few military trucks drove over from a distance and stopped not far from Feng Heng's team. Seeing this, Li Shouqiang's brows twitched and he immediately walked up with Danzō. A Federation officer in military uniform got out of the car. The camp commander, Kayuhai, had immediately brought his men over after receiving news of the powerful magic array that could absorb the aura of the Death Realm. At first, he thought that the information might be wrong, but when he heard that the high-tier players of the Necromancer Association had created the magic array and that even Li Qinggren had participated in it, he immediately believed it. Li Qinggren was one of the people in charge of communication with the Necromancer Association, so she was very trustworthy. By the time they got close to the magic array, Kayuhai had already fully believed it. There was no need for any instruments to test it. The concentration of the aura of the Death Realm had visibly decreased. When Li Shouqiang and Danzō saw Kayuhai, they immediately bowed. "Sir." Kayuhai nodded and asked, "Your team found a way to create the magic array, right? You've done well." "Thank you, sir." "Can magic arrays be mass-produced?" Li Shouqiang looked at Feng Heng and said, "The magic array was provided by Feng Heng. According to him, it's still a little difficult now. We will try our best." "Feng Heng?" Kayuhai looked at Feng Heng, who was pouring his mental strength into the magic array not far away and secretly took note of this name. He then asked, "How long can the magic array last?" "It's estimated that it can last for about 2 hours more. We will try our best to maintain it." "Alright, let me know if you have any difficulties. I will try my best to help you solve them." Kayuhai didn't interrupt the operation of the magic array. He stood at the side and observed for a while. Then, he assigned 3 cartloads of Federation soldiers to help protect the area. He nodded and said, "I will leave this area to the 2 of you for the time being. I will set up a temporary camp nearby to protect your safety. If you have any problems, contact me directly, understand?" "Yes. We promise to complete the mission." Seeing it with his own eyes, Kayuhai realized the power of the magic array. Not only this region, but even the aura of the Death Realm in the nearby regions were also gradually thinning. The aura of the Death Realm could flow. With the magic array vortex as the center, the aura of the Death Realm around the Necromancer Association would be reduced. These few days, ever since he took over this hot potato, Kayuhai had not had a good night's sleep. He had even lost a few patches of hair. Even in his dreams, he was thinking about how to reduce the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm. One had to know that a reading of 1200 was the critical point for the aura of the Death Realm. Once the concentration exceeded 1200 points, powerful vengeful spirit creatures would appear. These creatures would cause a destructive blow to the defense line set up by the Federation outside. At that time, the safety of the people could not be guaranteed. "Very well, I will ask for a reward for you after it's over." "Yes, sir." At first, Li Shouqiang was thinking about giving Oro Company a hard time and complaining to their chief commander, Kayuhai, in person. However, he felt that he had an important mission on his shoulders now. He didn't need to bother with those small fries from Oro. As a result, Feng Heng found that the team had a large number of free laborers from the Federation to help them clean up the undead creatures. 948 Planning at the Necromancer Association. At this time every day, Dicky would come out of the building to check on the magic arrays around the Necromancer Association. If the magic arrays outside were severely corroded, the association would need to send people to repair them immediately. These past few days, Dicky had been continuously repairing the magic arrays that sealed the Death Realm crevice, so he was a little tired, and his mental state wasn't at its best. All of a sudden, Dicky sensed something. His brows furrowed, and he raised his head to look in a certain direction. This was strange. There seemed to be something wrong with the flow of the aura of the Death Realm there. It seemed to be much weaker. That's not right. Why would the aura of the Death Realm weaken in such a strange way? Could there be a problem? Dicky's brows furrowed. His first thought was that it wasn't good. At this time, 2 military trucks drove in from the distance. When Dicky saw the person come down from the military vehicle, his face was filled with surprise and relief. "Teacher." Feng Heng got out of the car and immediately saw Teacher Dicky in the square of the Necromancer Association. He walked toward the ladder excitedly. "Feng Heng, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Dicky looked at Feng Heng walking towards him from a distance, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. With a look of admiration, he said, "I've heard about the general situation from Pushi. You did well, but don't take such a risk next time." "Okay, teacher. There's something I need to tell you though." When I was fighting the King Guards, the Holy Light System equipment that the Association lent me was accidentally destroyed. It doesn't matter. Those are all worldly possessions, so what if they're destroyed? Dicky casually waved his hand. It's enough that you're fine. Where have you been all this time? What took you so long to come and look for me? Feng Heng smiled bitterly and explained, after I came out of the fallen corridor, I came to look for you immediately. However, I was stopped by the necromancy attendants at the door. Later, I heard the news of the vampires invading the world. The vampires matter is related to the game mission I had been involved in during this period, so I rushed over to check it out. Oh, so you were stopped. It's my fault. I forgot about that. Dicky patted his forehead, coming to a sudden realization. During this period, the Necromancer Association had been under a lot of pressure because of the aura of the Death Realm leaking out. The small matter regarding the lockdown was naturally forgotten. Feng Heng nodded and said in a low voice, Teacher, when Teacher Puji left the fallen corridor. Dicky made a shushing gesture and stopped Feng Heng from continuing. Let's talk about this in the study. The necromancy attendants won't stop you the next time you come to see me. You can come to me directly if you encounter any problems in the future. With that, Dicky brought Feng Heng toward the building of the Necromancer Association. The two of them stopped at the entrance of the building for a moment and instructed the undead attendant to include Feng Heng in the guest list. After entering the building and seeing that there was no one around, Feng Heng asked, Teacher, how's the situation in the association? It's not really good, but it's still under control. The magic array that seals the Death Realm crevice has been severely damaged, but the repair can't possibly be completed in a day. Dicky sighed, his eyes filled with worry. Once the leaked aura of the Death Realm reaches a critical point, powerful vengeful spirit life forms will appear. These vengeful spirits can easily break through the defense network set up by the Federation and pose a great threat to the stability of the real world. This is what we're most worried about. After entering the building, Dicky brought Feng Heng along the empty corridor and went straight ahead. By the way, I heard from a few apprentices who escaped from the fallen corridor that you used a magic array to absorb the aura of the Death Realm there. Is there such a thing? Yes, Teacher, it's not actually absorption though. Teacher, do you know the passage between the game world and the real world? This time, the vampires used such a passage to invade the world. I used the same type of passage and opened a very small one with the magic array. So that's how it is. You've transferred the aura of the Death Realm to another world, just like how it seeped into our world through the crack. Dicky understood. He nodded and said with a serious face, Feng Heng, I've heard about the invasion of the vampire. Opening the passage may get you into trouble. For safety reasons, don't publicize this matter. If anyone asks, just say that I taught you this magic array. Understand? Teacher Dicky's words were equivalent to taking the blame for him. Feng Heng felt very grateful. Thank you, Teacher. Feng Heng pondered in his heart. At present, the capacity that the dark prison of blood had to hold the aura of the Death Realm was limited. He estimated that the entire prison would be filled to the brim if he were to continue absorbing it. Perhaps Teacher Dicky has a way? Thinking about it, Feng Heng asked, also, Teacher, I just used a magic array to open a hole outside the association. I guided the aura of the Death Realm into a space to reduce the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the real world. However, my in-game space is about to be filled. Is there any way to absorb more aura? So that's how it is. No wonder I felt that the flow of the aura of the Death Realm outside was a little unusual. Dicky nodded. There is a way. You can set up a few magic arrays into space that gather the aura of the dead world nearby and condense the density of the vampire's aura. That way, you can absorb more. I will find a basic magic book for you later. There are records of similar magic arrays. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. While they were talking, Dicky had already brought Feng Heng into the study. After closing the door, Dicky said, Feng Heng, a lot of things happened in the fallen corridor. Pushi told us everything. He has always had a bad temper and doesn't like to owe others favors. So he decided to give you the Shrine of Bones. He also communicated with us old guys about this in private. The Shrine of Bones was originally given to him by his teacher as well, so we can't say anything regarding his decision to give you the Shrine of Bones. However, this thing is very dangerous. We announced to the outside world that it was destroyed in the fallen corridor, but this is also to protect you. If it's not necessary, it's best not to expose it. Feng Heng was delighted. He nodded and said, okay. Thank you, Teacher. I understand. The Shrine of Bones has been severely damaged. Over the years, it has been placed in the fallen corridor to absorb the aura of the Death Realm and has thus been largely repaired, enabling it to already exert part of its power. However, if you want to completely restore it, you will have to go to a higher tier game world. After laying out so much, Dicky started to get to the point. Feng Heng, your talent in necromancy is something I've never seen before. Don't waste your time on elementary games. I will arrange for you to enter a mid-tier game world as soon as possible to complete your level up of necromancy and find a way to completely restore the Shrine of Bones. 949 considerations. With your abilities and the help from the Necromancer Association, you will probably be able to break through to the master level in necromancy in 3 to 5 years. By then, with the help of the repaired holy weapon, you will be able to dominate a region even in advanced games. Feng Heng gulped. It was indeed a little tempting. He was currently preparing to go to a higher tier game world anyway, and if he followed the path that Teacher Dicky had laid out for him, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Teacher, which mid-tier game world are you referring to? Feng Heng asked after some thought. All mid-tier game worlds are different. I suggest you enter the elemental world. That world is full of active elemental life forms, and there will be various elemental disasters every once in a while. The famous Liaipu Undead Duchy is in that world. I recommend you to enter the duchy to study. There, you can learn related knowledge about necromancy and quickly level up your necromancy skills. Hearing this, Feng Heng couldn't help hesitating for a moment. Elemental creatures were a special kind of life form. There was a huge difference between them and ordinary creatures such that they didn't have blood. This caused a lot of trouble in upgrading himself to the Vampire King bloodline. Teacher, are there any other mid-tier game worlds to choose from? Feng Heng asked. There are some other mid-tier game worlds, but their compatibility with necromancy isn't as high as the elemental Calamity world. No matter what you choose, it will affect your academic advancement in necromancy. Feng Heng was a bit disappointed. A perfect choice was always hard to come by. Teacher, I need some time to think about it. After failing to convince Feng Heng to study necromancy wholeheartedly, Dicky was a little disappointed. However, he still nodded to show his understanding. Very well. It will cost you a lot to choose another mid-tier game after you've made your choice. You have to think it over carefully. No matter what the result is, I will support your choice. As he spoke, Dicky walked to the bookshelf and took out a book. He handed it to Feng Heng. This is a book on elementary necromancy magic arrays. There is a magic array on it that can gather the aura of the death realm. The magic array itself is not difficult, but you must pay attention to control the concentration of the surrounding aura of the death realm. If the concentration is too high, high-tier undead life forms will appear. In addition, the aura of the death realm will constantly corrode the magic array. The undead creatures that are resurrected by the aura of the death realm will also cause physical damage to the magic array. You need to take note of these things. Feng Heng took the book with both hands and said, "Thank you, teacher. I will remember it. Go along then. Let me know when you're ready to enter the intermediate game. I will find a way to help you arrange the next step of necromancy advanced training in the game." After leaving Teacher Dicky's place, Feng Heng asked for a guest room with a game cabin from an attendant. After entering the game cabin, Feng Heng was not in a hurry to enter the game world. Instead, he inquired about the information on intermediate games in the King of God space. Check the current game world information that can be advanced. Ding. The player has fulfilled the advancement conditions. The player can choose to bind to a mid-tier game world. Ding. The mid-tier game world that the player chooses to bind cannot be changed after the process. Ding. As the player already has the identity of a world lord, the player can retain the rights to the initial world. The player can enter the current initial world, Zombie Apocalypse District 8, for a total of 16 hours per week. Ding. It has been detected that the player has the identity of the world lord in the Zombie Apocalypse District 7 as well. The player will be granted an additional 4 hours of stay in the initial world. Currently, the player can choose a Tier 2 main world, Bell Tower world, Elemental world, Nightmare world, Rebirth world. Oh, there's a restriction to entering a mid-tier game world? It's equivalent to only being able to stay in my initial world for 20 hours a week? Feng Heng frowned, feeling a little unhappy. After all, his original plan was to make the zombie apocalypse an impregnable base. Only 20 hours a week? It was barely enough, but he was still unhappy. However, thinking about it, other non-world lord players would have to bid farewell to their respective elementary worlds after leveling up, yet he was still able to return. This was already a huge cheat. No wonder so many people wanted to obtain the world lord identity. This was probably one of the reasons. Feng Heng then focused on the choices he had for his new world. Unlike the 3 simple choices for elementary games, the number of intermediate games had greatly increased. There were more than 20 games to choose from. Feng Heng soon locked onto a few targets. First, the barbaric world. In this world, a large number of humanoid creatures with ancient orc bloodlines had awakened, and the survival of humans was in jeopardy. Ancient orc bloodline. Their blood contained great power. This world was clearly very suitable for completing the vampire bloodline's advancement. And Feng Heng continued to flip the pages. He let out a soft sound of surprise. Like a hint, there was a dark light flashing behind the next world. Psyche world. Feng Heng muttered in a low voice and frowned unconsciously. This world was very strange. It was generally regarded as the world with the lowest difficulty among intermediate games. At the same time, it was also the first choice for players who were just idling around. There was almost no danger in this game world, and the level of technology was almost the same as in the real world. Therefore, many rich people in the real world chose to enter the Psyche world after obtaining the qualifications to level up in elementary games. However, to Feng Heng, this world was useless. If he couldn't improve his strength quickly, he might as well listen to Teacher Dickie's arrangements and go to the elemental world. Feng Heng stretched out his hand and tried to tap on the virtual 3D model in front of him to inquire about the information. Intermediate game, Psyche world, description. In a seemingly peaceful world, undercurrents are surging. The power of the Psyche is enough to make people fear. Ding. It has been detected that the player has some special mission-related items. Ding. The player's related mission line 1, the mysterious Hyla's tissue sample. Mission line 2, the unknown guest. Feng Heng's thoughts raced. Hyla's tissue sample. The material secret of the zombie world was related to the Psyche world. And the mission about the unknown guest too? Feng Heng thought of the remains of the alien spaceships left behind in the wasteland apocalypse. Ever since that thing was moved back from the wasteland world, Feng Heng built research room number 2 outside the prison and placed the research team that he had deceived and abducted there. They studied and analyzed the remains almost 24 hours a day. He had been busy with his survival in the Fallen Corridor and dealing with the invasion of the vampire in the real world, so he didn't know if they had discovered anything good. Feng Heng touched his chin and pondered. He felt like he was having a difficult time making a choice. The elemental world was a branch of necromancy. The barbaric world could quickly improve the abilities of his vampire king bloodline. As for the Psyche world, it might be an extension of the mission line. Each of the 3 choices had its advantages and disadvantages, and it was very difficult to choose. From the looks of it, the Psyche world might be the better choice. Never mind the alien technology, but the key was Hyla's tissue sample. That thing's vitality was simply too strong. 950 the 4th choice. Moreover, Feng Heng had been involved in Hyla's mission line from the beginning to the end. He felt that there was something hidden in it. If he could find a way to find out the secret, he might be able to get a greater improvement. The only downside was that there was no branch of necromancy in the Psyche world that was very peaceful. It would be difficult to even level up, let alone advance in necromancy and collect powerful blood to enhance the vampire king bloodline. Feng Heng scratched his head. He felt that he was too greedy and wanted everything. After thinking for a while, Feng Heng decided to wait for 2 more days. He would set the Psyche world as his destination, for now. After Mojai collected more information about the few worlds, then only would he make the final decision. After all, it would be troublesome to choose another world after deciding on one. Moreover, before that, Feng Heng still wanted to find an opportunity to go to the world of the vampires a few times and get more holy weapons of the vampires to add points to his basic attributes. Or even. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. Was there a possibility that he didn't need to consider entering a mid-tier game world? It might just be a guess, but Feng Heng had already noticed that all kinds of signs indicated that the space-tearing device would allow him to enter mid-tier game worlds after it was upgraded to a higher tier. This method should have some restrictions. For example, if he entered through an invasion, he would have to spend some King of Gods points each time. There was still a big problem in verifying this conjecture. He had yet to obtain the blueprint for the space-tearing device's next upgrade to Tier 6. He had to wait a little longer. After all, it would be a loss to directly enter an intermediate game. After he went offline, he would ask Mojai to look into it. At the same time, he should ask Old Black and Chen Yu. Perhaps those two might have some relevant information. Thinking of this, Feng Heng chose to return to the game. In District 6 of the world of vampires, after more than 5 hours of continuous induction of the aura of the Death Realm from the real world, the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the dark prison of blood had risen to a critical point, and undead skeletal creatures began to be born. At the center of the dark prison of blood, the King Guard stood straight, constantly absorbing the aura of the Death Realm around them. After absorbing the aura, the King Guard's abilities were greatly improved. However, Feng Heng found that this enhancement was not permanent. The next time he summoned the King Guard, its strength would be reset to its initial state again. Fortunately, he could use the King Guards to continuously consume the aura of the Death Realm. Otherwise, the aura of the Death Realm in the dark prison of blood would be even more concentrated. Feng Heng roughly judged the situation in the dark prison of blood, then left. In the center of the barren land, Hayes led the vampires to maintain the operation of the magic array. Previously, when he saw Feng Heng bring over so many fusion spatial crystals from God knows where, Hayes was truly shocked. Their king was truly capable. Seeing Feng Heng appear, Hayes immediately went forward to report, "Your Majesty, the fusion spatial crystals are enough to support the operation of the magic array for a long time. We can try to expand the space entrance and speed up the gathering of the aura of the Death Realm." "There's no hurry for this." Feng Hang threw the magic array book he had just brought into the game to Hayes. "Do some research. Get someone to set up a few magic arrays to gather the aura of the dead world in the dark prison of blood. Also, get someone to keep watch 24 hours a day." Hayes flipped through the magic book and nodded. "Yes, I will make the arrangements immediately." Among the vampires, only a small number of high-tier vampires had the talent to set up magic arrays. Fortunately, there were enough vampires in the Elder Council. In addition, it was not difficult to draw the magic array that could gather the aura of the Death Realm, so it was not a big problem. "There's one more thing, Hayes. Your Majesty, please give me your orders. The space of the dark prison of blood is too small. Is there any way to increase the space capacity?" Hayes pondered for a moment and replied, "The dark prison of blood is a special space created by the blood crystals and activated by the vampire magic array. If we can find a scholar who is proficient in magic arrays to optimize the magic array, we should be able to increase the space capacity. Other than that, if we can find a way to obtain more blood crystals, we can open up a wider dark prison of blood after fusion." Ding! You have triggered an optional side mission. Expand the dark prison of blood. Mission name: Expand the dark prison of blood. Mission requirement: the space in the dark prison of blood can no longer meet the daily needs of the vampires. You can find more blood crystals or try to optimize the dark prison of blood's magic array to expand the space. Mission reward: vampire reputation points. Expansion of the dark prison of blood. Feng Hang glanced at the game hints and asked, "Where can I get blood crystals?" "The blood crystals were things left behind by the first king," Hayes said, shaking his head. "I am not sure where we can find it." "Forget it, I will think of the way." Feng Hang waved his hand. There was a place where he could definitely get blood crystals. That was the other regions of the world of vampires except District 6. Every world would have a dark prison of blood and a corresponding blood crystal. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken the blood crystal when he entered District 1. Feng Hang calculated in his heart and realized that this was a great opportunity. It just so happened that the vampire invasion of the real world this time had been severely duped by the Federation and various major games in the real world. Their strength was thus greatly reduced, and many Prince Tier vampires even died. Even if they were not dead, they had probably entered the land of hibernation to recuperate after being seriously injured. He could take this great opportunity to visit the world of vampires one by one and steal. He didn't have to fight them head-on to snatch their blood crystals. If possible, he could also snatch the holy weapons of the vampires. After all, those things could randomly increase his basic attributes and blood affinity after being sacrificed. Well, he will be entering an advanced game world soon, so he better do this before I entered the advanced game. Feng Hang lowered his head and pondered. The plan sounded simple, but the blood crystals could not be stored in his backpack. Even if he could use brute force to get his way, he still had to find a way to open the teleportation passages of the various vampire worlds and transport the blood crystals back. Furthermore, teleporting to different worlds would cost him King of Gods points. Feng Hang realized something that put him in an awkward position. His King of Gods points were almost gone. So before that, he would have to go to the Federation to talk about cooperation. No matter what, absorbing the aura of the Death Realm should have helped the Federation solve a huge problem. They should give him some benefits, right? They couldn't just get benefits without paying anything. He would work only after negotiating with the Federation. Moreover, what if the Federation had other ways of obtaining blood crystals? Thinking of this, Feng Hang left the game. 951 A surprise after leaving the Necromancer Association, Feng Hang returned to the Federation's temporary camp with the Federation military vehicle. This time, he directly requested to meet with the person in charge of a leak of the aura of the Death Realm to the outside world, the high-ranking military officer, Kayuhai. Kayuhai had just returned to the command post after his inspection. After learning about Feng Hang's ability, he was overjoyed. However, after thinking for a while, he felt that the situation wasn't too stable, so he quickly gathered 2 small teams to protect the Necromancer Association's players. For the past 2 days, the aura of the Death Realm had gradually approached its critical point. He had not been able to sleep well for the entire night, and he had even lost quite a bit of hair. Fortunately, Feng Hang appeared at the critical moment and developed a large-scale magic array that could absorb a large amount of the aura of the Death Realm. In just one day, the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the central area was reduced by 27 points. It may seem meager since it didn't even reach 30 points, but ever since the aura of the Death Realm had been leaked, this was the first time that the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the outside world had decreased. How could Kayuhai not be excited? He couldn't let anything happen this time. For safety's sake, Kayuhai had his team send messages using the most primitive method, reporting the status of the magic array every 10 minutes. Soon, Fang Heng's information was placed on his desk. Fang Heng, the student of the vice president of the Necromancer Association, Dicky. He was also the double world lord of the low-tier game world, Zombie Apocalypse. He was the actual controller of Vampire Apocalypse District 6, had close cooperation with North River Heavy Industry, and was an S-grade high-risk person as evaluated by the Federation. He was related to the mysterious Arc Gaming company that had recently appeared, and it was suspected that he had a high-tier vampire bloodline as well as a high-level talent for controlling zombies. In addition to these, there were also some unofficial evaluation comments on the record, all from the members of the Federation who had direct contact with Fang Heng. He is very good at causing trouble. He is a good mastermind who can execute his plans well. Single. The sewer's god of war. Very greedy. Doesn't lack money. He's a reliable teammate who claims to be good at support. He's really good at repairing. With so many buffs stacked on top of each other, Kayuhai was immediately on high alert. It was no wonder that the other party had the ability to create such a powerful magic array. A Federation soldier knocked on the door and reported, "Sir, Fang Heng is outside the door and wants to see you." Kayuhai's eyelids twitched. He put down the documents in his hands and said seriously, "Invite him in." Fang Heng entered the tent under the guidance of 2 Federation soldiers. He couldn't help but look at Kayuhai, a high-ranking officer of the Federation military. The other party's posture was straight, and just by standing there, one could feel a sharp aura coming from him. "Sir Kayu. You must be Fang Heng. I've just read your information." Kayuhai nodded his head and waved his hand to signal the 2 soldiers to leave. He then invited Fang Heng to sit down. "Come, please sit." The emergency report sent by the Federation gave a comprehensive assessment of Fang Heng. The report, combined with the character model analysis, gave an evaluation that Fang Heng was easily moved by benefits, which was a very dangerous point. In addition, Fang Heng had cooperated with the Federation many times in the past and helped the Federation a lot. He had sabotaged the plans of the anti-Federation organizations many times as well, and even gave early warnings before the vampires' invasion this time. Therefore, he was considered a partner whom they could cooperate with. "Thank you for your support of the Federation's work. Purifying the aura of the Death Realm is extremely important to us. Once the aura's concentration exceeds a critical point, the people nearby will be in great danger. The magic array you set up is extremely important to us. I will give you the highest reward for completing this mission within all my authority." Kayuhai's style of doing things was open and forthright. He didn't like to beat around the bush, so he simply nodded and said, "If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. I will try my best to get it for you." "Thank you. I am here to ask the Federation for help." Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Kayuhai was the kind of person who was more lenient. This made things easier. Fang Heng stated his requests clearly. "I can find a way to set up a few more magic arrays to speed up the circulation of the aura of the Death Realm, but I need something very important, the blood crystals." Hearing Fang Heng's words, Kayuhai's brows twitched and he was overjoyed. Could the absorption of the aura of the Death Realm be sped up even more? That would be great. "What's the blood crystal? Is it rare?" "Yes, as far as I know, there's such a thing in the Vampire Apocalypse. It's very important for the collection of the aura of the Death Realm." "Alright." As Kayuhai spoke, he picked up the communication phone on the table. "Give me 5 minutes. I will get my assistant to put some attention on this." 5 minutes later, a Federation soldier knocked on the door and entered the room with a thick stack of information. "Such a thick pile?" Kayuhai frowned and said to the soldier, "Just say the important points." The soldier nodded and said, "The blood crystal is a special product of the world of vampires. It is extremely rare, and most of its abilities are unknown. One of the known abilities it has is to open up a special space through the vampire's secret technique." "So the blood crystals are very valuable?" Kayuhai asked. "Yes, the vampires have always used the blood crystal to open up a space to imprison prisoners. They have always been stored in the Vampire Elder Council and are still in use." Kayuhai looked at Fang Heng. "I need blood crystals," Fang Heng said. "The more the better. The more there are, the more efficient the aura of the Death Realm purification will be in the area." "Report the difficulty of obtaining the blood crystals," Kayuhai asked the soldier. "Yes. The First World is currently occupied by the Federation and the blood crystals are in the hands of the Central Federation. We can negotiate with the Central Federation and try our best to get them. The blood crystal in District 4 is already under our control, and the blood crystal in District 7 can be obtained through trade." Fang Heng was stunned when he heard that. That's strange. How did the Federation become so awesome all of a sudden? How had they gotten so much information in just 5 minutes? What Feng Hang didn't know was that the leak of the aura of the Death Realm had become the top priority in the Federation at the moment, and a large portion of the authority had been given to the project. As such, Caillou Hai held a high position within the Federation. Hearing this, Caillou Hai lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then looked at Feng Hang and said, "The blood crystal in District 4 of the World of the Vampire can be provided to you directly. The Federation can obtain the blood crystal in District 7 through a transaction and then hand it over to you. However, the funds needed by the transaction will be deducted from your reward. If there is still some reward money left, we will give it to you. If it's not enough, the Federation will pay for it. As for the blood crystal in District 1, we will try our best to communicate with the Central Federation. However, don't have too much hope. The Central Federation is not that easy to talk to. The chances that we get it are slim." Alright. Feng Hang had only wanted to give it a try. He mainly wanted to use the Federation's database to see if there were any other channels to obtain blood crystals. Even though the answer was no, to think he could obtain 2 blood crystals from the Federation? This was a huge surprise. It was a huge profit. Also, I don't have any points on hand right now. I need 1,000 King of Gods points to buy some consumables for setting up the magic arrays. Caillou Hai agreed readily. "Sure, I will get someone to transfer it to you later." "Alright, I will think of a way to get the rest of the blood crystals. Is there a game cabin here? I'd like to enter the game as soon as possible to make some arrangements. Also, please go to the magic array and get a man named Mage over. I need his help." "Okay. Go and invite Mr. Mo over." Caillou Hai gestured to the Federation soldier beside him and nodded. "Bring him to the gaming room." 952 Influential. A moment later, Feng Hang followed the Federation soldier to the gaming room behind the camp. "Ask Mr. Mo to enter the game when he comes. He will know where to find me." "Yes, Mr. Feng." The Federation soldier saluted Feng Hang and carefully closed the door. Feng Hang walked to the game cabin in the corner of the room, got into it, and entered the game again. Previously, Mojai had mentioned to him that during the invasion of the vampires, his 2 uncles had met the vampire prince of District 8 when they were seizing the remains of the vampire king. That prince was, unfortunately, killed, and Mojai used his blood to level up his demon hunter bloodline. Which meant District 8 of the World of the Vampires now had no vampire prince and was a pushover. Then what was he waiting for? Feng Hang believed that with his current strength, he had the ability to protect himself even if he encountered a dupe. In an ideal situation, he could just go to District 8, open a teleportation passage, and bring the blood crystal home. After roughly formulating a step-by-step battle plan, Feng Hang immediately returned to the barren land in District 6 and gathered the vampires to prepare for the invasion. This is the general plan. Get ready for battle. After listening to Feng Hang's plan, Hayes, Bellamy, and the others looked at each other, looking like they wanted to say something but stopped. "What's wrong? Do you have any more questions?" Bellamy spoke up. "Your Majesty, are you saying that you want to use force to invade the other world of vampires?" "That's right. Blood crystals are very important to us, so the sooner, the better. Your Majesty, starting a war rashly may reduce your influence among the vampires. If your goal is only to obtain the blood crystal, I have a better plan to get them faster." Feng Hang couldn't care less about the vampire reputation points, but when he heard that there was a better plan, his eyes lit up and he asked, "What is it?" "I suggest that we communicate with the various world of vampires through the blood realm. Now that you have obtained the vampire king's coffin and inherited his power, you can give orders to the various elder councils in the worlds of the vampires as the new vampire king and make them prepare the handover of the blood crystals. That will be faster." "Huh?" Feng Hang was stunned. Using the name of the vampire king to get the vampires from all the major districts to hand over the blood crystals? Could such an operation even work? Would they be willing to give it to him? This was not a joke, right? Feng Hang looked carefully at the expressions on the faces of the vampire members around him. They all looked calm and composed as if what they were saying was only natural. Thinking about it carefully, Feng Hang felt that this move might work. If he could, he wouldn't have to run from world to world. Won't Jian Muzzy ruin our plan? The moment Feng Hang asked this question, he realized that it was stupid. Now, Jian Muzzy was being targeted by the Federation and was seriously injured. The entire District 1 of the vampires was under the Federation's surveillance. He was probably still in the real world fighting with the Federation, so he most likely had no time to pay attention to the world of the vampires. So what if Jian Muzzy sabotaged his plan? He would try to fool as many as he could. It didn't cost any money anyway. Your Majesty, who is the Jian Muzzy you speak of? Hayes asked, puzzled. Ahem, forget it. It's not important. Feng Hang cleared his throat and asked, Bellamy, what's the probability of success? My Majesty, you have successfully inherited the power of the Vampire King's coffin. I believe that the vampires will definitely follow and listen to your guidance." As she spoke, Bellamy knelt on one knee and pledged her loyalty. "I am willing to follow the king and restore the glory of the vampires." The vampires in the square all knelt on one knee as well. "We are willing to follow your majesty." Feng Heng smiled dryly in his heart after listening to what Bellamy said. He felt that she probably thought that it was easy. However, in the next second, Feng Heng couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. A line of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding. Does the player wish to announce his identity as the heir to the Vampire King's coffin immediately and issue orders to the vampires in all worlds as the Vampire King? Ding. Announcing your identity as the successor of the vampire's coffin will greatly increase the player's influence among the vampire. It will also cause some vampires to become hostile. Ding. Claiming to be the Vampire King will greatly increase the player's influence among the vampires, and it will also cause some vampires to become hostile. Influence? What was that? Feng Heng suddenly realized that the vampire influence Bellamy had been talking about was not the same as the vampire reputation points he had mistakenly thought it was. Who cares? He would do it anyway. In any case, there was no loss. He would try to swindle blood crystals from the other worlds of vampires first. It would be best if he could, but if he couldn't, he would just steal and rob. Okay. I will do it. As soon as Feng Heng answered, lines of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding. It has been detected that the player is trying to give instructions to the vampires in other regions. Ding. The player's influence among the vampires has exceeded 5,000 points. Ding. The player is trying to expand his influence among the vampires. Ding. The player is trying to influence the vampires. Ding. The player's vampire reputation points have reached the limit. The player has bound to Anjita's and the Vampire King's coffin. The player has passed the check and triggered the mission. Vampire Territory Lord. Mission name, Vampire Territory Lord. Mission description: you are famous among the vampires. You have become the new king in the hearts of a small number of vampires. Please use various methods to make your influence in the entire vampire race. 9 major worlds of the vampires, exceed 1 million points and obtain more than 80% of the vampires' loyalty. Mission requirement: current total of players' influence points, 160,000 out of 1 million. Click here for more details. Current vampire loyalty, 2.56%. Mission reward: Vampire the title of Territory Lord. Description: after the completion of this mission, all the main storyline missions of the Vampire Apocalypse will become invalid. If there are some worlds of vampires that do not have a world lord, the player will automatically obtain the identity of the world's world lord. Ding. The triggering condition for this mission is not exclusive. If other players obtain the title of Vampire Territory Lord through any means, the player's current mission will be deemed as a failure. Ding. After triggering this mission, the player will trigger related side missions at any time. The side missions will either reduce or increase the player's influence points. The game hints that suddenly appeared made Feng Heng's mouth hang. Influence points. Territory Lord? There was such a saying? Isn't his a little too sudden? He was really not prepared at all. Feng Heng calmed down quickly and scanned through the game hints one by one, trying to analyze the difficulty of the task. After clicking on the details of the influence points, he found that he currently had more than 160,000 influence points. He had received 10,000 points from binding with Anjita's, and 100,000 from binding with the Vampire King's coffin. In addition, the influence points from the Vampire Apocalypse District 6 and some of the vampires in the prison added up to more than 30,000, while the rest of the influence points added up to a little more than 10,000. 953 Infuriating. It was almost impossible for ordinary players to gain influence. The only people who could compete with him for the title of Territory Lord were the World Lords of the worlds of the vampires. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. Thus, his biggest enemy was Jian Muzi. The good news was that Jian Muzi might not know about the existence of this special mission and was more probably in a daze. Not to mention that Jian Muzi seemed to be being hunted down by people from the Federation and had no time to care about the game world. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? One must be merciless with bad people even if they're down. Feng Heng felt that he had a great chance of winning after calculating everything. He would take advantage of Jian Muzi's absence to expand his influence and think of a way to gain the title of Territory Lord. At the thought of this, Feng Heng immediately nodded and said, "Bellamy, Hayes, go on. If they're willing, ask them to contribute the holy weapon of the vampires as well. If they're willing to join the dark prison of blood, welcome them warmly." Stealing one was stealing, and taking two was still taking. Feng Heng thought to himself, since I have already asked for the blood crystal, it would not be too much to ask for the holy weapon of the vampires as well, right? It wouldn't be too much to recruit the vampires who wanted to surrender either, right? Since the vampires had surrendered, and they had come over, it was normal for the resources from that world to be brought over, right? Hearing this, Bellamy nodded respectfully, her eyes glimmering. Yes, my lord. I believe that your will be answered by all the worlds of the vampires. The vampires of the Elder Council and Hayes were the most excited. Finally, the king was about to unify the worlds of the vampires. The elders of District 6 had been looking forward to this day for a long time. To unite the vampire. Never mind others, but once the worlds of the vampires were unified, the Elders Council of District 6 would naturally occupy the center position. With the addition of the vampires from other worlds, their speed of deciphering the inscriptions on the Vampire King's coffin would also be greatly improved. It was only a matter of time before they could break the curse that had been plaguing the vampires for generations. Ever since they met Feng Heng, everything was progressing in a good direction at a rapid pace. Who could say that he wasn't the true Vampire King? Yes. Your Majesty. Currently, the Blood Realm is sealed and it will take about 20 minutes to unseal it. Please wait for a moment and we will immediately return to the Elders Council to activate the Blood Realm and contact the various worlds of the vampires to inform them of the news of you inheriting the position of Vampire King. I believe that everyone will follow your will and revive the vampire's glory. Yes, go do it, Feng Heng nodded. Thinking that he had nothing to do if he went back now anyway, he said, I will go with you. Please, Your Majesty. Ding, your influence among the vampires of District 6 has increased slightly, huh? Feng Heng found it strange when he saw the game hint. Hayes hadn't even announced the news to the Blood Realm yet. Why did his influence in District 6 increase again? The Blood Realm in District 6 was originally closed and the vampires completed its activation after about 15 minutes. Hayes was so excited that he was trembling when he entered the Blood Realm. He was supported by 2 high-tier vampires and they entered together. A few moments after Hayes entered the Blood Realm, 2 lines of game hints appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding. The player has announced his identity as the successor of the Blood Coffin and a successor of the Vampire King. Ding. The player's current influence among the vampires has greatly increased. Ding. The player has obtained a special state, Vampire, Royal Power Glory Level 1, Special State, Vampire, Royal Power Glory Level 1, Description. In this state, the player's influence as a vampire will gradually increase. Description. 12 hours is left of the state. When the player triggers or completes certain special events or missions, it will affect the state's level and effect duration, and then. Feng Heng looked at the game hint, then at the entrance of the Blood Realm. He couldn't help but have some anticipations. Would any world of the vampire be willing to surrender? He waited for a full 5 minutes, but the game hint area was still silent, and the Blood Realm was as calm as ever. Why was there no notification? It seemed like it was a failure and he didn't manage to deceive anyone. Feng Heng sighed helplessly in his heart. It seemed that vampires were not easy to fool either. Forget it, he didn't have much hope in the first place. He could only rely on himself then. Standing beside Feng Heng, Bellamy seemed to have sensed his disappointment. She whispered, Your Majesty, the news has been announced. The elders of the other worlds will probably gather the vampires for a discussion after receiving the news. It would be the same for us if it had happened to us. It will probably take some time before we receive any news. I see. Vampire Apocalypse, District 9. Half an hour ago, the Elders Council of District 9 held an emergency meeting. Even the vampire Prince Carl woke up from his slumber and came to the meeting in person. Meng Hao and Auding knew that something big had happened. Unfortunately, the 2 of them did not have the right to enter the Elders Council for discussion. They could only silently wait for news outside the Vampires Hall of the Elders Council. Ever since Feng Heng had fought with Carl, the Prince of the Vampires in District 9, Meng Hao and Auding had successfully infiltrated the Elders Council and laid low among the vampire. After some time and performing various investigations and analyses, Meng Hao finally came to a realization. It turned out that the so-called Feng Shao was Feng Heng, the world lord of the zombie game world's District 8. The probability was over 90%. No wonder he thought Feng Shao looked so familiar when he first saw the latter. Even the way the other party did things was so similar. Meng Hao didn't tell anyone about this but kept it in mind. Feng Heng, that cheater. The rewards for following him weren't bad. Naturally, Meng Hao wasn't willing to be left out. He had seen through the other party's disguise but didn't say anything. Through Feng Heng's connections, he had colluded with the demon hunters and Chu Yan from the Pious Guild of the Holy Court. From time to time, he would think of ways to fish for some benefits and deal with the vampires together. These were all small matters. Meng Hao had always had a bigger plan. He had been thinking of ways to deal with the vampire princes. The last time the vampires invaded the real world, although Feng Heng didn't have time to came to the District 9 to cause trouble, he still thought of a way to inform Meng Hao and the others in advance, so that they could find a way to take advantage of the opportunity to make some benefits. When Meng Hao and Chu Yan received this top-secret information, they were overjoyed. They immediately began to plan. They had originally planned to take advantage of the fact that the vampire princes had left for the real world to do something big. However, he never expected that the Prince of District 9 was not involved in the invasion of the real world by the entire vampire realm. District 9 was still calm and peaceful as ever, and their strength was well preserved. Meng Hao was dumbfounded. What's with District 9? Were they so special? It wasn't until the matter had came to an end that Meng Hao found out that it wasn't that District 9 didn't want to participate. It was just that District 9's teleportation passage was of too low a tier, and they couldn't complete the teleportation. It was equivalent to one's family's tier being too low, and others simply couldn't bring one along to have fun. How infuriating. 954 really surrendered? Ding was very curious. He bopped his head as he tried to pry into the conference room. He asked in a low voice, "Boss, what's the situation today? Even the prince is here." It looks like the vampires have encountered a major problem internally, and they need Carl to participate in the decision-making process. It won't be a small matter. We will just wait and see. As Meng Hao spoke, a game hint suddenly appeared on his retina. Ding! Vampire player Feng Heng has announced to the public that he has obtained the Vampire King's coffin and the Vampire King's inheritance. Ding! Player Feng Heng has requested loyalty from the Elders Council of the various worlds of the vampires. Currently, after a discussion, the Vampires Elders Council of District 9 has decided not to recognize Feng Heng as the inheritor of the Vampire King and not to pledge loyalty to him. Ding! Players can choose whether to accept Feng Heng's identity as the inheritor of the Vampire King and trigger the related task. Click here for more details. Ding! Player Feng Heng has triggered a special realm mission, Vampire, Territory Lord. All players in the worlds of the vampires with more than 800 influence points can trigger the relevant mission. Meng Hao's jaw dropped when he saw the game notification. Feng Heng? Territory Lord? Fuck. Mr. Feng was cheating again. This was the first thought that flashed through Meng Hao's mind. He quickly lowered his head to look at the game hints in detail. These short 4 lines of game hints contained a lot of information. Realm mission. And it seemed that many players could trigger it, so it's a competitive mission? What was with the Vampire King's inheritance? And the Vampire King's coffin? So, when the vampires invaded the real world a few days ago, the Vampire King's coffin, which was asked for at a sky-high price, was now in Feng Heng's hands. No, the most important thing was, to what extent had Feng Heng's strength been enhanced? To think he was already asking the vampires from other worlds to surrender? The more he thought about it, the more Meng Hao felt that Feng Heng was unfathomable. What the fuck? On the side, Ding didn't know that Feng Shao was Feng Heng. He couldn't help but whisper loudly, "Boss, Feng Heng is awesome. He even managed to obtain the Vampire King's inheritance? Is that true? As expected of the guy who once completely defeated you." Seeing that Meng Hao was still deep in thought and not responding, Ding couldn't help but turn to look at him. Gently nudging the former with his arm, he asked, "Boss, what should we do for this mission?" "Don't rush, don't choose yet." Meng Hao frowned and stopped Ding. "What's the rush? We haven't made sense of the situation yet, so don't make any random decisions. Besides, a traitor is more useful than a brute." "Huh? Are we going to be moles again?" Ding's eyes lit up. He felt that being a mole was quite interesting, but boss, weren't you and Feng Heng competitors before? "Yeah, it's all in the past," Meng Hao sighed inwardly. Every time he saw Feng Heng, the other party's strength would increase sharply. Even now, he had to look up to him. He still remembered the first time he met Feng Heng. The other party had been fighting for the World Lord position in District 8 of the zombie apocalypse. The second time he heard about Feng Heng, he was already a double World Lord and even had some thoughts about the world of the vampires. It had only been a week since they last met, and now Feng Heng had started to make a move on all the vampires. That cheater. Meng Hao's eyes burned with desire. Ding was now like a bystander, asking, "Boss, don't you think it's a bit stupid for Feng Heng to ask the others to surrender now? Will anyone really surrender?" Meng Hao thought for a moment, then said, "If it were someone else, I would definitely say no. But he's different. We can't use common sense to understand him." As Meng Hao spoke, a message came from the game survival radio. "Fuck, old Meng, have you heard? The vampires in District 8 had surrendered to Feng Heng. They had sworn their allegiance. Is the Elders Council in District 8 crazy?" Meng Hao's eyes twitched when he saw the urgent message. What he said came true. To think there really was a big region in the game that pledged loyalty to Feng Heng? Wasn't this guy's cheat a little too exaggerated? Wait. Did he say District 8? Suddenly, a thought occurred to Meng Hao. After confirming the message on the survival radio, again and again, he turned to look at Ding, his expression grave. "I am going offline for a while. You stay here and keep watch. If anything urgent happens, inform me immediately. Oh okay, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? It's nothing. Meng Hao knew that he had been too serious. He chuckled and patted Da Ding on the shoulder. We're about to get the piece of the puzzle we're missing. Just wait and see, I will show you. Who was Feng Heng? Countless people were searching for the answer to this question. Feng Heng didn't know that the search and topic about him on the official forum of the World of Vampires had suddenly become trending. The discussion about the recent incident of the vampires' invasion of the real world had not died down, and now there was another vampire, territory lord mission? The shows didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Originally, the players in the worlds of vampires weren't too familiar with Feng Heng. Under the stimulation of this news, secret information was excavated one after another and revealed to the public. The players' information channels were limited, and they could not learn the whole story. After combining all kinds of information, some conspiracy theorists roughly inferred that the previous grand invasion of the vampires might be to fight for the Vampire King's coffin. In the end, God knows what happened, but perhaps due to good luck, the Vampire King's coffin fell into Feng Heng's hands. So, Feng Heng was the biggest winner? After obtaining the zombie apocalypse, he began to extend his evil hands to the vampire apocalypse. The popularity of the discussion about Feng Heng remained high, and in just 2 minutes, a paid video post pushed the atmosphere of the entire forum to a higher level. Some busybody players with nothing better to do posted the video of Hea's words from the Blood Realm for a fee of 10 cents. Just a minute after the post was published, more than 100,000 yuan were made by the poster. In the video, Elder Hea's face was serious as he said, "Please follow the instructions of the new Vampire King and swear your allegiance to him. For the returned descendants, the new king is willing to accept." This was too fucking. They didn't know much about the vampires, but to the players, Hea's actions were like a direct declaration to the outside world that Feng Heng was the Vampire King, and that they had to quickly submit and surrender to him. In fact, Feng Heng didn't enter the Blood Realm. Even he didn't know how Hea's communicated with the vampires in other districts. In Hea's eyes, this attitude was very normal. After all, in their hearts, Feng Heng's reputation was above everything else. At this time, in their eyes, Feng Heng was the legitimate Vampire King. 955 Evidence. All of a sudden, the heated discussion about Feng Heng increased rapidly. Some players felt that there was something wrong with Feng Heng's brain. He was just lucky enough to get the Vampire King's coffin. After that, he became so arrogant that he didn't know his capabilities. Didn't he understand the principle of quit while you're ahead? To think he was so greedy that he wanted to control the worlds of the vampires? Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death by the major forces? Wasn't it good to develop in secret? In contrast, a small number of players expressed that the people who said that didn't know shit. How could someone who could snatch the Vampire King's coffin from the hands of so many forces be an idiot? Feng Heng was a double world lord from the zombie apocalypse, to begin with. He clearly had the strength and absolute confidence in his own strength. With controversy came heated discussions. For a time, information about Feng Heng's background, identity, and others was dug up. The two sides of the dispute were divided into those who believed in Feng Heng's strength and were on his side and those who didn't think highly of Feng Heng on grounds that he was greedy and arrogant. In addition, there were also those instigating in the middle. For a time, the busybody masses were quarreling on the forum as if they had been injected with adrenaline. No one expected that after more than 20 minutes of discussion, an eye-catching headline would once again make the two words Feng Heng extremely popular. The Demon King's Descent? Vampire District 8 surrenders unconditionally. The title was very eye-catching. When one clicked on it, one would find that it was also a video. In short, the Vampires Elders Council of District 8 had announced that they recognized Feng Heng's title as the Vampire King. They were even willing to join Feng Heng's forces and pledge their loyalty to him. This was a little too much of a fantasy. The vampires in District 8 had joined Feng Heng's force. Did that mean that the Vampire Apocalypse District 8 was already under Feng Heng's control? The onlookers, who had been on Feng Heng's side during the quarrel, were instantly excited. See? They said that he was domineering. He had the strength. Didn't District 8 surrender with no conditions? If there's a first, there will be a second. Just wait and see. The players who thought that Feng Heng was arrogant and greedy were also stunned when they got the news. They thought to themselves that this was really strange. Why did District 8 surrender? Since when were the vampires so cowardly? Of course, the onlookers were not willing to admit defeat so easily. They were stubborn and said, just you wait. This is just the beginning. The game had only just begun, okay? The big guilds haven't even made a move yet, so why are all of you so anxious? At the Federation's temporary camp, the Necromancer Association, a Federation soldier was reporting the latest situation to Calamity. The blood crystal in District 4 is in preparation. The price of the blood crystal in District 7 has been settled. It is estimated that it will be ready for teleportation in 3 hours. In addition, after Fang Heng's team stopped the operation of the magic array, the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm stabilized for 30 minutes before beginning to slowly increase again. Kayuhai replied. Sir. A Federation soldier hurriedly entered the room and handed over the report with both hands. Just now, some important news was released on the World of Vampires page on the game forum. A special mission in the World of Vampires has been triggered, and the one who triggered it is Fang Heng. Fang Heng? Kayuhai was stunned and immediately took the report from his subordinate. After scanning through the information, Kayuhai's brows furrowed. A fight for the position of territory lord among the vampires? Fang Heng had announced his identity as the successor of the Vampire King to the public in the game and was summoning the loyalty of all major worlds of the vampires? Kayuhai was dumbfounded. What was this? Could it be? Was Fang Heng doing this to get the blood crystals from the worlds of the vampires? As he continued to read, Kayuhai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Huh? District 8 had already announced that they recognized Fang Heng as the Vampire King? He did it? Did the vampires really surrender? How did he do it? Was it premeditated? Kayuhai was like most ordinary players such that they had greatly underestimated the effects of the vampire's curse on the vampires. The idea that only the Vampire King could remove the curse in their blood was deeply rooted in the hearts of many vampires. In addition, the strength of District 8 had been greatly reduced when they invaded the real world. Their prince was dead, and so was their duke. Even more than half of their marquises were dead. Those who returned were all injured. Yet, the Holy Court and the demon hunting forces in District 8 were still around. Taking advantage of the fact that the vampire's strength had been weakened to the lowest point in history, the Holy Court and demon hunting forces naturally began to stir up trouble under the instigation of the players from all sides. When the Elders' Council of District 8 came back to its senses, it found that it didn't get any benefits from the invasion of the real world. Instead, it almost killed itself. After receiving the news released by Fang Heng, the Elders' Council and the remaining vampire dukes gathered to figure out what to do. Unknowingly, the vampires had almost reached a life-and-death situation. It would be a great humiliation if they were accidentally destroyed by the Holy Court. The most annoying ones were the vampires from District 1. In the past, they had tried all sorts of ways to trick them into joining the real-world battlefield. Now that they were in trouble, District 1 didn't even let out a fart when they asked them for help. How about? Should they be more thick-skinned and surrender to Fang Heng, the foreign aid? Wasn't he the successor of the Vampire King? Didn't he claim to lead them to glory? After surrendering, he wouldn't just leave them in the lurch, right? After all, surrendering was better than dying at the hands of the Holy Court, right? Surrendering to Fang Heng would at most make them lose a bit of face. If they didn't, they would lose both their face and their lives. After some deliberation and weighing the gains and losses, more than 80% of the vampire elders agreed to surrender after the final vote. In the real world, Western Federation. In an underground cave, Jian Muzzy supported himself against the wall and walked forward step by step. It was as if every step took a great deal of effort. His palm left a row of deep palm prints on the rock wall. Crack. The automatic door on the rock wall in front of them opened, and a melodious electronic female voice sounded. Welcome back, Mr. Jian. The biochemical repair machine is currently in good condition. You have 20 unread emails. Jian Muzzy's breathing had become extremely heavy in just a few steps. He took a deep breath and said, Load repair program number 3. Command received. Loading predetermined repair program. Jian Muzzy dragged his heavy body into the room. Seeing the cultivation pod in the room, Jian Muzzy's heart relaxed. He held on and walked to the biochemical repair cultivation pod in the center of the room and sat down. Then, he leaned against the cabin and took deep breaths as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The pre-programmed procedure has been loaded. Please complete the injection of test subject number 28's solution. This solution has not undergone safety testing. Please confirm the disclaimer. First, this product is in development. Shut up. Highest level of authority confirmed. Crack, crack, crack. On the command station next to the cultivation pod, a tube of light blue potion rose from the mechanical control panel. Jian Muzzy took a deep breath and waited for his strength to recover a little. Then, he picked up the syringe containing the blue solution on the command station and injected it into his thigh. Following this, Jian Muzzy's face revealed a relaxed expression. Crack. The auto door opened again. Jian Muzzy, who had his back against the cultivation pod, sat up straight and looked up at the person who had come. 956 Set an example. Ni Tongming stood at the door of the room with a smile on his face as he observed Jian Muzzy's state secretly. What's the matter? Jian Muzzy asked in a deep voice. 3 pieces of bad news. First, District 1 has been conquered by the Federation. You still have control of it in name, but I am afraid you can't return to the game immediately in your current state. As expected, Muzzy stood up and walked to the side with a blank expression. He took off his blood-stained coat and put on the protective suit beside him. They will pay the price. Ni Tongming shrugged his shoulders. I hope so. The second piece of bad news is that the 12 corporations are very dissatisfied with your operation this time. Someone suggested that you hand over the Vampire King's remains and the 12 corporations will take over the follow-up research work. Ha, Muzzy sneered in disdain. How do you want me to respond? The remains have already fused with my body. If they want to take it away, let them try. Ni Tongming also revealed a mocking smile and raised a third finger. Third, the mission of the Vampire's Territory Lord has been triggered. Player Fang Heng announced that he has obtained the Vampire King's coffin and inherited the Vampire King's will. He also sent a message to the various worlds of the vampires through the Blood Realm, requesting them to pledge their loyalty to him. Hearing this, Muzzy's face suddenly sank. He turned his head and stared at Ni Tongming, his eyes filled with strong killing intent. It's him. Ni Tongming's expression was also serious as he nodded and said, yes. Muzzy clenched his fists so tightly that they crackled. Fang Heng. So it was him. He was the one who had stolen the Vampire King's coffin. For the past 2 days, he had been being pursued by the Federation. In addition, the fusion between his body and the Vampire King's remains was not perfect. The will hidden in his body was constantly nibbling away at his body, which had a great impact on him. Muzzy didn't have the time to investigate who had stabbed him in the back. Muzzy suppressed the killing intent in his heart and asked in a deep voice, what's with the mission of becoming the Territory Lord? I am not sure, it's our first time encountering it too. You're the World Lord of Division 1, so you should get more detailed hints after entering the game. Ni Tongming slowly walked forward as he spoke. Our initial suspicion is that the Vampire's Territory Lord may have higher control authority than the World Lords. In addition, he can control all the vampires in the entire realm. Our players in the world of the vampires have received a mission prompt to choose whether to join the vampire faction that player Fang Heng belongs to. Hearing what Ni Tongming said, Muzzy's brows were tightly locked. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Fang Heng. Mr. Jian, Ni Tongming looked at Muzzy and said, without the help of the vampires, we will be in a very passive position. The 12 corporations are getting a little anxious, so we still need to respond. What are you going to do? Humphrey, if he wants the vampire's control, then let him take it himself. He will pay the price. Muzzy regained his calm confidence. He was still thinking about how to take revenge, but he never expected that the other party would come to him. That guy really knew how to pick the right time. Right now was when he was at his weakest. He had just finished fusing with the power of the Vampire King's remains, and that power was not completely under his control yet, causing his current strength to be very unstable. He's just a clown. Let him dance around for a while. Have all the vampire areas on standby and pay attention to Fang Heng's possible invasion. Just work together to defend. After all, we have 2 princes. After I completely integrate the power of the Vampire King's remains, I will return to the game world to solve this problem. I will try my best. Ni Tongming nodded and looked at Muzzy, who was walking into the biochemical repair and recovery cabin. He said in a low voice, good luck. Vampire Apocalypse District 6. Fang Heng had been standing at the entrance of the Blood Realm for more than half an hour. He didn't know that a great uproar had been set off in the outside world because of his matter. A ray of light flashed at the entrance of the Blood Realm and Hayes walked out in high spirits, unable to suppress the excitement on his face. Under the fervent gazes of the vampires, Hayes nodded and said, Your Majesty, I have not failed you. The vampires in District 8 have listened to your call and are willing to contribute the blood crystal and their holy weapon of the vampires. They are also willing to seek your protection. Fang Heng was stunned. He really managed to deceive someone? As soon as he finished speaking, the game hints popped up again. Ding. Vampire Apocalypse District 8's Vampire Elder Council has pledged allegiance to you. Your influence among the vampires has increased by 20,000. Ding. The player's special state, Vampire, Royal Power Glory has been upgraded to Level 2, Vampire, Royal Power Glory, Level 2. In this state, the player's vampire influence will increase rapidly, remaining 20 hours. Hint. The player has triggered a mission, to control the vampires of District 8, mission name, District 8's loyalty, mission description. The vampires of Vampire Apocalypse District 8 have pledged their allegiance to you, but there are still some who are in a wait-and-see state. In addition, there are many voices of opposition. Please use various methods to make these voices disappear. Mission description, increase control of District 8 to 90%, current 66%, possible rewards for completing the mission, increased influence on the worlds of the vampires, and level increase of Vampire, Royal Power Glory. The shorter the time taken to complete the mission, the more generous the rewards will be. Mission penalty: while the mission exists, your vampire's influence will continue to decrease. Special note: there may be competition with other players in the process of this mission. Please be careful. The vampires were overjoyed to hear this news. Hayes was overjoyed too, but he was still a little dissatisfied with the result. He had thought that there would be more worlds of the vampires willing to surrender. Your Majesty, only District 8's world of the vampires has responded to our call for the time being, Hayes continued. Other than 3 worlds of the vampires that have clearly expressed their opposition, the rest are still observing. We suggest that we accept District 8 as soon as possible and set an example for the other worlds of the vampires. Feng Heng answered with a soft District 8 was his primary target, to begin with. Now that he had the support of the elders in District 8, he only needed to go to District 8 and open the teleportation passage to get the blood crystal and the holy weapon of the vampires. It was an unexpected surprise. As for the newly triggered mission to control District 8, he had to find a way to complete it. After all, as long as this mission was there, it would continue to reduce his influence on the world of the vampires. Who could stand this? It was simple to complete too. He just had to open a spatial gate and let Duke Bellamy lead a team to clean up the rebels. The vampires in District 8 who hadn't surrendered would either surrender or die. There were no princes or dukes in District 8 anyway. With Duke Bellamy as the peak combat power and the fusion tyrant forms that had inherited the Vampire King's remains, they could probably achieve a crushing effect. 957 Hostile. Feng Heng then shifted his gaze to Duke Bellamy, who was standing at the side. Bellamy noticed Feng Heng's gaze and nodded to him. Just as Feng Heng was about to give an order, Mojai Ai hurriedly walked out from the teleportation array behind him, his face full of excitement. Old Feng, what's going on? If there's a big move, at least let me know in advance so that I can be mentally prepared. Mojai Ai had been very confused earlier. He had just been brought to the camp by the Federation in the real world, and after entering the game, he received a bombardment of messages on the survival radio from all kinds of people. They were all congratulatory messages. After taking a closer look, it turned out that Feng Heng was preparing to make a move on the entire world of the vampires. Mojai Ai was stunned. How did Feng Heng cause such a big commotion after only one visit to the Necromancer Association? God, the outside world is in chaos. You're finally popular. Many players of the advanced games are here to watch the show. Mojai Ai roughly told him about the situation outside, then asked, what happened? I accidentally triggered the mission. I just wanted to get more of the aura of the Death Realm, but I accidentally made the whole thing bigger. Feng Heng felt a little helpless after knowing that it had caused such a great impact and sensation in the real world. If he had known in advance that the system would announce the news to the entire vampire game world, he would have chosen to be more cautious. After all, there were many people in the real world who were interested in the Vampire King's coffin. Who knew that he just clicked agree and the system would make an announcement in the entire world of the vampires. It even revealed his name. Now that things had come to this, Feng Heng could only choose to make the best of it and take advantage of the fact that the major forces in the game had not fully reacted to the situation to quickly complete the task. Okay. Was it really just to get more aura of the Death Realm from the start? Why did he feel like he was setting up a big trap? Mojai Ai looked at Feng Heng suspiciously. Either way, Feng Heng had done similar things many times, so he didn't find it strange and didn't think too much about it. Then, Mojai Ai suddenly thought of something. He leaned over and whispered in Feng Heng's ear, "Oh right, when I arrived just now, Meng Hao's friend contacted me urgently from the game. He asked if we were interested in taking action against District 9. District 9? Prince Carl is still there, right?" Feng Heng frowned subconsciously. He remembered that when they entered the Vampires District 9 back then, they spent a lot of effort to finally successfully trick Prince Carl and obtain the vampire's holy weapon, the headdress, from him. Moreover, Prince Carl had left a mark on him. As long as he appeared in District 9, he would be immediately sensed. Yes. After we left, the prince went into hibernation again. Meng Hao and his friend says they have a plan. If it succeeds, it will deal a heavy blow to the vampires in District 9. They asked if we were interested. Then, Mojai Ai leaned over and whispered a few words into Feng Heng's ear. After hearing it, Feng Heng lowered his head and started to think. Meng Hao's scheme was actually quite feasible. However, the success rate was still a little low. Should he make more adjustments to the details? While Feng Heng was thinking, lines of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! You have triggered the side mission, Hostile District 9, mission name, Hostile District 9, mission description. The Elders Council of the World of the Vampires District 9 are not willing to listen to your command and have announced to the public that they believe that your identity as the Vampire King is false. It's time to shut them up. Mission requirement, Obtain the loyalty of the vampires in District 9 or make the opposition rate in District 9 less than 50%. Possible rewards for completing the mission. Increased influence on the worlds of the vampires. Level increase in vampire royal power glory. The shorter the time taken to complete the quest, the more generous the rewards the player will receive. Mission penalty. While the mission exists, the player's influence in the worlds of the vampires will continue to decrease. Ding. You have triggered the side mission. Hostile District 2. Click here for more details. Ding. You have triggered a side mission. Hostile District 3. Click here for more details. Fuck. Fang Heng couldn't help but want to curse when he saw 3 missions pop up all at once. District 2 and District 3 had long been under the control of the 12 corporations behind the Western Federation, so it was fine if they were against him. But to think District 9 was also a thorn? Now that he thought about it, he had a long-standing grudge against District 9. It was reasonable for the Elders' Council of District 9 to make this choice. Fang Heng cursed in his heart and immediately lowered his head to think of countermeasures. With these 3 missions, the growth rate of his influence in the worlds of the vampires suddenly slowed down. It was only thanks to the special skill, Vampire Royal Power Glory Level 2, that his influence among the vampires did not decline. At present, the situation in Districts 2 and 3 was still unclear. There might be princes there, so it would be difficult to break through them in a short time. In this case, the plan proposed by Meng Hao to enter District 9 was undoubtedly the most feasible. Yes, pick the weakest one, and he had to be fast. Seeing the changes in Fang Heng's expression, Mojai Aoi asked, Fang Heng, what's wrong? What's the problem? It's okay. It's just a little trouble. Let's go to District 8 first and deal with District 9's problem as soon as possible. Mojai Aoi's eyes lit up, and he looked excited. Are you preparing to move again? Yes. Since the game had given him a task and forced him to move forward, Fang Heng had no choice but to speed up the pace of unifying the vampires. He nodded and said, Tell Meng Hao that we will prepare the Holy Light Thorn. Tell them to get ready as well. We will be taking action tonight. So fast? Mojai Aoi was shocked for a moment before he said, No problem. I will contact him immediately. You go first. Meet me at the teleportation point later. We will go to District 8 together. Alright. Mojai Aoi nodded and hurriedly returned to the teleportation passage to contact the others. Fang Heng then shifted his gaze to Hayes and the other vampires. I heard that the vampires in District 8 are still troubled by the Holy Court. Since they have joined us, we will help them solve their problems. Hayes, prepare to open the teleportation passage. I will personally receive District 8. Bellamy, lead the vampires and prepare for battle. The vampires' eyes were filled with intense battle intent as they replied in unison, Yes. Your Majesty. Fang Heng nodded, then headed back to the zombie apocalypse's District 9 through the teleportation passage. This was a surprise attack. According to Fang Heng's estimation, if everything went well, they would completely solve the problems of Districts 8 and 9 within 12 hours. While perfecting the plan's details in his mind, Fang Heng walked toward the subsidiary transmission passage. He planned to go to the Vampires District 8 through the teleportation disc with Mojai Aoi to open the passage that connected to the zombie apocalypse world. With that, he could send a large number of vampires and fusion tyrant forms to join the battlefield. Just as he arrived at the teleportation hall's entrance, a familiar figure jumped out and blocked his way. 958 Arrogant Fang Heng. I finally found you. Sandy's face was filled with exaggerated excitement. Hey. Let me tell you some great news. Under the enlightenment of the God of Art, the construction of the Temple of Zeus is about to be completed. In 3 days, we will be able to witness this miracle with our own eyes. Fang Heng was stunned for a moment. Finally. According to Mojai Aoi, building the Temple of Zeus cost the prison a huge amount of high-tier resources. Fortunately, Fang Heng had plundered many materials from various game worlds some time ago. Otherwise, it would not be enough for Sandy to squander. They were finally seeing the light of hope. Fang Heng felt gratified. However, seeing how Sandy was in such a hurry to find him, could there be some kind of change? Fang Heng felt that something was not right and became vigilant. He said calmly, Oh? Then congratulations. Ha ha ha. You will definitely be shocked at the opening ceremony. There's an opening ceremony. That's for sure, Sandy chuckled and revealed a proud expression. Our names will be carved on the stone statues outside the Temple of Zeus. The later generations will know that we built the Temple of Zeus. This is a great achievement for us. Oh, well done. Fang Heng quickened his pace and walked forward. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I've encountered a small problem during the construction of the temple. Sandy caught up with Fang Heng quickly and gestured with his fingers as he spoke. Fang Heng thought in his heart, as expected, trouble is here again. Fang Heng, we are still lacking something for the exhibition. You didn't even bring back the high-tier display items that you got from the Holy Court last time. Our temple is about to open, so how can we not have any exhibition items? Feng Heng opened his mouth, but for a moment, he really didn't know what to say. During the last trade in District 9, he threw many of the stolen goods in the fallen corridor in the real world. At that time, he was just finding a place to temporarily store them. Who would have thought that the fallen corridor would be destroyed? In this situation, he really didn't have the time to run to the fallen corridor to get the exhibition items. Feng Heng had a headache. Sandy, it's a little troublesome to get those things back now. We have to wait for a while. Alright, what about the other worlds? Not only District 9 has display items, right? The other regions also have them, right? Aren't you preparing to go there now? Bring me along. How did you know that? Who did you hear that from? Really? Sandy was startled for a moment, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, the inspiration of the god of art is indeed correct. Take me along. Feng Heng thought for a while and said, alright, let's go there together. Now. No problem. After the completion of the Temple of Zeus, his world's rating would have a small increase. If he brought back more of the Holy Quartz collection, his rating would increase more, and he could also learn a few more Holy Quartz skills while he was at it. Sandy was helping him to work, after all. Moreover, if he did not agree, the other party would probably cause a ruckus for a while longer and he would not have the time to argue with him now. But the trip to the world of the vampires is very dangerous this time, Feng Heng warned. You can't run around. No problem. In the name of the god of art. Vampires Apocalypse District 8. After meeting up with Mojai and entering District 8, Feng Heng and the other two immediately went to District 8's Elders Council's headquarters through the nearest vampire's teleportation point. Your Majesty, I am the Arbitration Elder of the Elders Council, Clement, the Arbitration Elder of District 8's Vampires Elders Council, sized up Feng Heng and praised the youthfulness of the Vampire King in his heart. While Feng Heng was repairing the teleportation passage and connecting it to the zombie world, Clement introduced the current predicament that District 8 was facing. Only then did Feng Heng learn that District 8 was truly miserable. The vampire prince who joined the invasion of the real world was killed on the spot by Mojai Ai's two uncles. There was also no news of the two dukes. The remaining few vampire marquises who returned were either dead or disabled. They barely managed to guard District 8. The strength of the vampires here had almost hit rock bottom. Then, the Holy Court and the demon hunters started to stir up trouble everywhere. The vampires suffered a string of defeats. Clement's heart was filled with pain as he said, Your Majesty, the Holy Court is taking advantage of our weakness to attack our city. Our people are suffering. Don't worry, we're here to help. Mojai Ai also felt that District 8 was too miserable. He walked over and patted Clement on the shoulder as if he was familiar with the latter and consoled him. We will let the Holy Court's lackeys know the power of the vampires. Thank you, Your Majesty, Clement said gratefully. Feng Heng glanced at Mojai Ai and thought to himself, did you forget your position as a demon hunter? Never mind that, but didn't District 8 get to where they are now because his family killed their prince? If he was not mistaken, Mojai Ai even used their prince to complete the upgrade of his demon hunter bloodline to the 3rd tier, right? Sandy followed behind the crowd, unable to hide the joy on his face. He didn't expect the Holy Court in District 8 to be so strong. That meant that their art pieces must be well preserved. Sandy was already planning in his heart how to empty the Holy Court's possessions. He had heard some rumors before that Feng Heng was preparing to unify the worlds of the vampires. That was why he had specially came to wait for the latter, wanting to try his luck and participate in the moving. Hey, there were a total of 9 vampire apocalypses. How many art collections of the Holy Court would there be? The Temple of Zeus would at least be upgraded by a few levels. It would be a great achievement that was enough to be recorded in history. After learning about the situation in District 8, Feng Heng immediately operated the large space-tearing device and tried to connect to the teleportation passage point of the zombie apocalypse. A moment later, a young vampire marquis rushed in to report, Elder Clement, the Holy Court has already launched an attack on the city of Elena. Our men can't hold them off, and we need the Elders' Council to provide support. Ahem, Clement coughed lightly and gestured to Feng Heng, who was fiddling with a large space-tearing device. Brutus, you came at the right time. This is His Majesty, the King. Come and greet him. The King? The Vampire King's reinforcements had arrived so quickly? Brutus was pleasantly surprised. He turned around and looked at Feng Heng, then immediately revealed a suspicious expression. Wasn't the king too young? Moreover, the vampire aura on his body was not obvious. When he saw Feng Heng glancing at him from the corner of his eyes, Brutus immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings, Your Majesty. Feng Heng waved the wrench in his hand and pressed the teleportation passage's return button, signaling the other party to get up and speak. Elder Clement said, Your Majesty, Marquis Brutus is a young man trained by the Elders' Council. He has great potential. Since the disappearance of the two vampire dukes, Brutus has been temporarily in charge of leading the vampires to resist the Holy Court's invasion. He knows the most about the Holy Court's movements. I hope he will be of help to you. 959 The arrival of the reinforcements. Feng Heng made a soft sound of agreement again, then buried his head in observing the various data displayed on the instrument. Marquis Brutus was anxious. The situation on the battlefield outside was extremely urgent. How could the king be so calm? Your Majesty, the Holy Court is attacking Quinton Fog Castle in 3 directions, the central urban area, the city of Elena area, and the forest wetland area. 6 vampire marquises are leading the vampires to resist. Please give us your instructions. Alright. The portal will be activated soon. I am lacking a guide. You can come with us later, Feng Heng nodded in response. Right after he finished speaking, a line of game hints appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! You have triggered an influence-related side mission, the Holy Court's Assault in District 8, mission name, the Holy Court's Assault, mission description, the Holy Court has taken advantage of the vampires' current weakness to launch a surprise attack. The vampires have suffered heavy losses and are in imminent danger. Most of the vampires in District 8 have pledged allegiance to you but still have doubts about you. It is time to dispel their doubts and show the Holy Court the power of the vampires. Mission requirement: eliminate the threat from the Holy Court in District 8. Possible rewards for completing the mission: increased influence in the world of the vampire, control of District 8, increased level of vampire royal power glory. The shorter the time taken to complete the quest, the more generous the rewards the player will receive. Mission penalty: while the mission exists, the player's influence in the world of vampires will be continuously decreased. Feng Heng glanced at the game hint and was slightly moved. Oh, not bad, the game finally did well for once. A mission to increase his influence had come knocking on his door. While thinking, Feng Heng pressed the start operating button on the space staring device's console. Buzz. The space staring device in the center of the hall emitted a faint blue light, and a light blue portal appeared in front of the space staring device. A space passage? Were the reinforcements here? With a thought, Brutus immediately led the surrounding vampires to back off. After waiting for a few seconds, Duke Bellamy was the first to walk out of the portal. Then, Adia and a few vampire marquises followed them with groups of high-tier vampires through the teleportation portal and entered District 8. Seeing the reinforcements led by the Duke with their own eyes, both Elder Clement and Marquis Brutus had an excited look in their eyes. Regardless of whether the title of Vampire King was real or fake, the reinforcements were real. They had really come to help. At least they were more reliable than those scammers in District 1. And there was a vampire Duke among the reinforcements. If there had been a Duke in District 8, those from the Holy Court would not have been so arrogant. Your Majesty. At the lead, Bellamy knelt with the rest of the vampires in front of Feng Heng. Everyone is ready. We can attack at any time. Feng Heng turned his head and looked at the excited Brutus. Brutus, lead the way. Let's go to the Holy Court. Yes. Brutus knew that the time to counterattack had come. His face flushed with excitement as he asked, Your Majesty, the Holy Court is currently attacking our territory from 3 directions. The forest wetland area is the most severely attacked, and the marquises guarding the area can no longer hold on and are retreating. We can immediately teleport to the nearest teleportation point in the area and attack. No, it's too troublesome, Feng Heng interrupted, we're not going there. Let's go directly to the headquarters of the Holy Court. Brutus's pupils constricted. The headquarters of the Holy Court? Did he want to destroy the headquarters of the Holy Court? Brutus took a deep breath. You mean you want to attack the headquarters of the Holy Court? That's right. They're just the remnants of the Holy Court. There's nothing to be afraid of. What a joke. Feng Heng had already assessed the strength of the Holy Court here. The meaning of the existence of the Holy Court in the vampire apocalypse was to be kept in captivity. The archbishops with the strongest combat strength were only at the Duke level. On his side, he had Duke Bellamy and the fusion tyrant forms. What was there to be afraid of? He could just crush them. It was just enough to show his might. Yes. Your Majesty. Brutus felt that Feng Heng was right. For the past 2 days, the vampires had been crushed by the Holy Court, and they couldn't come to their senses. Now, Brutus felt like he had returned to the time when the vampire prince was still in District 8. The Holy Court was nothing. They could crush the Holy Court however they wanted. Yes. The closest teleportation point to the headquarters is in the wilderness city of Loan. We will teleport immediately. Adjust the teleportation passage's frequency to the maximum. My friend is quite huge. Huh? Your friend? Brutus was still confused when he heard heavy footsteps coming from the portal. Thump. Thump, thump. Turning around, he saw a huge creature that was exuding lifeblood power. Brutus was shocked. That terrifying monster. What was it? In District 8's Holy Court headquarters, the Holy Court's Archbishop Jolly's expression was uncertain. The plan to attack the vampires was instigated by several Inhumans. At first, the Holy Court had been hesitant, but after a series of probing, Jolly found out that the strength of the vampires had been greatly reduced, just as the Inhumans had said. The Holy Court had easily taken over a few regions around the wilderness they were in. After tasting the benefits, the Holy Court immediately tried to attack the vampires. The vampires were weaker than they had expected. The Holy Court advanced triumphantly, and they were about to enter the central city of the vampires. Who would have thought that just an hour ago, everything was developing in the opposite direction? Archbishop, we've discovered a powerful vampire aura fluctuation. Judging from the strength of the aura, it's likely that we've encountered a Duke-tier vampire. The enemy is heading towards the Holy Court. Priest Vera has gone to investigate. Archbishop, we've lost contact with Vera's team of priests. The enemy is heading in the direction of the Holy Court headquarters. The High Priestess is leading the Holy Court to fight back. The enemy is very strong, we might not be able to stop them. Lord Bishop, we can consider retreating. The expressions of the few players from the Holy Court changed as they listened to the news that came in from the outside world. An unknown vampire duke? Could it be the vampires from District 6? About 3 hours ago, the players had learned about the news about the mission to become Territory Lord from the outside world. Soon, they also received the news that the Elders' Council of District 8 had chosen to surrender to Fang Heng. The players of the Holy Court had originally planned to loot a burning house, but they had never expected that they would encounter Fang Heng triggering a realm mission. After spending a long time and effort, their attack on the vampire in alliance with the Federation had helped Fang Heng imperceptibly, making the vampires of District 8 choose to pledge loyalty to Fang Heng. Who could tolerate this? Even if they did, who would be able to bear such a huge loss? After receiving the news of the surrender of District 8, the players immediately encouraged the Holy Court to speed up the elimination of the vampires. 960 ambush. However, the vampires didn't expect Fang Heng's reinforcements would come so quickly. His strength was even more tyrannical. To think he brought the vampire duke to the Holy Court's headquarters straight away as if he was going to go all out. The player guilds were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, who would have tricked the Holy Court into attacking the vampires? Come on. Come with me, I will take them on myself. Seeing that the vampires had already reached his doorstep, Archbishop Jolly could not sit still any longer. The vampires' attack was too fast and fierce, not even giving them any time to prepare for their retreat. If they retreated now, the headquarters of the Holy Court, the Holy City, would be lost here. Jolly sighed deeply in his heart and made a decision. Battle. This might be the last wave of the vampires' attack. As long as they could block this wave. Outside the Holy Court's Holy City, the battlefield was covered in a thin layer of blood mist. Fang Heng stood at the edge of the battlefield, watching from a distance as Duke Bellamy led the vampires to fight the Holy Court. The two fusion tyrant forms that had inherited the power of the Vampire King's remains were extremely eye-catching on the battlefield. They were better at dealing with group battles than Bellamy. When the fusion tyrant form punched out, the turtle shells of the Holy Cast Knights would be smashed into pieces. The lifeblood power explosion that followed after would also cause second impact damage to the surrounding Holy Court members. As the guide of the team, Brutus came with Fang Heng's team to participate in the battle. When he saw the scene of the fusion tyrant forms wreaking havoc on the battlefield, he was shocked beyond words. The two monsters that were exuding lifeblood power were simply too strong. If this continued, the Holy Court could be destroyed today. Adia, in her bat form, flew to Fang Heng's side from not far away. She returned to her human form, knelt on one knee, and reported, "Your Majesty, the blood sacrifice ritual for the Vampire King's remains has been prepared according to your request." "Yes, well done." Fang Heng nodded slightly and shifted his gaze to the center of the battlefield. The warriors of the Holy Court had died for their faith. He couldn't let their blood flow in vain. Fang Heng showed his utmost respect to them. Then, he raised his hand and opened it in the direction of their bodies. Kai. On the battlefield, the blood flowing from the fallen Holy Court warriors was drawn by an invisible force, condensing into extremely fine blood beads and gathering in front of Fang Heng. Within a short time, 2 red blood blobs had been condensed in front of Fang Heng. Under his control, the blood blobs were poured into the ritual's blood pool not far behind. Looking at the scene of Fang Heng controlling the blood, Brutus gulped. What a terrifying blood affinity. To think he could control blood so easily. The blood provided by the Holy Court warriors was very strong. In less than half a minute, the 2 blood pools that were hastily made for the blood sacrifice ritual were filled to the brim. Fang Heng retracted his hand with satisfaction. The vampire army led by Duke Bellamy was quickly approaching the Holy Court headquarters, the Holy City. A few high priestesses of the Holy Court joined forces to form a large holy light shield to resist the attack. The shield was in imminent danger under the joint attack of the vampires. The main character is here. Feng Hang felt the power of the Holy Court gathering. He said softly and looked in the direction of the holy city. Buzz. A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky and a blinding golden holy light bloomed in the center of the holy city. An elderly holy court elder walked out of the holy city with a scepter in his hand and a few judges. Feng Hang sized up the leading holy court elder. Your Majesty, he is jolly, Brutus whispered to Feng Hang, the current archbishop of the holy court. The golden light that shot up into the sky did not condense. Instead, it quickly turned into golden light spots and fell. Under the illumination of the holy light, the blood mist that had shrouded the battlefield was completely dispersed. Archbishop Jolly looked around the battlefield and frowned. He raised the scepter in his hand and slammed it on the ground. Flowing light wall. 3 thick walls formed by holy light rose from the ground and slowly pushed forward in 3 directions. More than a dozen high-tier vampires in the direction of the moving walls sensed the powerful aura of the holy light contained in the walls. They did not dare to face them head-on and retreated one after another. Moji I coughed lightly at the side. I will be honest with you. This entrance is a little pretentious. Indeed, Feng Hang nodded in agreement and pointed in Jolly's direction. Kill him. Bang. Bang. The 2 fusion tyrant forms that had inherited the Vampire King's remains were currently entangled with the Holy Court's elite Holy Caste Knights. Upon receiving Feng Hang's order, the lifeblood power in their bodies suddenly burst out, forcing the Holy Court's Holy Caste Knights around them away. Then, they stomped on the ground, leaving 2 shallow pits, and immediately flew towards the walls of holy light. The Archbishop of the Holy Court, Jolly, had just appeared and was about to say a few words to the vampires who were attacking the holy city. However, before he could even open his mouth, he saw 2 behemoths emitting lifeblood power charging toward him. Jolly's expression turned serious. Even Jolly was shocked when he saw the powerful lifeblood power that enveloped the bodies of the fusion tyrant forms. What kind of monster was that? They had such huge bodies, but they could still move so fast. In the next moment, the 2 behemoths had already rushed in front of him. A dull sound of impact came into Jolly's ears. Bang. 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 The fusion tyrant forms didn't make any unnecessary movements. They simply relied on their physical strength to smash their fists against the walls. Every punch landed heavily on the walls of holy light, followed by the continuous lifeblood power outburst. 1 punch. 2 punches. The walls of holy light trembled under the continuous punches of the fusion tyrant forms. Crack, crack, crack. In just a few seconds, after a dozen punches, fine cracks began to appear on the walls. Monster. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Jolly's forehead, and his eyes were filled with fear. Boom. The walls made of holy light shattered before everyone's eyes. Attack together. Purify them. Jolly raised the godly scepter in his hand and pointed forward, hitting a fusion tyrant form that was charging at him. Judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, countless golden chains appeared on the fusion tyrant form that tightly bound it. Roar. The fusion tyrant form was controlled by the chains and was tied to the ground. It roared, and the lifeblood power in its body surged. The burning lifeblood on the surface of its body corroded the golden chains, making them constantly emit green smoke and make sizzling sounds. The other fusion tyrant form charged forward, wanting to attack Jolly to help its companion escape. However, it was blocked by a few holy light barriers cast by the judges of the Holy Court. Taking advantage of this time, more than a dozen judges of the Holy Court and elites of the Holy Caste Knights immediately gathered, constantly using control-type skills and body blocking, forcibly trapping the fusion tyrant form in place. Feng Hang watched from a distance, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead unconsciously. Brutus was shocked by the power of the 2 fusion tyrant forms. Duke Bellamy hadn't even made a move, and they were already able to suppress the entire Holy Court to this extent? 961 Explosion. Your Majesty, don't we need to go up and help? Brutus noticed that the Holy Court was on the verge of defeat. However, the strange thing was that after the 2 fusion tyrant forms entered the battlefield, the rest of the vampires slowly retreated under the lead of Duke Bellamy. Why? Brutus was puzzled. If Duke Bellamy led all the vampire troops behind her and attacked now, the Holy Court would definitely not be able to hold out. No, there's no hurry. It's about to start. Feng Hang relaxed and took a deep breath, staring at the battlefield in front of him. Stimulated by the Holy Court's Archbishop, the fusion tyrant forms that had inherited the Vampire King's remains went out of control again. Everything was within Feng Hang's expectations. Bellamy, get ready to move. Yes, Your Majesty, Bellamy, who had just retreated with the vampires, said with a solemn expression. Brutus couldn't figure out if Feng Hang had something special up his sleeve, but he didn't dare to ask. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the surging lifeblood power on the battlefield. The lifeblood energy on the 2 trapped fusion tyrant forms had almost materialized. Their bodies were constantly burning with lifeblood, which looked particularly terrifying. With a punch, the elite Holy Caste Knights would be stained with burning lifeblood. Just dealing with these two monsters had exhausted all the power of the Holy Court. What terrifying creatures! To think their vitality was strong enough to support such a high-intensity infusion of lifeblood. Brutus was sighing in amazement when his heart suddenly jumped. Not good. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of Brutus's heart. The lifeblood around the fusion tyrant form seemed to have reached a breaking point. In the next moment, two red glows that soared into the sky one after the other blinded his vision. Boom. Boom, boom. Two extremely dense balls of lifeblood power exploded in front of everyone's eyes almost without any warning. In the center of the explosion, the two balls of lifeblood power gathered and condensed into a blood-red light pillar. Those that were from the Holy Court and were enveloped by the blood-red light pillar were instantly annihilated. The eyes of the Holy Court's Archbishop, Jolly, flickered with extreme shock. He activated a holy light protective barrier and retreated quickly. However, the holy light barrier was completely destroyed by the blood-red light pillar in less than a second. Boom. The pillar of light exploded. The sudden explosion of the blood pillar enveloped the Archbishop of the Holy Court and all the surrounding Holy Caste Knights and priests. Their line of sight was instantly occupied by the explosion of red lifeblood. The explosive lifeblood power instantly radiated to the surroundings. Feng Heng stood in place and raised his hand in the face of the fluctuation of the lifeblood power coming at him. Buzz. A solid vampire's barrier appeared in front of everyone. Bang. The barrier blocked the shockwave from the lifeblood explosion that radiated from afar. The vampires with Feng Heng were all shocked. The bloody mist in front covered a large area, and it was completely impossible to see what was happening in the center of the explosion. Such a high-intensity explosion. It was the first time Brutus and Mojai Oi had witnessed the fusion tyrant forms going out of control and exploding. Both of them were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. After waiting for more than a minute, the lifeblood finally began to dissipate slowly. Dense lines of game hints began to appear on Feng Heng's retina. Ding. You have lost control of the fusion tyrant forms. Ding. Your fusion tyrant forms have died. Ding. You have killed the Holy Court's elite Holy Caste Knights. You have received 102 survival points, 10 vampire reputation points, 1 complete purification crystal. Ding. You have killed the Holy Court's elite priests. Ding. You have killed the Holy Court's high priestess, Bellamy. Feng Heng didn't have time to read the game hints in detail. He shouted and immediately controlled the fusion tyrant forms behind him to run toward the deep pit left behind by the explosion. Yes. A deep pit appeared in the center of the explosion. The unlucky members of the Holy Court who were at the center of the explosion were almost completely annihilated. Many of the remaining Holy Caste Knights who had been far away were also severely injured. Their holy light shields were shattered, and their bodies were blown away by the impact of the explosion. Most of them were only left with a sliver of health point. Duke Bellamy immediately led the high-tier vampires over and cleared out the remaining members of the Holy Court. Adia and Brutus chased after Feng Heng. Feng Heng didn't pay much attention to the battle situation with the Holy Court. He quickly came to the pothole left by the explosion and looked back and forth. He found it. The two fusion tyrant forms at the center of the explosion had completely died, but the vampire king's remains were still alive. The heart and left arm of the king's remains. Brutus, who had followed Feng Heng here, stood still. He could feel the strong lifeblood from the two parts. He couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting to see what they were. Be careful, it's very dangerous. Feng Heng stretched out his hand to stop Brutus. Yes, Your Majesty. Brutus nodded his head carefully and followed behind Feng Heng to observe. He was extremely vigilant and asked, what are those? The king's remains. What? Brutus's heart skipped a beat. So those were the king's remains that they wanted to obtain when they invaded the real world? No wonder he had such strength. Thump. Thump, thump. While Brutus was still in a state of shock and doubt, the two fusion tyrant forms quickly caught up with him. Under Feng Heng's control, they stepped into the pit in front of them. Then, Brutus saw a scene that shocked him. The heart and left arm of the seemingly harmless vampire king's remains on the ground seemed to have found their prey, and countless tiny tentacles suddenly extended from their bodies. The heart and left arm sprung up from the ground almost at the same time, pouncing on the two fusion tyrant forms that were closest to them. Kai. As soon as they touched the bodies, they immediately and quickly climbed up to the position of the fusion tyrant form's heart and left arm respectively. The tentacles pierced into the fusion tyrant form's heart and left arm as if they were drilling a hole in the bodies. Following the dark hole, tentacles extended out from the holes in the two fusion tyrant forms' heart and arm respectively. In just a few seconds, the tentacles that extended out wrapped the heart and left arm of the vampire king into a red cocoon-like object. Thump. Thump. In just a short moment, the two fusion tyrants trembled and fell heavily to the ground one after another, making a heavy sound and falling into a coma. Your Majesty, is this the inheritance of the king's remains power? Brutus's face was filled with horror. He found that this way of using power was not like the inheritance that the outside world had rumored. Instead, it was more like forced parasitism. Yes. Ding. Your fusion tyrant forms are trying to inherit the power of the vampire king's remains. Ding. Your fusion tyrant forms are currently unstable. Please perform a ritual to stabilize the state of the vampire king's remains. 962 The Glorious One's guardian scepter. Feng Heng quickly checked the game hint, turned his head, and said, Adia, bring them to the ritual. Yes. Atia was already prepared and waved her hand. Several high-tier vampires behind the group immediately stepped forward and lifted the two fusion tyrant forms together before quickly retreating. At the back of the battlefield, more than 20 vampire elders were already on standby. Once the fusion tyrant form was in place, they would immediately activate the Magicare ritual and use the power of blood to restore the vampire king's remains. They would slowly replenish the power of the remains and awaken the fusion tyrant forms. After settling the matter of the remains parasitizing the fusion tyrant forms, Feng Heng raised his head again and looked at the sky. Bellamy was in pursuit of Holy Court Archbishop Jolly. The Archbishop of the Holy Court, Jolly, had cast a holy light barrier to resist the explosion of the fusion tyrant forms. He had escaped the moment the barrier was broken and had narrowly avoided the center of the explosion. Even so, Jolly was still hit by the explosion and was seriously injured. Blood kept oozing out of Jolly's 5 orifices, making him look particularly terrifying. Escape. By consuming the remaining life force in his body, Jolly instinctively wanted to escape for a chance of survival. Unfortunately, in terms of speed, the Holy Court was no match for the vampire. Kai. Bellamy quickly chased after Jolly. In a flash, her figure suddenly appeared in front of Archbishop Jolly, blocking his path. Jolly. Looking at the heavily injured and unable to speak Archbishop, the corners of Bellamy's lips curled up slightly, and a cold light appeared in her eyes. A captive weakling should be like a dog, curling up on the ground obediently. Only in this way can it live on in a humiliated manner. Without waiting for Jolly's reply, Bellamy raised her hand. A blood shadow flashed, and a line of blood appeared on Jolly's neck. His pupils slowly lost their light as he fell from the sky. Humphrey. Bellamy snorted in disdain and quickly left, flying toward the remaining elite Holy Caste Knights of the Holy Court. Ding. Your subordinate, Vampire Duke Bellamy has killed the Holy Court's Archbishop Jolly. You have received 281 survival points, 2 high-energy evolution crystals, and a significant increase in your reputation among the vampires. Ding. You have dealt a destructive blow to the Holy Court in District 8. Your reputation among the vampires has greatly improved. Ding. You have completed the quest, the Holy Court's assault at District 8. The total time taken was 3 hours and 11 minutes. You have received 27,000 vampire influence points. As you completed the quest within 24 hours, Vampire Royal Power Glory has been raised to level 3, good. Mission accomplished. Feng Heng looked at the game hints and prepared to finish up. What was that? He suddenly noticed that something had been left next to Archbishop Jolly's corpse, which was emitting a dark golden light. Was something good dropped? Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and walked toward the direction where Jolly had fallen. It was a dark gold scepter. Feng Heng walked to the scepter and sized it up carefully. Not long ago, Archbishop Jolly had used it himself, so it should not be some trash. Feng Heng instantly switched to the sacred study state, raised his hand, and grabbed the scepter. Ding! The player has obtained an item, the Glorious One's Guardian Scepter. Item, the Glorious One's Guardian Scepter. Equipment requirement, Basic Sacred Study. Equipment requirements, Pure Attributes, Basic Physique 25 points, Basic Strength 25 points, Additional Attributes after equipping, Spirit plus 35, Agility minus 20, Physique plus 15, Movement Speed minus 10%, Additional Skill, Radiant Protection, Passive, Skill Description. After equipping, the final effects of all Sacred Study defensive skills will be improved by 30%. After casting a holy spell, one will immediately obtain a holy light shield with health point half of one's mana consumption. This spell requires at least 200 mana. The shield lasts for 120 seconds. The shield's health point can be stacked and thus refresh the effect duration. The player can choose whether the skill will take effect passively. Description: a scepter with a powerful protective force. Due to its heavy weight, the user has to have sufficient physique and strength, a treasure. Feng Heng's eyes flashed with surprise the moment he saw the attributes of the equipment. Just the fact it could increase the final effect of skills by 30% was already quite good. In addition, there was the shield that came with using a holy light skill. In theory, as long as Feng Heng's mental strength was sufficient, He could consume his mental strength limitlessly and stack it infinitely to form a terrifying shield. But there were also negative effects. As expected of the Holy Light's turtle shell, Feng Heng muttered in a low voice. This piece of equipment was a typical holy element equipment. Its attributes were particularly turtle shell-like. It also had the debuff effect of slowing down one's movement speed. It couldn't be used as a conventional weapon, but it could be used to deal with some unexpected situations, or it could be considered when he wanted to stack his attributes. As Feng Heng thought about it, he put the scepter into his backpack for now. Seeing that the remaining forces of the Holy Court had been almost wiped out by Duke Bellamy, Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the back of the team. Sandy, it's time for you to show off. Is it my turn? I am here. I am coming. Sandy had been peeking from behind for a long time. When he heard Feng Heng's shout, he quickly wriggled out of the vampire crowd and jogged to Feng Heng's side. The thing I want should be hidden in the holy city. I will leave finding it to you since it's your specialty. Time is a little tight, so hurry up. Hee. The anticipation in Sandy's eyes could no longer be concealed. He stared in the direction of the holy city and rubbed his hands excitedly. Don't worry, no matter where the holy court hides their treasures, I will turn the place upside down. Good luck. Follow me. Be careful. Don't destroy the buildings. Especially the decorations inside. With a wave of Sandy's hand, he led a group of vampires and charged into the holy city with much gusto. After the matter came to an end, Feng Heng went back to the rear of the battlefield to check the state of the offerings. One of the vampire elders in charge of maintaining the altar nodded and said, Your Majesty, the blood supply in the blood pool is sufficient, and the ritual is going smoothly. The power of the remains is slowly recovering, and it is expected that it will stabilize soon. All right, continue. Feng Heng nodded and stood by the blood pool, waiting. After about 10 minutes, 2 lines of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding. Your fusion tyrant forms have completed the inheritance of the Vampire King's remains power. Ding. This power is dangerous. Please be careful. Ding. The power is still in an unstable state. Feng Heng tried to issue an order to the fusion tyrant forms through his consciousness. The 2 fusion tyrant forms immediately accepted the order and walked out of the blood pool one after the other. They stood quietly behind Feng Heng. Compared to the 2 fusion tyrant forms who exploded just now, their lifeblood power was clearly much weaker. The vampires who performed the ritual explained to Feng Heng, Your Majesty, the 2 fusion bodies are only temporarily activated. If you want to restore them to their peak state, they need to go through further rituals. 963 a bomb, very good. We've done well. Next. Feng Heng nodded his head and mumbled to himself. The resurrection of the king's remains had to be completed in the real world, but after 2 stages of the resurrection ritual, the subsequent stable state could also be achieved through the ritual in the game world. Bomb tactic, test successful. Feng Heng muttered in his heart. He had not had the time to study the Vampire King's coffin thoroughly. At least for the time being, the Vampire King's remains could be tied together with the fused tyrant forms and used as a bomb. Coupled with the unlimited rebirth characteristic of the fusion tyrant forms, as long as he had enough blood, he would have 2 recyclable super bombs. And it was the kind that could be controlled remotely. Wouldn't the enemies be afraid of sudden self-destruction? The only thing that was lacking was stability. Just as Feng Heng was wondering if there was any way to improve it, Duke Bellamy flew over from the holy city not far away. She knelt on one knee on the ground and reported, Your Majesty, I have found the holy thorn that you were looking for. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Okay, take me there. Half an hour later, in the basement of the holy city, Sandy was excited as he called the group of human slaves that he had just recruited to pack up and carry the artwork of the holy court. Duke Bellamy led Feng Heng to a secret hall in the deepest part of the basement. The center of the hall was an empty circle. There were originally many decorations here, but they had been packed into boxes and moved away as soon as Sandy found them. 5 statues of the holy court's judges were arranged in 5 corners of the circular hall. They were all in a praying posture with one hand extended forward to the center of the circular hall. 3 of the statues held a dark golden awl in their hands. Feng Heng walked to one of the statues and took the awl in the statue's hand. Buzz. A dazzling light suddenly flashed in Feng Heng's hand. Ding. The player has obtained an item, Incomplete Holy Thorn, Replica, Item, Incomplete Holy Thorn, Incomplete, Tier, Part of a Holy Weapon Replica, Description, This item is incomplete. It cannot be used directly. Description, This item is a replica of the Holy Court's holy weapon, Heaven's Thorn. It can be used after being fully assembled, causing great holy damage to the target. The explosive power can even seriously injure a vampire prince. It will self-destruct after one use. Description, Additional skill after assembly, Holy Pierce, Ding. The player belongs to the vampire faction. The player can sacrifice this equipment through a ritual. After the sacrifice, The player's vampire bloodline's experience point and vampire reputation points will be greatly increased. The Holy Thorn. The key item was in his hands. Feng Hang stuffed all the holy thorns in the hands of the sculptures into his backpack one by one and turned to look at Bellamy. Ask Mojai Oi how the preparations are going in District 9. Get ready to invade District 9 at any time. Yes. Vampire Apocalypse District 9. After a gathered discussion, the Elders' Council announced to the public that they would not recognize Feng Hang's status as the heir to the Vampire King. Everything returned to normal. Vampire Prince Carl thought nothing about the so-called Vampire King. That despicable vampire. It turned out that Feng Hang was his real name. That liar. He had used despicable means to snatch the holy weapon headdress from him, and had even caused chaos in District 9's Vampire Elder Council. He was saying that he had inherited the Vampire King's coffin's inheritance? What a joke. The last time Carl had been forcefully awakened from his slumber, the curse in his body had spread a little more. After the Elders' Council's internal discussion, Carl quickly prepared to return to the land of hibernation to continue his hibernation. After an unknown period, Carl, who was in his coffin, abruptly opened his eyes. The red mark on his forehead glowed with a faint light. Carl's perception told him that Feng Hang, who had ambushed and injured him last time, had appeared in the world of the vampire again. And he was moving at high speed. That guy still dared to come? Ever since the game of cat and mouse last time, Carl had not sensed Feng Hang's position. Carl's anger was ignited in an instant. He immediately woke up from his slumber and was ready to leave the coffin to pursue Feng Hang. Carl's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly felt a force binding him. Something was wrong. This coffin. Did someone do something to the coffin? Carl immediately tried to break free, but he found that he was tightly bound by the coffin. When was this done? Carl was shocked. Did the perpetrator take advantage of the time when he was in the Elders' Council meeting? To think someone could sneak into the land of hibernation without him knowing and even do something to his coffin. Demon Hunter. Do they think this is enough to trap me? Carl's anger grew and he sneered disdainfully. He immediately released his lifeblood power to break free from the coffin's restraints. Ever since Feng Hang invaded the Vampire Elders' Council, even a random demon hunter could do something to his coffin now. However, how could he be trapped by such a seal? He only needed 5 minutes to break free. The blood-colored aura continued to flow out of Carl's body, and the aura was rapidly wearing down the seal within the coffin. On the surface, the entire coffin was emitting wisps of green smoke. In just another 5 minutes, Carl suppressed the anger in his heart. At that time, he would be able to break the seal and tear Feng Hang into pieces. There was also that person who had secretly tampered with his coffin. It was obvious that these two incidents were not independent. They had cooperated premeditatedly. Did they think that this was enough too? Carl's brows furrowed tightly. He could feel that Feng Hang was approaching the Vampire Elders' Council at full speed. He was coming this way? What was he trying to do? Was he thinking that his death couldn't come any faster? For some reason, Carl felt a sense of uneasiness. In the Vampire Elders' Council's underground, Feng Hang joined up with Meng Hao and the others as soon as he entered the Elders' Council. He took the 2 holy thorns from Chu Yan of the Piety Guild, then followed Meng Hao into the inner section of the Elders' Council, running as fast as he could. The target was the Anjita's cave built under the Vampire Elders' Council. There were only 5 minutes left for Feng Hang. They had to quickly complete the plan before the Vampire Prince arrived. Meng Hao's plan was simple. With the help of the demon hunters and Chu Yan of the Piety Guild, they found 3 holy thorns. Together with the holy thorns that Feng Hang had collected from District 8, they formed a complete holy thorn. The first step of the plan had been completed. After combining all the holy thorns, the attributes of the holy thorns in Feng Hang's hands changed. It was still an item that would be destroyed after one use, but it had a new additional skill. Item: Holy Thorn, Tier, Suido Holy Weapon, cannot be put into the backpack, cannot pass through the teleportation passage. Description: a perfect replica of the Holy Quartz Heaven's Thorn. Unfortunately, due to material limitations, the replica cannot withstand the high intensity of holy power and is in an unstable state. Therefore, it cannot be put into a backpack or transported through the teleportation passage. This item will automatically self-destruct after one use. Additional skill: Holy Pierce. Skill description: launches an extremely short stab forward, causing a lot of damage to the target. Great additional damage can be caused to vampires, dark, shadows, monsters, undead, and life forms of the such. 964 barging. And while running forward, Feng Hang also carefully checked the attributes of the Holy Thorn. The second step of the plan was Anjita's. To play it safe, Meng Hao's target this time wasn't the Vampire Prince. It was Anjita's. It was difficult to collect the Holy Thorn, but even more difficult to use. Firstly, its range was short. The Vampire Princes were powerful. Based on his past battle experience with them, the combat mode of the vampire princes was mostly long-distance casting of various large-range vampire spells. It was already difficult for ordinary players to get close to the prince. In addition, vampires had high agility. How could one even dream about getting into proximity and stabbing a vampire prince? Secondly, even if he managed to stab the prince, he wouldn't be able to kill the latter. He would only be able to severely injure him, but not kill him completely. Meng Hao changed his train of thought. Using the Holy Thorn to deal with entities was a very good idea. After all, entities could not move. This brought great convenience to the assassination. As long as they found a way to destroy entities, the vampire prince would be constantly weakened by the curse in his body. At that time, they only needed to wait quietly for a while, and the vampires in District 9 would naturally die out. Feng Heng and Meng Hao had already calculated the time. After the two met up, they found an excuse to enter the Elders' Council, then rushed toward the Anjita's cave. Meng Hao had already taken care of everything on the beginning journey in the Elders' Council. However, after entering the secret cave guarded by the vampires below, several high-tier vampires immediately came up to them and stopped them for interrogation. "Who is it?" "It's me. We've received permission from the Elders' Council to use Anjitas for the vampire bloodline inheritance," Meng Hao replied. Two high-tier vampires came forward and looked at Feng Heng and Meng Hao vigilantly. "Oh, really? We haven't received any relevant news. Please wait a moment. We will contact the Elders' Council for verification." The high-tier vampire guard looked suspicious. He stopped the two and gestured to his subordinate. Another high-tier vampire stared at Feng Heng with suspicion in his eyes. "Who are you? Take off your mask." Meng Hao sighed to himself. The security of the Anjita's cave was tight, and they had indeed not been fooled. Feng Heng took a look at the countdown given by the game. They couldn't be delayed, or they might not make it. "Do it." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Heng had already dodged to the side of the high-tier vampires with the help of teleportation and quickly ran toward the depths of the cave passage. The two high-tier vampires on guard were stunned for a moment before they shouted, "Stop him! An invader!" They were too late. With the support of his high agility attribute, Feng Heng's speed accelerated again. He avoided the two of them and ran forward madly. The underground passage seemed to have come to life as the high-tier vampires on the ceiling were awakened one after another. They flapped their wings and attacked Feng Heng quickly. It took a few seconds for the vampires to wake up from hanging upside down from the cave walls. In the past few seconds, Feng Heng had already run away. Only a small number of vampires could block his path. Feng Heng's speed was accelerated to his maximum. Facing the bats in front of him, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he relied on his self-healing ability and directly withstood the damage of the high-tier vampires in bat form. "Stop!" At the end of the passage, Marquis Marcus led more than a dozen vampires to block the narrow passage. Behind them was the entrance to the Anjita's cave. Seeing the intruder, Jacques' expression became serious and he motioned for the vampires to be on guard. Seeing that Feng Heng had no intention of stopping, Jacques stepped forward and blocked his path. "Stop him. Don't let him get close to the cave." "Ha, you're quite dedicated." Feng Heng took note of the position of the entrance in front of him and made a mental note of it. Then, the corners of his lips curled up, and he took out a jade pendant. He poured his mental strength into the jade pendant. Kai. A thick black aura of the death realm emanated from the jade pendant, enveloping Feng Heng within. In an instant, the black aura spread into the passage. At the end of the corridor, it was pitch black for Jacques and the high-tier vampires. They immediately lost track of Feng Heng and his aura. At the same time, several large-scale alchemy magic arrays appeared around Feng Heng's feet. Huge and thick arms emerged from the magic arrays. The fusion tyrant forms climbed out of the magic arrays, taking heavy steps as they rushed forward with Feng Heng. In front of them, Marquis Jacob and the high-tier vampires had completely blocked the entrance of Anjitas. Jacques was shocked. He didn't know what method the other party had used, but the pitch-black aura of the death realm in the cave passage had blocked all his perception. He could only hear the heavy footsteps and feel the tremors under his feet. It was as if huge creatures were running wildly in the tunnel. What exactly was it? Jacques had a bad feeling about this, and he was on high alert, staring at the black mist in front of him. What was that? Jacques' pupils contracted. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge grey fist emerged from the black aura of the death realm in front of him. What? Boom! Jacques didn't have time to think. He instinctively put his hands in front of his body for protection, then he felt a huge impact coming from the front. His body was sent flying by the fusion tyrant form's punch, and he slammed into the wall behind him. Under the cover of the aura of the death realm, Feng Heng took advantage of the fusion tyrant form's actions in opening up a path and quickly rushed toward the light ahead, past Jacques and the other vampires. He found it. The giant cave below the Elders' Council. "Who are you?" Invader. As soon as Feng Heng stepped into the cave, many vampires in the hall immediately sensed his arrival and gathered around him. The vampire Marquis Aaron, who was in charge of guarding the interior of the cave, stared at Feng Heng, feeling extremely surprised. In many years, the Anjita's cave had never been attacked by intruders. The vampires hanging upside down on the top of the cave and the Anjita's sacred tree were immediately awakened. They gathered towards Feng Heng and surrounded him in the middle. Stop. This is the vampire's forbidden land. State your identity, vampire. Aaron could sense the aura of the vampire on Feng Heng and approached him to step by step. Feng Heng didn't answer. He simply raised his hand and opened his palm toward Aaron. Marquis Aaron's expression changed drastically. The moment Feng Heng opened his palm, she felt that the blood in her body couldn't stop surging. She had no choice but to stop and control the blood flow in her body, which was accelerating. Aaron couldn't speak. She stared at Feng Heng, bewildered. Who was this person? To think he could control the blood in her body so easily. Such strong blood affinity, even the prince. What was that? 965 The Holy Thorn. Aaron's eyes widened. She saw the soil beneath Feng Heng's feet rolling and numerous bombs reaching out from the ground. What was that? Ghouls? At Feng Heng's feet, vine zombies began to resurrect. More magic arrays were circling the ground. Huge fusion tyrant forms also began to climb out of the ground. Then, the previous fusion tyrant forms rushed in from the outside after they finished dealing with the blood marquises outside. They blocked the entrance to the Anjita's cave with their bodies. Feng Heng's gaze didn't stay on Aaron for long. He took out a holy light spear from his backpack and strode towards the ancient tree of Anjitas. Stop. Marquis Aaron took a few deep breaths and tried to stop Feng Heng while enduring the discomfort in her body. Whoosh. As Feng Heng dashed forward, he suddenly waved the holy thorn in his hand. Buzz. A dark golden radiance made Aaron's eyes flash. Her face turned ghastly pale and she dodged to the side. In that short exchange, a layer of cold sweat had appeared on her forehead. Such a terrifying holy aura. What was that weapon? If she had been unlucky enough to be hit by that weapon. Aaron didn't dare to think further. Not only did the other party have a strong blood affinity that could affect her blood flow, but he could also control the power of the holy court. Who the hell was he? Feng Heng glanced at the bewildered Aaron from the corner of his eyes and scuttled all the way to the vampire's sacred tree Anjitas, and stood on a branch that extended from the ancient tree. Ding! You have received an emergency message from the survival radio. Moji Oi, God, Prince Karl has escaped and is heading towards you. Be careful, Feng Heng. Got it. No worries. Aaron stared at Feng Heng. She was already extremely afraid of Feng Heng and didn't even dare to get close to him. She could only use words to deter him. You can't escape. His Highness the Prince is already on his way. Prince Karl? What if I don't? Feng Heng curled his lips and took off the mask on his face. Looking at Feng Heng's face, Aaron was shocked. It was actually him? Outside the Vampire's Elders' Council, which was in a state of chaos, after Meng Hao led the way for Feng Heng, he immediately retreated. He met up with the pious guild players at a safe spot. Everyone had done their best in this cooperation and left the final fatal blow to Feng Heng. Everyone gathered anxiously, waiting for the news. Seeing that nothing had happened after a long time, Auding asked anxiously, Boss, why isn't there any news from Mr. Feng yet? It's about time, isn't it? According to the original plan, Feng Heng would kill his way into the Anjita's cage and destroy the sacred tree Anjitas with the Holy Court's holy weapon, the Holy Thorn. Once Anjitas was destroyed, the strength of the vampires would gradually decline. At that time, they would think of ways to get some benefits. However, as time went by, there was still no news from Feng Heng. Meng Hao frowned hard. Could there be a problem somewhere? The most likely trouble that they would encounter was that the Holy Thorn was not strong enough to completely destroy Anjitas. Meng Hao had raised this concern to Feng Heng, but the latter had patted his chest and guaranteed that there wouldn't be a problem. It should not be a problem. Feng Heng was strong enough to finish off the weakened Anjitas. Even if he couldn't completely destroy Anjitas, he should have heard the game's hints. Meng Hao warned himself to remain calm, and said in a low voice, Don't worry. Trust Mr. Feng and we will wait. At the entrance of the Anjita's cave, Prince Karl immediately pursued Feng Heng in the direction he sensed the latter after he broke free from the sealed coffin. That guy. Prince Karl had never expected that Feng Heng would dare to come here. To think he even wanted to make a move on Anjitas. Karl didn't want to admit it, but he was really panicking. It wouldn't happen. It would be okay. District 9's Anjitas had been carefully raised and had absorbed thousands of years of power. It was extremely powerful. In addition, there were also a large number of vampire guards in the cave. Even he could not finish them in a short time, let alone Feng Heng. It was impossible for him to destroy Anjitas. Carl was very sure that Fang Heng couldn't cause any damage to Anjita's in a short time, but he still felt uneasy. He arrived. Seeing the entrance to the Anjita's cave gradually appear in front of him, Prince Carl quickly rushed in. Why was it so quiet? Prince Carl couldn't help but stop when he stepped into the cave. His face was gloomy, and the corners of his eyes twitched as he stared at the sacred tree Anjitas. How did this happen? The originally lively Anjitas seemed to have fallen seriously ill. Large pieces of yellow leaves were scattered on the ground, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. Oh, you're here. You're a little late. Fang Heng was standing on a branch that extended out of Anjitas. Then, like a good friend who had not seen each other for many years, he waved at Carl. Fang Heng. Carl gritted his teeth and scanned his surroundings. Including the 2 vampire marquises who were responsible for guarding Anjitas, all the vampires did not dare to approach Fang Heng. They stood far away from him and did not dare to make any movements as if they were afraid of something. Why didn't they do anything? Carl felt hatred in his heart. He felt that this group of vampires was too useless. They couldn't even stall Fang Heng for 2 minutes. Carl was about to move forward when his heart suddenly jumped. TSK, 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 you're still so impulsive. Fang Heng took out a holy thorn from behind his back and played with it in his hand. Don't be anxious. Carl raised his head and stared at the sharp thorn in Fang Heng's hand, which was constantly emitting holy power. What was that? Carl felt a great threat from the thorn. Fang Heng's smile grew wider when he saw that Carl had some scruples. He pointed the holy thorn at the trunk of the ancient tree of Anjitas beside him. Don't come close, Carl. You should know the consequences. Carl stared at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with anger to the brim. Fang Heng, good. I've been thinking about what it would be like to meet you this time. You're courting death. Hee, so what? Fang Heng stopped smiling and held the holy thorn in his hand. He moved closer to the sacred tree Anjitas and said, I just want to have a good talk with you. I advise you not to be impulsive. I am timid, so if I am not careful, I might. Carl gritted his teeth. Alright, let's talk. What do you want to talk about? My request is very simple. Fang Heng looked at Carl and said calmly, submit to me. Carl was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing, his eyes filled with hatred. Submit? You must be dreaming. 966 Clear proof as King TSK, TSK, TSK. Fang Heng shook his head and revealed a regretful expression. He sighed and said, I thought we could communicate peacefully, but since you're so unwilling, then there's no other way. I can only destroy Anjitas. Fang Heng observed Carl's expression and continued, without Anjitas, even if you don't agree, the Elders' Council can only come begging to submit, right? You? Carl narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Heng. If I am not mistaken, the thing in your hand came from the Holy Court. It does contain a powerful force. But you want to completely destroy Anjitas with just that thing? You must be dreaming. Indeed, thank you for taking care of Anjitas for so many years. This may not be enough, Fang Heng agreed with him, but what if I add this? With that, he stretched out his other hand and gently pressed on the trunk of the ancient tree Anjitas. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is the power I inherited from the will of the Vampire King. Carl raised an eyebrow. Then, his face revealed a terrifying expression. What was going on? Anjitas trembled slightly under Fang Heng's gentle touch. Immediately after, the yellow leaves on the branches of Anjitas withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, until they turned gray. The withering was gradually spreading to the entire ancient tree of Anjitas. Dried leaves kept falling from the shaking ancient trees of Anjitas. All the vampires in the cave could feel that Anjita's life force was rapidly weakening. Stop! Carl panicked and quickly tried to stop him. He looked at Fang Heng and actually believed him a little. Could it be that Fang Heng was really the successor of the Vampire King? Someone who could control the power of Anjitas. This was the first time such a person had appeared. Damn it! Carl found himself in a dilemma. Regardless of whether Fang Heng was the heir to the Vampire King or not, as long as he wanted to, he could really destroy Anjitas. Seeing the expression on Carl's face, Fang Heng laughed in his heart. He knew that his duping tactics had worked. The move that quickly weakened Anjitas was not from the will of the Vampire King as he had said. To put it simply, it was done by the vine zombie clones that had been resurrected. Taking advantage of the chaos when they first entered the cave, many zombies entered the blood pool under Fang Heng's control. Then, when he stretched out his hand and pressed on the ancient tree of Anjitas, he gave an order to the zombies hiding at the bottom of the blood pool to absorb the power of the blood pool crazily. As a result, the power of the blood pool was rapidly extracted, and the vitality of the ancient tree of Anjitas was quickly weakened. At first glance, it looked like he was controlling Anjitas and it seemed very intimidating. Fang Heng was the only person in all the elementary games who could do this. Even if Carl cracked his own head open from thinking about it, he would never have thought that Feng Heng would have such a way to create such a wonder. Feng Heng looked at the bewildered Carl and the other vampires and felt secretly pleased. Hey, the vampires were so easy to fool. If Jian Muzzy could deceive them, so could he. How is it, Carl? There's not much time left for you to consider. Submit to me and I can guarantee the safety of Angitas. Not only that, but I can also help you break the curse in your bodies. Feng Heng retracted his hand temporarily and controlled the zombie clones to stop absorbing the power of the blood pool. Carl gritted his teeth and stared at Feng Heng. He was in a dilemma. Once Angitas was destroyed, all the vampires would be buried with him. If he could think of a way to kill Feng Heng in an instant, he could not do it. At most, both sides would be heavily injured. While killing Feng Heng could also give a fatal blow to Angitas with a holy thorn in his hand. Was there a need for this? Carl wavered. After losing Angitas, his power would gradually fade and he would be unable to suppress the curse in his body. He would die. Moreover, he would die in a very tragic way. He didn't want to die. Carl stared at Feng Heng. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Of course not, as long as you swear your allegiance to me. Feng Heng stared at Carl and said, submit to me. This is the only way to break the curse in your body. Otherwise, you will be buried with Angitas. After a moment of silence, Carl nodded. If you can guarantee the safety of Angitas, I can give you a month. Oh? What do you mean? I can swear allegiance to you on behalf of the Vampire Elders Council, but we refuse to accept your orders. Within a month, I want to see you have the ability to break the curse in our bodies. Otherwise, I will personally expose your disguise, even if I have to die with you. Feng Heng thought for a while and calculated quickly. No loss. He could first stabilize District 9, then just think of a way to trick them a month later. Alright, that's fine too. Feng Heng nodded and said, submit then. Carl took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I hope you will keep your promise. A month was just an excuse for Carl to not be so embarrassed in front of so many vampires. He didn't want to die and he didn't want to fight Feng Heng head-on. At least on the surface, it wasn't that he couldn't defeat Feng Heng. Instead, it seemed as if he had no choice but to surrender to Feng Heng for the sake of the vampire's future and to break the vampire's curse. Carl knelt on one knee. I am willing to submit. The other vampires in the cave watched this scene. Feng Heng's method of controlling Angitas had already shocked them. Since the prince had chosen to temporarily pledge his allegiance, the other vampires had no need to resist. The other vampires also knelt on one knee. Your Majesty. Feng Heng put away the holy thorn expressionlessly, and lines of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding. The player has obtained Carl's temporary loyalty. Ding. The player has completed the mission, Hostile District 9. As the player has completed the mission within 24 hours, the player has received the highest evaluation and 60,000 vampire influence points. Ding. The player's special state, Vampire Royal Power Glory has been upgraded to level 4, remaining duration, 62 hours 11 minutes. Ding. You have triggered a mission, Control the Vampires District 9, mission name, Control the Vampires District 9, mission requirement, increase control over District 9 to 90%, current 12.2%, possible rewards for completing the mission, increased influence on the worlds of the vampires, level increase of Vampire Royal Power Glory. The shorter the time taken to complete the quest, the more generous the rewards will be. Mission penalty, while the mission exists, your vampire influence will continue to decrease. Special note. Other players may compete with you in the process of this mission. Please be careful. Ding. The player has triggered a mission, Clear Proof as King, District 9, mission name, Clear Proof as King, District 9, mission description. You have reached an agreement with the Vampire Prince in District 9, Carl. You need to prove that you have the ability to break the vampire's curse within a month. Before you do this, District 9 will recognize your identity but will not accept your orders. Mission requirement, obtain the approval of Prince Carl, failure penalty. 967. The fourth Feng Heng's eyes moved away from the game hint. Although he was still unable to truly control the entire District 9 and borrow Prince Carl's power, the operation had successfully satisfied Feng Heng's expectations now that he had taken over the entire Area 9. After completing the hostility mission, the Vampire Royal Power Glory had been upgraded to level 4. As such, although there were still many missions that were constantly deducting his vampire influence point, his current influence points were no longer decreasing. Instead, they were slowly increasing at a speed of dozens of points per minute. Good. Feng Heng clenched his fist lightly. There were a total of 9 districts in the vampire game world, and now 3 of them had pledged their allegiance to him. 1/3 completed. At the same time, Meng Hao and Ah Ding, who had been waiting anxiously outside the Vampire Elders Council, received a game notification. Ding. The player's current vampire faction has temporarily pledged allegiance to Feng Heng. The player can choose whether to pledge allegiance to Feng Heng or not. Your choice may lead to different mission branches. Click here for more details. Seeing the game hint that suddenly appeared, the two of them were stunned and stood still for a long time without speaking. Meng Hao was shocked beyond belief. He had imagined that the plan would be easily completed, and he had also imagined that the plan would encounter various problems and fail. But now, what had happened? The plan had been to destroy Anjitas, but to think Feng Heng went over to defeat all the vampires and reclaim their loyalty? What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? The group from the Pious Guild was not in the vampire faction, so they could not receive the relevant game notifications. Seeing Meng Hao and Ah Ding's expressions change, Chu Yan could not help but feel anxious and ask, "Are we in trouble?" Only then did Ah Ding come back to his senses. His eyes still revealed a hint of disbelief as he said, "No, it's not like that. District 9 surrendered to Feng Heng." Huh? Other than Mojai Oi, who looked happy, the rest of the players were dumbfounded. The plan had been going smoothly, so why was Feng Heng suddenly involved? Where did he come from? Everyone, at a time like this, Meng Hao felt that there was no need to continue hiding. He exchanged a look with Mojai Oi, then looked around at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Actually, there's something that I've been keeping a secret from you all." Yes. You might have guessed that Mr. Feng is Feng Heng. Everyone stood rooted to the ground and shifted their gaze to Mojai Oi. Let's put it this way. It's the same person, but not the same person. Mojai Oi pretended to be mysterious. He shrugged and said, "He ran into some trouble some time ago. Anyway, this is a secret. Please don't disclose it to anyone." After hearing Mojai Oi's inexplicable explanation, the crowd fell silent. Then, the players saw the joyful surprise in each other's eyes. So, Mr. Feng is the double world Lord Feng Heng from the zombie apocalypse? They had unknowingly clung onto such a big shot? Wasn't this great news? Less than 10 minutes after the announcement of District 9's Elders Council's allegiance, an unprecedented wave of discussion was once again set off on the game forum. The previous wave of discussions about Feng Heng hadn't died down yet, but the next wave of discussions was hyped up again. 9 hours and 29 minutes. Vampire District 9 has pledged allegiance. In the forum, the topic of whether Feng Heng was arrogant or not was instantly gone. The trend in the forum had changed. Would Feng Heng unify the vampires? How long would it take for him to unify all the worlds of the vampires? What kind of changes would the players experience after the world of the vampires was unified? Would Feng Heng's gaming work studio monopolize the world of the vampires? Was Feng Heng planning to monopolize the zombie world next? Would the wasteland world be in danger? Was he cheating or not? After discussing for less than 20 minutes, another piece of shocking news was released. Shocking. Vampire Apocalypse District 5 has announced its allegiance to Feng Heng. District 5 too? The entire forum was in an uproar. Even the discussion about the world of the vampires' invasion into the real world was not as heated as this time. Ever since Feng Heng's attempt to unify the vampires was exposed, in just 10 hours, 4 worlds of the vampires were already standing on his side, including District 6. There were only 9 servers in the world of the vampires. Nearly half. What was even more unbelievable to the players was that the supersized gaming companies and guilds related to the vampire apocalypse in the game were surprisingly silent, and no one spoke up. Hence, the players started to discuss what the major gaming guilds were doing. Would there be some shocking conspiracy waiting for Feng Heng? What the players didn't know was that the major gaming companies and guilds were in a terrible fix. If they heard the former's discussion, they would probably curse. A shocking conspiracy, their ass. In fact, as soon as the World of the Vampires Realm mission was triggered, all major player gaming unions and companies tried to investigate Feng Heng's background and identity at the first opportunity. They began to investigate the relevant content of the Vampire's Influence Point mission and were ready to get a share of the profits. Unfortunately, the prerequisites for the Vampire Influence Point mission were extremely high. Except for the high-tier vampires recognized by the Vampire Elders Council, the other players' vampire influence points were all 0, and they could not obtain the relevant information at all. Before the major gaming companies could investigate thoroughly, the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. In just 10 hours, Feng Heng had taken over 4 districts of the vampire game world. 4 vampires' Elder Council had pledged their alliance to him at lightning speed. At this point, even if they didn't continue their investigation, the top guilds in the game knew what was going on. What they were about to face was an extremely terrifying opponent. In all fairness, even if they were given 10 times the strength, they would not be able to conquer 3 large vampire districts in 10 hours. The evaluation reports of the major companies all gave the same conclusion: they couldn't beat him. The next thing they should think about was, instead of continuing to waste human and material resources on the vampire apocalypse, should they simply choose to give up? However, once they gave up, all the investments they had made over the years would go down the drain. That was too hard to accept. Therefore, trying to cooperate with Feng Heng had become the best solution that the major game companies could think of at the moment. Fight my ass. They had to hurry up and find Feng Heng to cooperate and cling to this big shot. Now, all the major game companies in the outside world were frantically looking for Feng Heng's studio, wanting to contact him. They had no time to go to the forum to watch the show. However, they could not find him. Feng Heng's studio was drowned in calls. The studio's newly recruited front desk lady was on the verge of tears. What did the boss do? Why did the phone keep ringing? Every phone call was asking for her boss, and she would give the same response every time. The boss wasn't around, the boss was busy, the boss was working with the Federation, the boss couldn't be contacted for the time being, and so on. 968 backer in the game, Feng Heng was completely unaware of the discussions on the forum and the actions of the major game guilds in the outside world. In his mind, the biggest competitors for this mission were the 12 corporations and the Federation. After getting the loyalty of District 9, Feng Heng immediately ran to the teleportation hall of the Elders Council with the resurrected zombie team to upgrade and modify the space-tearing device. All the materials required for the upgrade were readily available in District 9. As for the high-energy evolution crystals, Feng Heng had them with him and could use them directly. Led by Victor, a group of zombie clones gathered in front of the space-tearing device and used wrench tools to assist in the maintenance operation. In just 2 hours, a Tier 2 space-tearing device was successfully modified in District 9. After activating the teleportation gate, a space passage that glowed with blue light appeared in the hall. The zombie clones carried the boxes that Sandy had packed in advance into the zombie apocalypse one by one. As for the blood crystal in District 9, it would take some time to remove it. After all, the vampires needed to clear out the prisoners in the dark prison of blood in advance. Seeing that the matter in District 9 had come to an end, Feng Heng and Mojai Aoi returned to their prison headquarters in the zombie apocalypse first. Your Majesty. Hayes had been waiting at the entrance of the prison's teleportation hall. When Feng Heng returned, he immediately went up to him, his eyes filled with excitement. He didn't know how to describe it, but the king was simply too strong. On this trip, 2 more Elders Councils from 2 other worlds had declared their allegiance. The efficiency of unification was too amazing. It was to the extent that Hayes felt like he was in a dream. Congratulations, Your Majesty. District 5 has just announced that they acknowledge you as the successor of the Vampire King. They have officially pledged their loyalty to us. Huh? District 5? Not District 9? Feng Heng was stunned. For a moment, he even doubted if he had heard it wrong. What was going on? District 5 had also pledged its allegiance? Could something like this even happen? When did it happen? Hayes and the other vampires had high morale now. In just over 10 hours, a total of 3 worlds of the vampires had acknowledged Feng Heng's status as the king. The game hint appeared on Feng Heng's retina again. Ding! Vampire Apocalypse District 5's Elders Council has pledged allegiance to you. Your influence among the vampires has increased by 30,000 points. Ding! The player's special state, Vampire Royal Power Glory, has been upgraded to level 5. Remaining time, 84 hours 23 minutes. Ding! The player has triggered a mission. Control the vampires in District 5. Mission name: Control the vampires in District 5. Mission description: although the vampires of Vampire Apocalypse District 5 have pledged their allegiance to you, there are still some who are in a wait-and-see state. In addition, there are many voices of opposition. Please use various methods to make these voices disappear. Mission description: increased control of District 5 to 90%, current 49%, possible rewards for completing the mission, increased influence on the world of the vampires, and level increase for Vampire Royal Power Glory. The shorter the time taken to complete the quest, the more generous the rewards will be. Mission penalty: while the mission exists, your vampire influence will continue to decrease. Special note: other players may compete with you in the process of this mission. Please be careful. Hayes suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded. Your Majesty, while you were away, the blood crystal from District 8 has been transported here and fused with the original blood crystal. The capacity of the dark prison of blood has been greatly increased. Feng Heng answered with a soft hum. Originally, he had some thoughts about becoming the vampire territory lord. However, he had never expected that things would progress so smoothly and that he would actually get the support of half of the region all of a sudden. This mission seems easy. Feng Heng calmed down and carefully recalled the entire operation after the mission was triggered. To be able to reach this stage, there were both inevitability and coincidence. It would not have been easy for him to achieve this if he had only relied on his own strength. Therefore, he had to thank Ji and Muzzy. If it wasn't for Jianmuzi's help in tricking the vampires into invading the real world, causing more than half of the vampire princes to die or be injured, the other worlds of the vampires wouldn't have chosen to surrender so easily. Your Majesty, there are already 3 worlds of the vampires that have pledged their loyalty to us. Our strength has greatly increased. Should we attack the next world? Now that the morale of the vampires was high thanks to Feng Heng, Hayes wanted to strike while the iron was hot and unify the worlds of the vampires in one go so that the power of the vampires could be banded together like strands of rope. After the great cause of the vampires' unification was completed, the vampires would be able to focus on researching the Vampire King's coffin and finding a way to break the curse in their bodies, thus restoring glory to the vampires. Hayes seemed to be able to see a bright future. Okay, let's calm down first. I still need to think about my next target. Feng Heng lowered his head and thought for a while. The remaining 5 game districts weren't easy to deal with, and most of them had already been occupied by the Federation. To be more precise, it was occupied by the 12 corporations. If he wanted to make a move, it would be best to communicate with the Federation first. In addition, he had caught the major player guilds and companies in the game off guard. He also needed to pay attention to the reactions of the major gaming companies. Feng Heng felt that their reactions could be roughly divided into 3 types. The first type would think that they couldn't beat him and wanted to cooperate. The second type would feel that they couldn't accept it and wanted to fight with him. As for the third type, they couldn't care less about small fights in low-tier game worlds. Apart from these player companies, the most important one was still the Federation. If the Federation really wanted to intervene and send a group of elite teams to cause trouble for him like how they dealt with Jianmuzi, he would have a headache. He didn't want to have a direct battle with the Federation now. As such, he had to probe the Federation first. There was also the specific situation of the other vampire apocalypses. In the real world, affected by the aura of death, the communication between Kaiyuhai's temporary military camp and the outside world was extremely lagged. In fact, many urgent messages were transmitted through the game. Half an hour ago, Kaiyuhai was stunned for quite some time when he received the urgent news that Feng Heng had taken control of 4 worlds of the vampires in the game. The power that Feng Heng could control in the game had already reached this level? Was it just to obtain those so-called blood crystals that he had forcefully obtained the loyalty of 3 worlds of the vampires? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? Kaiyuhai sat on a chair and looked at the top of the tent. He unconsciously thought of the description of Feng Heng that he had seen in the unofficial records. The other party was very good at causing trouble. He had just reached an agreement with Feng Heng more than 10 hours ago to help him get 2 blood crystals. And now Feng Heng went into the game to stir up trouble and get the remaining blood crystals himself? No wonder he was in a hurry to return to the game. He's indeed very good at causing trouble. Kaiyuhai sighed in his heart. Kaiyuhai was also having a headache over how to solve the problem of the world of the vampires. However, there was one thing that he could not understand. The Western Federation had immediately sent an application to the Central Federation regarding the immediate handling of Feng Heng. However, the official reply was that Feng Heng's actions were considered normal competition in the game and the others should compete with him in the game by normal means. Was this even reasonable? Could it be? Feng Heng had a backer? 969 Cooperation Agreement. Thump, thump, thump. A Federation soldier knocked on the door and pushed it open. Sir, Feng Heng is outside. He wants to see you. Kaiyuhai sat up straight and rubbed his aching temples. He nodded and said, all right, let him in. Officer Kaiyu, you seem to be very troubled. Upon leaving the game, Feng Heng came to see Kaiyuhai. He nodded to Kaiyuhai after entering the room and sat opposite him. Kaiyuhai looked at Feng Heng and was speechless. Wasn't it all because of him? Kaiyuhai sat up straight and asked, since you're in such a hurry to see me, is it about the blood crystals again? Ah, yes, I ran into a little trouble. Feng Heng nodded and said, the aura of the Death Realm is spreading very quickly, so we had to get the blood crystals as soon as possible to slow down the spread. I didn't expect to accidentally trigger a special mission. I feel that there might be some friction with the Federation in the follow-up of the mission, so I came to ask for the Federation's opinion. Kaiyuhai laughed bitterly in his heart. He was really doing all this for the blood crystals. Was it because there was someone behind him that his way of doing things had become unscrupulous? I've heard that you've triggered the mission to become the Vampire Territory Lord. I want to know if the completion of the mission will have any impact on the worlds of the vampires that already have a world lord? I don't think so. Feng Heng had checked the specific information of the mission upon receiving it. After completing the mission, the world of the vampires without a world lord would automatically be under his control, while those with a world lord would not be affected at all. As for whether he could control those worlds through the vampires later on, Feng Heng wasn't sure either. I see, Kaiyuhai nodded. Personally, I don't want the world of the vampires to fall into the hands of someone outside the Federation, since that would increase the risk. But Kayuhai paused and changed his words. The Eastern Federation doesn't have much control over the vampire apocalypse. We only have some influence over District 4, but we're far from being able to control it. Feng Heng's thoughts moved. He had thought that the Federation would stop him from controlling the world of the vampires at all costs. For this reason, he was even prepared to cooperate with the Eastern Federation and give up some benefits. However, Kayuhai's words seemed to be saying something else. There was room for discussion? The Western Federation is the one that controls the vampire apocalypse zone. You should know better than me that the vampires' invasion this time is directly related to the Western Federation. Yes, Feng Heng nodded. Everyone knew that the Western Federation had already been infiltrated by the 12 corporations. The 12 corporations, I've heard. I don't like to beat around the bush. Regarding the matters about the world of the vampires, I've just received the official authorization from the Eastern Federation to represent the Federation in the negotiation of cooperation. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. He could see the Federation's attitude. There was room for discussion. Kayuhai continued, we want to know, how much are you willing to sacrifice for this mission? What can the Federation gain from this? Feng Heng spoke with fervor and assurance. The mission is just one of the aspects. The other aspect is to obtain the blood crystals. With the blood crystals, I can use the magic array to dispel the aura of the Death Realm. This is also helping the Federation in a way, right? That's not enough. We need a more formal promise. The Eastern Federation can authorize the Elders Council of District 4 to give you the greatest help and encourage them to pledge their loyalty to you. In exchange, you need to ensure that the aura of the Death Realm in the area around the Necromancer Association is less than 900 points. Kayuhai laid out his conditions. He stared at Feng Heng and asked, can you do it? Feng Heng was shocked. What a joke. Was he dreaming? The Federation had voluntarily given up District 4. In fact, the Eastern Federation's control over the vampires District 4 was not strong, to begin with, and it was even once excluded from the central power of the Vampires' Elders Council in District 4. However, by taking advantage of the vampires' invasion of the real world, the Eastern Federation had gained a lot of benefits. They had successfully eliminated their dissidents and found a way to cooperate with the Eastern Federation to kill a vampire prince and a vampire duke who had close relations with the 12 corporations. According to the latest news, the world of the vampires District 4's Elders Council was already discussing whether to pledge allegiance to Feng Heng. In just 10 hours, the elders of 3 major worlds of the vampire had chosen to pledge allegiance to Feng Heng, making the man's influence in the worlds of the vampire increase greatly, causing the Elders Council of District 4 to hesitate. They felt that Feng Heng must be somehow capable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many vampires who would pledge their allegiance to him. In addition, the strongest combat force in Vampire District 4, the vampire Duke Sura, was inclined to pledge allegiance to Feng Heng. The only one who firmly opposed this was District 4's World Lord, Johann. It was a pity that when the 12 corporations first nurtured Johann, they only supported him as a puppet. As a result, Johann was not very powerful, and he did not have the ability to make the final decision in the Elders Council. The Eastern Federation thus determined that it was highly likely that District 4 would pledge allegiance to Feng Heng. The involvement of the Eastern Federation forces could speed up the process and help District 4 complete their allegiance as soon as possible. In addition, Kayuhai suspected that Feng Heng had someone from the Central Federation protecting him. He didn't mind doing a favor that didn't cost him much, and he could also get some benefits from it. Feng Heng didn't know that there were so many twists and turns in this. When he heard about Kayuhai's condition, he was so ecstatic that he almost went crazy. The Federation's offer was too favorable. Controlling the aura of the Death Realm was not a problem for Feng Heng at all. Worst come to worst, he would direct the aura of the Death Realm into a game's main region and that would be it. Feng Heng put on an act and pretended to be in a difficult position. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Alright, deal." Hearing Feng Heng's agreement, Kayuhai heaved a sigh of relief. After reaching an agreement, both parties felt that they had made a huge profit. What about the other worlds? Feng Heng raised his head and asked. Kayuhai nodded. As for the other game worlds of the vampires, the Eastern Federation can provide you with some information and help you negotiate with the Central Federation. Anything more than that is beyond our jurisdiction. Feng Heng pursed his lips and asked in a deep voice, "What if I want to make a move on the other worlds?" Kayuhai stared at Feng Heng. He now had a clearer understanding of Feng Heng's character. Greed was the guy's nature. He was indeed unwilling to give up. According to the Federation's public policy, the main responsibility of the Federation's participation in the game is to maintain the stability of the game world and will not participate in disputes between players. At the same time, all major game companies are welcome to participate in the competition and improve the overall levels of the games. Kayuhai first spoke officially, then continued, "If you make a move, The Western Federation will definitely fight back. The only thing we, the Eastern Federation, can do for you is to protest and appeal to the Central Federation so that the matter will only be limited to the areas where the player and the Federation compete for territory and that the matter will not continue to expand. It's up to you whether you can get rid of the Western Federation. We can't interfere. After getting Kayuhi's promise, Feng Heng re-evaluated the difficulty in his heart. Was the Federation scary? It was extremely terrifying. Feng Heng was most afraid of a head-on war with the Federation, where the other party would play all kinds of dirty tricks. For example, they could label him as an anti-Federation evil force and use the entire Federation's power to launch an all-out attack on him. This kind of blow was not only on the game level but also on the real-world level. It was extremely difficult to win. Now that he had the Eastern Federation's promised protection, he could totally fight with the Western Federation's people. Besides, there's still. In just a few seconds, countless thoughts raced through Feng Heng's mind. 970 Transacting District 4. What are you thinking about? Feng Heng came back to his senses and looked at Kayuhi. I am estimating the success rate. After all, it's not easy to fight the Western Federation head-on, and it seems like you guys don't want to help much. Feng Heng, protecting you is the limit of what we can do. In addition, we also need to propose a condition for the exchange. If you agree to this condition, we will help you. You guys really aren't lenient. Feng Heng smiled bitterly and said, alright, tell me about it. I don't think I have anything to give you now though, since I am broke. No, there's something you can help me with. The zombie apocalypse's region level up, Kayuhi said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he took out another file on the table and pushed it to Feng Heng. Someone hopes that you can participate in the zombie apocalypse's level up this time. He also hopes that you can do your best to ensure the completion of the level up. Region level up? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He immediately thought of the World Lord of Zombie Apocalypse's District 1, Wei Tao. He was the Federation's chief commander in the zombie apocalypse world. Back when Feng Heng had just obtained the identity of the World Lord of Zombie Apocalypse's District 8 and participated in the region meeting, Wei Tao had been trying to persuade everyone to level up the zombie realm. However, due to being trapped in the fallen corridor in the real world and the matters in the vampire apocalypse, Feng Heng had been busy for a long time and did not have much contact with Wei Tao. Feng Heng thought of something and lowered his head to ponder. He remembered that once the zombie apocalyptic world was successfully leveled up, it would be considered a mid-tier game world, right? Could he use this method to avoid making a choice at the intermediate game stage? He could give it a try. It just so happened that the Federation had the same goal, so he could totally give it a try. Alright, I agree, Feng Heng raised his head and said. Very good, we will immediately arrange for the vampires in District 4 to pledge their allegiance to you. Due to the influence of the aura of the Death Realm, it will take more time for us to communicate with the outside world. It is estimated that it will be completed within a day. If there are any problems, we will communicate at any time. Yes, thank you. I will go and deal with the magic array first. I will try to reduce the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm as soon as possible. A rare smile appeared on Kayuhi's face. I look forward to working with you. After the negotiation, both parties felt that they had made a huge profit. Kayuhi felt that the Federation had only paid a small price to change the control of the world of the vampires from the hands of the dangerous 12 corporations to Feng Heng, who was more inclined to cooperate with the Federation. At the same time, they could also solve the problem of the aura of the Death Realm leakage. They even got Feng Heng to assist them in completing the next step of the zombie apocalypse's level up. He had heard a little about Wei Tao's plan. Leveling up the zombie apocalypse was only the first step. However, he felt that the plan was too difficult. It was not so easy to level up a game world. It would take a long time and one had to do it step by step. In short, this cooperation with Feng Heng was simply profitable. After leaving Kayuhi's office, Feng Heng also felt that he had made a huge profit. To begin with, dealing with the aura of the Death Realm in the real world wasn't difficult for him. As for the matter of leveling up the game world, he was also very interested. Even if the Federation didn't mention it, he would still find a way to participate. Just nice. He was involved. The next step was to deal with the vampires of the Western Federation. It was time to have a chat with that person. It was actually him? Zhang Heiwei looked at Feng Heng, who had taken off his mask, and was stunned for a long time. He had mixed feelings in his heart. More than half of the Western Federation had already been secretly controlled by the 12 corporations. However, there were still many in the Western Federation who felt ashamed of this situation and tried to fight back. Zhang Heiwei and his boss were one of them. Previously, in District 9, Zhang Heiwei had tried to stop the 12 corporations from getting the final loyal mission of District 9. Feng Heng discovered this matter during his investigation mission back then. He had thus found Zhang Heiwang and achieved short-term cooperation with him. After that, the two of them maintained some contact. Zhang Heiwang never expected that after nearly a month, when he saw Feng Hang again, the latter had already taken control of more than half of the worlds of vampires, including District 9. Right, so that's the general situation. I think this is a good opportunity to attack the 12 corporations. I think we can cooperate, right? Feng Hang explained the matter simply. The Western Federation was undoubtedly the one who knew the most about the 12 corporations. The mole tactic had always been very useful. Feng Hang wanted to make use of Zhang Heiwang's power to inquire about the deployment of the Western Federation in various worlds of the vampires and find their weaknesses. It would be best if he could kill them in one blow. Zhang Heiwang pondered carefully after hearing Feng Hang's words, then shook his head and said, I am sorry, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to ask my boss. If this matter is completed, although it will hurt the 12 corporations, it will also be a huge loss for the entire Western Federation. We can talk about it. Feng Hang expressed his sincerity for cooperation. For example, I can help you get rid of the world lord controlled by the 12 corporations. Support your people. Or you can also make some requests. It's mutually beneficial. Well, Feng Hang, I will convey your thoughts to the boss. Zhang Heiwang nodded but didn't agree to it. He felt that the conditions Feng Hang offered were not very implementable, and weren't very tempting either. I will let you know immediately if there's any news. Feng Hang shrugged his shoulders. Alright, do it as soon as possible though. Your help isn't exactly crucial. If I can't wait, I might make a move first. Zhang Heiwang frowned and nodded. I will give you an answer in 3 days. Yes, as soon as possible. Sigh. After watching Zhang Heiwang leave, Mojai sighed. It's a little difficult to deal with the 12 corporations. They have the vampire princes with them, and each district under the control of the 12 corporations reinforces each other. It's very difficult to attack them by force. Moreover, we don't have any spies there. It's not so easy to attack Anjitas directly. It's very risky. Yes, it's very difficult, Feng Hang nodded in agreement. After the Holy Thorn was assembled, it entered a special state. It could not be put into the game bag nor travel through the teleportation passage. Even with the Holy Thorn, the success they achieved in District 9 was difficult to replicate. Let's think of another way. Feng Hang patted Mojai's shoulder and said, there will be a way. Dong, dong, dong. Hayes knocked on a door and walked in, the excitement on his face uncontrollable. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Under the call of Your Majesty, the Elders Council of District 4 have pledged their allegiance to us. Ding. The Vampire Elders Council of District 4 have pledged their allegiance to you. The player's influence among the vampires has increased by 40,000. Ding. The player's special state, Vampire Royal Power Glory, has been upgraded to level 7. Remaining time, 105 hours 29 minutes. Ding. The player has triggered a mission. Control the vampires of District 4. Mission name, Control the vampires of District 4. Mission requirement, increased control of District 4 to 90%, current 38.2%. Possible rewards for completing the mission, increased influence on the worlds of the vampires, and level increase in Vampire Royal Power Glory. The shorter the time taken to complete the quest, the more generous the rewards will be. Mission penalty, while the mission exists, your vampire influence will continue to decrease. Special note, other players may compete with you in the process of this mission. Please be careful. 971 returning again. Every time the Elders Council of a district pledged their allegiance, a similar mission would be issued. As long as the mission existed, it would continue to reduce his vampire influence. During these 2 days, Feng Hang prepared to make a good plan and complete the control mission of the few worlds of the vampires that he had just occupied. He would also head to the real world to collect the aura of the Death Realm. Hayes, the worlds of the vampires that we've just occupied are still unstable. Let Duke Bellamy handle this matter as soon as possible. We need to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. We will temporarily stop our attacks in the next 2 days. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Hayes nodded his head secretly and admired Feng Hang's decision. Indeed, their journey had been too smooth, and even he had become a little arrogant. The king was not blinded by the smooth sailing situation in front of him. Instead, he chose to stabilize the occupied area before fighting. This was the safest way. Your Majesty, the blood crystals collected from the various worlds have been fused. The dark prison of blood has expanded by about 52 times. The magic array has also been set up. Feng Hang raised his head and his eyes were filled with excitement again. Well done, Hayes. Let's prepare to set up the magic teleportation array. The dark prison of blood, which had been expanded 52 times, was enough to contain a large amount of aura of the Death Realm. The Federation must be impatient too. So it was time for him to go and collect the aura of the Death Realm first. Also, there were some things that he had to deal with. 2 days later, in the fallen corridor of the Necromancer Association, 5 small federal teams with about 100 Federation soldiers formed several defensive lines to intercept the undead creatures that kept coming from the surroundings. Special bullets poured out of the soldiers' muzzles, and the undead creatures that came from all directions fell one after another. Be careful. There is a high-intensity energy reaction on the right. A high-tier vengeful spirit may have appeared. Everyone, be on your guard. The newly developed undead detector in the captain's hand let out a piercing alarm. Back off. We will deal with the high-tier vengeful spirit. Lee Kingren brought the high-tier players of the Necromancer Association to the right, and they used their books of the dead to trap the high-tier vengeful spirit. Feng Heng stood at the back of the team and stretched out his hand to press on the specially made magic stone slab. With the infusion of his mental strength, the 3 magic arrays on the stone slab began to operate at the same time, forming 3 huge black vortexes in the air. The aura of the Death Realm in the fallen corridor was madly sucked into the vortex. The energy for the operation of the teleportation passage between the game and the real world was mainly provided by the world of the vampires on the other side. Feng Heng only needed to consume his mental strength to charge the magic array slab every once in a while. As such, he was very relaxed. He could even find time to reach out his hand and wave in the directions where the people of the Federation were fighting. With that, a gray aura, which ordinary players couldn't detect with their naked eyes, was attracted by Feng Heng's palm. It quickly gushed into his palm and disappeared. Ding! The Shrine of Bones has absorbed pure soul energy. Current soul aura is 20,192.2 out of 40,000. 6 hours ago, Feng Heng entered the fallen corridor with the federal team. In the beginning, his purpose was to retrieve the ceiling stone pillars in the fallen cloister and bring the temporarily stored art pieces of the Holy Court back to the prison. However, after entering the fallen corridor, he realized that the Shrine of Bones could also absorb the soul aura of the vengeful spirits killed by his teammates. It was just that his previous teammates were all necromancy players, so they had all used the Book of the Dead to kill vengeful spirits, which directly absorbed the vengeful spirits and their soul aura. Now that his teammates from the Federation were using special bullets and firearms, Feng Heng's speed of collecting soul aura soared. Success. Feng Heng's thoughts moved when he saw the game hint. Now that the soul aura was half-filled, he could release the power of the Vampire King's will once. Finally, the Shrine of Bones was not just a decoration. Keep it up. Feng Heng was ready to take advantage of this opportunity to fill up the soul aura of the Shrine of Bones at once. At that time, he would be able to continuously release offensive skills, which could also be considered a trump card. The players didn't know what Feng Heng was thinking and tried their best to resist the attack of the undead creatures around them. The magic array continued to operate for a few hours, and the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the surrounding area weakened slightly. Li Shouqian led a group of players from the Necromancer Association and rushed over from the abandoned temporary camp area. He shouted at Feng Heng, "Feng Heng, we've finished the magic array." "Good. You've worked hard." Feng Heng's eyes lit up. "Everyone, guard this place. I will go to the back to set up the magic array. I will be back soon." The captain of the federal team, Tang Shan, who was in charge of the safety of the strip, was worried. He frowned and said, "Feng Heng, are you going alone? Do you want us to follow you?" In the past 2 days, the aura of the Death Realm that Feng Heng had purified by himself was more than 10 times that of all the people here combined. Now, the Federation had placed almost all their hopes on Feng Heng's team. They were relying on him to remove the aura of the Death Realm, which made them extremely nervous about his well-being. In the beginning, Caillou Hai almost went crazy when he heard that Feng Heng wanted to go into the fallen corridor for a stroll. Why head to that place if he had nothing to do? Was that a fun place? After hearing Feng Heng say that it was to further purify the aura of the Death Realm, Caillou Hai couldn't say anything. He immediately ordered a large number of Federation soldiers to follow Feng Heng into the fallen corridor to protect him, just in case something happened. "No need. You guys guard the entrance, I will be safe by myself." Feng Heng waved his hand. He still had to open the passage between the game and the real world, so how could he let others follow him? "Alright, then be careful." Leaving Li Shouqian and the others to guard the entrance, Feng Heng returned to the abandoned temporary camp behind the team alone. He carried the Holy Light Spear and disposed of several low-tier undead skeletons that had just been resurrected along the way. Then, he quickly arrived at the right side of the temporary camp. The entire camp had been thoroughly cleaned up by Li Shouqian and his team 2 or 3 times. The area on the right had even been cleared out into an open space. Looking at the magic array that had just been set up in the open space, Feng Heng nodded his head slightly. It's not bad. This was the first time Feng Heng had opened a supersized space passage in the real world. It could only be used in such a place filled with the aura of the Death Realm. Otherwise, opening such a huge space passage would cause intense space fluctuations and would easily attract the attention of the Federation. After confirming that there was no problem with the magic array, Feng Heng pressed both hands on the magic array. Crack, crack, crack. After being injected with mental strength, the magic array started to work slowly. The space above the magic array was filled with fine cracks. Bang! The space's bearing force reached its peak, and with a bang, it shattered, creating a huge hole. The breach was 3 meters high. The surrounding aura of the Death Realm seemed to have found an outlet as it madly drilled into the space. In an instant, a huge black vortex was formed. When the dimension vortex stabilized a little, a huge greenish-gray arm reached out from the dimension vortex. 972 produced 2 fusion tyrant forms walked out of the space passage with their backs bent and stood in front of Feng Heng. Success. Under Feng Heng's control, the 2 fusion tyrant forms walked forward, grabbed the ceiling stone pillars on the ground, and carried them on their shoulders. Then, they returned to the game world with swagger. After making sure that no one was around, Feng Heng closed his eyes. A magic array appeared beneath his feet, enveloping him. After returning to the game world, lines of game hints immediately refreshed on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player's control of the vampires in District 6 has reached 97%. The player has completed the mission, Control the Vampires in District 6. The player has received an additional 10,000 influence points reward. The player's special state, Vampire Royal Power Glory, has been upgraded to level 8. Ding! The player's control of the vampires in District 9 has reached 90%. The player has completed the mission, Control the Vampires in District 9. The player has received an additional 10,000 influence points reward. The player's special status, Vampire Royal Power Glory, has been raised to level 9. In the past 2 days, Feng Heng controlled the vampire magic array in the real world during the day and entered the game at night. He controlled the fusion tyrant forms to enter the worlds of the vampire that had already pledged allegiance to him and exterminated the vampires who were still disobedient. He simply cleared them out. At present, his control of 2 worlds had been maxed out, and his control of the remaining 2 worlds was relatively low. It would probably take another 2 days to complete the mission. The dark prison of blood was shrouded in a layer of black aura of the Death Realm. Hayes was concentrating on controlling the space-staring magic array with the other vampires. The black aura of the Death Realm that could be seen with the naked eye was constantly spewing out from the space passage. Low-tier undead creatures had already begun to resurrect in the dark prison of blood. Hayes had arranged for many high-tier vampires to guard the dark prison of blood. Once the undead creatures were resurrected and revealed themselves, the vampires would rush up and kill them. A few fusion tyrant forms walked back and forth through the passage, moving the ceiling stone pillars and placing them beside the magic array. Feng Heng didn't have any detection equipment with him. He made a rough estimation and felt that the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm inside the dark prison of blood might be around 500. Due to the extremely high concentration of aura of the Death Realm in the Fallen Corridor, there was no need to do anything at the other end of the passage for a large amount of aura of the Death Realm to constantly pour in. However, the density of the aura of the Death Realm in the outside world was too high. Even though the dark prison of blood had been expanded by more than 50 times, its capacity was still insufficient. For the past 2 days, Feng Heng had been thinking about how to completely solve the trouble of the aura of the Death Realm in his free time. The simplest way was to just place the aura of the Death Realm in District 6 and it would be over. However, doing so would more or less bring some trouble to District 6. More importantly, Feng Heng's heart ached for the aura of the Death Realm. It was such a waste. Once the aura spread out, it would take 1,000 times more effort to absorb it back. However, it was different now. Feng Heng already had an idea. With a flip of his wrist, he took out the Shrine of Bones and injected his mental strength into it. The Shrine of Bones emitted a faint glow under the activation of his mental strength and slowly floated in the air. The surrounding aura of the Death Realm was slowly absorbed into the Shrine of Bones and was released after a few cycles. When the aura was released, its color had already dimmed quite a bit. The Shrine of Bones had an additional special ability. It could absorb the aura of the Death Realm and transform it into the aura of death. The ratio was about 8,000 to 1. It was like an air purifier. The Fallen Corridor of the Necromancer Association was built largely thanks to the ability of the Shrine of Bones. The zombie clones that Feng Heng had prepared in advance took out the books of the dead in their hands one after another and began to absorb the pure aura of death through the books of the dead before guiding the aura into the ceiling stone pillar. Success. Industrial production. Just as Feng Heng had expected, the aura of the Death Realm continuously poured into the dark prison of blood through the breach passage between reality and the game. Then, it was transformed into the pure aura of death through the Shrine of Bones. In the end, the aura of death would be directed into the ceiling stone pillars through the zombie clones for storage, forming a perfect cycle. Not a single bit of waste. I didn't waste these 2 days, Feng Heng muttered to himself with excitement in his eyes when he saw the successful arrangement of the production line. The final product of the conversion, the Aura of Death, was definitely a treasure. They were temporarily useless, but once he successfully advanced his elementary necromancy, he would absorb all of them at once and max out his necromancy skills in a few hours. Even if he couldn't use the Aura of Death, he could just store them in the ceiling stone pillars and use them as bombs. After the Shrine of Bones conversion skill was activated, it could be left on the spot to slowly absorb and purify the aura of the Death Realm. The only troublesome thing was that the Shrine of Bones had to be placed inside the dark prison of blood and couldn't be taken away. As such, if Feng Heng wanted to use the Shrine of Bones again in the future, he would have to come back and get it. Considering that the current situation in District 6 was considered safe, even if there was danger, he could return in time. The risk of the Shrine of Bones being stolen was also almost negligible. He would leave it like this for now. The concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the Fallen Corridor was already very high, and the Shrine of Bones purification efficiency was not enough. He would have to give it some time to catch its breath after he got out. After staying in the same place for more than 10 minutes to make sure that there was no problem in the conversing and production of the Aura of Death, Feng Heng prepared to return to the real world. Suddenly, a game hint came from the survival radio. Feng Heng immediately opened the survival radio to check. Mojai Oi, Old Feng, Zhong Heiwang is looking for you. He said that it's an urgent matter. Feng Heng, okay, ask him to wait for a while. I will be there soon. It seemed like there was news from the Western Federation. Feng Heng pondered in his heart. He left the Shrine of Bones in the dark prison of blood for the time being and returned to the real world on the spot. In just 2 short days, the aura of the Death Realm in the entire sealed-off area of the Necromancer Association had been reduced by more than 300 points. This was great news. When Kaiuhai saw the reports from his subordinates, his heart that was hanging in midair finally relaxed a little. He finally had a good night's sleep. However, after seeing Feng Heng, Kaiuhai became anxious again. You're saying you want to leave for a while? Yes, Feng Heng nodded and said, I am going to the Western Federation. The schedule has been arranged. It will probably be very fast. 3 days at most. Kaiuhai frowned when he heard the name of the Western Federation. He felt that Feng Heng was too good at causing trouble and couldn't stop for a moment. The latter had just spent a lot of effort and went to the Fallen Corridor. Now that he finally awaited Feng Heng's safe return, he didn't expect the other party to want to head to the Western Federation again before his seat was even warm. Is it for the blood crystals? I still can't hide it from you, Feng Heng admitted frankly and said, the blood crystals are very important for purifying the aura of the Death Realm. I have some connections in the Western Federation. I have to make a trip there and see if I can get my hands on them. 973 Screwed. Is there a need to go there personally? Yes, it's very necessary. Kaiuhai looked at Feng Heng and was silent for a moment. The more Feng Heng played it down, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. Do you need us to send someone to protect you? There's no need for that. I won't cause any big trouble. I am just going to meet someone. Besides, it's not convenient for you to take action in the Western Federation, right? Alright, I will arrange for someone to take you there. I will give you 3 days. Come back as soon as you're done. If you encounter any trouble in the Western region, contact me immediately. Don't force yourself. Alright, Feng Heng nodded and replied. They took the fastest flight and traveled overnight. By the time the plane landed in a small town on the edge of the Western Federation, it was already the next morning. After getting off the plane, Feng Heng looked around and fixed his eyes on a black business car beside the airport. In the passenger seat of the business car, Zhong Heiwang took off his sunglasses and stuck his head out of the window, waving at Feng Heng. Feng Heng walked forward. Mr. Feng, I am sorry to make you come all the way here. It's an emergency, so we can only talk about it face to face. You're welcome. I am very sincere in cooperating with you. Feng Heng nodded, got into the car, and said, I hope that my visit this time is of value. Of course. Zhong Heiwang motioned for the chauffeur to start driving and said to Feng Heng, the boss has decided that we will work together this time. He has suddenly thought it through? Yes. Zhong Heiwang's face was solemn. I won't hide it from you. The 12 corporations have made a move on Jianmuzi. Feng Heng was startled. What? Are they having an internal conflict? The car drove into a tunnel ahead. This time, the vampires' invasion of the real world did not achieve the effect that the 12 corporations had expected. The Vampire King's coffin was lost, and 2/3 of the Vampire King's remains have fallen into the hands of the major forces in the real world. The remaining 1/3 of the remains have also been fused into Jianmuzi's body. The 12 corporations are very dissatisfied with this. They feel that they're gradually losing control over Jianmuzi. Zhang Huiyang told Feng Heng about the information he had obtained from the Western Federation. Under the pressure of the Central Federation, the 12 corporations are prepared to abandon Jianmezi and make him the scapegoat. However, before that, the 12 corporations still want the Vampire King's remains in his hands. Jianmezi. Feng Heng muttered to himself and quickly thought about it. He had met Jianmezi once, and judging from his aura, the latter's strength was no less than that of a vampire prince. There were also the Vampire King's remains. The fusion tyrant forms were already extremely strong physically, but even so, when they fused with a second part of the king's remains, they would explode because of their insufficient physical strength. Yet Jianmezi could actually fuse 3 parts at the same time? How strong was his body? I am afraid it won't be that easy for the 12 corporations to deal with Jianmezi, right? Feng Heng raised his head and asked. Yes, we've considered this as well. However, the 12 corporations seem to be very confident. After all, we're only in the elementary game stage of the game, so there's a limit to the strength assessment of the players. If the Inspection Bureau were to go all out, in theory, Jianmezi would definitely not be able to withstand it. Zhang Huiyang already had a plan in mind, so he continued, other than this, there is another reason why the 12 corporations chose to deal with Jianmezi. Oh? What's that? Zhang Huiyang turned around and smiled bitterly. It's you, Mr. Feng. Me? Feng Heng pointed at the tip of his nose and revealed a puzzled look. Very quickly, he understood. You mean the vampire apocalypse? Yes, the vampire apocalypse is the foundation of the Western Federation in the elementary games. A large part of its annual income comes from the vampire apocalypse game, Zhang Huiyang said. Recently, you've caused too much trouble in the vampire apocalypse, so the Western Federation is on guard against you occupying the entire vampire apocalypse. All these years, Jianmezi has been controlling the vampire apocalypse, so the 12 corporations don't have much control over the few worlds of the vampires. Besides, the players of advanced games can't enter elementary games to help either. Zhang Huiyang shook his head and sighed. He didn't know how the monstrous genius, Feng Heng, had developed so rapidly in the elementary game, so much so that the Western Federation found it very difficult to deal with him. The latter had even used some kind of method to convince the Central Federation to shelter him. The Eastern Federation was also adding to the trouble and speaking up for Feng Heng. Jianmezi is seriously injured now. He's recuperating in the real world and can't take care of the game world for the time being. However, the vampires in the game world all follow Jianmezi's lead. If they don't deal with Jianmezi as soon as possible, the 12 corporations are worried that you will continue to occupy the game world. Feng Heng's eyes brightened up and then he burst into laughter. So you're saying that I've caused Jianmezi misery again? It wasn't just any simple misery. He had simply caused Jianmezi to be screwed. Zhang Huiyang laughed bitterly in his heart and continued, Feng Heng, this time, the 12 corporations are going all out. The probability of Jianmezi escaping is very small. After thinking about it, our bosses decided to cooperate with you. We have already communicated the conditions of cooperation in the game. Let's work together, Feng Zhouing said. You want a part of the Vampire King's remains, right? Yes, the rumors about that world are highly credible. We also want to get a ticket. Deal. Feng Heng agreed without hesitation. It was just a ticket. It was nothing. The Vampire King's coffin was in his hands, so who else could be more confident than him in finding the entrance to the mysterious world? Ultimately, if they couldn't find that world's entrance, it didn't matter how many tickets they had. Feng Heng was very well aware that the most important thing at the moment was to complete the mission of becoming the Vampire Territory Lord. After getting a general understanding of what happened in the Western Federation these 2 days, Feng Heng continued to ask, so where are we going now? Southern Cross Island. As the car passed through the tunnel, Zhang Huiyang squinted his eyes under the blinding light. The 12 corporations have trusted Jianmezi a lot these years. They raised funds to build a resort on Southern Cross Island. In fact, the Western Federation secretly granted Jianmezi permission to set up a research base in the resort for research. Since Jianmezi was seriously injured last time, he has been hiding in the Special Research Institute to recuperate. Feng Heng frowned. The Federation has already taken action? Yes, it's very strange. My boss immediately informed you as soon as the news that the 12 corporations wanted to make a move on Jianmezi was known. In theory, they should have discussed not making a move so soon. I didn't expect the Federation to make a sudden move at 3 o'clock in the morning. Perhaps the pressure they faced in the game was too great. They're blaming me? Feng Heng shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said seriously, what's the situation? If the Federation sends out all its forces, I am afraid Jianmezi won't be able to hold on. We won't have gone for nothing, will we? 974 The fog. On the contrary, the 12 corporations came up empty-handed. Why do you say so? Fang Heng was puzzled. The Federation launched a surprise attack on Jianmuzi's secret research island. After occupying the research institute, they discovered that he was missing. After that, we conducted a thorough inspection of the entire island. Only then did we find an underground cavern under the research institute. It's extremely large, and there were signs of partial transformation. We suspect that it's Jianmuzi's secret research site. The Federation's early investigation team discovered a strange power fluctuation when they investigated the underground cave. In addition, the inside of the cave is affected by the blood mist, so the inspection team didn't dare to enter rashly either. As such, they retreated and waited for support before splitting into teams to explore the interior. Zhang Heiwei looked at his watch. The Federation's investigation team should have been officially investigating the underground space for more than 5 hours now. How long will it take us to get there? An hour. The helicopter is right in front. We will land on the island as soon as possible. Your identity is a consultant I invited and you know a lot about the world of the vampires. Try not to talk too much and arouse suspicion. Yes, sure. Zhang Heiwei was a little nervous, but Fang Heng's eyes were filled with excitement. So it was Jianmuzi's base camp. He might be able to find the results of Jianmuzi's research on the vampire's curse and figure out how the other party had fused the vampire king's remains into his body. After the 12 corporations got rid of Jianmuzi, should he take advantage of the vampire's internal chaos to invade the worlds of the vampires that belong to the western region? No matter how he thought about it, it was a huge gain. The car quickly stopped by the side of the road. Fang Heng and Zhang Heiwei boarded the helicopter and flew toward the island. An hour later, the helicopter landed on a cliff at the edge of Southern Cross Island. Fang Heng got off the helicopter, his clothes fluttering in the sea breeze. Looking around, the entire island was not big. Large areas of undeveloped forest areas looked a little desolate. Not far away, 2 teams of armed Federation soldiers occupied the island's port. On the surface, the island was privately bought by a rich man more than 30 years ago to be developed as a resort. The Federation has already detained and interrogated all suspicious people on the island, Zhang Heiwei explained in a low voice as he led Fang Heng toward the mountain wall in front. At the entrance of the cave, 2 Federation soldiers saluted Zhang Heiwei and carefully checked his ID. Thank you, sir. The 2 soldiers respectfully handed the documents back. Let's go into the cave. Zhang Heiwei led Fang Heng into the cave. The interior of the cave was very large, but it was not deep. A large number of Federation soldiers gathered inside the cave to guard it closely. Is this Jianmuzi's research institute? Fang Heng found it strange and asked. No. We thought that Jianmuzi was in the research institute, but we didn't expect to not find him. After a thorough search, we found a cave that led underground instead. Zhang Heiwei led Fang Heng into the cave. This is one of the entrances to the cave that was discovered not long ago. It also leads to the secret cave below. In front of them, the team from the Federation had gathered. An officer saluted Zhang Heiwei, Wu Dongshan, captain of Team 2, Division 3 of the Federation's Operations Department. Grade 3 investigator, Zhang Heiwei, has received orders from the higher-ups to enter the cave to assist in the investigation. Zhang Heiwei showed his ID to the soldier and asked, what's the situation in the cave now? Due to the effects of lifeblood, the internal communication device is very unstable. The inner region below the cave is extremely vast. We estimate that less than 50% of the area has been explored, and 27 unknown special caves have been discovered. As Wu Dongshan spoke, he took the tablet and communicator from a soldier at the side and handed them to Zhang Heiwei. The locations of the magic arrays and the explored areas have been marked on the tablet. Please be careful. A few teams deep into the cave have been attacked by a small number of vampires. Alright. Fang Heng took advantage of the time when Zhang Heiwei was conversing with the soldier and walked forward, sizing up the pit that was guarded by the soldiers of the Federation. The pit was about 3 meters high, and a ladder had been set up. Let's go. Zhang Heiwei kept the equipment and nodded at Fang Heng. The 2 of them climbed down the ladder into the cave. There were a few traces of man-made excavation in the cave, and the passage was relatively narrow, only able to accommodate 3 people walking side by side. After only walking along the tunnel for about 100 meters, several forks appeared in front of them. Zhang Heiwei took out his tablet and compared the 2's positions. We are now here. After saying that, Zhang Heiwei stopped and turned to look at Fang Heng. Hey, don't look at me. Fang Heng spread his hands and said helplessly, you brought me all the way here, shouldn't you have some sort of plan? The 12 corporations' sudden attack on Jianmuzi wasn't part of our plan. We couldn't have anticipated that we would discover a cave here. Zhang Heiwei felt helpless as well, not knowing where to start. The boss said that since you have the ability to gain the allegiance of so many worlds of the vampires in such a short time, such a small problem is certainly not difficult for you. Hey, You're flattering me, right? Feng Heng laughed and scolded. He scratched his hair and moved his head closer to observe the tablet, asking, is there still no news of Jian Muzi? Not yet. We found a lot of strange and special caverns in the caves, where we discovered special vampire incantations and magic rays. We have already organized a team of experts to study them. Feng Heng was quite curious about the vampire incantations, so he nodded and said, all right then, let's go take a look at the incantations. Aren't you going to find Jian Muzi? What if the 12 corporations find him first? Then I can only blame it on my bad luck. Feng Heng spread his hands. His powerful move, Everlasting Moon, was still on cooldown. Either way, if he encountered Jian Muzi now, he would most likely not be able to beat the latter. Moreover, Feng Heng felt that the cave was simply screaming the word strange. It would be better to let the 12 corporations scout ahead. Alright, Zhang Heiwei nodded and enlarged the route map on his tablet. Shall we go to the nearest one? Yes. The two of them slowly fumbled forward along the path pointed out on the tablet. Soon, their surroundings were shrouded by a thin layer of lifeblood. Zhang Heiwei wrinkled his nose, feeling a little uncomfortable from the smell of blood. Feng Heng, on the other hand, was in a good mood. In such an environment, he felt as comfortable and carefree as a fish back in the water. Was it the effect of blood affinity? Feng Heng made a guess in his heart and moved his index finger slightly. Zhang Heiwei didn't notice that a blood-colored vortex had formed between Feng Heng's fingers. At the center of the vortex, a drop of scarlet blood condensed. Whoosh! Feng Heng flicked his finger lightly, and the blood bead condensed by his lifeblood suddenly hit the rock wall in front. Pooh! The drop of blood created a deep pit in the rock wall, and gravel flew everywhere. 975 In-depth investigation. Who is it? Zhang Heiwei turned around warily. It's fine. It's just a rock falling. You're too nervous. Relax, Feng Heng said with studied casualness. However, when he saw Zhang Heiwei's face, he suddenly sensed something and narrowed his eyes involuntarily. There was a strange look of inspection in his eyes. Zhang Heiwei gulped and asked carefully, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Feng Heng realized that Zhang Heiwei's lifeblood circulation speed had increased a little under the surrounding mist. They had been here for a few minutes. Was it because of the increased concentration of the blood mist? Feng Heng's blood affinity had reached a very high level, so he was exceptionally sensitive to the speed of blood flow. Don't move, spread out your palms. Zhang Heiwei was baffled, but he still followed Feng Heng's instructions and opened his palm. Whoosh! Feng Heng's finger quickly moved forward and made a small cut on Zhang Heiwei's thumb. Zhang Heiwei frowned and subconsciously wanted to pull his hand back. Don't move. Feng Heng immediately said. Eh? Zhang Heiwei raised his eyebrows. He was surprised to find that the blood that seeped out of his thumb quickly condensed into tiny droplets, which quickly melted into the air. This cave is very unusual, Feng Heng nodded. Take care of the wound. Try not to leave any external injuries during battles. Hey, then why are you still using me as an experiment? With a bitter face, Zhang Heiwei took out a quick-acting bandage from his backpack and put it on his thumb. Following the route shown on the tablet, Feng Heng and Zhang Heiwei quickly arrived at the nearest cavern. After being verified by 2 Federation members at the entrance of the cavern, Feng Heng and Zhang Heiwei stepped into the cavern together. The cavern was spacious, and there were many members of the Federation's operations department guarding it. More than a dozen players had gathered in a corner of the cave, and they were currently loudly arguing about something. Each and every one of them had faces flushed red with anger. Feng Heng's thoughts moved. Most of them were ordinary players, and their flushed faces were only the surface. The blood in their bodies flowed faster than the Federation soldiers who had their initial attributes enhanced. They were obviously all affected by the mist. Zhang Heiwei, what are you doing here? Turning around to look at the person who had come, Zhang Heiwei's heart skipped a beat, and he knew that things were not looking good. He just had to bump into this guy. Unfortunately, the other party was his superior. Zhang Heiwei suppressed his displeasure and stepped forward to salute the officer. Sir. Yao Weiwa was in charge of guarding several cavern areas and was also one of the representatives of the 12 corporations in the western region. He had a faint knife scar on his forehead and was used to putting on a stern face, giving people a feeling that he was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Zhang Heiwei, Yao Weiwa could not help but frown. What are you doing here instead of staying in the game? Sir, I know a friend in the game who knows a lot about vampires, so I brought him here to check the vampire's curse mark. I hope he can find something. A friend from District 9? Yao Weiwa looked at Feng Heng with disdain. District 9 has just been opened. What does he know? Zhang Heiwei could only bite the bullet and say, I am sorry, sir. I will take him away now. Feng Heng was neither haughty nor humble, It's true that District 9 has only been open for less than 10 years. But I have studied the ancient books of the Vampire Elders Council. I may know some things that others don't. No one is asking you. Yao Weiwa didn't take Fang Heng seriously at all. He waved his hand and said, take them out. Don't be in a hurry. Since he's here, why don't we let him try? Fang Heng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man sitting on a rock at the side. He was playing with a dagger in his hand as he said in a lazy tone, we've waited for so long, but there's still nothing. Let him try. The young man was surrounded by 4 other people, who were either standing or sitting, with different expressions. They were all clad in uniforms that looked different from the normal Federation members. Fang Heng immediately made a judgment when he saw the group of 5 and the uniform they were wearing. The Western Federation's Inspection Bureau team. Yao Weiwa had some reservations about the Inspection Bureau, so he looked at Fang Heng and said, alright, I will give you a chance. I hope your ability matches your temper. Let him in. Fang Heng slowly stepped into the cave guarded by the Federation. More than a dozen researchers from the Federation had been studying here for a few hours and found some clues. They were arguing about something and stopped at the same time when they saw Fang Heng coming. They had also heard the conversation outside. An expert from outside? This was clear distrust in them. Therefore, the crowd didn't have a good impression of Fang Heng. They didn't say anything and were prepared to see how capable he was. Fang Heng walked forward. There was a carved stone statue on the rock wall. Due to the erosion of time, the stone statue was a little mottled and covered with moss. From a few details, it could be barely determined that the stone statue was a vampire carving. It knelt on the ground in a praying gesture. The floor in front of the stone statue was drawn with dense lines. It was a vampire incantation. Through the combination of vampire incantation and secret engravings, a special vampire's ancient magic array was formed. Fang Heng only knew a little about alchemy magic arrays. I hope the game hints can give me some information. Fang Heng muttered in a low voice. He came to the stone statue and squatted to check the incantation on it carefully. The magic array was ancient, at least a few hundred years old, and there were traces of it being repaired recently. Fang Heng frowned. The magic array was made up of a master array and 2 branch magic arrays. He actually recognized it. Fang Heng realized that he could remember every detail of the master magic array clearly. This magic array was related to the Vampire King. Fang Heng had been implanted with some memories when he first came into contact with the Vampire King's coffin. Most of them were about the awakening ritual of the Vampire King's remains and the magic arrays on how to open a space passage. The magic array before him was also one of the magic arrays in his memories. This magic array is... Fang Heng muttered to himself. Part of the knowledge and memory infused by the Vampire King's will was missing. Fang Heng knew that the effect of this magic array was for nurturing something, but he didn't have the information of what that something was in his memory. Other than that, there were 2 other small magic arrays set up beside the magic array. The 2 small magic arrays were very new and must have been carved in recent years. Fang Heng couldn't understand them at all. The strange thing was, why would there be a magic array left behind by the Vampire King in this place? Fang Heng was suspicious and reached out to touch the incantation. All of a sudden, a line of game hints appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player has discovered an ancient magic array, Vampire's Incantation, repaired. Ding! The player's special region side mission, Vampire King's Behest, updated. Mission name, Vampire King's Behest. Mission description, you have discovered the former habitat of the Vampire King. You may find a way to inherit the Vampire King's power here. Please try to continue exploring. Mission requirements, 976. The passageway. Seeing the notification, Fang Heng's pupils contracted slightly and he made connections instantly. The cave was actually the former dwelling place of the Vampire King. There were rumors in the outside world that the Vampire King had escaped from the Holy Realm to a mysterious world. He then left the mysterious world and was chased all the way to this world. After that, the Vampire King was sealed by the judges from the Holy Realm who were after his life. Now that he learned that the Vampire King had once lived in this cave for some time, could it be that there were some hidden secrets in the cave? Did Jian Muzzy discover something in the cave in advance? What was he trying to do with these incantations? Fang Heng observed the magic array for a moment, then looked up at the top of the rock wall. There were a few black holes on the rock wall. The holes weren't big, probably enough for a child to climb. Yao Weiwa's tone was unfriendly. He walked behind Fang Heng and asked, after looking for so long, did you find anything? Fang Heng turned around and met Yao Weiwa's threatening gaze. He nodded and said, the magic array here is very old. It was only recently repaired and activated. I guess the blood mist in the cave is related to the magic array. Yao Weiwa had heard similar statements many times, so he asked impatiently, and then? That's all you have found out? To be precise, These incantations are part of a large magic array. It is already in a semi-activated state. As for its effect, it is either used to nurture priests or used for some special rituals. Yao Weiwa looked suspicious. You said it's already in operation? Feng Heng took a few steps forward and cleaned the moss on the stone statue. Yes, this is the place where the blood is gathered. You mean this stone statue? A Federation researcher couldn't help walking up to the stone statue and carefully observing it after hearing Feng Heng's words. Yes. But we've checked. The stone statue's material is special, but there are no incantations on it. Pour some blood on it and the incantation will appear. If you don't believe me, you can try. Really? Another researcher from the Federation suddenly thought of something and said, You're talking about the blood-drawing stone, right? I've heard of this kind of stone before. The other researchers also gathered around the stone statue, no longer looking down on Feng Heng. They began to study the stone statue, discussing it in low voices from time to time and expressing their opinions. After listening to Feng Heng's explanation, Yao Weiwa found that he didn't understand. So is this vampire incantation useful to us or not? Yao Weiwa muttered and looked back at the other researchers of the Federation. What do you guys think? Is what he said right? The researchers from the Federation discussed in low voices. Everyone present was an expert who had studied vampires for more than a decade. They had studied the stone statue for a long time, but they could not even crack 10% of the vampire's ancient magic array. They didn't know whether Feng Heng was telling the truth or not. Everything needed to be verified. A middle-aged man walked out of the group of researchers. He first cupped his hands at Yao Weiwa and then continued, Sir, please give us a little more time. As they spoke, the researchers continued their research around the stone. Yao Weiwa felt as if he had a toothache. He waved his hand and motioned for them to do it quickly. Cottlet was the leader of the Federation's research team. After getting Feng Heng's hint, they followed his train of thought and went back to check the stone statue. They found that Feng Heng was right. This stone statue was really a blood-drawing stone, and it was very likely to be the trigger point of the magic array. Feng Heng's discovery had given them great enlightenment. The team members immediately had a breakthrough and stopped arguing. Instead, they gathered to discuss and analyze. Zhang Heiwang walked to Feng Heng's side and asked in a low voice, Mr. Feng, are there no problems with it? What a coincidence. There's a big problem. This magic array is very strange. Feng Heng had a vague feeling that the operation to capture Jian Muzi might not be as easy as the Federation had expected. Sir. After another 20 minutes or so, the leader of the research team, Cottlet, and the other researchers finally reached a consensus. He walked up to Yao Weiwa and said, We think this is a comprehensive vampire magic array. It's very difficult to crack, but we can confirm that there is a special teleportation passage hidden in it. As long as the magic array is activated, the passage can be opened. Oh? Yao Weiwa was immediately interested and asked, How can we open the teleportation passage? It requires the power of blood. It can be opened by pouring the blood onto the stone statue. That kid actually hit the nail on the head. Yao Weiwa's heart skipped a beat and he started to believe Feng Heng a little. He couldn't help but turn to look at the latter. What do you think? Feng Heng shook his head. I don't suggest opening the passage, but there's no harm in trying. An expert researcher of the Federation pushed his glasses and looked at Feng Heng, saying, Hello, I am researcher Zhang Qing. You just said that the Master Magic Array's effect is nurturing. Since it's nurturing, there won't be any danger, right? Feng Heng shrugged. In theory, that was the case. However, vampire magic arrays were not that kind. As long as one left a wound on one's body and left it alone, the magic array would continuously absorb the power of one's blood and just suck one dry. Yao Weiwa looked at Feng Heng. Seeing that the latter had fallen into silence, he immediately had an idea in his heart. He waved his hand and beckoned for 2 Federation soldiers to come over. Let out your blood and activate the magic array. Yes. Sir. The 2 Federation soldiers immediately walked to the stone statue, stretched out their arms, and cut a wound on their arms. Drip, drip. Blood flowed out of the wound and dripped onto the stone statue. There's a situation. After it was doused with blood, a strange vampire incantation appeared on the stone statue. The incantation gradually lit up. The Federation researchers were overjoyed when they saw this and hurriedly said, The amount of blood is not enough. We need more. Yao Weiwa waved again. Immediately, more than a dozen Federation soldiers stepped forward, cut their wrists, and poured their blood on the stone statue. The stone statue emitted a dark blood-red light. Following this, the magic array on the ground gradually lit up, until the light filled the entire magic array. Buzz. Suddenly, a ray of red light shot out from the stone statue. The light hit the stone wall in front, and a dark red teleportation passage appeared. The teleportation portal was trembling and did not look stable. The teleportation passage is still unstable. It needs blood supply to maintain it. The second batch of soldiers immediately walked up and continued to cut their arms to replace the first batch of soldiers pouring blood on the stone statue. With the addition of new blood, the teleportation passage's gate gradually stabilized. Good. Beautifully done. Yao Weiwa looked at the researchers and gave them an appreciative look. He then turned his head and said, "Inform the other teams and tell them how to activate the teleportation gate. Get ready for battle." Yes. 977 An acquaintance seeing the teleportation gate open, the members of the Federation's investigation team who had been sitting on the edge of rocks to rest all stood up. Panwazi, the leader of the inspection team, put away his lazy look and stretched. It seems that it's our turn to perform. Yao Weiwa and Panwazi had a brief discussion, and the inspection team stepped into the teleportation passage to explore the way first. Soon, the two Federation soldiers who had followed the inspection team into the teleportation gate returned quickly. "Sir, there's another cave on the other side of the teleportation gate, but the lifeblood concentration in that cave is much higher than here." Yao Weiwa waved his hand. "Team 1 and Team 2, follow me. We will go in and investigate. The rest of you, stay outside and wait for orders." "Yes." Seeing that the crowd was leaving quickly, Zhang Heiwei signaled to Fang Heng with his eyes, asking if they should follow them to the other end of the passage to take a look. Fang Heng touched his chin and stretched out his hand. "Let me take a look at the map on the tablet." Zhang Heiwei passed the tablet to Fang Heng. While checking the tablet, Fang Heng said in a low voice, "The teleportation passage doesn't consume much energy. Most of the blood's power is absorbed by the magic array, and only a small portion is used for the energy consumption of the teleportation." Zhang Heiwei didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" "First of all, the low energy consumption means that the teleportation distance won't be very far. The other end of the teleportation passage should be nearby, but most of the surrounding areas on the Federation's map have been explored, so I think the exit is probably in the area below us." "I see. Second, look over there." Zhang Heiwei looked in the direction that Fang Heng was pointing. Hundreds of Federation soldiers were gathered in front of the teleportation magic array, lining up to transfer blood to the stone statue in turns to keep the teleportation passage open. The magic array is huge, and the teleportation gate is only a small part of it. Most of the blood is absorbed and converted by the magic array. This energy is probably used in other places. It's very suspicious. "Oh. Then we..." Zhang Heiwei was observing the magic array and was about to say something when two players from the Players Department of the Federation Operations Department rushed back from the one-way passage. "The teleportation passage area has been attacked by the vampire. Teams 5 and 6, come in to reinforce. The rest of the teams, stand by." "Vampires? Let's go and take a look," Fang Heng said immediately. With that, the two of them immediately entered the teleportation passage as well. At the other end of the teleportation passage, many high-tier vampires were fighting with the Federal team. The Federation had set up searchlights at the exit of the teleportation passage. However, in the blood mist, visibility in the dark cave was still poor. The members of the Federation's operations department used the protruding rocks as cover and used firearms to attack the vampires in the blood mist. The inspection team's elite team rushed into the vampires and began a bloody massacre. Fang Heng didn't join the battle. Instead, he hid behind a huge rock with Zhang Heiwei and watched. Panwazi's team was not weak, and they were more than enough to deal with these ordinary high-tier vampires. "They don't seem like much," Fang Heng said in a low voice. "The Federation's investigation team is only at this level? Wouldn't it be a little difficult to deal with Jianmuzi then? The inspection team I met in the North District last time was much stronger than them. They could even fight the prince to a standstill." Speechless, Zhang Heiwei explained, "Mr. Fang, it's not like that. The strength of each Federation division is indeed different, but Panwazi and his team are C-level combat teams. The one you saw in the Eastern Federation that could defeat the prince was probably an A-level combat team. This time, 8 A-level combat teams and 1 quasi-S-level combat team have come too, but we didn't run into them." It was the first time Fang Heng was hearing this. So it turned out the inspection team squads were divided into different levels. A quasi-S level? Why didn't the Federation just get an S-level team over? Wouldn't that be more stable? It's not that easy. The information on the members of S-level teams is top secret to the outside world. They will only be allowed to act after being authorized by the Central Federation. Moreover, many of them are not directly trained by the Federation, so it's very difficult to mobilize them. I get it. You have to pay, right? Fang Heng pursed his lips, thinking that he could also act as a hatchet man of the Federation Inspection Bureau. He might even get some benefits from it. Is it very profitable to join an inspection bureau like yours? Huh? Zhang Heiwei was a little confused by Fang Heng's question. Fang Heng was already so powerful, but he didn't even know the basic policies of the Federation? The Inspection Bureau's teams are divided into direct teams and supernumerary teams. The direct teams have a quota for external recruitment every year, but supernumerary teams don't have any, so the review application is much more relaxed, Zhang Heiwei explained. In fact, the Federation has always had a hard time in advanced games. The Federation hopes to use the power of the players to deal with various anti-Federation forces. As long as you register and join the Federation Inspection Bureau team, you can get a certain amount of allowance every month even if you don't do any work. Wait, Mr. Fang, all this information should have been given to you after you completed the Federation registration, right? Zhang Heiwei thought of something while he was talking. He turned around and looked at Fang Heng. Hey, it can't be you. Fang Heng said righteously, I am sorry, I didn't register. No wonder. From what you've said, it's quite easy to join the inspection team? Easy? Zhang Heiwei felt like he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. It was not simple at all. You're the only one who would say it's easy. The inspection team only recruits players who have officially filed their records. Not only do they check their background, but their bottom line is that the player must at least be able to unlock the first stage of the lock. The bottom-level teams like F-level teams have more relaxed conditions. Starting from D-level teams, the players are required to unlock the second stage of the lock. The difficulty of promotion will increase subsequently, and the background checks will also become more and more stringent. Fang Heng nodded and continued to look at Panwuzzi and the others. The Federation's C-level team could easily deal with the high-tier vampires, and the vampires were a little overwhelmed. Fang Heng's mind suddenly sensed something. Not far away, a group of vampires was approaching the Federation's inspection team at full speed. Ha 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 ha. Stupid humans. As expected, they're here to die. Among the vampires, a vampire marquis in the lead was laughing arrogantly. Everything is within Mr. Jian's expectations. In that case, die here. It was him? The vampire marquis Mecha. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched. It seemed that Mecha had escaped with Jian Muzzi after they separated in the real world. Mecha didn't notice Fang Heng. He laughed arrogantly and joined the battle, leading the vampires to attack the Federation. Ha, you're sharp-tongued. Panwuzzi immediately led his team members to fight. Fang Heng's brows were knitted tightly. The lifeblood in the surroundings increased Mecha's strength by a large degree, but he still couldn't defeat the combined attack of the 5 people from the Federation investigation team. 978 holdout. Although Panwuzzi looked like a carefree person, his team leading and style of combat were actually very stable. He had always held back his strength to suppress the vampires throughout the whole process. With this, while ensuring his own safety, he could also be on guard against the nearby vampires' reinforcements that might arrive at any time. Mecha soon fell into a disadvantageous position, but he gritted his teeth and held on. That was strange. Wasn't Mecha always afraid of death? What happened today? He must have realized that he couldn't deal with the Federation's investigations teams himself, so why didn't he run? It's most likely a trap. While Fang Heng was pondering, Mecha suddenly fell into a disadvantageous position. Whoosh! Whoosh! A young lady in purple from the Federation's investigation team with a light sword in her hand took advantage of Mecha's carelessness to quickly move behind the ladder, leaving 2 long and narrow wounds on his back. Mecha cried out in pain and fell to the right. Panwuzzi, the team leader of the Federation team, seized the opportunity to occupy a position in advance. He stared at Mecha, who was staggering toward him, and the long knife in his hand reflected a cold light. Shit! Mecha's expression turned ugly. Fang Heng, who was watching from behind the rock below, was also shocked. Not good. He still had many things he wanted to ask Mecha. He couldn't let him die like this. With that, Fang Heng raised his hand in the direction of Panwuzzi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Panwuzzi was about to give Mecha a fatal blow, he suddenly noticed that the blood mist around him was fluctuating violently, and many lifeblood vortexes were forming. Kai. More than a dozen sharp spikes burst out from the vortexes, stabbing at him from all directions. Panwuzzi was shocked. He could feel that every single one of the spikes contained extremely powerful lifeblood power. Who was ambushing him from the dark? Panwuzzi had always been a steady man. When he realized that a powerful enemy was hiding in the dark, he immediately gave up the chance to give Mecha a fatal blow and retreated. Boom! 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 Dozens of sharp spikes hit the air in front of Panwuzzi, and the lifeblood exploded. His vision was blocked by the lifeblood explosion. When Panwuzzi wanted to chase Mecha again, he found that the latter was already far away. Who was it? Panwuzzi looked around alertly, trying to find the attacker. Compared to Mecha, Panwuzzi was more worried about the mysterious man who attacked him from the dark. It was too strange. The other party's attack did not reveal the slightest trace. His perception had not been triggered, so there was no way to detect the other party either. Seeing Mecha escape successfully, Fang Heng immediately hid behind the rock again to avoid being discovered. At this time, Yaoi Iwa, the commander of the federal team, had an abrupt change in expression. He shouted, "Panwazi, the teleportation gate has been attacked by the vampires. They're just stalling for time." As they spoke, the blood-red door behind them became unstable. "Ha ha ha ha. Have you discovered it? Stupid humans. Mr. Jian really predicted it. You can all die here." Mika was injured and was already hiding behind the vampires, but he didn't forget to mock and ridicule the Federation team. He threw two not very useful blood bombs at the Federation team from a distance. In the group, a woman in white asked with a gloomy expression, "Leader, what should we do? Should we give chase?" "No, there's someone helping him in the dark. Something's not right here. Let's retreat first, so we don't get trapped here." Panwazi immediately made a judgment and made a gesture to the rear to prepare to retreat. Yaoi Iwa did not hesitate and immediately shouted, "Teams 7 and 8, stay behind to provide cover. Teams 1 to 6, retreat in order." "Yes, sir." Before the teleportation gate disappeared completely, the players immediately retreated in an orderly manner. The vampires tried to launch several attacks, but they were all blocked by Panwazi's inspection team. When the Federation returned to the cave through the teleportation gate, only then did everyone realize that the cave had been severely damaged. The vampires had transformed into bats and invaded through a few small holes in the rock wall, attacking the Federation soldiers in the cave. Thus, another battle began. It took more than 5 minutes for the Federation to clean up all the vampires in the cave. Looking at the seriously injured team, Yaoi Iwa said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" The vice captain who had stayed behind to stand guard was still in shock as he explained, "A while after you entered the teleportation passage, we were attacked by high-tier vampires. They probably wanted to kill us all. Fortunately, the long-distance communication didn't fail." Everyone was silent for a moment, realizing the danger just now. Those despicable vampires. If they had not been lucky enough to rush back to help, they might have been trapped on the other side of the teleportation passage. Yaoi Iwa clenched his fists. "The follow-up team will be here soon. We will wait for reinforcements." "Yes." Seeing that Panwazi seemed to be looking for something, a member of the inspection team couldn't help but ask, "Leader, what's wrong? What are you looking for? Where's the expert who found the stone statue's secret? Why is he gone?" Hearing this, everyone started to look around. "That's strange, Fang Heng and Zhang Heiwei weren't in the crowd." Yaoi Iwa frowned. "It seems that they're trapped on the other side of the teleportation passage. It's too risky to go there now. The rescue team will be here soon. We will decide what to do after they arrive." On the other side of the teleportation passage, Fang Heng and Zhang Heiwei were still hiding behind a rock. When the people from the Federation were in chaos, Zhang Heiwei wanted to help, but Fang Heng was quick to react and held him back. At this moment, Zhang Heiwei peeked his head out carefully from behind the rock. After observing the outside for a moment, he retracted his neck and asked, "Mr. Fang, isn't it dangerous for us to stay here alone?" "It's fine. It's not a big problem. I am very familiar with vampires. I might be able to persuade them to surrender." "Huh?" Zhang Heiwei's face was bitter. This area was extremely dangerous, and they couldn't even find Jian Muzi, but Mr. Fang was still in the mood to joke. "Mr. Fang, let's not joke at this time, okay?" Fang Heng walked out from behind the rock. His blood-red eyes pierced through the fog in front of him and he released his vampire aura. "Let's go." Fang Heng took the lead and walked forward along the passage. Zhang Heiwei gritted his teeth. Thinking that Fang Heng must have some kind of trump card up his sleeve, he mustered up his courage and followed after the other party. They had just taken a few steps forward when two high-tier vampires in bat form flew over and returned to their human forms. They stopped in front of Fang Heng. The two vampires did not attack immediately. They found it strange when they sensed the strong vampire aura on Fang Heng's body. "Who are you?" "I am looking for Marquis Mika. Tell him that I am Nate and I have something to talk to him about." As he said that, Fang Heng stretched out his finger and pointed forward. Kai. At the spot where he pointed, the blood mist condensed into a vortex. Seeing this, the two high-tier vampires' expressions turned serious at the same time. "Yes. 979 send them back, let's continue." Fang Heng nodded to Zhang Heiwei, and the two of them continued walking. Soon, Mika, who was severely injured, walked toward the two with heavy steps. "Nate?" Mika's eyes were full of surprise when he saw Fang Heng. "It's really you?" Then, Mika frowned. He didn't approach Fang Heng. Instead, he stopped immediately and kept a distance from Fang Heng with a touch of vigilance in his eyes. Zhang Heiwei frowned, finding it strange. Why did this vampire marquis seem to be afraid of Fang Heng? Zhang Heiwei had investigated Fang Heng's background and found out that he was a player who had just unlocked the Tier 1 lock. In Zhang Huiyang's eyes, Feng Heng was terrifyingly strong in the game, but his strength was still limited in real life. Seeing Mika's alert look, Feng Heng had already guessed what was going on. He shrugged and said with studied casualness, "What's wrong? Did Jian Muzzy say something to you?" Mika looked at Feng Heng carefully. "You're not Nate, are you?" "Indeed," Feng Heng spread out his hands. "I am from District 6. Feng Heng is my real name. These are not important. I am the heir to the Vampire King. Mika, we are all fighting for the future and glory of the vampires." Mika stared at Feng Heng. After separating from the latter, he had gotten the truth from Jian Muzzy. Feng Heng was a liar. He had scammed away the corpse that originally belonged to the Vampire King and destroyed the Vampire King's coffin. He was a spy sent by the Federation to completely control and destroy the vampire. To prove this point, Jian Muzzy had shown a lot of evidence, including many of the dirty things that Feng Heng had done in Districts 6 and 9. Mika stared at Feng Heng. "No, Jian Muzzy said you are not." Feng Heng's expression was calm. He spread his hands and said, "Whatever. I guess Jian Muzzy said that he was the only one who inherited the Vampire King's will, right? To be honest, none of this is important. What's important is you. What do you think? Do you believe him or me?" Mika's expression changed. "I will give you some time to think about it." Mika thought for a moment and couldn't help but curse. "Fuck." Mika gritted his teeth and cursed. "Think my ass. Both of you claim to be the successors of the king, and both of you wish to kill each other. Who the fuck should I believe? I don't know a fart." Seeing this, Feng Heng wanted to laugh in his heart. It was all Jian Muzzy's fault. Now, all the vampires were stupid. Mika vented for a while and thought of something. He stared at Feng Heng and asked, "You came with those humans? So, you're with them?" "Wrong answer. If I had attacked you just now, would you still be alive?" Feng Heng pointed at Mika as he spoke. Whoosh! A lifeblood vortex appeared in the air, and a long, thin blood spike shot out from the vortex, stabbing Mika. The blood spike grazed Mika's face and hit the rock wall behind him. Boom! A hole was blasted open in the wall by the blood spike. The fuck? Zhang Huiyang turned his head to look at Feng Heng and was shocked. The ability to use skills in the real world? This was already in the dangerous category. Feng Heng. Damn it. When did the intelligence of the Federation become so outdated? Why didn't they even have such important information? Dark blood spike? Were you the one who helped me just now? Mika immediately reacted and frowned. "No, you said you're the king's successor, but how can you prove it? You still need proof? Didn't you see it with your own eyes last time? Other than me, who else can control the power of the Vampire King's will?" Mika opened his mouth, but he found himself speechless. However, he still had doubts in his heart. Feng Heng suggested, "Why don't you go back to the world of the vampires with me? The Elders' Council has already begun to study the coffin left behind by the Vampire King. Optimistically, we will soon find a way to break the vampire curse." Removing the curse was Mika's weakness. Mika was stunned and asked 3 questions in excitement. "Wait, the king's coffin is in your hands? It was not destroyed? Is everything you said true? Huh? Who told you that the coffin was destroyed?" As soon as Feng Heng asked that, he immediately understood. Jian Muzzy must have known what the Vampire King's coffin meant to the vampires. Once the vampires knew that he had obtained the Vampire King's coffin, there was a high probability that Jian Muzzy would not be able to control and command the vampires. Hence, the other party lied to the vampires and said that he was the one who destroyed the Vampire King's coffin. "Alright, I know. Jian Muzzy told you, right?" Feng Heng spread his hands and took a few steps closer to Mika, continuing, "You trust Jian Muzzy so much. What proof does he have that he is the king? Or did he give you some benefits? Jian Muzzy had also obtained many parts of the Vampire King's remains, right? I don't see him doing anything, and the curse on your bodies hasn't decreased either, right?" Mika's expression was uncertain. Feng Heng's every word had struck a chord in his heart. Jian Muzzy was riddled with flaws. "What did Jian Muzzy tell you?" "He said that you're a spy working for the Federation. He said that you wanted to divide the vampires from within and control us completely. He also said that you destroyed the Vampire King's coffin." Mika frowned. "We've found out that you've indeed hidden your identity, so we're very suspicious of you. All the information we've gathered shows that you have a close relationship with the Federation. If we're talking about close ties, Jian Muzzy is also close to the Federation, right?" Feng Heng sneered. "The king's coffin is already in my hands. I can take you to see it with your own eyes and expose Jian Muzzy's lies. Jian Muzzy, on the other hand, sees the power of the Vampire King's remains. I don't know what he's doing. To think he even tricked you to work for him." Mika really didn't know who to believe now. He felt that both Feng Heng and Jian Muzzy were suspicious and could be trusted. However, his IQ wasn't high enough, so he couldn't tell. From the bottom of his heart, Mika was more inclined to believe in Feng Heng, but he was very wary of being deceived again and didn't dare to make a decision. Mika's mind was in a mess. He felt like the whole world was lying to him. Now that we can't return to the world of the vampires and can't see the Vampire King's coffin, you can say whatever you want. I can't tell the difference anyway. Feng Heng frowned and thought of the key point for a moment. That's right. Feng Heng lowered his head and started to make plans in his heart. To open the passage between the game and the real world, magic arrays had to be activated both inside and outside the game. Now, G and Muzzy's base camp in District 1 had been wiped out by the Central Federation and was completely unusable. This meant that a large number of vampires that had invaded the real world some time ago had no way of returning. Even G and Muzzy had no way to send them back. 980 Bring away. Feng Heng couldn't help but get excited. He lowered his head and began to consider the feasibility of building a vampire magic array to open a world teleportation passage here. However, it would take time to set up the magic array, and he was still lacking some of the construction materials, plus they had to avoid the Federation's attention. It was very difficult. That being said, once the setup was complete, Mika's suspicions would be completely dispelled, and he would be tricked into working for him. All this was not just for Mika. Mika alone wasn't worth Feng Heng's extra effort. Feng Heng remembered very clearly that there were many vampire dukes and vampire princes who followed Ji and Muzzy here. If his judgment was correct, some of these powerful vampires were still in the cave. Never mind tricking them all, as long as one or two of them could be deceived, it would be a great profit. He could just bring all the vampires away in one wave. Was it important to kill Ji and Muzzy? Compared to the vampire dukes and vampire princes, Ji and Muzzy was nothing. Feng Heng's eyes were red with fervor. He quickly thought about all the pros and cons and risks. It was feasible. He would do it. Even if he encountered any trouble, he could just push all the blame on Ji and Muzzy. Who cares? Anyone who could hold back greed and resist temptation was just a bastard. Feng Heng abruptly raised his head and looked at Mika. Who told you we can't go back to the world of the vampires? What? Mika was stunned again. Feng Heng looked at the high-tier vampires around and said, it's easy to verify Ji and Muzzy's lies. I can reopen the passage to the world of the vampires and take you back to the world of the vampires to see the Vampire King's coffin with your own eyes. Mika was shocked. You're not lying to me, right? You can open a world passage? Of course, but I will need your help. I need to set up a magic array. It's too time-consuming for me to do it alone. It's not difficult, right? It was not difficult. It was simply too simple. Mika was overjoyed. During this period, he had thought of returning to the world of the vampires countless times. But he couldn't do it. Staying in this world without entities, their strength was gradually decreasing. The ordinary vampires were still fine, but the princes and dukes suffered from the side effects more. Their strength was rapidly declining. Even Ji and Muzzy couldn't help them return to the world of the vampires, yet Feng Heng actually had the ability to do it. Therefore, Feng Heng was the true successor of the king? Mika felt like he had found another piece of evidence. Set up a large-scale magic array here? Isn't that a waste? It's not a waste. With your help, we vampires will have a future. Feng Heng smiled gently, but he couldn't help but want to burst into laughter in his heart. Marquis Mika? Deceive him. He would expend a lot of effort on this not-so-important figure so that the other vampires would see his sincerity. After Mika was tricked, the other dukes and princes in the real world would also be tricked. When that time came, with the help of the princes, he could directly unify all the worlds of the vampires. The script was already written. The future seemed within reach. Wasn't this just reducing the difficulty of the game for him? He had really made a fortune by following Zhang Huiang to investigate this matter. Feng Heng's heart was burning, and he stared at Mika with burning eyes. Mika felt Feng Heng's burning gaze. For a moment, he felt that the latter's words were extremely sincere. He even had the impulse to die for this person who seemed to know him very well. No, wait. Mika had been tricked by Ji and Muzzy and Feng Heng back and forth during this period, so he was simply not confident to make a decision anymore. He clenched his jaw and forced himself to wake up. He didn't make a judgment right away. We lack the materials to set up the magic array. You know that we can't complete the magic array without the materials. No problem, I will go get it from the Federation. Ah. The Federation will give it to you once you ask? Mika opened his mouth and looked at Feng Heng suspiciously, but you said that you have nothing to do with the people of the Federation, right? Ahem, Zhang Huiang, who had been listening to their conversation, coughed lightly and said, what Mr. Feng means is he will try to, swindle some from the people of the Federation. Hearing the word swindle, Mika seemed to be triggered. He shivered and his face turned even uglier. He stared at Feng Heng and asked, swindle? Don't listen to him. It's borrow. We Vampires are all trustworthy. We don't lie, Feng Heng rephrased, looked around, and continued, you shouldn't be the only vampire here. It's not difficult to find others to help set up a teleportation passage. After we're done, we will return to the world of the vampires together. Hearing Feng Heng's firm words, Mika's trust in him increased. Alright. I will gather some people and find a place to set up the magic array. Mika was about to go look for vampires to help when he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and frowned. Feng Heng, let's talk about the magic array later. I have to go first. What? Prince Ayer is in trouble. I am going to help him, Mika said as he showed the blinking red crystal in his hand. The cold-blooded crystal was a tool for the vampires to communicate in the cave. Once it started blinking with light, it meant that a vampire had encountered an emergency and needed the nearby vampire's support. A prince. As expected, the vampire princes were also in the cave. Feng Heng knew that his guess was right, so he nodded immediately and said, it's dangerous for you to go alone. I will go with you. Mika's trust in Feng Heng had increased significantly after the previous round of duping. He was seriously injured now and couldn't help much even if he went anyway. With Feng Heng's help, he would be more confident. Alright. Feng Heng took out a pen and paper from his backpack and quickly wrote down a few names of the materials and their required quantity for the magic array. He turned to Zhong Huieng and said, we will split up. You go back and think of a way to help me collect these materials. Zhong Huieng took the note and glanced at it. The materials written on the paper were not very rare, and most of them were used for setting up magic arrays. It was not difficult to find an excuse to mobilize resources from the outside. Although the development of the current situation was a little out of Zhong Huieng's expectations, he still chose to believe in Feng Heng. He nodded and said, okay, I will think of a way now. It will take time for the supplies to arrive, about an hour. You have to be careful. Alright, Feng Heng nodded and agreed. He took out a mask from his backpack and put it on his face. He looked at Mika and said, let's go. Inside the large cave passage, Vampire Prince Ayer was encircled by a small team from the Federation's investigation team and was caught in a bitter battle. Prince Ayer was bound to his spot by vines that extended from the ground. Brilliant light heavy slash. A middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap with both hands wielding swords pounced at Prince Ayer. The edges of the swords were covered in a layer of dark gold as they slashed forward. Boom. Prince Ayer's body exploded in the air. Lifeblood exploded in front of him. Liu Qinzai raised his broadsword in front of him to block the explosive damage and jumped back. He self-destructed? Is he dead? 981 Assistance Li Ru, the support at the rear, frowned and shouted, he's not dead. Be careful. Kai. The blood that exploded in the surroundings seemed to have a life of its own. In a short time, it gathered towards a certain point and condensed into a shape in the air again. Ayer was resurrected in front of everyone in a strange way. HMPH. Stupid humans, you can't kill me with ordinary methods. Ayer's face was pale. He snorted in disdain, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He raised his hands and shot several blood-red bombs forward. Dodge. The team members dodged one after another. In this strange environment, once a wound appeared on a player's body, the blood in their body would be drawn out, which was very difficult to deal with. In addition, the other party was a vampire prince, so they didn't dare to be careless. Don't be afraid. Blood transformation and rebirth will consume his energy. Li Ru had already analyzed most of the vampire's skills and shouted, he can't hold on much longer. As Li Ru was right, Ayer's face turned even gloomier. If it wasn't for the fact that he had yet to recover from his serious injuries a few days ago, and that he hadn't entered the coffin to hibernate for several days in a row, which led to the spread of the curse, how could he, a vampire prince, be suppressed so badly by this human team in front of him? Even these puny humans could take advantage of him. Ayer was burning with anger. The Federation's investigation team immediately reformed their formation after resisting the next wave of attacks. They followed the routine that they had rehearsed thousands of times and fought step by step. Liu Qinzai, the captain with a big sword, and another strong young man went forward to harass the prince. The two magic class players behind them tried to use all kinds of binding skills and weakening skills to control the prince. Finally, Li Ru kept watch and provided support. Ayer couldn't stand the harassment. He knew that the situation would only get worse if this continued. However, Ji and Muzzy had given a death order that they must protect the cave behind him and not let the Federation invade the place even half a step. All Ayer could do was stall for time until Ji and Muzzy finished pouring the power into the magic array. Suddenly, Li Ru sensed the fluctuation of lifeblood power from behind and shouted, be careful. Someone's coming from behind. As soon as she finished speaking, a large number of high-tier vampires emerged from the fog and transformed into human forms. Whoosh! The high-tier vampires immediately launched a surprise attack on Liu Qinzai's team. Not far away, Fang Heng and Mecha were hiding behind a huge rock. The two of them had been here for more than 2 minutes. They didn't rush up immediately but observed the situation in the dark. Mecha's pupils were covered with a layer of red light. He could clearly see that Prince Ayer was being suppressed by the humans. He was anxious and said, "Fang Heng, what should we do?" Ayer's ability to resurrect is limited. Every time he is resurrected, his ability will be weakened and he won't be able to last long. Fang Heng was also rather displeased. The 12 corporations were truly a fucking nuisance. It wasn't easy to find a vampire prince to trick home, but they just had to kill him. The strength of this Western region's inspection team was much stronger than the previous sea-level team. They could even fight head-on with a vampire prince. It was very likely that it was an A-level team, and every member was an elite player from an advanced game. He definitely wouldn't be able to win if he took it head-on. Fang Heng's brain was working at full speed. There was only one way. Even if the success rate was only 10%, he still had to try. That was a vampire prince. He had to deceive him and get him on his side. I have an idea, but I am not sure if it will work. Looking at Fang Heng's serious face, Mecha couldn't help but ask, "Is it very dangerous?" "Yes." Fang Heng stared at the two sides who were fighting not far away and said in a deep voice, "Now that things have come to this, we have to try. You should hide further away first, so as not to be affected." "What do you mean?" Mecha was unyielding for once. "We will die together. For the glory of the vampires, this little sacrifice is nothing." Fang Heng looked at Mecha and thought, "I have the coffin of the Vampire King. I can be resurrected. Moreover, if the situation was bad, he could just return to the game to preserve his life." Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Get lost. Don't get in the way." Mecha gritted his teeth, "Fang Heng, even if you're a liar, I will fucking trust you from now on." After that, Mecha scurried behind a big rock on the other side. "I will go clean them up. You guys stay calm." Not far away, Captain Liu Chenzai shouted as he jumped away from Ayer and dodged in the direction of the coming vampires. The vampire Prince Ayer wanted to stop him, but he was blocked by two ice curtains that appeared in front of him. Human. Ayer didn't know that Fang Heng and Mecha had set up an ambush not far away. He was gritting his teeth, wishing he could tear these humans into pieces. Taking advantage of this delay, Liu Chenzai had already charged toward the high-tier vampires. The huge sword of the Holy Light system swept forward. The sharp claws of two high-tier vampires collided with the large sword and they were instantly sent flying. It felt wrong. Liu Chenzai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, several lifeblood vortexes appeared around Liu Chenzai. Blood spikes condensed in the center of the vortexes and stabbed toward him. "Light wall!" Liu Chenzai shouted as he activated a holy light shield around him. Boom! 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 The blood spikes exploded when they landed on a holy light shield. It was a vampire spell. And it was not weak. Liu Chenzai's heart sank as he used a holy light shield to block all the attacks from the vampire spell. At the moment, their team could suppress the vampire prince by cooperating with each other, but if they were constantly disturbed by the vampire spell, they would be in trouble. Who was it? Liu Chenzai looked behind him, trying to find the person controlling his lifeblood. The other party was very smart and had deliberately concealed his aura while hiding in the dark. He had to be eliminated. Otherwise, it would bring great trouble to the team. It was just like when fighting a boss, an elite monster appeared next to the team and started harassing them. If the elite monster was not eliminated, there would be all kinds of trouble, and there was even a chance of failure. Whoosh! 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 In just a few thoughts, several more blood spikes shot out from the vortexes in the air. Liu Chenzai knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so he shouted, "Liru! Holy bright light!" The party support, Liru, immediately cast her skill. Buzz. A dark golden light rose from the center like the sun, illuminating the entire cave and dispersing the lifeblood in the surroundings. The high-tier vampires were all blinded for a short time by the brilliant light. Tears flowed out of their eyes as they turned their heads away. The powerful negative effect of the field control skill could only be partially resisted by vampires of marquee rank and above. Liu Chenzai's eagle-like eyes quickly swept across the scene, looking for any vampires who did not close their eyes to avoid the light. He found it. Behind the rock. The vampire who was wearing a mask and controlling the blood spikes. To find Fang Heng, the inspection team had just released a wide-range control skill with a 6-hour cooldown. Liu Chenzai felt that it was all worth it. He stomped on the ground with the tip of his foot and dashed toward Fang Heng's position. 982 Scared away vampire. I've found you. Liu Chenzai held his sword with one hand and leaped toward Fang Heng. The distance between the two parties quickly closed. Suddenly, Liu Chenzai's brows furrowed. He saw the white mask and a pair of calm eyes under the mask. Something didn't seem right. Liu Qinzai did not see any panic or fear in the other party's eyes. Instead, there was a strange calmness. It was as if he was standing there waiting for him to come over. This calmness made Liu Qinzai feel uneasy. Whoosh! Instantly, Liu Qinzai's eyes were filled with black mist. What was this? Liu Qinzai was shocked. There was a smell of decay and silence in the air. The undead? Liu Qinzai's pupils constricted as he sensed a terrifying lifeblood power erupting from the black mist. Accompanied by an intense lifeblood fluctuation, a huge blood shadow broke through the black fog. Boom! An intense lifeblood fluctuation spread outward. Just the explosion of lifeblood caused Liu Qinzai, who was charging forward, to slow down. That's... Liu Qinzai was shocked when he saw what was in front of him. That red shadow. The Vampire King's Phantom. Before taking part in the emergency mission, the team had carefully read up on the mission-related information, and he was sure that the Phantom in front of him was the Vampire King. But why was there an undead aura in the Phantom? Several thoughts flashed through Liu Qinzai's mind. It was dangerous. Almost subconsciously, Liu Qinzai held his double-edged greatsword in front of him and switched to a defensive posture. A layer of holy light barrier covered his body, and all his life-saving defensive skills were activated, entering the holy light system's enhanced turtle shell mode. Whoosh! With a gust of lifeblood, the Vampire King's Phantom raised its huge fist and smashed it toward Liu Qinzai. He could not avoid it. Boom! Intense lifeblood exploded in front of Liu Qinzai. Liu Qinzai was struck by the phantom of the Vampire King's fist, and the two outermost holy light barriers shattered almost instantly. The last layer of holy light armor on his body was also covered in cracks, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Pooh! In midair, Liu Qinzai could not help but groan as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Scarlet blood flew out of his orifices, making him look particularly savage. Feng Heng put away the Shrine of Bones, stepped lightly on the ground with the tip of his foot, and immediately chased after Liu Qinzai, who was sent flying. He realized that the player in front of him came from an advanced game world and was very powerful. The other party was too much of a threat to him. Even with the help of the Shrine of Bones, the Vampire King's Phantom had only broken through Liu Qinzai's outer layer of holy light defense. At the very least, he had to severely injure the other party. Feng Heng's eyes were filled with viciousness. After launching his attack in a hurry, he realized that he did not have any suitable equipment on him, so he quickly glanced at his in-game space backpack. He decided on one. A huge scepter appeared in Feng Heng's hand. The Glorious One's Guardian Scepter. At first, Feng Heng had put the scepter into his warp backpack and was planning to use it in the real world. He wanted to try to get rid of the aura of the Death Realm in the Necromancer Association and speed up the collection of necromancy energy. At that time, he hadn't had the time to take it out yet. Feng Heng held the scepter with one hand and broke through the black mist. Liu Qinzai had been severely injured, and his mind was not clear. He looked at the masked vampire approaching him and instinctively felt a sense of danger. However, his body was already in a state of multiple negative states from the impact, and he couldn't do anything to fight back. He couldn't even speak. Huh? What was that? Seeing the Holy Light System scepter in Feng Heng's hand, Liu Qinzai suspected that there was something wrong with his visual perception. He was now looking at a vampire who was good at vampire spells. Not only could the other party use the Vampire King's Phantom with undead aura to attack, but he could also swing a Holy Element scepter and smash him hard. The scene in front of him was beyond Liu Qinzai's understanding. What kind of monster was this? Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Liu Qinzai felt a huge force smashing into his chest. Crack. Bang. The outermost layer of the Holy Light Shield, which was already on the verge of collapse, exploded under the scepter's attack. Liu Qinzai felt his chest tighten as he spat out another mouthful of blood. A dent appeared on his chest as he was sent flying backward at an even faster speed. He then slammed into the rock wall behind him and fell unconscious. Boss. Captain. The members who were fighting with the Vampire Prince Joel were shocked. They immediately left the Vampire Prince and rushed over to help. Ha, holy light. Feng Heng snorted disdainfully and landed on the ground. He slammed the scepter in his hand on the ground and looked at the Federation's investigation team provocatively. Boom. The scepter was so heavy that even the ground trembled. The scepter was seized from the Bishop of the Holy Court in District 8. To be honest, it was quite useful. Never mind the attributes of the scepter, there was only one thing that had caught Feng Heng's eye: it was heavy. Heavy enough. Hard enough. The other 4 members of the Federation's investigation team were also elite players in the advanced game. Seeing that the other 4 had gone to Liu Qinzai's aid at once, Feng Heng immediately gave up the plan to pursue them. He stayed where he was and put on airs to deter the other party, giving people a feeling of unfathomability. Captain. How is he? Liu Qinzai was on the ground, unconscious. The holy light armor on his body was mostly shattered, and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable. Li Ru quickly checked on Liu Qinzai's condition and said in a low voice, "He's seriously injured and has fainted. He needs immediate treatment." The remaining 4 members of the team couldn't help but look at Feng Heng, who was not far away, with bewilderment in their hearts. Who was that person? To think he could seriously injure the captain to this extent so easily. They didn't know Feng Heng's background. At present, the team had an injured member, a mysterious and powerful enemy had appeared, and the vampire prince was eyeing them covetously from the rear. They would be at a great disadvantage if they continued to fight. After weighing the pros and cons, Vice Captain Li Ru immediately said, "The other party's background is unknown. The captain needs emergency treatment. We will retreat first." Understood. After receiving the order, one of the inspectors immediately carried the unconscious Liu Qinzai on his back. The 4 of them stayed on guard against Feng Heng and quickly retreated in the same direction. The vampire Prince Joel, who was chasing from behind, wanted to kill them all. However, considering that he had to guard the cave behind him and that his own condition was extremely bad, he couldn't really do anything to this group of Federation elites. Therefore, he pretended to chase them for some time as he gritted his teeth, and threw a dozen blood bombs at them to vent his anger. Feng Heng didn't intend to chase after them. Seeing the other party escape, he even heaved a sigh of relief. He was lucky enough to have scared them away. Chase them. If he couldn't even beat them, then what was the point of chasing? Besides, he wasn't here to cause trouble for the Federation this time. 983 bet on it. Mika, who had been staying not far from Feng Heng, was shocked. In the beginning, he had been extremely anxious, thinking about how to help the prince out of this situation. He didn't expect that Feng Heng's strength would advance by leaps and bounds after just not seeing the latter for a few days. And that move just now. There was no mistake. It was the power of the Vampire King. Therefore, Feng Heng really didn't lie to him. He was the true successor to the Vampire King. Mika was excited and walked out from behind the rock. He had just taken 2 steps forward when he noticed the Holy Light attribute scepter in Feng Heng's hand. That weapon. Something's not right. What's with the scepter in Feng Heng's hand? No matter how he looked at it, it was something from the Holy Court. Could vampires use items from the Holy Court? Mika was once again in self-doubt, and his relaxed steps became heavy again. Feng Heng saw Mika staring at the scepter in his hand suspiciously, so he simply nodded and explained, "It's the loot I got when I annihilated the Holy Court in District 8. "Oh." Mika replied, but he still found it strange. This didn't seem to be the main point, right? Joel flew down from midair and stopped in front of Feng Heng. He had also sensed that Feng Heng had used the power of the Vampire King and found it strange. Now, seeing the strange mask on Feng Heng's face, he couldn't help but be suspicious. "Who are you, Your Highness?" "He is Feng Heng." Mika took half a step forward and said. "Feng Heng?" Joel's expression and the aura around him changed abruptly as he stared at Feng Heng. "Wait, Your Highness, please listen to my explanation." Mika immediately repeated Feng Heng's explanation about the inheritance of the Vampire King to Joel. After hearing the story, Prince Joel stood still and glanced at Feng Heng from time to time, falling into deep thought. The person in front of him was the true heir to the Vampire King? Was Jianmuzi a liar? Joel had always stood firmly on Jianmuzi's side. He had never doubted the latter. But now, he didn't see how Feng Heng defeated Liu Qinzai just now, but he did sense the power of the Vampire King's phantom. Along with Mika's words, Joel's suspicion of Jianmuzi grew. Could there be a problem with Jianmuzi? After thinking about it again and again, Joel trusted Jianmuzi more from the bottom of his heart. Joel raised his head and looked at Feng Heng. "I don't know what method you used to temporarily borrow the king's power. Unless you really let me see the Vampire King's coffin with my own eyes, I won't believe your words before that." Joel's tone was hostile, but Feng Heng was pleasantly surprised. In other words, as long as he opened the game passage and let the other party see the blood coffin with his own eyes, the prince would surrender, right? Good. He had gotten the prince too. "Don't worry, you will see it soon." Feng Heng suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded, saying, "Then follow me." "Follow you? To where?" "To look for a place to set up a magic array to open a passage back to the world of the vampires, of course. Didn't you want to see it with your own eyes? It will be quick." Joel didn't expect that Feng Heng would really leave immediately. After hesitating for a while, he looked at Mika. "Mika, you go with him and tell me the result of the verification." "I will stay here." Feng Heng was surprised. He frowned and said, "It will take at least an hour to set up the magic array. The people of the Federation will soon return with reinforcements. Are you still going to stay here and wait for your death?" "HMPH, Joel snorted heavily. "Just them? We just encountered a Federation's A-level investigation team. From the information I received, There are a total of 8 A-level teams participating in this operation, as well as an even higher-ranked quasi S-level team. If they all rush over to help, then... Joel was silent. They were in big trouble. To think there were 7 more of such troublesome teams from the Federation. Fang Heng's lips curled as he thought about how to trick Joel into going with him. You're staying here to protect the cave? Joel didn't answer. The look of vigilance on his face intensified. Fang Heng took a few steps forward. Ji and Muzzy asked you to protect the cave, right? Why don't you let me go into the cave and see what he is up to? No, Joel refused immediately. In the cave was a magic array that Mr. Jian had carefully set up. Before he came, he had received an order that even if he died, he could not let the Federation invade. It was true that Fang Heng had just saved him, but he still couldn't determine the other party's identity. What if he was an enemy and destroyed Mr. Jian's plan? Joel didn't dare to take the risk. Mika pondered for a moment and was about to speak up for Fang Heng when not far away, 2 high-tier vampires flew over from the other side of the passage, turned into human form, and knelt on one knee. Your Highness, those humans haven't left? They're still at the entrance and it looks like they're trying to block the road. Hey, foolish humans. They think they can seal us like this? Joel sneered in disdain. He turned to Mika and said, keep an eye on him. Take him to another place to set up the magic array and confirm his identity. I will go and delay those humans for a while. After saying that, Joel followed the 2 high-tier vampires to provide support. Fang Heng frowned, hesitating if he should give chase. Forget it, he couldn't stop Joel even if he caught up with the latter. The other party's life-saving ability was extremely strong, so he should be able to hold on for a while. He had to quickly think of another way. In just a few minutes, only Fang Heng and Mika were left. Fang Heng looked at Mika. Mika also cast an inquiring look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng said, how long do you think Joel can hold off those humans? 10 minutes? 20 minutes? Or an hour? We won't be able to complete the magic array in such a short time. Seeing that Mika was still undecided, Fang Heng spread out his hands. At this point, why don't you bet on believing me? For the future and glory of the vampires. Fuck. Mika gritted his teeth and cursed. Fine. I will bet on it. What do you want? Take me to the cave. I want to know what Jian Muzzy is up to. Okay. There are restrictions around the cave. Follow me. Mika then led Fang Heng into the cave. On the other side of the cave, Liru quickly retreated with her injured companions and quickly assembled with the team from the Federation's operations department. Liu Qin's eye finally woke up after some emergency treatment. He tried to move his fingers, and a heart-wrenching pain came. His physical condition was terrible. Liu Qin's eye was still in shock. If it were not for the amazing defense abilities of the holy skills, he would have died at the hands of the masked vampire. That monster. Does anyone know his identity? Everyone on the team shook their heads. Captain, the 2 closest teams have came to support us. How do you feel? I am afraid I won't be able to fight for a while. Liu Qin's eye shook his head and continued. The mysterious man just now used an instant burst skill. I guess he's not that strong himself. Such a powerful skill should have a cool-down time or some other restrictions. We will block the passage and don't let them come out. Then, we will wait for reinforcements. Yes. After a discussion, the team decided to stay where they were and completely seal off the entrance of the passage with the Federation's operations department who had come with reinforcements. 984 The sacred trees seed in the depths of the cave. Fang Heng followed Mika into the cave guarded by Joel. Along the way, Fang Heng watched as Mika brought him along and evaded at least 30 restrictions of the vampire. The latter even spent some time dismantling the few that they couldn't evade. Alright, we can go in now. After removing the perceptual restriction at the entrance of the cave, Mika nodded at Fang Heng. Fang Heng sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he met Mika. If he had come alone, he would have triggered the restrictions. By then, Prince Joel would come back immediately to deal with him. Lord Marquis. More than a dozen high-tier vampire guards in the cave bowed to Mika when they saw him. Mika waved his hand, signaling the vampires to continue working. Fang Heng glanced around the cave and was pleasantly surprised. It was a large-scale central nurturing magic array. In the center of the cave, a large magic array was slowly operating. A large amount of energy from the magic arrays in the upper cavern gathered at the central magic array. The weak lifeblood in the surroundings was continuously sucked into the magic array. At the center of the magic array was a raised stone platform about half a meter above the ground, where there was an additional magic array. Under the energy absorption and conversion of the magic array, pieces of high-tier blood marrow were formed. The high-tier vampires transformed into bats and grabbed the condensed blood marrows. They flew through the black hole at the top of the cave and transported the blood marrows to the deeper part of the cave. Fang Heng frowned. He felt that the magic array was a little strange, and there was a sense of disharmony. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the bat-form vampires, asking, "This is blood marrow, right? Yes, Mecha explained. Mr. Jian has improved the magic array. After absorbing the blood of those humans, the magic array can produce blood marrow continuously. Mr. Jian asked us to bring him the completed blood marrow. Blood marrow was the currency of the vampire. It was a crystal that contained a high concentration of blood energy after being purified. Vampires could cultivate and recover quickly by absorbing the power of the blood marrow. Feng Heng took a few steps forward, squatted in front of the operating magic array, and pressed his hands on it. He poured his perception into the magic array, and a line of game hints appeared. Ding! The player's side mission has been updated. The player has discovered a broken central magic array, repaired. Please continue to explore, eh? Feng Heng let out a soft sound of surprise and raised his head to look at the stone platform in the center of the magic array. The stone platform was not a part of the magic array. It was forcefully added later on. No wonder he had felt that something was out of place. So it was the stone platform. The stone platform was new, and it should have been built not long ago. As for the magic array on it, it should have been added later on. The original configuration of the magic array had been forcibly modified by Jian Muzi, and the effect changed from the original nurturing to the forming of blood marrow. Feng Heng stared at the stone platform and suddenly had an idea. He felt as if he had caught onto something. Feng Heng turned his head and looked at Mecha behind him. Mecha, when was the stone platform and the magic array set up? Huh? Mecha was curious why Feng Heng asked that, but when he saw the latter's serious expression, he recalled carefully and answered, after we escaped from the Federation's pursuit and returned here, Mr. Jian replanned and planted the stone platform. I was involved in most of the renovation of this cave, so I have an impression of it. What about the original? Feng Heng stared at Mecha with a burning gaze. What was at the center of the magic array at the beginning? Mecha's brows furrowed. He thought for a while and said, there didn't seem to be anything. Feng Heng was surprised. No. Mecha tried to recall and said, Feng Heng, I am sure? The central area of the magic array was empty. It was just a muddy land. Mr. Jian asked us to build a stone platform on the muddy land and carve a magic array on a stone platform to form the blood marrow. Feng Heng became more puzzled. There was nothing? Wasn't this too strange? Why weren't there any? The entire magic array was used to nurture certain items. But according to Mecha, when he saw the magic array, there was nothing in the center. Was it taken away by Jian Muzi? Feng Heng muttered to himself in a low voice. He didn't think that the Vampire King had spent so much effort setting up the magic array just to form some high-tier blood marrow. That would just be a waste. A more likely guess was that Jian Muzi had discovered that he could not nurture that certain item, so he just transformed the magic array into one that refined blood marrow. Huh? Mecha heard Feng Heng's mumbling and said, I don't think so. I don't remember anything being moved away when we were clearing this area. If there's anything, it's the dried and rotten roots of the plants on the ground that were cleared away. Roots? Feng Heng's eyes lit up all of a sudden and an idea suddenly sprang to his mind. He raised his head abruptly and looked around the entire cave. Could it be? If his guess wasn't wrong. Fuck. Feng Heng stared at the magic array in front of him, his eyes full of passion. He should just give it a go. It didn't matter even if he guessed wrong. He could at least give Jian Muzi some trouble. What if he guessed right? Thinking of this, Feng Heng stood up and strode into the magic array, coming to the stone platform in the center. Decoding a magic array was difficult, but destroying it was relatively easier. This was especially true for the subsidiary vampire magic array before him. It had been set up in a hurry, and there was no proper protection at all. Feng Heng took out the Glorious One's guardian scepter behind him, raised his hand, and smashed it at the stone platform. Thump! With a loud bang, golden light exploded, and the entire stone platform was smashed into pieces by the scepter. The central magic array lost its effect. Mecha was shocked. What was going on? Why did he make a move so suddenly? The other vampires were shocked as well. They all stopped in their tracks and looked at Feng Heng and Mecha in the center of the cave. Feng Heng, you! For a moment, Mecha's trust in Feng Heng wavered. Frowning, Feng Heng picked up the scepter in his hand again and swept away the stone debris on the ground, revealing the mud under the stone platform. He covered the top of the scepter with a layer of blood blades, and the originally heavy top of the scepter instantly became extremely sharp. Then, he used the scepter as a shovel and dug a hole in the soil, searching for something in the hole. Feng Heng, what are you looking for? After the initial shock, Mecha immediately caught up with Feng Heng and checked with him. He found it. There was something. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He could feel that the scepter had hit something hard, so he immediately dropped the scepter, squatted, and dug deep into the soil with both hands. There were still many dried roots and stones left in the mud. All of a sudden, Feng Heng's heart moved and he felt that his fingers groping in the mud had found a rough, oval-shaped, shriveled ball. Then, a game hint appeared on his retina. Ding. The player has discovered a special item, unknown. Ding. It has been detected that the player is bound to the ancient Anjita's tree. The player has successfully identified the special item. Ding. The player has discovered a special unknown item, an unknown seed of the sacred tree. Damaged ineffective. 985 activation. Ding. The player's region side mission has been updated. The origin of the vampires. Mission. The origin of the vampires. Mission description. You have discovered the secret of the vampire's fusion magic array. You have discovered an unknown seed of the sacred tree. Please try to continue exploring. Mission requirement. Feng Heng was extremely excited when he saw the game hints. He had guessed right. The magic array in the cave was used to grow the sacred tree of Anjitas. No wonder he felt a strange sense of familiarity when he first saw this cave. This place was very similar to the Anjita's cave back in the prison. Feng Heng grabbed the seed of the sacred tree and observed it in his palm. The seed looked completely dried up, and there were cracks on its body. It looked like it had been largely damaged. This can't do. He couldn't see the game hints and thus couldn't determine the seed's status. Feng Heng, what's this? Mika was puzzled and looked at the black shriveled ball in Feng Heng's palm. The seed of Anjitas, Feng Heng said. What? Anjitas? Mika's expression changed. Why is it here? The ancestors of the vampire once nurtured Anjitas here. I don't know what happened exactly, but I guess that the Anjitas in our world may be the improved version, or it may be a weakened version. Feng Heng looked at Mika and nodded. Help me look for the seeds. Alright. Mika agreed and started to search the hole with Feng Heng. The two searched for less than a minute and dug out more than 20 seeds from the mud. Feng Heng was certain that if they continued to explore and excavate, there should be more seeds in the deeper areas. He had the seeds, but how was he going to use them? Feng Heng stopped searching and tried to it on the spot. The seeds could be placed in the in-game warp backpack, and 5 seeds could be stacked on top of each other in one slot. He had to return to the game and try to see the specific attributes of the seeds in hopes of getting some clues. Mika was still trying to find the seeds. When he saw Feng Heng standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did you find something else? Wait for me here. I am going back to the world of the vampires." What? Under Mika's surprised gaze, a blood-red magic array appeared under Feng Heng's feet. The rich lifeblood rose and wrapped Feng Heng in the center. Suddenly, the magic array disappeared, and Feng Heng also disappeared from where he was. This. Mika stood rooted to the ground, his eyes flashing with surprise as he mumbled to himself, he can enter the world of the vampires at any time. The Vampire King. He really is the king. Zombie Apocalypse District 8. As soon as he opened his eyes, Feng Heng immediately took out the dried seeds from his warp backpack. Lines of game hints appeared on his retina. Item: the unknown seed of the sacred tree, damaged ineffective. Description: triggered by being bound to Anjitas, the seed of an unknown sacred tree, a fusion of blood and the power of a curse. It has lost its ability after being left there for too long. Description: triggered by being bound to the Vampire King's coffin, due to the long period, the energy in the seed has been completely lost. Players can use the Vampire King's coffin to awaken the damaged seed of the sacred tree by injecting energy into it. After the successful awakening, there is a chance that the seed will recover its energy. The hints had arrived. The key to solving this mystery lay in the Vampire King's coffin. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and looked at Hayes. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" "Get someone to set up the magic array first. I will open the passage to the real world later. There's also something else." With the mentality of giving it a try, Feng Heng spread out his hands and showed the seed of Anjitas to Hayes. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Hayes observed for a moment and nodded in confusion as he said, "It looks like some kind of fruit. I have never seen this kind of fruit before. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty." "It might be related to Anjitas." "Forget it, it's normal that you don't know it. Come with me." Yes, Hayes immediately accompanied Feng Heng back to the cave of the sacred tree in Anjitas in the zombie apocalypse. "Your Majesty." In the cave, more than 20 high-tier vampires that were guarding the place knelt on one knee to Feng Heng upon seeing him. Feng Heng raised his hand and motioned for the vampires to stand up. He then shifted his gaze to the center of the cave. In front of the sacred tree of Anjitas, the Vampire King's coffin was emitting a strange red light. "What should I do?" Feng Heng muttered to himself in a low voice. He walked straight to the Vampire King's coffin and reached out to open the coffin board. He had just touched the Vampire King's coffin when several game hints flashed across his retina. Ding! It has been detected that the player is carrying an unknown seed of the sacred tree. Ding! The player has discovered the seed of the sacred tree. The hidden conditions have been met. The Vampire King coffin's hidden skills, curse suppression and blood awakening have been activated. The effects were so fast. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat and he immediately opened the skill query. Item: Vampire King's Coffin. Tier: Ancient Wonder. When placed in any world, it can greatly improve the adaptability of the vampires in that world, and improve the world rating. Description: a coffin created after the birth of the Vampire King by fusing with the initial source of life. It possesses great power. Additional Skill 1, King's After Images. Additional Skill 2, Slumber, bound to player Feng Heng. Passive effect. Additional Skill 3, Bloodline. Additional Skill 4, King's Will, activated. Passive effect. Additional Skill 5? Not activated, can be activated through missions or by mastering certain academic skills. Additional Skill 6, Curse Suppression, newly activated. Skill description: there is a powerful initial source of life left in the coffin. This source of life can temporarily suppress the curse in the vampires' bodies. They need to enter the coffin and enter hibernation mode for at least 24 hours. Additional Skill 7, Blood Awakening, newly activated. Skill description: the initial source of life in the coffin has been integrated with the power of the vampires. By consuming blood, the blood coffin can awaken weapons, including equipment and a small number of special items. The higher the target's tier, the higher the blood tier and amount required. After the awakening, the equipment item has a chance to obtain additional attribute bonuses. Vampire attribute items have a high success rate. If the awakened item has an opposing relationship with the vampires, the failure rate is extremely high and there is a chance that it will be damaged after the failure. Ding! It has been detected that the unknown seed in the player's backpack has 100% compatibility with the Vampire King's Coffin skill, Blood Awakening, skills 6 and 7. Feng Heng read the two new skill descriptions back and forth, and his breathing unconsciously became heavy. Without a doubt, these two skills were extremely useful to him. Hidden Skill 6 could suppress the curse in the vampires' bodies. The specific effects were still unclear, but he could let Duke Bellamy try it out later. Perhaps this skill wouldn't increase his current combat power by much, but at this stage, if the news of him having a way to suppress the curse was known to the vampires, Feng Heng had a premonition that his reputation and influence in the worlds of the vampires would rise rapidly. He could even use this as a threat to convince all vampires to work for him. 986 Restoration. Didn't the Prince of District 9, Carl, want proof? If Bellamy's test proved that the coffin could suppress the vampire's curse, then it would be the most powerful proof. He could just let Carl try it out himself. Once he was able to convince Prince Carl to work for him, Feng Heng became excited. No wonder Jian Muzzy didn't dare to bluff the vampires that he had obtained the king's coffin. It turned the coffin had such an additional effect. As for Hidden Skill 7, Feng Heng carefully read the skill description twice and had some understanding in his heart. It should be similar to the enchantment ability in the game. By awakening weapons, equipment, or items with blood, the coffin could enchant the target, giving it an additional skill. Of course, there was also a chance of failure for blood awakening. The more compatible an item was with the vampires, the higher the success rate. If it was holy element equipment, the success rate of blood awakening would be very low, and there was also the risk of the equipment being damaged. Similarly, according to the tier of the enchanted equipment, the higher the tier of the equipment, the more blood would be consumed to awaken it. Coincidentally, Feng Heng had asked Hayes to collect blood from various game worlds to upgrade his vampire bloodline tier. During this period, the vampires had cleaned up a few disobedient clans in the worlds of the vampires, so they should have collected a lot of blood. Feng Heng already had a plan in mind. He turned to look at Hayes and asked, "Hayes, how much blood do we have now?" Hayes pointed at the blood pools beside the cave and replied, "The runes at the bottom of the coffin are still being studied. We've temporarily stored the blood we've collected in the blood pools we've opened up. Currently, less than 3.5 blood pools have been filled, and the concentration of blood in the blood pools has reached tier 37. Feng Heng nodded. Energy concentration was a concept for the blood of the vampires. They could use a secret method to refine their blood. However, refining was time-consuming and laborious. Under normal circumstances, it was already very difficult to refine the blood to even tier 20. Only the elders had the ability to continue refining with the help of Angitas. The peak was tier 50 for blood refined by the highest tier Angitas. In contrast, the Vampire King's coffin could refine the blood to a maximum of tier 100. Inject the blood. Yes. Hayes's expression turned serious. He immediately called for the high-tier vampires in the cave to transfer the blood into the coffin. Kai. As soon as the blood was poured into the coffin, a sizzling sound was heard. Immediately after, greenish-gray smoke rose from the inside of the coffin. Feng Heng lowered his head and looked into the coffin carefully. Grayish-black impurities that could be seen with the naked eye floated from the blood to the top layer. Following that, they ignited and were instantly burned to ashes. A bucket of bloody water was poured in and immediately reduced to 1/10 of its original amount. This was only the beginning. The blood water was still sizzling, vaporizing, and condensing. Feng Heng didn't have time to wait for the blood to be completely refined. He threw the 5 seeds into the blood pool directly. Ding! The current blood quality tier in the blood pool is level 52 and the energy contained is 14,817. 78,216 points of blood energy are required to awaken the unknown seed. Frowning, Feng Heng turned around and shouted, "Hurry up! Increase the speed." "Yes, Your Majesty." The vampires in the cave immediately picked up their pace and moved buckets of blood from the blood pool to the inside of the coffin. In the blood pool, the originally dark seeds gradually absorbed the blood, and a layer of dark red light gradually attached to their surface. After waiting for a full 10 minutes, the 3 blood pools had been emptied by the vampires. The seeds had absorbed most of the blood that had evaporated from the coffins, leaving only a shallow layer of about 2 centimeters. After absorbing a large amount of blood, the seeds became round and full, emitting a blood-like dark red. They seemed to be full of blood as they floated from the bottom to the surface of the blood. "Is it done?" Feng Heng was puzzled and tried to reach out to touch it. Bang! Bang! Feng Heng had just raised his hand when 3 soft explosions sounded in the coffin. 3 seeds had exploded in the coffin. Before Feng Heng could react, the remains of the exploded seeds were burned to ashes by the remaining high-concentration blood in the coffin. At the same time, a game hint flashed on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player has successfully awakened the unknown seeds. Failure x3, success x2. The player has received 2 pieces damaged seed, awakened, item, damaged unknown seed, description. This seed may have undergone some improvements and catalysis. It needs to be infused with a special energy to germinate, description. After the awakening through blood, the seed has awakened its internal energy. However, it has been damaged and may not be able to grow, description. The seed has been damaged and may not be able to grow, description. The seed is flawed and its growth is unstable. Feng Heng glanced at the hints on the seeds and frowned. Out of 5 seeds, only 2 had been awakened, and there were so many hints of the seed's unstable growth in their description. No matter how he looked at it, the success rate of the subsequent catalytic growth was not too high. "You don't have to stay here. Go and set up the teleportation magic array first," Feng Heng said to the rest of the vampires and put the 2 seeds into his backpack. Then, he returned to the real world in a hurry. Feng Heng, this. When Mika saw Feng Heng appearing in front of him again, he opened his mouth and was about to ask a question. "Trust me, we will talk later." Feng Heng raised his hand to signal Mika not to say anything. He took out the seed from his backpack and carefully placed it in the soil in the center of the magic array. He covered the top with 2 layers and then came out. Then, he stood outside the magic array and observed the changes with Mika. Mika saw Feng Heng's serious expression. Although he was very confused, he didn't disturb him. Feng Heng squatted and pressed his hands on the magic array again, sensing its structure. After a while, he opened his eyes again, revealing a touch of excitement. "No problem, it can be repaired." Ji and Muzzy had probably not expected that he would be able to snatch the Vampire King's coffin. As such, after the incident, the other party could only choose to modify the magic array. Due to the lack of time, the modifications the other party made to the magic array were simple and crude and the efficiency of the magic array was very low. "Mika," Feng Heng turned his head and said, "I need your help. Let's restore the original structure of the magic array. The sooner, the better." Alright, Mika had 10,000 questions in his heart, but since they had came to this point, he chose to believe in Feng Heng and agreed immediately. The 2 immediately worked together to restore the magic array to its original state. Mika had participated in the initial modification of the magic array, and Feng Heng had long since integrated all the structures of the magic array into his memory. Therefore, the 2 of them were very efficient in the modification. In less than 5 minutes, the magic array was restored. Feng Heng stood in front of the magic array and took a deep breath. Whether he could succeed or not would depend on this. 987 fruit. Feng Heng squatted and pressed his hands on the magic array, pouring his spiritual power into it. Whoosh! Red light swirled, and the magic array that had stopped moving started to work again. Mika stared at the magic circle, feeling a little nervous. Ka, ka, ka. As the magic array was activated, the ground of the cave began to shake. Why was the reaction so strong? Mika became increasingly uneasy. He asked in a low voice, "Feng Heng, will there be any problems?" "No." After the activation of the magic array, Feng Heng immediately retracted his hand, stood up again, and retreated a few steps with Mika. Feng Heng stared at the center of the magic array. He knew very well that the 3 central magic arrays in the underground cave were all connected. The efficiency of the magic array that had been modified by Ji and Muzzy to form blood marrow was not high, so part of the energy was accumulated inside the magic array. Now that Feng Heng had restored the magic array, activating the seed would consume a large amount of energy. The remaining energy in the other 2 related magic arrays would thus be injected into the master array continuously. Eh? This. Suddenly, Mika couldn't help but gasp. He was surprised to find that, under the activation of the magic array, a tiny seedling had actually emerged from the soil in the central region. The tiny seedling seemed to possess an extremely powerful vitality. Under the support of the blood-colored magic array, it grew and sprouted at an extremely fast speed. The sapling grew into a tree trunk that quickly grew to half a meter. Dense branches and leaves extended from the trunk. A bright red fruit grew out of a branch. The fruit grew bigger and bigger until it was the size of a fist. Another fruit also began to grow from another branch. That's... Fang Heng was also shocked. He stared at the two red fruits and frowned. What was going on? Isn't his the seed of Angitas? Why would it bear fruit? Did he make a mistake? All of a sudden, Fang Heng's heart moved, and the magic array that had been moving slowly suddenly darkened. Mika turned his head to look at Fang Heng and asked anxiously, Fang Heng? What's wrong? Is there a problem with the magic array? No, the energy that the magic array absorbed previously has been completely consumed. Now that the magic array is operating normally, it will need more energy to fully nourish the fruit. Oh, so that's how it is. Then that fruit. We can't wait. Fang Heng couldn't wait for the second fruit to finish growing. He immediately walked to the sapling in the center of the magic array. After observing the sapling for a while, Fang Heng squatted immediately and gently pushed away the soil below. In the soil, one of the seeds had successfully sprouted and grown leaves. The remaining seed was still covered in a thin layer of red light, but its surface had completely cracked. It seemed that the seed had been so damaged to the point that it could not germinate. Fang Heng put away the exploded seed and shifted his gaze to the newly grown sapling. A sapling that was more than half a meter tall was a huge difference compared to Anjita's. The most important thing was that Fang Heng couldn't sense the violent lifeblood fluctuations like that of Anjita's from the sapling. Instead, it exuded an extremely exuberant vitality. Fang Heng was puzzled. He reached out his hand carefully and touched the fruit that had not fully grown. Unexpectedly, the moment he touched it, the fruit fell off the branch. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, and he grabbed the fruit in his hand. Lines of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has received an unknown fruit. Item: unknown fruit. Description: a fruit born from an unknown seed of the sacred tree. The fruit contains powerful vitality. Due to the flaws of the seed itself, the effect of the fruit is greatly reduced. Description: this fruit has not fully matured. Its effects are thus weakened. Effect 1: the fruit contains a strong vitality. Consuming it will remove most negative effects. After consuming it, the consumer will recover 30% of his maximum health point per second for 20 seconds and gain the effect of limb regeneration. Effect 2: only effective for non-player vampires. Effect 3: only effective for non-player vampires. Additional description: the power contained in the fruit is slowly dissipating. After 24 hours, the effect will be reduced by 30%. After 48 hours, the effect will be reduced by 60%. After 72 hours, the fruit will be completely ineffective. An unknown fruit. Fang Heng muttered to himself. Only one attribute in the description was effective for both vampires and players, while the other two were unknown attributes for non-player vampires. The only effect was not bad. Removing negative effects, 10% maximum health point recovery per second, plus limb regeneration. Fang Heng couldn't help but wonder, can Anchitas bear fruit too? I've never heard of it either. Mika walked to Fang Heng's side and swallowed his saliva as he spoke, staring at the fruit in the latter's hand with a burning gaze. He could feel the powerful vitality and part of the lifeblood power contained in the fruit. This was an instinct that came from his bloodline. To him, the fruit would be of great benefit. Fang Heng saw Mika's gaze and frowned, asking, "Do you want to try this fruit?" "Yes." "Are you sure? This fruit might be very dangerous." The fruit's attributes had limited effects on players, but it had 2 unknown effects on vampires. However, there were risks. Mika nodded his head quickly. "Fang Heng, I am sure. I can feel that this thing will be of great help to me. Eat." Fang Heng immediately handed the fruit over. He was undead, so the recovery ability of the fruit was just the icing on the cake. "All right." Mika didn't pretend to be courteous. He took the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. The red fruit immediately turned into juice the moment it entered his mouth, flowing down his throat. Mika's pupils contracted. The liquid turned into a ball of fire and merged into his limbs and bones. Mika could feel the blood in his body boiling. Whoosh! Mika couldn't help but take a few steps back, berserk lifeblood flowing out of his body. At the same time, a layer of burning lifeblood appeared on his body. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. He could feel Mika's lifeblood power rising rapidly. After a full minute, the burning lifeblood on Mika gradually died down, and the lifeblood that was spreading uncontrollably from his body also stopped. Mika raised his head, his eyes still bloodshot. "Ho!" Mika let out a heavy breath. He turned around and looked at Feng Heng with a solemn expression. Then, he knelt on one knee. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Mika was extremely excited. He had successfully advanced. After consuming the unknown fruit, he had successfully improved himself from a vampire marquis to a duke. An ordinary marquis might not even be able to become a duke after thousands of years of hard work, but he did it after eating just one fruit. 988 split up. Not only that, but even the curse in his body was completely suppressed. At the marquis tier, the effects of the curse punishment that the vampires faced were not obvious. Even so, after the curse in his body was temporarily suppressed, Mika felt more relaxed than ever. To remove the curse and tear up, other than the vampire king, who else could have achieved these two things? Mika was now 100% sure that Feng Heng was the vampire king's successor. There was no mistake about this. "You've completed your advancement?" Feng Heng was also very surprised. He could feel Mika's strength had increased by a lot, so he kept his eyes on the ladder. The fruit's effect was actually this strong? "Yes, Your Majesty." "Not only that, but the curse in my body has also been temporarily suppressed," Mika said and tried to sense it. "I just don't know how long the suppression effect will last." "I see." Feng Heng nodded and reached out to pick the other fully grown fruit from the sapling. "So the two additional effects of the fruit were temporary curse suppression and ability enhancement?" A vampire marquis could temporarily suppress the curse and even become a duke after taking an unripe fruit. "What about the prince?" Feng Heng couldn't help but feel excited. He looked at Mika and said in a low voice, "Let's go and find Joel." "Yes, Your Majesty." Mika's face turned serious. He stood up immediately and rushed towards where Joel was with Feng Heng. Feng Heng and Mika dashed forward side by side. He thought for a moment and asked, "Mika, I have another question." "Your Majesty, please speak." "Where's Jian Muzzy? Why haven't we seen him? What is he doing?" Sigh. Mika sighed. "After we repelled the Federation's pursuers, the remaining vampires followed Mr. Jian to the cave. Mr. Jian set up a special coffin in the cave to perfectly merge with the king's remains." Mika couldn't help but glance at Feng Heng as he said this. According to Mr. Jian, the fusion of the king's remains requires a large amount of blood marrow. It wasn't that difficult at first, but the vampires failed to invade the real world and Mr. Jian thus lost the ability to return to the game world. Oh. So he was to blame for this too, huh? Feng Heng thought for a while and found that that was indeed the case. After all, not everyone could travel between the game and the real world as conveniently as he did. So, Mr. Jian hoped to collect the blood marrow with the help of the Federation. However, the Federation agreed on the surface but delayed it in secret. Later, Mr. Jian got the news that the Federation might not be able to withstand the pressure from the outside world and wanted to harm him to seize the king's remains. As such, Mr. Jian went all out. He modified the magic array in the cave and set up a trap to lure the Federation into the cave. He hoped to use the power of the magic array in the cave to deal with the Federation. He wanted to absorb the blood and condense the blood marrow as soon as possible so that his body could completely merge with the Vampire King's remains. Feng Heng couldn't help sighing after listening to Mika's account of the whole incident. So that's how it is. The cave is a trap. Jian Muzzy used himself as bait. Isn't he afraid that things go out of control? Jian Muzzy was really ruthless. To think he plunged headfirst into danger for that sliver of hope. Needless to say, if he had not been called over by Zhong Heiwei, Jian Muzzy might have really succeeded. However, if it were Feng Heng, he would most likely find a place to hide. After all, Feng Heng was afraid of death. Blood marrow and everything else could be taken slowly. Why did he have to work so hard? Jian Muzzy is still in slumber? It should be. Mika looked at Feng Heng as he spoke. He suddenly recalled that Feng Heng had restored the magic array and extracted the remaining energy from it. With this, the three central magic arrays would not be able to continue to form blood marrow for Jian Muzzy in a short time. Jian Muzzy had unknowingly been cheated by the king again. Mika was very convinced of Feng Heng's abilities. Your Majesty, is this part of your plan too? Feng Heng remained silent for a while and gave Mika an unfathomable look. Your Majesty is wise. Feng Heng lowered his head and pondered. So now, Jian Muzzy should still be in a dormant state. Jian Muzzy's ability to fuse with the remains of the Vampire King seemed quite strange, and since he dared to fall out with the Federation, he most likely had a backup plan. There was still a risk of rushing over to deal with the other party now. To play it safe, it was better to think of a way to convince the prince to pledge his loyalty. With the help of the Vampire Prince, he would be more confident in reasoning with Jian Muzzy. As for whether he could convince the prince to pledge his loyalty, it would depend on the fruit in his hand. No, just the fruit alone might not be enough. He also had to ensure that the teleportation passage was open. After all, he had to bring them all back to the world of the vampires. Just like playing a game, one had to get the guaranteed reward first before considering how to get more. Feng Heng thought for a while and said, Mika, let's split up. You go find Joel, and I will go get the materials for the Magickery. Somewhere in the underground cave, Prince Joel was running forward. Behind him, the two A-level inspection teams of the Federation were pestering him. The distance between the two parties was rapidly shrinking. Joel's heart gradually sank to the bottom of his stomach. In the beginning, he was still able to suppress the injured Federal team and bombard them from a distance to vent his anger. However, the Second Federation's investigation team soon arrived, and Joel immediately fell into a huge disadvantage. With the idea of stalling for time, Joel originally wanted to go in circles in the cave. He did not expect that just as he started to do so, a third inspection team would rush over to join the battlefield. This time, Joel was finally sure that the Federation had indeed sent a large number of elites into the cave to participate in the operation. Fang Heng had not lied to him about this. What was worse was that Jian Muzzy showed no signs of waking up. Was the hope of the vampires really going to die here? Joel's eyes flashed with a touch of despair. Whoosh! 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 Two black afterimages came from both sides of Joel's body, trying to wrap around him. Joel's expression was grave. This black aura was extremely difficult to deal with, and he had already suffered quite a bit before. Without a choice, Joel was forced to stop and turn around. He abruptly clapped his hands together. Boom! 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 The lifeblood that flowed out of his body caused the shadow to explode and collapse. After being delayed for a moment, the 10 high-tier elites of the Federation caught up and formed a circle around Joel. Facing the vampire prince, even if the other party were already at the end of their rope, the Federation people didn't dare to be careless. A middle-aged man from the Federation's team chuckled as he cupped his fists at Joel and said, "Prince, don't run. You know you can't escape. Why don't we be more straightforward? Everyone will be more relaxed. How about it?" "Shut up." Joel's eyes widened in anger. He suddenly turned his head to the right and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he formed a vampire spell seal in his hands. Whoosh! The blood in the air condensed into a long and narrow blade, slashing toward the players in front of him. "Be careful." The 3 teams blocking Joel's right immediately scattered and dodged. 989 Curse Suppression Boom. The blood sword's blade struck the rock wall with an explosive sound, followed by an explosion of lifeblood. Taking advantage of the lifeblood blocking the player's vision, Joel frantically fled to the side. When had a prince of the vampires ever been in such a miserable state? Joel's heart was filled with hatred, but he was still blocked by the 2 players in front of him. Hee, Prince, where do you want to go?" Joel's face sank. Without replying, he pushed forward with both hands. 2 lifeblood bombs condensed and smashed toward the 2 players. The 2 were already prepared. They worked together to form a yellow barrier in front of them. Boom! The barrier completely blocked the bomb. Seeing that all his moves had failed, Joel felt even more despair. He was on the verge of death after the long and fierce battle, but now, even 2 humans could stop him easily. The 2 players also noticed that Joel's strength had dropped significantly. Just as they were about to taunt Joel to anger him, they suddenly felt a strong sense of danger behind them. "Be careful." The 2 of them immediately turned around. What was going on? More than 10 blood-red bombs were flying toward them. The 2 of them immediately formed a yellow barrier in front of them. Boom! 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 More than a dozen blood-red bombs continuously hit the barrier and exploded. The 2 frowned and tried their best to resist. Joel was shocked, thinking that the reinforcements had arrived. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Joel immediately ran from the 2 Federation players and dashed forward. When he took a closer look, he saw a vampire in the distance coming to his aid. Joel was shocked when he saw the vampire's appearance clearly. "Mika? Why are you here?" Joel was about to ask when his pupils suddenly contracted and he stared at Mika. How could this be? In less than half an hour, Mika's lifeblood power was extremely condensed. Also, was he the one who fired the dozens of blood bombs just now? Even Joel didn't dare to squander the remaining lifeblood in his body like this. Suddenly, Joel realized something and was pleasantly surprised. "You've become a duke?" The situation was extremely critical, and the vampires were in a life-and-death crisis. Mika's advancement was great news. Yes, Mika rushed to Joel's side as his heart bubbled with excitement, thanks to the king. Joel was stunned. "The king? You mean Fang Heng?" Mika handed a red fruit to Joel. "Yes, I advanced after consuming the fruit nurtured by the king. This is the fruit the king prepared for you." Joel's expression changed again. He could feel the strong lifeblood and vitality in the fruit Mika was holding, and he had the urge to swallow it. But hearing Fang Heng's name, Joel still had a trace of hesitation. He had always believed in Jian Muzzy without a doubt. Mika glanced at the people from the Federation who were chasing after them and urged, "Your Highness, it's too late. Hurry." In the face of danger, Joel made up his mind, took the red fruit from Mecha's hand, and swallowed it. Boom. The moment the liquid entered his stomach, a violent heat flow exploded and spread to his limbs and bones. Joel's eyes were wide open, and a scarlet color gradually appeared in them. Lifeblood power actually filled every corner of his body in less than a second. Joel felt that his strength had recovered to an unprecedented peak state. In fact, he was still getting stronger. The lifeblood in his body churned, and the violent heat flow seemed to be tearing him apart. The blood vessels under Joel's skin burst one after another, making him look like a bloody man. Roar. Joel could no longer suppress the churning of his lifeblood in his body. He raised his head and let out a long howl. A wave of lifeblood energy burst out from the surface of Joel's body and spread out. Joel let out a long howl. He had never felt so carefree. He found that the heavy feeling that had been pressing down on his body had disappeared. Was it the curse? Joel couldn't help but lower his head and look at his hands. Incomparable shock rose in his heart. Did the curse disappear? Quickly closing his eyes to examine the flow of lifeblood in his body, Joel discovered that the curse in his body had not completely disappeared, but was temporarily suppressed by a strong vitality. Joel opened his eyes once more and looked up at the Federation players who were rushing over from all directions. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, hee hee. Fang Heng. The successor of the king, huh? The two teams of elite players from the Federation didn't get too close. They all looked at Joel vigilantly. They realized that his aura had changed. The lifeblood that was coming from his body had become very strong. What kind of vampire secret technique did Joel use? Be careful, there's something wrong with him, damn it, it must be Jianmuzi's doing. Whoosh. Joel's figure became a little illusionary in the air. The illusionary figure split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In the span of a few breaths, a total of 16 vampire Prince Joels appeared in front of everyone. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 16 Joels turned into 16 blood shadows at the same time and darted toward the surrounding players. Careful. A player shouted. Whoosh. Joel's afterimage appeared behind a player. His blood-red claws swung out, drawing a line of dark red. Boom. The player was unable to react in time and was blasted away by the blood shadow's claw. A huge tear appeared on the player's back, and at the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Ha 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 ha. He felt so relaxed. After breaking free from the curse's effects, Joel felt that the strength in his body seemed to be endless. The blood shadow flew forward again, chasing after the unlucky Federation player. In contrast, the players of the Federation were all shocked. To think the Vampire Prince's ability had been greatly improved in a short time. The 16 blood shadows suppressed everyone and crushed them fiercely. In just a few seconds, 2 players of the Federation's investigation team A were beaten into a state of near death. What had happened? The players felt that they were almost insane. The prince was the peak combat strength in elementary games but would be greatly weakened in the real world. In theory, 2 A-level teams of the Federation should be enough to deal with him. However, Prince Joel had actually exploded with more tyrannical power than in the game. What did Jianmuzi do to the vampires? Use Holy Judgment. Quickly retreat. The 2 team captains noticed that Joel's situation was not right. They immediately made a judgment and shouted for everyone to retreat immediately. One of the players took out an ancient scroll from his backpack. He gritted his teeth, poured his mental strength into the scroll, and threw it into the air. Whoosh! A dazzling light burst out from the scroll. The light became increasingly brilliant. It was like the sun, lighting up the entire cave as if it was daytime. The piercing light made Prince Joel and the other blood shadows turn their heads to avoid it. By the time the light faded and Joel's vision returned, the Federation players had already retreated far away. 990 deceiving too hee hee. Ha ha ha. Joel didn't pursue the fleeing humans. His 16 afterimages laughed wildly at the same time. This felt so good. Now that he had finally been temporarily released from the curse that had been plaguing him for thousands of years, Prince Joel felt more relaxed than he had ever been. This group of humans. After laughing, the 16 afterimages turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction where the Federation players were escaping. Weren't you having a good time chasing me just now? It was time for them to pay the price. Joel was just about to catch up with them and leave an unforgettable memory for the humans when Duke Mecha came to his side and knelt on one knee. Your Highness. Joel frowned and stopped in his tracks. Speak. The king has ordered that the humans are not our most important enemy now. He has asked that you not pursue them. We should return to protect the passage to the world of the vampires. Fang Heng, the vampire king. Hearing Mecha's words, Joel was silent and thought for a moment. The fruit just now. Was this the proof that he was king? The image of Jianmuzi in Joel's heart began to collapse. Mecha struck while the iron was hot and continued, Your Highness, We followed Jianmuzi for so long and didn't get any benefits. In my opinion, it's easy to see who's real and who's fake. Yes. Indeed, the truth was right before his eyes. At this point, Joel had already believed most of Fang Heng's words. Jianmuzi was a liar. How hateful. To think he had been deceived by the other party for so long. Joel unconsciously clenched his fists and asked in a deep voice, "Where is the king now?" "We just separated. He was worried that you would be in danger and asked me to bring the fruit to save you. His Majesty has gone ahead to find the materials for the magic array. Once he has found the materials, he will meet us at the teleportation passage's magic array location." Joel nodded. "All right, I will go with you. Tell me in detail what happened just now." "Yes." The two of them immediately transformed into their bat forms and flew into the cave. On the upper level of the cave, not long after Zhang Heiwei and Fang Heng split up, the teleportation passage was soon opened again. Yaoi Iwa, who was in charge of commanding the small team, put all his attention on the vampire. After learning that Fang Heng had gone missing, he didn't have much of a reaction. He simply led the follow-up reinforcements to explore the lower level of the passage. While no one was paying attention, Zhang Heiwei immediately asked for special materials for the magic array in the name of research. After more than half an hour, the Federation's logistics team arrived with the materials and supplies. Just as Zhang Heiwei was mulling over how to transfer the resources to Fang Heng, a red light flickered in the transportation passage at the edge of the cave. "Fang Heng?" Fang Heng walked out of the teleportation passage and glanced at the team from the Federation who was still analyzing and studying the magic array. He nodded to Zhang Heiwei, walked over quickly, and asked in a low voice, "How is it? Did you get everything?" "Yes, you're here at the right time. The supplies have just arrived." Zhang Heiwei couldn't help but feel a little uneasy about Fang Heng's actions under the eyes of the 12 corporations. He pulled Fang Heng to the side and asked in a low voice, "How's the situation over there? Did you manage to deceive the vampires?" Fang Heng thought to himself, how can this be called deceiving? Did he always give others the impression that he was a liar? But time was of the essence and Fang Heng had no time to argue with Zhang Heiwei. He said simply, "I have stabilized the situation with the vampires and they're preparing to set up a magic array to return to the game world. Let's speed up. Can you really handle it? There will be fluctuations when the passage is opened, so we must be prepared." Zhang Heiwei laughed bitterly in his heart. Sometimes, he would suddenly feel that Fang Heng was more dangerous than Jianmuzi. To think the former would attempt to forcefully open a teleportation passage in such a tense situation. "I know. This area can cover part of the aura. Moreover, the passage I open will be very small, so the fluctuation won't be that big. Besides, we still have Jianmuzi to take the blame." Fang Heng had already found a good target to push the blame on. He asked anxiously, "Where are the supplies?" "It's fine as long as you know what you're doing. Follow me." Fang Heng followed Zhang Heiwei to the side where the pile of supplies was left. Zhang Heiwei was very cautious. To avoid being discovered, he had deliberately asked for a lot of unnecessary materials and supplies. Fang Heng immediately squatted to check. There were not many materials needed to set up the magic array. The two quickly sorted out those they needed to construct the magic array and put them into 2 large sacks. They did not care if they looked good or not. They simply carried the 2 large sacks full of materials and jumped into the teleportation passage. A few soldiers from the operation department of the Federation did not pay much attention to their actions. They thought that the two of them were just doing all of it to study the magic array. After returning to the lower level of the cave, Fang Heng led Zhang Heiwei to a hidden corner of the cave through a passage. On the way, Fang Heng and Zhang Heiwei saw several Federation combat squads fighting with the vampires. The two of them remained silent as they carefully walked past. Very quickly, Fang Heng brought Zhang Heiwei to a hidden cave. As soon as he stepped into the cave, Zhang Heiwei suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill on his back. An extremely cold aura spread from the tip of his toes to his body. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his body was frozen in place. "Fang Heng, you're here." Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat when he heard the familiar voice. He turned his head and looked to the side. The vampire prince. Loeb. On the other side, Prince Joel also flew over. The 2 vampire princes stood in front of Fang Heng at the same time, sizing him up. Princes. Those were vampire princes. Zhang Heiwei was shocked. He knew that there might be a prince in the cave, but he didn't expect to see 2 princes standing face to face in front of him. Zhang Heiwei's body was stiff and his legs were weak. The final boss in the elementary game world. There were 2 of them here. Just the difference in tier was enough to make Zhang Heiwei break out in a cold sweat. He turned his head to look at Fang Heng carefully. This time, it was a big deal. To think Fang Heng was so bold that he even dared to lie to the princes. If they were accidentally discovered and the princes were angered. Oh no, Did he follow Fang Heng here to die this time? Fang Heng was overjoyed to see Prince Loeb, and a smile appeared on his face. That's great. He didn't expect Mika to find Loeb as well. If he could trick the two princes back, he would have 3 vampire princes in addition to the Prince of District 9, Carl. This powerful combat strength. As long as he didn't seek death and acted greedily by making a move in the real world like Jian Muzzy, it wouldn't be a dream for him to be dominant in the low-tier game worlds. Fang Heng gave Mika a well-done look and nodded to Loeb with a smile. Loeb, it's been a long time. You don't look good. 991 Verify. Loeb was different from Joel. His impression of Jian Muzzy was very ordinary. However, at this moment, Loeb's expression was serious and he did not seem to be joking as he said, Fang Heng, I've heard about your matters from Mika. Between you and Jian Muzzy, one of you must have lied to us. Please forgive me for my rudeness before we figure out the truth. We need to see the Vampire King's coffin to confirm your identity. Loeb had been fighting to the death with the Federation in the cave not long ago when he was saved by Joel and Mika at a critical moment. Although Loeb looked very calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. He could see the changes in both Joel and Mika. After coming to the real world, they had not hibernated for a long time and had completely lost the support of Angitas's power. As such, their personal strength was declining rapidly. But now, with Fang Heng's help, Joel had actually recovered to his peak state. No, that's not right. To be more precise, Joel's strength had increased. In addition to the curse in Joel's body being temporarily suppressed by a special power, Joel's current strength was at least 50% higher than his previous peak. After hearing the whole string of events, Loeb even became a bit jealous. He was the one who cooperated with Fang Heng first, so why did Joel get more benefits than him? And Mika. That guy. With Fang Heng's help, Mika had even advanced to the rank of Vampire Duke. Loeb was almost certain that Fang Heng was the new Vampire King. To hell with Jian Muzzy. Bastard. Loeb cursed Jian Muzzy 100 times in his heart after seeing the changes in Joel and Mika. At that point, he couldn't care less about Jian Muzzy's orders and immediately followed Joel back to the cave to look after the construction of the teleportation passage. Joel's trust in Fang Heng had reached 80 to 90%, and his attitude toward the latter had taken a 180-degree turn. Unfortunately, both Joel and Loeb were traumatized due to Jian Muzzy's lies. Therefore, they had a discussion before Fang Heng's arrival. For safety's sake, the two vampire princes decided to acknowledge Fang Heng's identity as the king only after they saw the king's coffin with their own eyes. Oh, it's nothing. It seems that you've all been deceived badly by Jian Muzzy. Fang Heng could feel the two princes' internal struggle and shrugged his shoulders casually. Either way, he was already prepared to open the passage to the real world and take the vampires home, so he didn't mind waiting another 10 minutes. Joel unconsciously clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "We will make Jian Muzzy pay the price." Mika had already acknowledged Fang Heng's identity as the king, so he might as well stick to his choice at this point. He rushed forward and his eyes unconsciously moved to the linen bag on Fang Heng's back, saying, "Your Majesty, the magic array's preliminary setup has been completed, but we are still lacking some materials. We can't continue with the setup. I wonder if you..." Fang Heng raised his head and looked in the direction Mika was pointing at. In just over 20 minutes, more than a dozen high-tier vampires who were good at magic arrays had already set up a prototype of a magic array in the hall. Fang Heng nodded and gestured for Zhang Heiwei to throw the sack on his back to the high-tier vampires behind him. Mika was excited and immediately ordered the vampire to set up the magic array. "Quick, follow me, do it." With the materials brought by Fang Heng and knowing that they would be able to return to the world of the vampire soon, all the vampires were equally excited and worked hard to set up the magic array. In less than 10 minutes, the vampire's magic array was completed. Fang Heng only planned to break open a space passage leading to the game world that could accommodate the vampires. Therefore, he didn't need to make a large magic array. The hole he made would allow the vampires to fly back and forth to the game world in bat form. In the cave, all the vampires were staring at Fang Heng with anticipation in their eyes. For some reason, Zhang Heiwei became nervous as well. His clenched fists were covered in sweat, and he kept praying in his heart that Fang Heng would be able to deceive the two vampire princes. On the other hand, Fang Heng didn't feel pressured at all. He strode to the alchemy magic array and checked it again. After making sure that there was no problem with the magic array, Fang Heng squatted, pressed his hands on the magic array, and injected his mental strength into it. Whoosh! The entire magic array glowed with a red light. Crack! The space above the magic array made a slight noise, and fine black cracks appeared. As the cracks gradually spread, the vampire's breathing also became heavier. Bang! Under the vampire's expectant gazes, the black cracks exploded with a bang, revealing a black hole. The black hole gradually expanded until it formed a circle with a diameter of more than half a meter. Success! The vampires were overjoyed and excited. What Fang Heng had shown was much more reliable than what Jian Muzzy had shown. At least they didn't have to hide in the real world like rats on the street. They could return to the world of the vampires. God knows how they had managed all this time. After exchanging a glance with each other, Loeb and Joel nodded at the same time. Joel turned to Fang Heng and said, "Fang Heng, I will go in and have a look. If I don't come back in 10 minutes, it means there's something wrong with your identity." Zhang Heiwei turned around and looked at Fang Heng nervously. He didn't expect Fang Heng to be so relaxed. The latter even urged Joel, "All right, hurry up." Joel didn't say anything more. He transformed into a bat and flew into the space passage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Time passed by, and the space passage was unusually calm. Zhang Heiwei's heart began to race. He felt the air around him freeze. After a full 8 minutes, Zhang Heiwei's forehead was already covered in a cold sweat. He looked at Fang Heng from time to time. Fuck. That guy. He didn't know how Fang Heng managed to stay calm. Suddenly, the space passage fluctuated violently again. Zhang Heiwei turned his head to look at the teleportation passage. Joel flew out of the spatial passage in his bat form and returned to his human form. His eyes were fixed on Fang Heng. Zhang Heiwei's heart was beating wildly as he stood at the side. He was prepared to die. However, he was stunned the next moment. Joel knelt on one knee in front of Fang Heng and lowered his head respectfully. "Your Majesty. I was impetuous before and was deceived by Jian Muzzy. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Loeb was stunned and blurted out, "Bastard. I knew that Jian Muzzy, that dog, had tricked me." Fang Heng had already known the result. Looking at Joel's excitement, Fang Heng thought to himself how wonderful a job Hayes had done in brainwashing the prince. Well, Hayes had always been good at such things. Mika knelt on one knee in front of Fang Heng as well. "Your Majesty, we were all blinded by that bastard." At this point, Joel trusted Fang Heng completely. After entering the passage, he verified everything with his own eyes. Everything Fang Heng had said was true. 992 Search in the world of the vampires. His fellow vampires had unanimously agreed that Fang Heng was the new vampire king, and half of all the worlds had already sworn allegiance to the new king. The most important thing was that the vampire king's coffin was indeed in Fang Heng's control. After entering the place where the vampire king's coffin was, Joel could clearly feel that the curse on his body had been affected by the coffin. How could this be fake? Jian Muzzy had personally told them with certainty that the king's coffin had been destroyed by Fang Heng. Jian Muzzy was just full of lies. Fang Heng was clearly the vampire king. What followed was a wave of monstrous anger. To think Jian Muzzy had deceived them for so long. They almost all died here. They had almost ruined the future of the vampires. They had almost become the sinners of the vampires. Such humiliation and hatred must be washed away with blood. Immediately after, Joel suddenly felt an irrepressible joy. The result that Fang Heng was the true inheritor of the vampire king was just a blessing for them. "Your Majesty." Seeing that the two princes had knelt and pledged their allegiance, the vampires in the cave also knelt on one knee. At that moment, only Fang Heng and Zhang Heiwei were left standing in the cave. Zhang Heiwei couldn't help but gulp. He touched his wildly beating heart and looked at Fang Heng. He had watched as Fang Heng, this genius, take down half of the worlds of the vampires in just 2 days. The other party was indeed no ordinary person. He had never thought that Fang Heng could really control this group of vampires and deceive them into obediently following orders. And he had done it with such ease. Zhang Heiwei angrily wanted to ask Fang Heng how he did it. Wait. Zhang Heiwei suddenly realized that the young man in front of him could now order the vampire princes to do things for him. What a powerful force this was. Even the world lords of the various servers in the vampire apocalypse were mostly arbitrators in the Elders' Council in the game. At most, they could only influence the prince's decision. The last person who could completely influence and control the vampire princes was Jian Muzzy. As a member of the Western Federation, Zhang Heiwei clearly knew how much effort Jian Muzzy had put in to achieve this. Behind him, the entire Western Federation and 12 corporations had provided him with various resources. Even so, Jian Muzzy had spent decades achieving this step. As for Fang Heng? From the information, how long had the other party entered the game world? To think he had managed to snatch everything away from Jian Muzzy. In fact, from the attitudes of the princes, they seemed to be more respectful to Fang Heng. Zhang Heiwei looked at Fang Heng with a look of awe. "Get up, all of you. You were also deceived by Jian Muzzy." Fang Heng waved his hand casually and said, "It's good to be careful. Your Majesty, Jian Muzzy lied to the vampires and almost caused a disaster. We can't let him off." "Yes," Fang Heng nodded. He was previously worried that Jian Muzzy had a backup plan, plus the other party had been protected by the princes. As such, He didn't dare to go and find Jianmuzi rashly for fear that he wouldn't be able to win. Now that he had 2 vampire princes, he could finally go and fight with Jianmuzi. Other than the vampire king's remains that he had promised Zhong Heiwang, he might be able to get some other benefits from Jianmuzi. Your Majesty, there are still many who have been deceived by Jianmuzi. They are currently fighting a hard battle against the Federation, Mika said with resentment in his heart. Jianmuzi has issued a life and death order that even if we have to pay with our lives, we cannot allow the Federation to get close to the 3 central magic rays. Hearing that, Fang Heng's had a thought. His gaze on Mika had a hint of praise. Indeed, yes, right, he was right. The vampires were the most important. Take them away. Take them all away. It was best if he could take them all away in one go. Fang Heng's eyes were filled with fervor. He nodded and said, Mika, our people have been deceived by Jianmuzi. We can't just sit back and do nothing. We must bring them back to the game world. I will leave this to you. Be careful. Yes. My Majesty is merciful. And the seeds. There are still many seeds left in the magic array. Get someone to collect all the seeds. I still need them. Understood. After Fang Heng finished giving orders, he shifted his gaze to the 2 vampire princes. Let's go and find Jianmuzi. The 2 princes nodded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty. In a corner in the lower level of the vampire's cave, the teams from the Federation stopped in front of a crimson-red stone door. Almost everyone's eyes were on the young man standing in front of the stone gate. It was Qin Wu, a Quasi S-level Federation's investigation team captain. This time, Qin Wu's combat team had been invited by the Western Federation. Yao Weiwa said in a deep voice, Mr. Qin, we have secretly left a dormant artificial nanomechanical insect on Jianmuzi. The mechanical insect has just given us a feedback signal. Jianmuzi should be behind the door. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of it being a trap. Please be careful. Alright, Qin Wu nodded. About 10 minutes ago, the Federation detected a strong space passage fluctuation in the cave area and suspected that Jianmuzi might want to use a space passage to escape into the game world. As such, the Western Federation once again increased the risk factor of the mission and reported it to the Central Federation. The 3A-level Federation investigation teams in the cave had already rushed to the location of the spatial fluctuation to provide assistance after receiving the news. At the same time, Qin Wu, Yao Weiwa, and the others had also found the possible place where Jianmuzi was hibernating. Qin Wu walked to the gate and gently pressed his hand on the stone gate. Kai. As soon as his palm touched the door, a sizzling sound like that of a soldering iron was heard, and layers of greenish-gray mist emerged from his palm. Thick lifeblood seeped out from the crack of the door. Qin Wu suddenly sensed something and retracted his hand. He took 2 steps back and stared at the entrance. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the entrance door exploded with a loud bang. Boom. The vampire gate suddenly exploded, and a figure covered in blood emerged from the red blood. It's Jianmuzi. Everyone was shocked when they saw the face of the person who had come out of the cave. The entire right side of Jianmuzi's face had been completely distorted. It was constantly growing and mutating, and a ferocious and terrifying face appeared. Qin Wu's expression was grave. At the first moment, he led the 4 members of the Quasi S-level team behind him to rush forward and block Jianmuzi. Get lost! Jianmuzi shouted, but his voice was extremely thick and rough. Qin Wu naturally would not retreat easily, nor would he dare to underestimate Jianmuzi. He stood in front of Jianmuzi and nodded, Mr. Jian, I've heard a lot about you. Before he could finish his words, Qin Wu raised his eyebrows. Whoosh! Jianmuzi's figure flashed and appeared in front of Qin Wu. He raised his fist and punched Qin Wu. 993 metal thump. Qin Wu pressed his hands in front of him, and a colorless barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the fist. An extremely brutal force surged over him, causing Qin Wu's palms to go numb. He was secretly shocked and immediately retreated a few steps to dissipate the impact. Jianmuzi paused for a moment. After forcing Qin Wu back, he immediately dodged. Leader? 2 of his team members immediately came to his aid and asked, Are you alright? I am fine. I am fine. Qin Wu looked in the direction of Jianmuzi's escape and fell into deep thought. He felt that the aura on Jianmuzi's body was extremely chaotic, and his eyes were filled with explosive anger. It was obvious that he was forcefully restraining himself. Also, he didn't use any blood spells, only his fists. Then, he thought of the strange right half of his face. It seemed that the information was right. Jianmuzi had been affected by the king's will by forcefully inheriting the king's remains. He didn't expect the vampire king's remains to be able to improve him to this level. He had to make him stay, or else there would be trouble in the real world. Wang Kaheng, take your men and stay here to assist Sir Yao. The rest of you, follow me. Qin Wu said. Yes. Ken Wu shouted and immediately led his team members and the other 3 A-level inspection teams in pursuit of Jian Muzi's escape. Other than Wang Kahang's small team and the Federation's operations department, who were slow and unable to pursue them, the Federation's investigation team quickly and cleanly withdrew. Yaoi Iwa and Wang Kahang, who stayed behind, looked at each other. The cave should be Jian Muzi's nest. This time, Jian Muzi left in a hurry, and he might have left behind some important items. Let's go in and take a look. It's best if we can find some valuable clues. Alright, my people will go in first. You guys follow behind and cooperate. Be careful. If there's any danger, retreat immediately. As Yao Weiwa spoke, he motioned for the members of the Federation's operations department to retreat a distance, turn on the searchlights, and provide protection for Wang Kahang's team. Wang Kahang squinted his eyes and examined the interior of the cave that had been broken open. He carefully led the inspection team into the cave to explore. The inside of the cave was quite empty. After Jian Muzi left, only the wreckage and ruins were left behind. On the rock wall, there were large pits that had been blasted out. It was as if a great battle had taken place. After confirming that there was no danger, Wang Kahang made a gesture to the rear to indicate that it was safe. Yaoi Iwa also led the Federation's operations department into the cave and turned on the searchlights to thoroughly investigate the cave. Search the area. Don't miss any suspicious details. Yes. The Federation's operations department received the order, and they spread out immediately. They began to search the interior of the cave carefully. Leader, we found something. Come over for a moment. Very quickly, a player from the inspection team noticed something. Everyone's attention was attracted by the player's shouts. That was. A red magic array was slowly circulating on the right side of the cave. Circles of light swirled around the center of the magic array before finally gathering together to form a light blue halo. A three-dimensional, diamond-shaped, golden polyhedron was suspended in the halo. The texture looked like some kind of metal. There was a strange black pattern on each side. It was like eyes peeking at the players around them. Yao Weiwa walked to Wang Kahang's side, frowning, and asked doubtfully, Brother Wang, what's that? I am not sure. I've never seen it before. Wang Kahang was confused. He walked to the magic array and touched it to sense it. It's some kind of protective magic array. It's very difficult to activate. Yao Weiwa said, let the experts come and check. The rest of you continue to search the surroundings. Be careful. Yes. Soon, more than a dozen vampire experts from the Federation who had come with the operations team immediately rushed over. They surrounded the magic array and carefully studied it. They knocked and touched it here and there, and from time to time, they would even discuss it softly. However, after discussing it for a long time, they had no results. Yao Weiwa felt helpless, but he had no choice. After all, he was used to such things. The soldiers of the Federation's operations department also quickly and carefully searched the entire cave. In addition to the magic array, they also found a small number of broken magic arrays and a small amount of low-quality blood marrow. Wang Kahang was getting impatient. He stepped forward and asked the group of experts, it's been half a day. Did you find anything? The leader of the specialist group pushed up his thick glasses and replied, Sir, this magic array is an ancient magic array used for protection. It is very rare among the vampires' magic arrays. If you destroy it forcefully, it may cause the destruction of precious tools. You only found this after such a long time? Wang Kahang was angry, but he suppressed his anger and asked, how long will it take to break the magic array? The leader of the specialist group smiled apologetically. Well, you should understand that this is an ancient magic array. It's tough to crack it. Even the Vampire Elders Council can't do anything about it. Wang Kahang was patiently talking to the experts when he suddenly sensed something. His face changed, and he turned his head to look back. Boom. 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 A series of explosions rang out outside the cave. The Federation soldiers immediately responded. They got into formation and aimed their guns at the entrance of the cave. What's wrong? There's an enemy attack. Two people rushed in from the outside, and their expressions changed slightly. It's the Prince of Vampires. The team's atmosphere instantly turned heavy. What's going on? The Prince of Vampires is fighting back? Shouldn't they be more inclined to support Jian Muzi? Yao Weiwa was puzzled and looked at Wang Kahang. The Federation might be able to deal with normal high-tier vampires, but it would be overestimating itself if it were to deal with the Prince of Vampires. Welcome the enemy. Wang Kahang spat out the words and immediately led the inspection team out of the cave. Yao Weiwa took a deep breath and raised his hand to signal the federal team to get into formation and get ready to go out to help. Boom. 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 Before Yao Weiwa had time to give an order, several more explosions occurred outside the cave. For a moment, the entire cave was shaking from the explosion. Yao Wei suddenly had a bad premonition, and he couldn't help but look out of the cave. The blood-red lifeblood already covered the outside. Boom. There was another violent explosion, and a violent aura exploded outside the cave, followed by a figure rushing out. Yao Wei's eyelids twitched when he saw the figure's face, and his face turned pale. It turned out to be Wang Kaheng. Wang Kaheng was sent flying into the cave, his face covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. Whoosh! Immediately after, a blood shadow rushed in from outside the cave, jumped to Wang Kaheng's side, and held him in the air with one hand. It was the Prince of Vampires, Joel. Bang! 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 The mental state of the Federation's operations department was extremely tense. They immediately fired at Joel in the air after discovering their target. Joel only raised his hand slightly. The blood-colored barrier opened up and blocked all the bullets that came at him. 994 The complete seed. Joel's eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he swept his gaze across the people from the Federation below. Yao Wei felt as if the blood in his body had frozen under the gaze. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and fear rose from the bottom of his heart. It was as if Joel could kill him on the spot with a single thought. Stop! Yao Wei immediately ordered his subordinates to stop their attacks. Humphrey! Joel snorted disdainfully. He picked up Wang Kaheng and flew toward the entrance of the cave. At the entrance of the cave, Feng Heng walked in wearing a mask. Prince Loeb had been guarding Feng Heng all the time. Feng Heng looked at Wang Kaheng, who was being controlled by Joel, and asked in a deep voice, Where's Jian Muzi? Wang Kaheng gritted his teeth and raised his head. When he saw the mysterious masked man in front of him, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. Who was this person? Why were the two princes of vampires listening to his orders? Feng Heng's tone was flat. I will ask you one last time. Where is Jian Muzi? His life was in someone else's hands, so Wang Kaheng immediately replied, Jian Muzi has already escaped. You're late. Escaped? How long has it been? 20 minutes, Wang Kaheng said in a deep voice. The inspection team has their eyes on Jian Muzi. It's impossible for him to escape. Loeb looked at Feng Heng and asked in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Your Majesty, do we need to chase? Forget it. Feng Heng shook his head and thought it was a pity. He was still a step too late. Jian Muzi had fled after being discovered by the Federation. This was within his expectations. Feng Heng took a few steps forward and glanced around the cave quickly. That's... Feng Heng noticed that more than a dozen experts from the Federation were gathered in a corner not far away. Such a coincidence? Feng Heng found these experts from the Federation very familiar. What were they researching? Feng Heng strode forward and soon noticed the magic array behind the Federation experts. A diamond-shaped metal? What was that? Feng Heng's attention was attracted by the diamond-shaped polyhedron metal suspended in the center of the magic array. Loeb was also vigilant as he said in a low voice, Your Majesty, please be careful. Feng Heng let out a soft hum and began to observe the magic array. The experts naturally didn't dare to stop him and immediately hid far away. What a coincidence. Feng Heng was delighted after observing the magic array carefully. It was simple. This was one of the vampire's protective magic arrays. Thanks to the will inheritance of the Vampire King, Feng Heng had detailed information about this magic array in his memory. The method to crack it was very simple. He only needed to inject his mental strength and crack it in a specific order. Feng Heng took action immediately. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the magic array, pouring his mental strength into it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the halo of the magic array gradually dissipated and slowly stopped spinning. The eyes of the Federation's experts at the side almost popped out of their sockets. What was this guy's background? Crack, crack, crack. The diamond-shaped metal in the center of the magic array made a slight sound and broke down into petals like a lotus flower in front of Feng Heng. In the middle of the petals, Feng Heng's pupils shrank. It was actually a seed? Feng Heng fixed his eyes on the 3 seeds levitating in the diamond-shaped device. The seed of the sacred tree. Different from the damaged and abandoned seeds found in the soil, although these 3 seeds had also become shriveled with the passage of time, it could be seen that they had been carefully preserved, and there was no damage on the surface. It was the complete version of the seed. Feng Heng thought of something and immediately reached out to grab the seed. Kai. The moment his finger touched the seed, Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Swoosh. One of the seeds instantly burst into flames. Feng Heng didn't have time to do anything. The seed was burned into ashes in his hand. Ding! The player has discovered a special item unknown seed 2 pieces. A line of game hints flashed on his retina. What was going on? The seed was burned? Why? And without any hint? Feng Heng was very suspicious. He opened his palm and carefully observed the 2 seeds in his hand. One of the remaining two seeds had a faint blood red luster, while the last one did not change at all. It was as dry and dim as ever. Feng Heng couldn't get detailed information about the seed outside of the game, and he wasn't sure what other secrets the seed had. Seeing Feng Heng hesitating, Loeb asked, "My lord, this is. We will talk when we get back." After thinking for a while, Feng Heng simply put it in his backpack and planned to study it after returning to the game world. Raising his head, Feng Heng once again looked around and nodded. "Let's go." "Yes." After saying that, Feng Heng left the cave without looking back, surrounded by the two princes of vampires. After a long time, after confirming that Feng Heng and the two princes of vampires had really left, the people of the Federation finally heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. "He really left?" A Federation soldier was still in disbelief. "Sir, are we still going to chase?" Yao Weiwa didn't answer but frowned. He felt that the young man in the mask seemed a little familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. The other party was very strange and seemed to have some reservations. He didn't want to be enemies with the Federation? Wang Kaheng clutched his injured chest, and his heart was also filled with unspeakable doubts. He was well aware that if the other party was willing, at least 80 to 90% of the federal team in the entire cave would be dead or injured. What was most suspicious was the identity of the mysterious man. Why were the two princes of vampires so respectful to him? Other than Jian Muzi, who else had such a high status among the vampires? Suddenly, a name appeared in Wang Kaheng's mind. Feng Heng, who had been very popular in the world of vampires recently. Wang Kaheng had also heard a little about it and had seen this name countless times in the reports before the battle. Could it be him? It was impossible. Wang Kaheng shook his head. Elementary game players couldn't do this. Yao Weiwa walked to Wang Kaheng and asked, "Are you alright?" "It's fine." "Did you see what was inside the metal device?" The people from the Federation in the cave looked at each other and shook their heads. The experts from the Federation didn't say anything either. They only felt ashamed. He had just said that no one could break the magic array in a short time, but he was immediately slapped in the face. "Immediately inform the other teams of the Federation's operations department and tell them that two princes have entered the cave and taken away the things left behind by the prince. Tell them to be careful," Yao Weiwa said in a deep voice. "Yes." At the same time, not far away from the cave, Zhang Heiwei had been hiding in the dark. After all, it wasn't easy for him to make a move in the situation just now. When he saw Feng Heng appearing with two princes of vampires from afar, Zhang Heiwei immediately came out from behind the rock and asked in a hurry, "How's the situation? Did you get the item?" "No, we were late." Jian Muzi ran away. "He ran away?" "Yes, but the Federation's investigation team has already caught up. The Federation should have a more accurate location of Jian Muzi." "Alright, I will go back and check it out now." 995 Intense battle. Jian Muzi had already escaped, and Feng Heng couldn't pursue him with his perception. He could only use the Federation's strength to find him. He hoped that the inspection team would be reliable and not let Jian Muzi escape. The two of them had just discussed and were about to split up when Loeb suddenly frowned and said, "Your Majesty, the blood crystal has lit up. Mika might be under the Federation's attack and is requesting our help." The inspection team. This was really troublesome. Feng Heng's eye muscles twitched. The vampires in the real world were the biggest harvest of this trip. He had no choice but to temporarily give up on Jian Muzi and return to provide support. "Yes, the teleportation passage is very important. Let's go back and provide support first. Zhang Heiwei, you go and find out more from the Federation. We will meet at the teleportation point later." "Alright." After the agreement was made, Feng Heng and Zhang Heiwei immediately split up and headed back to the game's teleportation passage. More than 10 minutes later, after the two princes of vampires had driven out the two teams from the Federation's investigation team who were looking for trouble, Zhang Heiwei had just arrived at the cave. Zhang Heiwei had contacted the Western Region's Federation. After receiving first-hand news, he rushed over without stopping. "How is it? Any news?" "Yes, the inspection team left a signal device on Jian Muzi's body. Jian Muzi has been forced into a desperate situation. He can't escape." After saying that, Zhang Heiwei took a few deep breaths and continued, "In addition, Jian Muzi's ability has improved again. However, there seems to be a problem with his consciousness." "What about now? Has Jian Muzi already escaped from the cave?" Zhang Heiwei took out a tablet from his backpack and handed it to him. "Not yet. He's at this point on the upper level of the cave." Feng Heng took the tablet and checked it. Zhang Heiwei continued, "Feng Heng, the spatial fluctuations here have attracted the attention of the Federation. They suspect that Jian Muzi is trying to use the space passage to return to the game world and escape. Now, a large number of Federation teams are rushing here. If they discover the passage, it may cause you trouble. TSK, troublesome." Fang Heng thought for a while, then turned to Mecha and asked, Mecha, how many of our descendants have yet to return to the world of the vampires? Most of the people who should have left have already left. The rest, in my opinion, are already in bad shape. In addition to the 2 princes and a large number of high-tier vampires, Mecha also found 3 heavily injured dukes of the vampires and 8 marquises of the vampires. They had already been sent to the world of vampires for treatment. This was a huge increase in combat power. Fang Heng felt unspeakably comfortable. When these vampires fully recovered their combat power, his power in the world of vampires would be enhanced explosively. The remaining few worlds of the vampires that had not pledged their allegiance could be directly crushed. Fang Heng's eyes swept over the remaining 20 or so high-tier vampire guards in the cave. He nodded and said, It's almost time. Let the rest of the people leave immediately. You stay behind and destroy the magic array. We will go and find Jian Muzzy. Yes. While the high-tier vampires flew into the space passage in a single file, Fang Heng observed the point on the tablet once again. He touched his chin and asked, Joel, Loeb, how many Tira teams can you 2 take on at the same time? The 2 of them looked at each other. Loeb's current condition was very bad, and he could barely deal with an A-level federal team on his own. Joel's strength had greatly improved, and he could deal with 3 A1-level federal teams at the same time without being defeated. If we can only guarantee that we won't be defeated, we can probably deal with 4 teams at the same time. Fang Heng, there are at least 6 Terra teams and 1 S-level team on Jian Muzzy's side, Zhong Heiwei reminded. Quasi S-level team. Fang Heng muttered to himself. The other party's strength could not be determined for the time being. In short, it would be a little difficult to just rush over like this. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the 2 princes of vampires and Mecha. In that case, we will have to disguise ourselves and change our clothes before going there. A change of clothes? The 2 princes of vampires looked at each other. In the center of the cave, Jian Muzzy was surrounded by the federal teams. The right side of his face kept fusing and mutating, forming a strange face. Idiot. I've told you before that your body can't withstand my strength. You have to find a way to get the life fruit first. Shut up. Jian Muzzy gritted his teeth and said, If you had not been unwilling to trust me and handed over the strength of the coffin to me earlier, you would not have ended up in this state. Ha 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 ha. The smile on the right half of his face became even more ferocious. Are you trustworthy? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. What's the use of saying all this now? Hurry up and use whatever tricks you have. Otherwise, we will all die here. Looking at Jian Muzzy, who was constantly muttering to himself with his right cheek, the federal teams that were gathered around to be on guard felt an indescribable strangeness in their hearts. The people from the Federation chased closely all the way. Jian Muzzy was already seriously injured, but every time he was about to die, he could instantly erupt with a terrifying power to push everyone back. Qin Wu didn't dare to act rashly. The 5 Federation players were accumulating energy, preparing to release a large-scale summoning spell to deal with Jian Muzzy. At the back of the team, Fang Heng, Mecha, and a few others were wearing the uniform of the federal team. As the noble princes of vampires, it was very uncomfortable for Joel and Loeb to change into the ugly human Federation uniform. The Federation is about to make their move. Fang Heng used his eyes to signal to Qin Wu's team and the federal team on the right, who were gathering their strength and preparing to use the summoning skill, and whispered, What do you think of the Federation's S-level inspection team's combat strength? Loeb, who had been paying attention to Qin Wu and the others, replied with a solemn expression, Yes, it is indeed difficult to deal with. Are the goods ready? Fang Heng looked at Joel and asked. Yes. Jian Muzzy should like this gift very much. Okay. Fang Heng nodded. Wait for an opportunity. Listen to my command, and we will attack together. While they were talking, the federal team had already completed the alchemy magic array on the right. The 5 members of the A-level inspection team worked together to cast a summoning spell, summoning a frosty breath to form a huge white magic array in the air. Roar. With a beastly roar, a huge white snake of ice slithered out of the magic array. In an instant, the cave was covered in a layer of ice-cold frost. The frost snake opened its bloody mouth and swooped down at Jian Muzzy. Get lost. Jian Muzzy roared. The muscles in his right arm tensed up, and the veins bulged. He raised his fist and punched the frost snake. Boom. Thick lifeblood bloomed with Jian Muzzy's punch. Ka. With a crisp sound, the frost snake was shattered. Countless ice crystals danced in the air. Jian Muzzy's body was immediately covered with a layer of white ice shards. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in a thin layer of ice. At first glance, he looked like an ice sculpture. 996 added some ingredients. The surrounding people were amazed. The terrifying Jian Muzzy. He could even shatter a frost snake with a single punch. Suddenly, Qin Wu jumped out of the white lifeblood. Swish. A white blade slashed toward Jianmuzi's neck. Bang. The thin layer of ice that was originally shrouding Jianmuzi's body was once again blasted open by the lifeblood. Jianmuzi gritted his teeth and was forced to punch forward again. Boom. The punch hit the white dagger. A sinister smile appeared on Kinwoo's face as he quickly retreated his hand. Jianmuzi hurriedly received the attacks one after another. He was sent flying backward by Kinwoo's knife. At the same time, a touch of dark gray color appeared on his fist that had just hit the dagger. The gray color was spreading to Jianmuzi's torso at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the air, Kinwoo, who was observing Jianmuzi's condition, suddenly frowned. He noticed that a few of his teammates had scuttled out from the right side. They were the first to move in the direction where Jianmuzi had been sent flying. Which team was it? Did they want to take credit? Kinwoo was not happy. He gave the group a cursory glance and found that they were very unfamiliar. Was it an inspection team hired by the Federation? The external inspection team was paid to do this, so it was no wonder that they didn't cooperate at all. Most likely, they saw that Jianmuzi was injured and wanted to snatch the credit. But how could it be that simple? Kinwoo immediately warned in a deep voice. Be careful. The poison will take some time to take effect, don't get too close. However, the 4 people in this small team had no intention of listening at all. They quickly approached Jianmuzi's side. To Kinwoo's surprise, Jianmuzi did not resist. After the 4 people in the team got close to Jianmuzi, they actually controlled Jianmuzi gently and took him to the distance quickly. This was bad. Kinwoo's heart moved, and he immediately reacted. Stop them. There's a problem with these people. The 2 team members closest to Jianmuzi realized that the situation was not good. They immediately went to stop Fang Heng and the others. Move. Joel turned his head and shouted towards the back. A blood-colored claw shadow attacked forward. A blood-red light flashed. The 2 members of the Federation's investigation team felt the power of the bloody claw shadow. Their expressions changed slightly, and they dodged to the sides. Boom. The claw print landed on the rock wall behind him, creating a deep pit. It was actually a prince of vampires. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? When did the prince of vampires, who had always been fighting head-on, sneak into their team? Boom. Boom boom boom. Before the people of the Federation could react, more than a dozen blood-colored bombs came crashing toward them. It was chaos again. By the time the people from the Federation reacted, Fang Heng and the other 3 had already fled forward at full speed with the seriously injured Jianmuzi. Chase. They can't have gone far. Kinwoo shouted and immediately chased after Fang Heng and the others with the others. Ha 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 ha. If you want me to die, you're still far from it. Jianmuzi had thought that he would die for sure. However, when he saw that the people who had saved him were actually Prince Joel and Loeb, he suddenly felt a kind of joy from escaping from a desperate situation. Mr. Jian. Joel took out a high-tier blood marrow from his pocket and threw it to Jianmuzi. Jianmuzi reached out to take the blood marrow and swallowed it in one gulp. You've tricked me quite a bit, Joel continued with a dark expression. Jianmuzi's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this. Immediately after, a warning sign rose in his heart. What did he mean by that? The next moment, Jianmuzi's expression changed greatly. He found that the lifeblood in his body was surging wildly. There was a problem with the blood marrow. Joel? Jianmuzi suddenly turned his head to look at Joel. He saw a flash of gloominess on Joel's face. He didn't have time to continue thinking. The lifeblood in his body surged wildly. Jianmuzi couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Creak 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 creak. A terrifying face squirmed on the left side of Jianmuzi's face. It seemed like the face wanted to come out of Jianmuzi's body. Ah! Jianmuzi covered his face with his hands and let out a painful howl. Whoosh! A blood-red blade light flashed. Joel swung his blade forward, and a blood-red blade light flashed through the air. Swish! Jianmuzi's entire right leg was cut down. Thump! Mako had already prepared a wooden box. He placed the remains of the vampire king that had fused into Jianmuzi's body into the wooden box and closed the coffin box tightly with a thud. Fang Heng took out a sealing rune paper and stuck it on the seal of the wooden box. Done. Let's go. Fang Heng glanced at everyone and retreated decisively. He also wanted to be more greedy, but unfortunately, the situation was urgent. At present, Zhang Heiwei had only found a talisman that could seal the remains of the vampire king. It was almost impossible to take Jianmuzi away by force in front of so many S-level inspection teams from the Federation, including a quasi S-class inspection team. Humphrey. You're lucky. Joel's eyes flashed with anger. With one kick, he sent Jianmuzi's pursuers flying back. He followed Loeb and released blood-colored bombs. Boom boom boom. For a time, the dense bombs fell on Jianmuzi's body and made a loud noise. Just the aftermath of the explosion was enough to shake the entire cave. Leader. What do we do? Amidst the loud explosions, Kinwoo raised his head and looked up at the sky. Through the lifeblood produced after the explosion, he saw every move of Fang Heng and the others. Kinwoo was extremely puzzled. Who were those people? What happened to the vampires? Why did they turn around and attack Jian Muzi? From the looks of it, they had seized a part of the remains of the vampire king from Jian Muzi. Suddenly, Kinwoo's brows furrowed again. Kai. In the air, Jian Muzi's body, which had been blown into pieces by the bomb, quickly recovered. Not only did his lifeblood not weaken, but it was also even stronger than before. He looked at Jian Muzi carefully. At this time, Jian Muzi's eyes were completely closed, and he had fallen into a coma. A strange face appeared on his left and right cheeks. Kinwoo had a bad feeling and said in a deep voice, "Ignore those people. Don't cause any more trouble. Take down Jian Muzi first." Yes. In the distance, Fang Heng and his group of 4 were frantically fleeing forward, heading for the second floor at full speed. Zhang Heiwei was waiting outside the entrance of the second floor. Zhang Heiwei was overjoyed when he saw the 2 of them bringing the wooden boxes over. He asked, "You got it?" "I got it. Let's go." Mika threw the box to Zhang Heiwei. Zhang Heiwei took the wooden box and was overjoyed. He carefully turned the box over and over again to check it. Boom. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion came from the depths of the cave, and the cave trembled violently. Zhang Heiwei opened his mouth and asked, "Mr. Fang, what's wrong with Jian Muzi?" "It's nothing. I just added some ingredients to his blood marrow." 997 The seed. It's nothing. I just added some ingredients to his blood marrow. There was a lot of low-quality blood mixed in the blood marrow, which directly caused the lifeblood in Jian Muzi's body to be chaotic. For normal vampires, the chaos of lifeblood would at most cause a little trouble. However, Jian Muzi was fighting against the will of the vampire king. The lifeblood in his body was in an extremely chaotic state. Such a small problem was a natural disaster for Jian Muzi. Just as Fang Heng had predicted, Jian Muzi's consciousness was attacked, and he fell into madness under the control of the king's will. With Jian Muzi's help stopping the Federation's investigation team, the 4 of them could easily get rid of the pursuit. Zhang Heiwei put away the wooden box and looked into the depths of the cave from afar. Seeing how Jian Muzi and the Federation were fighting so intensely, he was even a little worried that the cave would collapse. The cooperation agreement has been completed. It's better not to stay here for too long, Zhang Heiwei said as he led the group to the exit. The helicopter is ready outside. I will send someone to send you away immediately. Fang Heng nodded and said, but this time, we will have to bring 3 more people back. By the way, we still have materials for the magic array, right? I still have to bring some back. 2 hours later. Under Zhang Heiwei's proper arrangements, Fang Heng, Mika, and the others took a private helicopter and entered an abandoned manor on the outskirts of the Federation's western region. Mika and the others felt that it was a pity. Jian Muzi had deceived them for so long, but they did not have the chance to get rid of Jian Muzi themselves. It was really difficult to dispel the hatred in their heart. Fang Heng pushed open the gate of the abandoned manor and looked at the scene inside. Zhang Heiwei mentioned that Jian Muzi had lived here for 2 months when he was young. The manor had been abandoned after a long time. The Federation had also thoroughly checked the place more than 10 times, but they had found nothing. It was a decent place. Do it, Fang Heng nodded and said. Yes. Your Majesty. Mika threw down the materials for the magic array he carried on his back and started to set up the teleportation passage magic array. Once Jian Muzi died, the Federation's western region would definitely take control of the few worlds of the vampires under Jian Muzi's control as soon as possible. This was also Fang Heng's chance. Send the 2 princes back to the vampires as soon as possible to enhance the combat strength of the world of the vampires and confront the 12 corporations. With 2 princes of vampires as his fighters, Fang Heng didn't even know how he lost this round. Thinking of this, Fang Heng began to count the gains from this sneak attack. First of all, he managed to trick a large number of vampire fighters, including 2 princes of vampires. After a period of time, when these thugs recovered from their injuries, the combat strength of the prison would reach an unprecedented peak. Then, it was the live sample of Jian Muzi. Jian Muzi's condition was very strange. Combining Joel's statement and Zhang Heiwei's information, Fang Heng judged that Jian Muzi had integrated part of the power of the Vampire King's primogenitor's strength through some special method. However, it didn't seem like they had completely fused. Jian Muzi often talked to himself. His spirit state was extremely unstable. From his blood sample, he might be able to analyze how he controlled the Vampire King's primogenitor's strength. Well, at least he could give the sample to Old Black and sell it for a sum of money on the black market. Finally, The seed of the sacred tree. Before leaving, Mika sent his vampire subordinates to carefully search the 3 central magic arrays and found more than half a sack of broken seeds. The sack was still on the helicopter waiting outside. In addition to these, 2 seeds were specially stored in Jian Muzi's nest. Thinking of the 2 seeds, Feng Heng couldn't help but feel eager. He had to return to the game world as soon as possible to figure out the effects of the 2 sacred tree seeds. Since it was so well preserved, it might contain some big secret. While Mika and the other 2 were setting up the magic array, Feng Heng closed his eyes and put the 2 seeds into the game's warp backpack, returning to the game world. As soon as he returned to the game, a game hint appeared on his retina. Ding! During the time you were offline, you have received the loyalty of some of the marquises and dukes of the vampires. Click here for more details. Your influence among the vampires has greatly increased. Feng Heng looked at the hint and knew that it referred to the dukes and marquises of the vampires who had returned to the game world. He didn't expect this to increase his influence. Feng Heng then took out the seeds from the game's warp backpack to check. Feng Heng, you're back? How's the situation there? Mojai Aoi had also logged into the game. He immediately came up to Feng Heng when he saw him. It's almost done. Come and take a look at this. Feng Heng replied. He opened his palm and showed the 2 complete seeds in his hand. The last time he entered the game to cultivate the seeds, he was in a hurry and did not have time to find Mojai Aoi. In the end, only 2 out of 5 seeds were successfully awakened. Therefore, Feng Heng immediately called for someone to invite Mojai Aoi online, hoping to borrow his luck to increase the success rate. Item: Unknown Sacred Tree Seed. Item: Unknown Seed. Description 1. This seed may have been specially cultivated and contains some special strength. Description 2. Some kind of energy infusion may reawaken the vitality of the seed. Description 3. After reading the description of the seed, Feng Heng frowned again. Of the 2 seeds, one of them had a dull surface, while the other had a faint blood-red glow. Feng Heng placed the 2 seeds close to each other. Upon closer inspection, the game descriptions of the 2 seeds were different. The third description of the dull seed showed 3 question marks. The one with the faint blood-red glow also had 3 question marks, but there was a bracket behind the question marks. Description 3, triggered by binding the Vampire King's coffin? You can try to use the Vampire King's coffin to awaken this unknown item with blood awakening. It was the Vampire King's coffin again. Feng Heng couldn't help sighing in his heart when he saw the game hint. Why did it need blood again? The blood that he had stored for the past 2 days had almost been used up. It was not enough to awaken this complete seed at all. What kind of seed is this? It was also Mojai Aoi's first time seeing this seed. He couldn't help but be curious when he saw Feng Heng's worried look. Feng Heng shared the information about the seed item with Mojai Aoi and nodded. Yes, the seeds were found in Ji and Muzi's old nest. Strangely, there were 3 seeds in the beginning. The situation in the cave was urgent, so Feng Heng didn't have time to think carefully. Feng Heng simply retold what happened after he entered the cave when he could finally catch his breath. At the same time, he calmed down and thought carefully. He tried to recall if there were any clues that he had missed. Mojai Aoi listened carefully until he heard that Feng Heng had found 3 seeds at the beginning, and one of them was suddenly burned. He frowned and seemed to be in deep thought. 998 The World of Forests. When Mojai Aoi came back to his senses, he realized that Feng Heng was looking at him. Old Mr. Mo, did you think of something? Oh, Mojai Aoi nodded and said, I had an idea when I saw the seed just now. I think the seed might be related to some bloodline or academic research. Feng Heng vaguely felt that he had caught some inspiration and asked, what do you mean? Can you tell me in detail? It's the attributes. Didn't the game hint say that these seeds were specially cultivated? I think the seeds that have been cultivated may have the corresponding attributes. Mojai Aoi pondered and continued, the red one in your hand has probably inherited the attributes of the vampires. It can be awakened through the Vampire King's coffin. The other one might have some other special attribute, like water, fire, or dark. We don't have the corresponding item with us, so we didn't trigger the corresponding hint and can't wake it up. Ooh. Feng Heng muttered to himself. Feng Heng, do you remember when we went to the Demon Hunter camp to accept the Demon Hunter heritage together? At that time, you seem to have failed as well. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Yes, what's wrong? Later, I found an opportunity to inquire about it from the demon hunting Great Elder. A situation like yours rarely happens. The Great Elder thinks that it's very likely because there's something in your body that conflicts with the demon hunter's bloodline or something academic. And it's an extremely high-tier bloodline technique that has a crushing effect on the demon hunters. Even the demon hunter's heritage statues have been destroyed. Well, so I was thinking, didn't you find 3 seeds in the beginning? Is it possible that one of the seeds conflicted with the bloodline in your body and was then burned? Fang Heng opened his mouth. There was such a possibility? It seemed to make sense. When he first touched the seed, the fusion transformation status of his skills was vampire mode. The seed was mutually exclusive to him. So he burned it? It's not difficult to verify my guess. The two of them were silent for a moment and looked at the seed in Fang Heng's palm. He switched to Sacred Study and cast a purification spell on the blood-colored seed to see the reaction. Cough cough. Fang Heng coughed lightly, feeling a little guilty. Let's not. Just forget about it. Brother, stop it. What if it really burns? Wouldn't it be a huge loss? There was also another possibility. What if the real cause of the seed burning was not the vampire bloodline, but the hidden unknown bloodline in his body? A purification spell wouldn't do anything. It was better not to find trouble for himself. Alright, I think your guess is possible. Fang Heng furrowed his brows and continued to think. He said, according to your train of thought, I found many seeds in the cave, including a large number of failed and destroyed seeds. These seeds have been left behind for thousands of years. They are obviously not the ones that Jianmuzi cultivated. Then, who is the real person who raised these seeds? The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, the primogenitor vampire king? Isn't there a rumor outside that the primogenitor vampire was originally a criminal from the Holy Realm who accidentally escaped into a certain world and obtained strength? Could it be that the primogenitor vampire king found a way to suppress the curse in that mysterious and special world? Then, he brought many seeds back to our real world for breeding experiments, I speculated as he spoke. Fang Heng nodded and said, yes, it's almost the same as what I thought. For some reason, the primogenitor vampire wanted to try to cultivate a sacred tree in the real world to break the curse on his body. He fused various abilities and tried them out. After that, by chance, he cultivated the sacred tree Angitas and gave birth to the vampires. Then, he was accidentally discovered by the Holy Realm and was hunted down by them. Fang Heng suddenly stopped talking. A few lines of game hints appeared in front of him and Mojai at the same time. Ding. The player has unlocked part of the Vampire Apocalypse's worldview. The origin of the vampires, completion rate, 78.2%. Ding. Player has obtained 1782 King of Gods points. Ding. It has been detected that the player has triggered a part of the related mission. The related missions have been combined. Ding. The player has triggered an advancement mission. The origin of the vampire's world of forests. Part of the related missions have been combined with branch hints. Mission name, the origin of the vampire's world of forests. Mission description, after pursuing the inheritance of the Vampire King, you have restored part of the world of the vampire's secret. You have discovered an unknown mysterious world where the vampire primogenitor once obtained great strength. Mission requirements, find the entrance to the world of forests. Missions optional hint branch 1, triggered by the Vampire King's coffin. You can start your investigation from the secret engravings inside the coffin of the Vampire King. Simple. Missions optional hint branch 2, triggered by the Vampire King's remains. You can start your investigation from the remains of the Vampire King. Difficult. Missions optional hint branch 3, triggered by the unknown seed of the sacred tree. You can start your investigation by cultivating the unknown sacred tree seed. Normal. Missions optional hint branch 4, triggered by the impure primogenitor vampire sample. You can start your investigation by researching impure primogenitor vampire samples. Extremely difficult. Quest completion reward. After opening the entrance to the world of forests, players will have an additional 15 days of exploration time. Within 15 days, other than players who have completed the quest, all players, including special forces with the ability to collapse the region, etc., will be unable to enter the world of forests. The two of them looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They had really guessed correctly. The world of forests. The primogenitor vampire king had obtained his strength from that damned place. So the next step was to find the way and entrance to the world of forests. The mission actually had so many side branch hints. Fang Heng had the illusion that he had become rich overnight. If it wasn't for the description giving a considerate hint of the difficulty, he really didn't know what to choose for a while. He could start by studying the mysterious patterns on the coffins of the vampires and cultivating the unknown seed of the sacred tree. Mojai rubbed his fists and wiped his palms. He didn't understand why Fang Heng was still hesitating, so he urged, "What's wrong? Big brother, the atmosphere has already been built to this point. Let's quickly try it out." "Well, I understand the logic, but..." Fang Heng spread his hands helplessly and said with a bitter smile, "We ran out of blood." "Ah." The unknown seed left behind by the primogenitor vampire king needed blood to be awakened. It would take a long time to study the engravings under the coffin. Mojai could not help but open his mouth when he heard this, but he fell silent. That's right, what can they do without blood? The vampires relied on blood to do anything. Not to mention them, Jian Muzzy had even lost his life in order to get some blood. The wasteland apocalypse was a good source of blood, but transporting it consumed a lot of energy. In addition, the daily production of blood on the wasteland was limited, so it was impossible to supply it in a short time. 999 counterattack. The puzzle had already been solved to this point, but the lack of blood made it stop abruptly. It was truly unpleasant. No rush, no rush. At first, Feng Hang was also a little unhappy, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. To be honest, when he saw the elite players in the advanced game in the cave, Feng Hang felt that he was not strong enough. Once the passage opened, the various major powers players and even the Holy Realms players would try their best to enter the world of forests. By then, he would be fighting against the top players and top gaming forces in the world. The danger factor was too high. How could they do it without sufficient preparation? To be safe, he had to at least wait until his bloodline was upgraded to a king before he start the world of forests. Similarly, raising the level of a king required a large amount of blood. Thus, he was not in a hurry. Alright, here's the problem. How can he get a large amount of blood? Feng Hang touched his chin and came up with a plan in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the chaos in the world of the vampires after Jian Muzzy's death, he led the prince to attack the world of the vampires. He would slaughter his way through with his own strength. Slaughter those disobedient vampires. Wouldn't he have blood then? As for whether he could get enough blood, that was another matter. Old Mr. Mo, let's hurry up and prepare. The teleportation passage will be opened soon. When the time comes, we will start with the world of the vampires controlled by Jian Muzzy and get all the worlds of vampires first. Feng Hang chuckled. I will get some blood from those worlds of the vampires. Moji's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He immediately understood what Feng Hang meant, and his face was filled with excitement. Alright. Leave the logistics to me. I will send people to prepare to transport the blood properly. Ho! In the remote projection meeting room of the 12 corporations headquarters. After confirming the news that Jian Muzzy had been killed, the upper echelons of the 12 corporations heaved a sigh of relief. Jian Muzzy was very difficult to deal with. He also knew many secrets of the 12 corporations. Getting rid of him had finally resolved a worry in his heart. In the holographic projection, a middle-aged man wearing brown sunglasses asked, Have you got Jian Muzzy's remains? This is what I am going to report next. Ni Tongming bowed slightly to the projections of the higher-ups and reported, during the mission to kill Jian Muzzy, the federal team encountered a mysterious group of vampires in an underground cave. They snatched some of the materials from Jian Muzzy's secret cave and one of the 3 vampire kings' remains. You mean we only found 2 remains? Yes. Everyone was whispering to each other. What materials did he steal? An old man from the 12 corporations asked. I am not sure at the moment. Who is the other party? Is it Feng Hang? I can't be sure for now. Ni Tongming shook his head. The charming woman with long brown hair smiled and said, I heard that Feng Hang has had a close relationship with the Eastern Federation recently. He is even helping to deal with the aura of the Death Realm at the Research Institute of the Undead. It shouldn't be him. Not necessarily, it might be a pretense. The projections fell into a moment of silence. The other party's background is mysterious. Even Qin Wu found it difficult to deal with him. Anyway, it's better to investigate first. We need to solve the problems left behind by Jian Muzzy's death as soon as possible, the man with the cat said slowly. We need to take control of the 3 major regions under Jian Muzzy's control first. Can we all agree on this? Everyone has seen Ding Bai's information. He's a newbie that our Dream Country Gaming Company has been nurturing in recent years. He is extremely suitable in terms of intelligence, ability, and loyalty. It's best to give this task to him. The old man said, I've seen this young man before. We will provide him with resources. Let him try. Ni Tongming smiled and nodded to his men behind him. Buzz. The instrument emitted a faint sound, and Ding Bai's projection appeared in the center of the conference room. Ding Bai was in his early 30s. He had average looks and a slender figure, and he was dressed in a formal suit. With a respectful expression on his face, he bowed slightly to the higher-ups of the 12 corporations. Thank you for your trust. I will definitely do my best. Ding Bai, you've heard what we've just discussed. I will give you 3 days to stabilize the 3 major regions of the world of the vampires. Can you do it? Ding Bai straightened his body, his eyes exuding a strong sense of confidence. They're just a bunch of clowns. I don't need that long. Within 24 hours, the 3 major districts will definitely be under my control. Well said. We won't let you go there alone. If you need anything, just tell us. Yes. I've already drawn up a preliminary battle plan, and I need The 12 corporations' upper echelons were discussing how to quickly control the 3 worlds of the vampires that Ji and Muzzy had left behind when a player hurriedly entered the meeting room and whispered something into Ni Tongming's ear. Ni Tongming's expression suddenly changed. "I am sorry to interrupt, but we have trouble." Ni Tongming interrupted the conversation of the higher-ups and said in a deep voice, "2 minutes ago, the world of the vampires, District 3, announced their allegiance." The entire meeting room fell into silence. The atmosphere turned cold. District 3 announced their allegiance? A look of surprise flashed across Ding Bai's eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something. Interesting. Ding Bai muttered softly. Ding Bai had always been carefully nurtured by the 12 corporations. In addition to his powerful talent skills, he was extremely confident in himself. He had originally thought that this would be a normal mission. Another old man with a bad temper slammed his fist on the armrest and scolded, "What's going on? Didn't they say that there was no movement from Feng Heng? What are you guys doing?" Ni Tongming's expression was calm as he continued, "The cause of the incident is still under investigation. It's not clear for the time being, but we're sure that District 3's world of the vampires has not received any news of an invasion." No news? District 3 was gone just like that? Was he trying to be funny? The higher-ups of the 12 corporations all had frosty expressions. The irascible old man gritted his teeth. Feng Heng. But how did he do it? Ding Bai broke the silence. He faced the higher-ups of the 12 corporations and said, "District 3's princes of vampires are missing, and they lack protection. If we plan well, even if Feng Heng ambushed them, they might fall in a short time. Right now, we should stabilize the situation. As long as the teleportation passage is not destroyed, the 2 princes will definitely have the ability to take back District 3. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. I will take back District 3 in 3 days." Good. The situation is urgent, so do it immediately. The 12 corporations will give you their greatest support. We only have one request, and that is to take back all of the worlds of the vampires that have been occupied. I won't let down the trust of the leaders. In the hall, the projections of the 12 corporations' upper echelons disappeared one by one. Ni Tongming looked at Ding Bai and smiled. "Congratulations, Mr. Ding. If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do my best." "Thank you, Mr. Ni." Ding Bai cupped his fists at Ni Tongming, and his projection gradually turned illusory as he left the hall. 1000 Deficiency in the headquarters of the Dream Kingdom's Western Region branch, Ding Bai walked out of his room with a disdainful sneer on his face. It was very likely that Feng Heng had attacked the world of the vampires District 3 because he had received news of Jian Muzzy's death and wanted to catch him off guard. He had really succeeded in his sneak attack. It could be seen that District 3 was complete trash. However, Feng Heng would never have thought that this would be a great help to him. Ding Bai was thinking of an excuse to control the Prince of Vampires. Now, the crisis in District 3 was a good reason. With the help of 2 princes, it was impossible for Feng Heng to defend District 3. After making up his mind, Ding Bai was just about to enter the game when he met his personal secretary walking toward him from the other pathway. The secretary looked very anxious and hurried. When she saw Ding Bai, her body instantly stiffened, and her expression turned extremely unsightly. "What's the urgent matter?" Ding Bai asked with a frown. "Director Ding, it's urgent information about Feng Heng." Ding Bai was extremely displeased. He said in a low voice, "Why are you so wishy-washy? Why can't you just say it directly? Speak." The secretary hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and said, "I've just received news that District 2 and District 7's vampire apocalypse have declared their allegiance to Feng Heng." "What did you just say?" For a moment, Ding Bai even suspected that he had heard wrongly. The secretary bit her lower lip and nodded. In an instant, Ding Bai's face turned extremely pale. How did this happen? His mind went blank briefly. It was impossible. Both worlds of the vampires were protected by the princes of vampires. No matter how strong Feng Heng was, killing the princes of both worlds in such a short time was impossible for him. How did he do it? Ding Bai's self-confidence, which he had built up since he was young, was starting to crumble. He glared at his subordinate with eyes that seemed to be about to split apart. He said in a deep voice, "Where's the prince? What are the 2 princes doing?" The secretary had never seen Ding Bai like this before. She whispered, "The 2 princes have also pledged their allegiance to Feng Heng. Ding, the Vampire Apocalypse District 3 Vampire Elders Council has pledged allegiance to you. Your influence among the vampires has increased by 20,000, Ding. The player's special status Vampire Royal Power Glory has been upgraded to level 11. Looking at the hint that appeared in the game, Feng Heng was also a little dumbfounded. He had never thought that things would go so smoothly. Loeb was the Prince of Vampires of District 3. Fang Heng took Loeb and Joel directly to the Elders' Council in District 3 for a walk. When the Elders of District 3 saw Loeb, they immediately chose to surrender and pledge their allegiance. Then, Joel and Loeb stayed in the Elders' Council and waited for the teleportation passage to open. They waited for the vampire reinforcements from Districts 2 and 7. The Prince of Vampires, Lori and Eleanor of Districts 2 and 7, didn't know that Jian Muzzy had died. When they learned that District 3 was attacked, they immediately led the local vampires and rushed over with murderous intent, ready to kill Fang Heng completely. However, when the two princes aggressively brought their subordinates and rushed over from the vampire's passage, they were also stunned. What was going on? The two princes, Joel and Loeb, stood behind Fang Heng with a respectful look. The two of them actually surrendered? Lori and Eleanor were baffled. Especially Joel. Joel was originally Jian Muzzy's loyal supporter. He had also turned against them. After hearing Joel's story, the two princes suddenly had the illusion that their worldview had been turned upside down. It took a long time for them to recover. They reconfirmed and carefully examined the curse on Joel's body. After the two princes of vampires confirmed that the curse on Joel's body was indeed suppressed, they knelt down on one knee to Fang Heng at the same time and swore their allegiance. The princes all understood. Joel and Loeb had already sworn to surrender to Fang Heng. If they continued to fight with Fang Heng, they would only have a 50% chance of winning. Was there a need? Moreover, the evidence given by Fang Heng was too strong. Fang Heng could even help them to remove the curse temporarily, so how could it be fake? What about Jian Muzzy? What else could he do other than make empty promises? Lori and Eleanor secretly cursed Jian Muzzy for lying to them. They had sworn their allegiance and only hoped that the curse in their bodies could be removed as soon as possible. Ding! The Vampire Apocalypse District 2 and 7's vampire elders have pledged their allegiance to you. Your influence among the vampires has increased by 270,000, ding. The player's special status Vampire Royal Power Glory has been upgraded to level 15. In less than half an hour, the three vampires declared their allegiance. The progress of the matter was so smooth that Fang Heng suspected that he was sleepwalking. Fang Heng couldn't help but turn around and look at Mojai Oi. The latter was also shocked. He opened his mouth and looked distressed. That's strange. Didn't they say that they were here to have a big fight and also to get more blood? The logistics team had already caught up and was ready to carry the bucket over to fill it with blood, but the enemy actually surrendered. They couldn't afford to play? It's okay. Let them surrender. There will always be some who are disobedient. We can also clear them up together. While Fang Heng was talking, the game hint appeared again. Ding. The prince's loyalty has greatly increased your influence in the world of the vampires. Ding. The player's influence in the world of the vampires has exceeded 1 million points. Ding. Your reputation in the world of the vampires is known to everyone. Due to the deterrence of the princes of vampires, a large number of vampire clans have pledged allegiance to you. Your loyalty in the world of the vampires has greatly increased. Ding. The Vampire Apocalypse District 1 Elders Council has sworn allegiance to you. Ding. Your loyalty in the world of the vampires has exceeded 85%. Ding. Authentication is in progress. Ding. The player has completed the mission Vampires, Territory Lord. The latter half of Fang Heng's sentence was stuck in his throat. The mission was completed? The enemy's surrender came so suddenly that Fang Heng couldn't accept it for a while. He had just discussed with Mojai Oi about showing off his skills and killing some disobedient vampires so that he could more or less get some high concentration blood. Then, the other side surrendered. It was as weak as punching air. What else could he do? Fang Heng also admitted that he couldn't bring himself to kill the surrendered soldiers. Was that why he couldn't get any blood? A few years flashed by, and the game reward hint on Fang Heng's retina refreshed again. Ding. The player has obtained the authority of the world of the vampires without the bound world lord. The player can choose to fuse with the controlled world. Ding. The player has obtained a special skill Vampires, King's Order, Skill, Vampires, King's Order, Level, Max, Skill Description. All vampires within a 3,000-meter radius of the player will gain a 20% increase in all attributes. Ding. You have obtained a special hidden building blueprint, Blood Temple. Fang Heng immediately looked at the two rewards in his hand. The King's Order skill was very good. It was a Team Halo effect that could directly enhance by 20%. He was just a little unhappy that it didn't work for him. However, on second thought, his zombie clone could also switch to the vampire form.